This boy is about to be attacked by the dragon maze, all while saving Mark, who with idiotic actions put both their lives at risk. Every professor is scared for their lives, and the other students are sure both are going to die, but the boy himself is in a moment of pure, absolute focus. As the jaw approaches, he recalls why he's here. He's in the mage race to advance a class, but of course it's not a normal race. This one tests your teleportation skills, a magic that could seem simple, but the actual talent in it is performing it extremely fast and precisely, since each teleport requires a complex calculation. So jumping from one cliff to another and risking falling to your death while doing that complex math was way too much for the majority of the students. Not for Sharon. He had been progressing with insane speed, to the point where other students were trying to make him fail, even at the risk of their own grades, because no one wanted the orphan to be better than the nobles of the academy. But he kept advancing while everyone watched anxiously. Then something went wrong. They got to the dangerous level 10 area. This wasn't supposed to be deployed in today's test. Heck, this wasn't even used for students. In this area, hundreds of mazes are thrown in the direction of the mage, increasing the complexity of the magic calculation hundreds of times. And since you're moving at what is basically the speed of light, one small mistake and your body destroys itself against any of the traps. Mark couldn't accept losing to a peasant, so even though the test looked risky, he dove into it to be acknowledged. In the beginning, he was confident. Teleporting through the traps felt like a piece of cake, but those tests are brutal, and the complexity keeps increasing to unseen levels, and soon enough he found an uncrossable path, a moment where his calculations weren't able to find a solution. He was about to crash and get completely crushed, when Sharon's hand came in clutch and saved him. Everyone in class was confused. How could he not only cross that, but save someone at the same time? He kept advancing and advancing, each teleport faster than the one before. The maze kept shrinking, and the available paths became fewer each time. But he didn't hesitate. Using his magic world sense, he could calculate the path in less than a tenth of a second, and he kept crossing it, faster and faster. And the director couldn't believe what he was seeing. Did that boy not have a limit? As the traps decreased in size and increased in difficulty, he also decreased the distance of his teleports, which theoretically is harder, because the shorter it is, the more calculations you have to do. And even though it should be impossible, he was teleporting so many times in such a short span of time that to those watching it looked like he was moving like a rainbow. And that's when he faced the so-called dragon maze, an impossible maze with hundreds of millions of possibilities but only one correct answer. The jaw came. The director was scared of that boy dying, and the students couldn't even bring themselves to look. But the boy relaxed. He was alive, so all he had to do was think. A tenth of a second, a hundredth of a second, 6 turning points, 9 teleportations to find the only escape route. He had to go down to a thousandth of a second, because the first route was impossible to pass with Mark. Students looked away, and the director, who was anxious, in the next second dropped his mouth open. 7 blinks and the boy crossed it. Every student ran shouting, "No way," and boom, he arrived. Exhausted, yeah, but intact. Even the hardest-to-win girl had to admit he looked way too cool for someone who just joined the academy. Yeah, this boy breaking records, now surrounded by all the students, leaving every professor with their mouth open and the headmaster without words, is someone who recently arrived at this place. So who is he? Well, for that we gotta go back to the echo of a baby howling through a forest at night. In a cabin in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by traps, someone picks up his axe thinking somebody must have snuck in, and a rat like that will pay with their life. He slowly circles the house, and as he hears something moving he dashes with his axe, but the stable was empty? He's confused, until he glances to the side and sees a baby. He picks it up and listens to its heart, and for a second he felt strangely happy that heart was still beating. His wife appears, confused, asking Vincent what the commotion is. Then she sees the baby in his hands and asks where it came from. Like what? And the 200 pounds of muscle just replies that maybe it's their baby. And from that moment on, magic was said to exist. When the baby first moved his hands, rain began to fall, finally bringing water to the village's dry land. The villagers celebrated with joyful songs, and this mysterious child later protected them from every threat with his strange power. Even so, he kept studying so he could help the village even more. In time, people turned his powers into legend and called him a mage. After that, Vincent walks over to his son, who had been reading that story. Saron Arian asks his father how he can use magic, and Vincent just laughs because magic arrows can't kill a bear in one shot, and an axe can't bring down a tree with one swing either. Meanwhile, 2 boys talk about him and get curious about him. Their attention turns to the book he's carrying, but the talk quickly gets mean, and one of them says the protagonist must be adopted, since he looks nothing like his father. He even claims the protagonist's real parents probably abandoned him because something was wrong with him. That makes Vincent angry, but Meek only keeps thinking about magic. To cheer his son up, Vincent says they'll buy some fruit in the city as a reward for the boy helping him with work. When they arrive in the city of Kratos, Saron is amazed by the place. Vincent tells him to stay at his grandfather's shop while he goes to finish his shopping, and once there, Saron starts helping his grandfather work. Still, it doesn't take long for him to get distracted talking about magic. Grandpa Martin has no clue what he's talking about, and mistakes magic for manga. He corrects him and points to his magic book. Martin finally gets it, but says he doesn't know much about magic, and suggests the protagonist learn more about it at the bookstore next door. MC heads there right away, leaving Martin behind with his book. At the bookstore, the owner notices Saron touching some expensive books and tells him to stay away from that shelf because those books aren't for common people. In the middle of that, a noble comes in and asks the bookseller to bring out the books he ordered. He uses the chance to secretly read them, but realizes there's nothing special about them. So after leaving the shop, he decides to follow the noble and see where all those books are going. Then he spots the noble sending the books off, and Saron figures his father must have gotten his own book for free from a place like this. Thinking about his social class, he starts wondering what really separates him from a noble. Lost in those thoughts, he ends up walking into a place he shouldn't. A guard orders him out, saying, "Past those gates is the noble's district." Then another guard takes one look at the boy and says, "He seems suspicious." So they mistake the protagonist for a runner working with thieves and decide to take him in. But the protagonist slips away fast, and as he passes one area, he hears people saying some suspicious things. He figures out that the place really is a magic school. Then someone tells the group that he'll show them magic if they answer a question right. He asks what the first and most important talent for learning magic is. Everyone gives different answers, but nobody gets the question right. Then the man reveals that the most important talent for magic is vision. To explain, the teacher uses 1 + 1 = 2. People didn't always know the answer to that simple problem, but after a lot of study, someone proved those numbers make 2. With that, he says people can now accept it without going through the proof every time because it's already an old rule. Magic works the same way since it also has rules. They need vision to understand it. While explaining all this, the man leading the lesson notices Saron and asks what he thinks about what he just heard. MC doesn't know what to do, but in the end, he chooses to climb the wall and join the class, feeling like if he let this chance go, he might never get another one. As soon as they notice the boy's clothes, the students realize he's a commoner and complain to the headmaster that he shouldn't be there with nobles, but the headmaster ignores them and tells him to join in. Then he says he wants to see magic with his own eyes, since he's only read about it in books. The nobles scoff, saying a commoner could never read a magic book, and the protagonist keeps asking to see some magic, even something small. Then Alpheus Miri says he'll show them wind magic, and when he uses it, everyone gets blown into the air. When it's time to land, Sarona panics at the fall, but the headmaster saves him before he hits the ground and asks what they thought of that small magic display. MC is stunned by his first real contact with magic and starts asking more about it. The students around him glare at the boy because they think he's being disrespectful to the headmaster. Still, Alpheus decides to answer. He explains that magic goes far beyond normal common sense. It's a mental action that explores the truth behind a certain phenomenon. The headmaster can tell Saron doesn't fully understand yet, but he builds on Alpheus's words and says that because the phenomenon is unusual, that makes it an absolute truth. Seeing that, the headmaster asks if he memorized that line from one of his books. Saron says books mostly hold ordinary ideas. Many great thinkers were mocked at first and called strange, but later their ideas became the new common sense. To the protagonist, truth is hidden inside the things people call unusual. After saying that, the boy asks the headmaster how he can learn magic. Alpheus notices how sharp MC is, and to show what he means, he asks Shuaman to enter the spiritual zone. After the girl does it, Alpheus hides 6 coins in his hand and asks her how many he has. Shuaman answers correctly, so the headmaster explains that when a mage focuses, they become sensitive enough to know exactly what's around them. Pointing to Alpheus, he says some mages can even tell the exact number of leaves on a faraway tree. But to do that, a mage has to reach an extremely sensitive mental state called the spiritual zone. Once they reach it, they can control the phenomena around them. The headmaster says anyone can reach that state, so he tells Saron to practice in a quiet place until he blacks out, because once he gets there, a whole new world will open up. But he says that if he can't feel himself, then he won't be able to black out. So Alpheus invites him to practice right there, saying that if he can't enter the spiritual zone, he won't be able to learn magic anyway. With that, Saron starts focusing on feeling his body less as something physical, and more in a sensitive way. Then the headmaster asks what exactly he felt. The protagonist says he could hear every sound, but the students brush that off, saying he could hear things from that far away normally. The headmaster assumes Saron didn't reach the spiritual zone, just as expected. Even so, he gently pats the boy on the head and says that if he keeps practicing, he'll hear even more in the future. After that, he ends the special lesson and returns to the school with his students. On the way back, he feels bad for MC. If the boy had been a noble and trained from childhood, he would probably be at the same level as his students. Meanwhile, Saron jumps back over the wall and says the headmaster's training worked because he became one with everything around him. He says he heard an incredibly loud sound and wonders if that was the spiritual zone. On top of that, he feels like his body split into countless pieces and spread across the world. Saron freezes, and as he starts shaking in fear, he feels like he could leave his body and become infinity itself. As he runs through the city, he slams into a man. Saron quickly apologizes, but the man still gets mad at how careless he was. Grabbing him by the shirt, the guy says that when someone causes trouble, they should make it up to the person they wronged. The protagonist apologizes again, but the man says that's not enough. Then he asks if the boy is with the gang of wolves trying to kill him. Right in the middle of it, a girl named M cuts in and asks what's going on. The man says the boy may have been trying to kill him, so he's just punishing MC. MC denies it and says he only bumped into him by accident. One of the men gets mad and swings at him, calling him a liar. Then he says the protagonist can make it up to them by bringing them his mother. The moment he hears that, MC's eyes change. It's obvious that line pushed him over the edge. The man goes back to hitting him, calling Saron cocky as he keeps attacking. They start beating the boy brutally and Amy steps in, telling them to stop. She walks over to him to check if he's okay. One of the men quickly tries to deny it, saying he never even touched the kid. Amy tells them to leave Saron alone from now on, but one of them says they'll beat him, sell him to a village in the south, and not worry about anyone looking for him since he's not a noble. Hearing that, the protagonist starts calling for his father and mother in his head. Amy then tells the men that if they want to sell him as a slave, he can't have any flaws, so she suggests they inspect Saron first to see if he's fit to be sold as a slave, and the men take that the wrong way, ordering MC to strip so they can start the inspection. But Amy meant they should only check his face. Right then, a fly starts drifting toward one of the men's faces. At that moment, Saron feels the spiritual zone spread around him again. He also remembers the time the headmaster used a wind spell, just as the man grabs his shirt again and threatens to hit him. This time, Saron blasts him with a burst of wind, sending the others flying with him. He stares at them up in the air, shocked by what he just did, and when they crash down, every one of them gets wrecked and starts begging for help. Amy rushes over and starts asking question after question about what just happened, because a boy like him shouldn't be able to use magic without being a noble. Then she notices people coming, so she slips away with amazing speed. Right after that, Saron decides to leave too. After what he just did, he knows no one will want to hear his side, so he starts realizing how cold the world can be. When Amy gets home, she's furious that she got shown up by some random kid. Her father notices she came back earlier than usual and asks if she skipped class again. With her usual pride, Amy says she's already learned everything worth learning, so class isn't useful or fun anymore. Shakura just laughs at her attitude and warns that being smart won't save her if she keeps acting like that. After saying that, he notices she doesn't talk back for once, which throws him off. Then Amy brings up magic to her father, and even though he doesn't get where this is going, she asks him to introduce her to someone from the Magic Academy so she can enroll there. Sometime later, Vincent comes home looking for his son, but his wife tells him Saron went to gather wood in the logging area. Since it's snowing hard, Vincent knows the boy shouldn't be out there, so he goes to find him himself. On the way, he remembers the first time he took the protagonist to the city. That day, the boy disappeared too. Even though Vincent suspected something had happened, Saron kept insisting he had only gotten lost. Meanwhile, MC keeps chopping wood, and as he remembers the day he used wind magic, he admits he's never been able to do it again. It only came out by accident. Even so, while he still doesn't know how to use magic on purpose, he can still enter the spiritual zone. In that state, he can sense everything around him much more clearly. Touch, shape, even the nature of things. Using that focus, he studies the tree in front of him and finds a glowing point in the wood. Then he aims his axe right at that exact spot and strikes. With that single blow, the whole tree drops at once. Watching from a distance, Vincent is stunned to see his son use the Thunder Strike to bring it down so easily. Saron realizes this is the first time he's pulled off Thunder Strike for real, just like the magic he used that day. That makes him understand he needs more knowledge. Otherwise, he'll keep relying on luck, and after that day, 3 years pass. During that time, he keeps training until he can use Thunder Strike whenever he wants. Then he notices he's already been in the spiritual zone for 5 hours. Saron feels like his body has become one with nature, but even after all that time, he still feels there's more out there to experience. He remembers what the academy headmaster told him, that entering the spiritual zone is like stepping into a new world. Now he knows that description was exactly right. It really does feel like a different world. After that, he gathers his things and heads home. When he gets there, he notices white horses in a carriage outside, so he figures they have a visitor. As soon as he steps inside, his father tells him to greet the guest, who turns out to be the head butler of House Ogent. The man introduces himself as Temurin. He then says he came there specifically to see Saron. That surprises the boy since House Ogent is part of the kingdom's second rank of nobles. Temurin walks up to him and asks if he can read. The protagonist says he's been reading since he was little, and the butler tests him right away. Saron asks what he's doing, and Temurin says the boy has a strong reputation and can read even though he's just a woodcutter's son. Then Temurin invites MC to work for House Ogent. The job is to remove books from the family's huge library, and since there are thousands of them, the butler says it should take about 2 years. Others will handle the carrying, but the sorting will be done by the two of them. He guesses those books probably won't teach him enough to become a mage, but Temurin explains that only the protagonist and his family know about this work. If any of the books leak out, the protagonist and his family will lose their lives. Once he hears that, MC understands why his parents look so worried. Even though Temurin is strict about the rule, he also makes it clear the pay will be very good. He says they have to make up for the danger to him and his family, and promises more money than they could ever earn from hunting alone. That offends Vincent, and he says he didn't listen to Temurin just because of the money. He was also thinking about giving Saron a chance to reach his dreams. Tamarin laughs at that and says the protagonist has no real chance of building a successful future. Then he repeats that Vincent only agreed because of the money, otherwise he wouldn't let his son do this. Vincent fires back that he only accepted because Tamarin promised MC could read the magic books. Tamarin admits he did say that, but even if the boy can read them, he can't watch him every second. That makes Vincent remember him reading as a small child after his mother taught him a few words on a whim. By age 6, he was already reading books and teaching himself without Olina's help. That's when they realized how smart he was, and both parents started wondering if Sarone might really be the child of some noble. Vincent blames himself, thinking that if the protagonist had grown up in a noble house, he would have gone to school and had a much better future. But then he snaps back and reminds himself the boy is his son. Vincent says a woodcutter's son is supposed to learn how to work in the mountains, but when MC followed that path, Vincent became afraid. When he first met Tamarin, he offered his son to help with the job, since the boy had read since childhood and could be useful. Back in the present though, Vincent says he regrets begging Tamarin to give Sarone this work, because things didn't turn out how he hoped. With that, he orders the butler to leave his house at once. Honestly, Vincent is being a great dad here. As the tension rises, he steps in and says he'll accept the noble's offer. Tamarin repeats the warning that if any word about the job gets out, the protagonist will be killed, but the protagonist still insists. He says he'd never let anything leak, and even if things go wrong, he won't blame Tamarin. The noble says he'll come back in a week, giving the boy time to think. Still, Tamarin makes one thing clear. If MC enters the mansion, he won't be allowed to leave until the job is done. Then he leaves. After that, Vincent questions his son, asking why he accepted, and says he'll take full responsibility if he wants to refuse the job. But Sarami just smiles and thanks him for giving him this chance. Then Vincent pulls his son into a hug and promises to protect him no matter what. A week passes, and just like he said, Tamarin returns with a contract. The protagonist's whole family signs the document, and then the boy is taken to the mansion. On the way, he pictures something in his mind. It's his parents, worried about him. Sarone reaches out with his own hand, but he can't reach them. Even so, he reminds himself that this job could be the biggest chance of his life, even if he's surrounded by powerful nobles. Still, he wonders if he can really survive these next 2 years. As they travel, Tamarin explains that House Ojin is in the city of Grayus, in the kingdom of Tormia. He says the family is known for raising official swordsmen. Their former head was a 3rd-class official knight, and the current one is a 4th-class official knight named Bishop Ogent. On top of that, the Ogent family controls all the forces in the city. Along the way, they pass one of the family's most famous landmarks, a place called the Great Corridor. Sarone is stunned, and Tamarin tells him he'll be seeing many more overwhelming things from now on. Soon, they arrive at the office where MC will be staying. Once inside, Tamarin tells him to keep following, because he still needs to explain the job. When they reach the next room, Sarone is shocked. It's the Ogent family's huge library. Tamarin explains that the books there will be moved to a new library, and his job is to organize them. Every week, he'll get a new list telling him which books to handle. He also can't leave after work, and he may only enter the mansion with special permission. Even after hearing all those rules, he still agrees to stay. Tamarin then tells him he'll start the next day. Once the work begins, the protagonist quickly sees why someone has to manage the shelves. The system has to stay consistent. For example, a book called The History of Swordsmen could fit under history or professional fencing. While studying the system, he notices something else. Sarone realizes there's one thread that connects all knowledge together: history. Once you understand history, it becomes easier to build up every other field. Out of the 10,000 books there, around 850 are about history, so MC decides he'll read every one of them during his 2 years in the mansion. Then he hears a noise and quickly acts casual. He says he would need official permission to read the books, and Tamarin finds him working late again. That makes Tamarin suspicious, so he warns him not to ruin his special position so soon. If he breaks the rules, he'll be the one held responsible. He answers that he won't do anything wrong. Then the noble stops right in front of him, and the protagonist immediately thinks Tamarin has figured out that he's been reading. But instead, Tamarin just warns him to take better care of his uniform. The head of the family and the young masters use the library, and as an Ojin servant, MC must not embarrass them. He also tells the boy to fix his hair. Sarone relaxes when he realizes that those were the only problems. Later that night, he returns to the library to study and realizes learning all the local history won't be easy, but he keeps going. He believes that to truly use what you learn, you have to clearly understand each event. In the middle of studying, though, he ends up falling asleep. Then Tamarin catches him reading, but after seeing that Sarone isn't reading practical books, he chooses to let it slide. After 3 months, he slowly gets used to the job. One day, he notices that a young master took a book and never brought it back. Sarone worries he'll be blamed if it's lost, but the butler says the young masters are supposed to return books on their own. He also says nobles don't really care if books go missing, because the blame always falls on the servants. That eases the protagonist a little, since he figures there probably aren't any truly vital books in that library, but he's still worried about staying safe. After all, a commoner like him could be killed over something small. He also realizes even servants can turn harsh and cold just to make sure no tiny mistake happens. All of a sudden, the Lord's youngest son, Ryan Ojent, runs into the library complaining that he isn't allowed to rest. A man chases after him, and Ryan begs Saron not to tell anyone he's there. When the man finally enters the library, MC asks who he is. The man says he's a fencing instructor, and demands to know where Ryan is unless he wants to get beaten too. Faced with that threat, Saron instantly gives up Ryan's hiding place. Ryan tries to talk his way out of it, claiming it was all a misunderstanding, but the instructor just grabs him by the leg and drags him back to training. As he's taken away, Ryan promises to get revenge on the protagonist for ratting him out. MC tells himself he made the only choice he had. The instructor outranked him, and telling the truth was safer than lying. After that, Ryan is taken to the mountains for a month. As for Saron, it takes him 20 days to finish his first book, but once he fully understands it, his speed jumps, and in just 4 months, he manages to read 82 books. He realizes the hardest part was only the beginning. Once he absorbs the knowledge from one book, the next books start connecting to things he already knows. So he figures that after 200 books, the remaining 650 should be much easier. Still, as he studies, questions start to bother him, especially about why history matters so much. But when he reads about the work of past mages, he becomes sure he made the right choice. He explains it like this: a scholar can create a theory, but a mage has to prove it in the real world. Scholars and mages may be similar, but not every scholar is a mage, because they can't enter the highly sensitive mental state known as the spirit zone. Saron realizes that if he keeps strengthening his knowledge, he might even become a real mage. In the middle of these thoughts, Ryan interrupts him. The boy says he went through hell, and it was all the protagonist's fault. MC barely reacts and simply asks if Ryan really came all this way because of what happened that day. Ryan says yes. During training, his master made him climb a mountain over and over. Whenever he felt like giving up and falling to his death, he kept going by thinking about revenge. At that point, Saron realizes Ryan is way angrier than he expected. So angry he's barely in control. Ryan says he trusted him to hide him, but he got scared and handed him over to the instructor. To Ryan, that kind of cowardice is disgusting. The protagonist argues that he didn't betray anyone. He only told the truth. Ryan fires back that he should have at least warned him first. MC quickly understands that logic won't work on a noble, so he just asks what Ryan wants from him now. Ryan notices that even though Saron is still new in the household, he stays strangely calm. That only makes Ryan think he is looking down on him, so to settle it, he tells the protagonist to follow him. Soon, they arrive at the training grounds, and MC assumes Ryan wants to beat him until he feels better. He decides to accept it, since getting hit is still better than getting killed. But instead, Ryan hands him a wooden sword and challenges him to a duel. He says he's not a coward like the protagonist, and since the protagonist underestimated a future swordsman, he'll have to take his punishment from Ryan's blade. MC asks why Ryan keeps calling him a coward. Ryan says that as a servant of House Ogent, MC should protect the family, but instead he turned Ryan over to the instructor because he was scared of getting hit. Then Ryan tells him to come at him first, and generously gives him 3 opening attacks, since the size gap between them is so big. The protagonist sees the unmistakable look of an Ogent in Ryan's eyes, and that makes him nervous. If he breaks one of Ryan's bones, he'll be sent back home. So he decides to bet everything on those 3 chances. When he throws his second strike, Ryan realizes the boy has never held a sword before. For the last attack, Saron decides to use the spirit zone. The moment his strike hits Ryan's sword, it snaps. After pulling that off, Saron realizes his instinct was right. He used the first 2 swings to study his opponent, and on the third he used the thunder strike technique he had been developing for years. Ryan is stunned by what MC just did and asks where he learned swordsmanship. He corrects him, saying that wasn't swordsmanship, it was a thunder strike. Hearing that only confuses Ryan more. The protagonist explains that he used to go to the mountains with his father to cut wood. Since he didn't have the strength to chop trees the normal way, he had to improve his technique to make up for his weaker body. Ryan can't believe it. To him, there's no way Saron learned that move just by cutting trees. He's trained in fencing for over 15 years, so he's sure that kind of skill doesn't come from simple woodcutting alone. That makes him think of his brother Rai. He remembers the day Rai learned the Ogent family's secret technique, and after Rai's skill surpassed his older brother's, their father admitted he had nothing left to teach him. After that, he decides to prepare a dinner to celebrate Rai's victory. Meanwhile, Ryan watches it all from the ground, still defeated, and grows bitter because no matter how hard he tries, he can never beat his brother. Back in the present, Ryan is still furious and says he can't let this insult stand. Saron tries to calm Ryan down, but Ryan snaps at him to shut up. He tells him to keep his mouth closed. Then Ryan hands him a real sword. Ryan says he'll treat Saron properly if he proves he can learn the sword-crushing technique. He goes on to say they'll fight again on this training ground in 1 month, next time with real blades. Hearing that, MC starts to worry. This time, he really could die, so he asks Ryan to rethink it, since he's never had real sword training before. Ryan reminds him he has a whole month to learn sword crushing. In his eyes, he has the talent to do it, so he warns him not to run from this new burden. If he does, Ryan says he'll hunt him down wherever he goes. The next day at work, Saron complains to himself and decides he really can't trust people with black and blue hair too much. During his shift, he remembers that the head of the family has 3 sons and 1 daughter. The oldest son is an official 6th-ranked swordsman with black hair. The daughter, who has blue hair, also showed huge talent with the sword, but chose to become a pianist instead. Then there's Ryan Ogent, the second son, often praised as a genius by everyone around him, and he also has black hair. And finally there's Ryan, the least talented child in the family. Even with a dedicated teacher, he never improved much. After thinking about all that, Saron realizes he probably should have let Ryan win. The boy's pride is deeply hurt after spending his whole life being compared to his brother. That makes the protagonist start thinking about how not to die, because if he does, his parents will suffer too. So he pushes the whole thing aside and focuses on studying magic again. If he can learn some kind of defensive spell, he might at least survive the sword fight. Meanwhile, Ryan keeps up his daily runs. His master notices he somehow beat his own record, but Ryan brushes the training off, saying it's useless. That only annoys his master even more. Ryan says he's still standing after all that, so he wants something harder. Seeing this, the master becomes sure something happened to make Ryan this disciplined. Ryan avoids the question and says everything is fine. His master doesn't buy it, and guesses Ryan may have learned something new, then remembers Ryan already awakened his Shema. At the same time, Saron studies the idea of Shema. It's described as a kind of imaginary body, something similar to a mage's spirit zone, but meant for swordsmen. The book explains that everyone has an image of their own body, but Shema takes that to the limit. Masters of Shema understand their bodies so completely they can even control their cells. After reading all that, MC realizes it's basically the opposite of the spirit zone, but he still decides to try it, so he turns all his focus inward and quickly starts seeing the first results. It feels a lot like entering the spirit zone. From there, reaching the spirit zone would mean erasing himself, but reaching Shema means going even deeper into his own existence. In the middle of trying, Saron realizes learning Shema would be too inefficient. It'd be easier to train swordsmanship while using only the spirit zone, so he begins his training. As for Ryan, he keeps training too, pushing himself hard and wondering why he still can't use Shema. His master sees that he's gone too far for one day and tells him to stop. After that, they sit down and the master asks if Ryan knows what his strengths are. Ryan says no, he only knows his flaws. The old master tells him that kind of thinking is exactly what keeps him from being a genius. Real geniuses know their strengths and use them to grow. They don't waste time on things they know won't improve, but Ryan says he'll stick to his rule of training until death, because that's how he'll reach whatever goal he wants. Meanwhile, Saron keeps studying swordsmanship and learns it isn't just for killing, it also shapes a swordsman's mind. He reads that there are only 8 ways to attack an enemy, and he trains to block strikes coming from all 8 directions. While practicing, he realizes the world of the sword is just as deep as the world of magic. Saron apologizes to his parents, thinking he may not make it back home. Even so, he says he won't regret his choices. Even if he dies, he got to see an incredible world. At the same time, Ryan starts to think the boy might be as talented as his brother Rai. If that's true, Ryan swears he'll do whatever it takes to beat him. Then he charges straight at Saron. He immediately realizes Ryan's swordsmanship is amazing and completely different from his own. Even so, he can sense the path of the sword. Ryan notices Saron isn't just dodging, he's staring right at the blade without showing any fear. The protagonist says he can get rid of his fear of death, but he understands that fear is aimed at the future, and the future is just an illusion of something that doesn't exist yet. With that in mind, he explains that if people didn't think about the future results of their actions, anyone could jump off a cliff. Ryan starts to think MC may have learned to suppress all his emotions, but Ryan says he isn't afraid of dying either. They clash again, and Saron quickly blocks Ryan's attacks, but then the blows start getting heavier. He realizes Ryan's speed is now beyond what his synesthesia can track. Ryan prepares another strike, and the protagonist feels cornered. He's about to lose the fight, and when Ryan sees him like that, he catches the fear in MC's eyes. That makes him feel stronger, and he boasts that this is the famed swordsmanship of the Ogent family. MC can't possibly endure it. Ryan is putting all his strength into every blow. Then he vows to crush him once and for all. In the middle of the duel, the protagonist notices something strange. If Ryan had angled one strike a little higher after attacking his stomach, he could have cut into his side and ended the fight right there. Instead, Ryan keeps focusing only on hard hits. Thinking it through, Saron realizes Ryan understands swordsmanship less than he thought. His skills are strong, but with such a shallow grasp of the art, he won't go far, so MC decides to use that weakness against him. He stops planning to stay on defense and starts attacking too. That sudden change shocks Ryan because he thought he should be too exhausted to respond like this. When basic attacks start coming at him, Ryan tries to deny that he's having trouble blocking them. But then he remembers his brother's mocking smile, gets furious, and declares that he'll become the greatest swordsman in the world. With that, he rushes Saron again. The protagonist sees that Ryan is attacking with pure force now and can't understand why. Ryan could win easily if he just used proper swordsmanship. Watching that reckless move, MC says he can't understand what Ryan is doing. As he tracks the sword's path, he realizes he can't fully read it. There are too many variables. Ryan comes in fast, but in that instant, Saron catches something, and when the swords collide, one blade goes flying. He is still holding his sword, and Ryan can only wonder if that's even possible. At the very last moment, the protagonist changed his stance and struck upward, knocking Rian's sword away. Stunned, Ryan asks what Saron even is. MC never expected to beat him like this, but now he's more curious about what happens next. Even if it was just a duel, Ryan is still a noble and he has wounded his pride again. There's no telling what Ryan might do now. But instead of exploding, Ryan accepts his defeat and says Saron can kill him if he wants, since he won the duel. Hearing that, the protagonist gets seriously mad. He says that if he killed Ryan, he'd be killed right after. So a statement like that is ridiculous and makes no sense. Ryan answers that they were fighting with their lives on the line, so the loser should die. MC makes it clear that only Ryan was gambling with his life. MC was just trying to survive. So he says the whole duel was pointless from the start. Then he remembers the time he told the master where Ryan was hiding and asks why Ryan blamed him for that. Ryan says he was angry because he acted dishonorably. He wanted him to help him instead. That answer irritates the protagonist. He says Ryan put him in an impossible spot where he had no way to know what the right choice was. Worse than that, Saron says Ryan is the one acting without honor. If he really had honor, he would have faced his master's training head-on. After saying that, MC suddenly realizes how close he came to dying. Seeing him in that state, Ryan finds it strange, because after all, that cold warrior-like bravery is suddenly gone, and Ryan now sees a helpless, tearful kid instead. Even so, he realizes Saron really is a genius. Unlike his brother Rai, he doesn't mock him after winning. He fought with everything he had and faced him head-on. So Ryan asks his name, and the boy introduces himself as the protagonist, Arian. Ryan then gives his full name. That makes MC realize something important. Nobles don't share their full names with just anyone. Ryan holds out his hand to him. Then he asks if they can be friends from now on. After a full year of work, Saron gets praised for how well he's doing. As for the 850 history books he planned to read, he only has 200 left. Since he's finishing about 3 books a day, the protagonist feels like he's finally getting close to the foundation of knowledge he always wanted. On top of that, he's also been training in swordsmanship. Through that training, MC slowly starts to understand the true nature of fear. Because of that, he improves how long he can keep his spirit zone active. Looking at everything he's learned so far, he feels sure that one day he'll reach his real goal, even if the beginning is moving slowly. Still, the best thing he gained on this journey was a friend. That friend is Ryan, who's shocked by how many books are in the library. Saron explains that the Patriarch and the second young master come here often, so the library naturally has a huge collection. Hearing that, Ryan gets jealous and says being smart must be awesome. After spending more time with him, he realizes Ryan is actually kind and has a lot of good qualities. He also figures Ryan acts so reckless because he's the youngest son. For example, he throws books on the floor. The protagonist quickly tells him not to do that again, or he'll be the one in trouble. Ryan brushes it off, saying nobody would punish Saron over a book. He even promises to protect him no matter what, even if the whole library burned down, so there's nothing to worry about. MC says it would still be safer if Ryan just didn't do things like that. Then he changes the subject and asks about his training. Ryan says he only did the basics, then told his master he'd spend the rest of the time studying in the library. He can tell he's mostly just stalling instead of actually studying. Ryan admits studying is boring and puts him to sleep. The protagonist reminds him that studying is exactly why he came here, so he should at least do what he came for. Ryan then asks if he really has to read that many books to become a mage. Saron says yes. In fact, he feels behind, since he had no access to books before he started working for the family. But now he's already read a huge number of history books, and he's learned a lot because of it. Ryan is amazed by how fast MC reads. Even though they're the same age, the MC seems way more mature than him. At one point, he starts reading a book. The author is trying to figure out who would win in a fight between a mage and a swordsman. While Saron reads, Ryan cuts in complaining that the book is boring. That immediately annoys the protagonist. He was actually enjoying it. Ryan argues that a book with no pictures and no swordsmanship can't be fun, but MC tells him he should read it before judging it. Then he keeps going. Just then, Ryan walks over and says the swordsman would obviously win that matchup. Ryan asks his brother how he can be so sure. He gets nervous. He has no idea how much Ryan overheard, and talking so casually with a young master could easily cause trouble. Ryan asks again why Ryan is so certain a swordsman would beat a mage, guessing he's only praising swordsmen because he is one. Ryan says the answer is simple. They just need to look at how mages and swordsmen are ranked across the continent. Ryan argues that rankings don't decide what happens in an actual fight, and that makes Ryan turn to Saron directly. That only makes the protagonist even more tense and uncomfortable. Still, he forces himself to answer. MC says that if a mage and a swordsman are at the same level, the swordsman would struggle once the mage brings him into a spirit zone. Ryan corrects him and says the mage would still lose. He brings up an artifact called the armor set of the 5 gods. According to him, that item is also known as anti-magic and can interfere with a mage's spirit zone. The explanation goes on to say that fighting a mage inside that zone is like trying to escape sharks in the open sea. But if you can disturb the water, you can throw off the shark, in this case the mage, and that's what the anti-magic artifact is for. If the mage's enemy is wearing that armor, the mage can't affect them even with a spirit zone active. Ryan adds that anti-magic is a rare power made by mana flowing through a dragon heart. which makes the armor insanely expensive. Each piece costs as much as an entire kingdom's yearly budget. Hearing that, Ryan says mages are still stronger, since almost nobody could ever afford armor like that. But Ryan pushes back, pointing out that mages themselves are the ones who make anti-magic. There's huge demand for it, and selling it makes them a fortune. So Rai argues that swordsmen are actually stronger because mages are willing to sell their own kind's weakness just for money. Saron answers that this is the true nature of a mage. Mages created anti-magic themselves to limit the use of magic in places where magic is banned. It's also used in magic academies as a training tool, so even if it can be turned against mages, they still value it as a product of their own intelligence. With that, Saron says you can call swordsmen stronger based on that one point alone. Ryan quietly starts laughing at his brother's expression. Ryan answers that reality and ideals are different for every group, and in his view, mages still can't beat swordsmen in a real fight. After Rai leaves, Ryan gets excited and tells him he's never seen his brother make a face like that before. 6 months after that, Saron is about to finish his work for the Ogent family. One of the workers tells Tamioran that the protagonist is so good in the library that they should find a way to keep him at the mansion longer. Tamioran shuts that down right away and tells him to stop talking nonsense. As for MC, he just keeps working until Ryan comes over and congratulates him for finishing his job as skillfully as always. Then Saron asks if he can visit Ryan's home before leaving. That makes Ryan emotional, since he has been hiding their friendship for a long time. The protagonist realizes they've only ever met in the library, so he gets curious about the place where his friend lives. Soon they arrive at Ryan's house. Ryan tells him not to worry, because the rest of the family won't be back until later. When they reach Ryan's room, Saron notices how small it is. At the end of the hall, it feels more like a training room than a bedroom. They sit down to play cards, and after losing over and over, Ryan blames MC, saying he must be cheating with his spirit zone. Saron assures him he's doing nothing unfair. He's just noticed a few habits Ryan always falls into, which makes him easy to beat. Once you understand how your opponent thinks, you can predict their moves and play much more accurately. Ryan starts looking at the game more carefully, and he reveals that using this method helped him access his spirit zone much more easily. While they talk, Ryan falls asleep. Then the protagonist hears a piano. He quickly guesses it must be Reina Odin, since she's the only one in the family who can play. When he goes to listen, she asks what he thought of her sonata. Saron realizes she already knows he's there, so he tells her she plays beautifully. Rain notes that this is the first time the two have met, and MC explains he was hired by the Odin family to organize the library. She recognizes him as the boy everyone has been talking about, and during their conversation, she asks if he's ever played piano before. He says no, and he's nervous about talking with her any longer, since Ryan once told him she has the worst personality in the mansion. But Raina offers to teach him and asks him to sit beside her. That makes him even more nervous. When he hesitates, she tells him it's fine. No one will punish him if she gave permission. So Ryan can tell she's not going to let this go, and he's not really in a position to refuse. Besides, he wonders when he'll ever get another chance to sit at a piano. So she starts teaching him the notes. She also explains the symbols on the sheet music, then asks him to press 3 notes at once. He does it, and the sound amazes him. Reina encourages him to keep going, and Saron, getting a little bold, asks if he can try playing on his own. She agrees, but then she starts wondering if he knows more chords than what she taught him. He starts to play. Every note is off, completely wrong, yet he never hesitates. Reina wonders if she should stop him. Still, something feels strange. He's playing in the worst way possible, but it somehow still sounds right. It's like he's copying the feeling of the music he heard earlier. With how focused he is, he slips into the spiritual zone, and from there, his playing keeps getting better. Reina is shocked. She can't really call it a proper performance, but he clearly understands the basics of chords. She starts wondering why a kid this talented and this handsome is working as a butler. Meanwhile, Saron snaps out of it and gets embarrassed for getting carried away. Then someone bursts in, yelling for her to keep it down, and both of them jump. Rain storms in, asking why she has to be so loud if she's home, and then freezes when he sees the protagonist there. His sister asks if they already know each other, and Saron immediately gets nervous that their friendship is about to be exposed. But Reina casually says MC is his friend, and he blurts out, asking what he's saying. Reina tells him not to worry. He says this witch may have an awful personality, but she doesn't care about stuff like that. The protagonist can't make sense of that at all, and as he questions it, Reina finally learns his name. She tells him not to worry if Reina says they're friends. That's enough for her. She adds that he may be a little pathetic, but he takes responsibility for what he says. Then she asks what he was thinking about while playing, since she's curious. Reina is stunned to find out Saron was the one playing. He thought his sister had just gone crazy. In MC's mind, 16 years of logic start falling apart. He can't understand how she could be fine with a commoner being friends with her brother, and he asks Rayan why he lied about her. His sister seems like a great person. Rayan warns him not to be fooled. There's no telling when she might swallow him whole. Reina apologizes for her brother being immature and says she's happy he finally made a friend. Saron answers that he's actually the one who owes Rayan, and that makes her start calling him cute. He shoots back that if she thinks he's so cute, then why doesn't she just keep him and make him part of the family? She asks if Rain is really that close to the protagonist, close enough to let his older sister have him. Raina asks what she's even talking about, saying she's nothing special, but MC. Before he can finish, his sister is already on him, demanding to know how he dares talk to her like that. Sarone thinks that the more he tries to understand nobles, the less sense they make. Raina asks why she came back since she was just on vacation not long ago. Raina says he didn't hear. Rain is taking his certification test, so she came to get him, and they're leaving tomorrow. She adds that their grandfather came to visit a friend and will be heading back soon. Rain is shocked by how huge the gap is between him and his brother, and then the narration explains the certification test. A certification license is given to mages and swordsmen, recognized not just by the kingdom but across the whole continent. Thousands take the test every year, but fewer than 30 pass. There's also a non-certified license, which you can get by graduating from a special kingdom-approved school like Alpheus Magic Academy. That makes you a rank 10 non-certified mage, and then you can raise your rank by earning achievement points through associations or guilds. But wherever money and honor exist, crowds gather. Even with non-certified licenses, people still desperately want the official test. That's what Rai is taking at only 18. Rai says people really are different. Rai gets full support from the family. Raina brushes that off and says it's fine. Then she says she'll go prepare dinner since the ingredients are shellfish from the royal palace, so she has to cook them herself. Before leaving, she tells Sarone it was nice meeting him and says they'll see each other again. He says goodbye, still a little nervous, and starts wondering if he'll really get to see her again, especially since he's leaving tomorrow. Then he asks Ryan if his sister has a boyfriend. Ryan gives him a wicked grin, but Sarone quickly says he was just curious and tells him to forget it. Instead, Ryan takes off running while shouting for his sister, and the protagonist chases after him, begging him to stop. He realizes the question only slipped out because he was feeling down. Then Ryan starts yelling that MC wants to know if she has a boyfriend. He catches him and slaps a hand over his mouth, and all the maids stare, wondering what just happened. Ryana plays it off as childish fooling around and tells them not to mind it, so they head back to the kitchen to keep making the dish. Meanwhile, one of the butlers speaks with Hannes and asks if the young master had a guest. He says nothing like that was on the schedule, so the head butler hears Sarona's name and says it sounds familiar. Then he remembers and orders someone to bring Tame Muran to his office at once. Later, up in the mountains, Ryan keeps training, and his master notices he's fired up again. It's been a year since the last time, and back then Soanium ended quickly. Still, he's sure things will change once Ryan goes to the royal palace. The real problem is Shema. While he's thinking that, someone runs over yelling for the young master, saying Miss Reina told him to return to the mansion right away. Ryan asks what it's about and says if it's about his brother, he doesn't care, so just tell her that. But the messenger says it's not. Ryan has said the temporary butler Sarone is in danger and could die, so Ryan is left wondering why. He thought the protagonist was going home today, and the messenger explains that head butler Louis sent a report to the family. He doesn't know all the details, but Ryan said it had to do with Ryan's relationship with MC. Ryan tells his master he's going to see his father. When the master asks what's wrong, Ryan says the butler named him as his friend, and it looks like his father found out. He insists his father will forgive it if he explains things, and says he'll come back to training later. But his master tells him he can't go, and the boy asks why. His master just stands there, blocking him. Meanwhile, back at the mansion, everyone is gathered around Sarone, who is kneeling in front of them. The family head declares that the protagonist will be executed. At once, whispers spread about the boy. Even if he's a commoner, they say he should have known there are lines he must never cross. The mood among the family leaders turns cold. Then Reina asks her father to wait because she has something to say. He asks what more there is to discuss, because the document from the head butler already includes reports from several staff members describing how boldly that boy treated Ryan. He says MC has no reason to complain since he read the contract details, then asks if the boy has anything else to say. MC asks if he may ask one question. If he really is the young master's friend, what will happen to Ryan? That question shocks everyone. They're outraged that he still doesn't understand the situation. He should be begging for his life. The patriarch asks how he dares say such a thing and calls him exactly as foolish as a commoner should be. He asks if he really thinks anything would happen to a noble just for associating with someone like him. At that, he actually laughs and says it's true. He and Rien are friends, and they've been friends for a year and always will be. The patriarch says it seems the protagonist doesn't care much about the family name, so he orders the head butler to finish this quickly and make sure word of it never spreads. They seize the boy to drag him away, and Rena begs her father to wait and listen. But he says the boy already confessed and made his choice. As head of the family, this is a decision he must make, and he won't take it back. Then one of the butlers asks if this isn't too much, but another says no, everyone can't die for one person. He says this house is their life, and to protect it, they have to remove every conflict that appears, even the smallest one. He adds that they may think this is wrong now, but someday they'll be grateful for the choice. But then Ryan bursts in. He demands to know who dares kill one of his friends without his permission. His father answers that he does. Ryan asks why, saying Saron didn't commit any unforgivable crime, he only became his friend. His father replies that you don't need to commit a grave crime to deserve death. Noble affairs are so complicated that Ryan can't even imagine them. He says that while the family deals with a difficult situation, Ryan is also enjoying the special privileges that come with being a noble's son. Ryan fires back that those privileges mean nothing if he has to throw away one of his friends. His father calls that childish and asks if he wants to know why MC must die. Then the patriarch explains that being a noble's friend means standing as an equal. He asks if Ryan truly believes a commoner sees him as a real friend. On what basis? This world is full of people trying to cling to nobles, so Ryan says he would never do that, and his father asks how he's supposed to believe that, ordering him to prove that he and Saron are truly friends. The boy is stunned by his father's demand and thinks they're in serious trouble, because if he says he can't prove it, it's over. He wonders how anyone could prove what's in someone's heart, but he knows he can't just blurt out the first thing that comes to mind. For a second, he thinks that if Shirani were here, he'd have no problem beating his father. Then that thought makes him stop. He notices that same sharp gaze again, the one that takes everything in, just like during their duel. That reminds him of what Shirani once said, sometimes when you stop focusing on tiny details, you get the best result. He told him not to fixate on an enemy's little traits, but to look at the whole person. Only then can you see what they really want. So he starts doing exactly that, trying to see the man in front of him, his father as a whole. This is a second-class noble, head of the Ogin family, with a perfect pedigree and an official rank 4 knight title. In that moment, Ryan realizes this isn't a fight between father and son, it's a sword duel. Ryan then remembers what happened 30 minutes earlier, when he was arguing with his teacher because his friend could die and the man was blocking his way. His master recognized the boy from the library, but to him, that boy was still just a commoner. Ryan felt crushed. He never knew his teacher thought like that. After all, he was the one who said that if you could talk while crossing swords with someone, that person could become your friend. But then the master asked what mattered most to a noble. Shouldn't nobles remove anything that threatens their family's place? He told Ryan to think about how his friend must feel, living as someone valued less than a fly. After becoming friends with him, the protagonist probably wouldn't even think this could be solved with words alone. Ryan asks how he's supposed to stand by and do nothing, when he was the one who asked the protagonist to be his friend. He says he doesn't want to be a coward. His master sees that the boy is determined, honest, innocent, and passionate, but says that's still not enough to become a great swordsman. Even so, he tells Ryan he has high hopes for him and will be cheering for his future. Then he tells the boy to take the sword in his hand. He says Ryan can bring that sword home with him, but if he's not ready for what that means, he shouldn't take even one more step. Ryan stares back and says he'll never forget this favor. His master tells him to remember this too. Abandoning a friend is the same as abandoning part of yourself. Back in the present, Ryan thinks of this as a sword fight with his life on the line, then suddenly snaps into a grin saying his father almost fell for it. He says he doesn't need to prove they're friends. He knows they are. His own existence as Saron's friend is proof enough. His father grits his teeth, saying that makes no sense and that this isn't some simple clash between parent and child. Even now, he says, the honor of countless nobles is being dragged through the dirt, and if ruining one life can stop the family from falling, he'd even execute his own daughter. Ryan answers that if leaving the family is what it takes to protect his friend, then he'll do it gladly. His father tells him to raise his sword. If that boy is really his friend, then he has to risk his life right there. Ryan actually draws his blade. The patriarch asks if he's really pointing a sword at his own father, but Ryan says the sword isn't aimed at him. It's only a sign of his faith. The patriarch asks how someone like Ryan could even have friends when he couldn't get along with other nobles. Maybe, he says, it's because he can't reach their level. Maybe he's just keeping someone worse than himself nearby so he can feel better. Ryan fires back that his father is wrong this time. Saron is better than him, and he wants to help him rise even higher. The patriarch asks if MC is the one who filled his son's head with the idea that a commoner and a noble could be friends. He says he didn't, but before he can explain, Ryan cuts in and tells him to stay quiet. He'll protect him. But the protagonist calls his name. He says Ryan doesn't have to carry everything alone, and he'll take responsibility for what he should. From the moment he wanted to be Ryan's friend, he had a feeling he'd end up at a crossroads like this, one where he'd have to choose between his life and his best friend. Even if that choice means dying here, he says he doesn't regret becoming Ryan's friend. Ryan says that's exactly the point. No matter who criticizes them, they'll still be friends. He thinks that maybe they're immature, but they're still people with real feelings. A true friend doesn't turn their back on you, and everyone has someone like that, or wishes they did. The head butler starts getting angry. Then their grandfather appears above them on the balcony, smiling. He says he never expected to see a show like this at his age, and adds that being young really is a blessing. Reina immediately feels relieved that her grandfather is here, while the patriarch looks drained and says Reina told him he'd still be away for a few more days. The old man says he came back early because his friend ran off with a young maid. Saron then recognizes him, the general of Torma, a third-rank swordsman and Rayan's grandfather. The old man says this place is noisy as ever, and he's introduced as Klump Agunt, the elder head of the family. The patriarch says that only makes things worse, because the family's image has already fallen apart. But Clump tells him not to rush. He's been watching everything from behind the scenes, and it's obvious everyone here has something to say. So before deciding whether the family has lost face or not, they should hear everyone out. The first to speak is the eldest granddaughter, Reina. She says that even though she only met Shirani yesterday, she could tell he was smart and talented. She adds that Shirani fulfilled every part of his contract and was supposed to leave the house today. Given the situation, it's hard to claim he got close to Ryan with some evil plan, so she doesn't believe his actions damaged the family's reputation. Their grandfather says he understands and moves on to the second grandson. Rayan simply says he doesn't like that kid. The patriarch immediately thinks he can count on Ray, but the boy says this matter has nothing to do with him. The patriarch asks what he means. Rayan says that's exactly his point. He still doesn't like the boy, but who Rayan chooses as a friend isn't his business. He just wants this settled, so he can go to the royal palace. Rayan is surprised by his attitude. Clump says that's why there's no place like home. To finish, he calls up the person who has watched Shirani the longest, the vice butler. When Tamurin takes his seat, the head butler starts signaling toward the family head. Tamurin understands the message. It means he should be careful, because butlers aren't there to give opinions. They're there to carry out the will of the family head. Even so, Tamurin says Shirani did the work he was given, and did it perfectly. He also points out that the boy finished 6 months early. That answer clearly bothers the head butler. Clump then asks whether he knew the two were friends, and Tamurin says he knew MC often spent time with the young master, but he didn't know they were friends. In his view, MC isn't childish at all. Someone immature could never have organized those 10,000 books. At that, everyone can feel the mood shift. Now the only person still trying to punish Sarone is his father. But then the grandfather says he can't accept it either. Everyone is shocked. Yet Clump explains that while he understands they see each other as friends, it ends here. If this relationship continues, rumors will spread, and political enemies might steal that weakness and use it against them. After all, everyone in this family holds an important place in the kingdom. He mentions Rai's upcoming certification test and says too many families depend on them for him to ignore that. Then he tells Sarone that if he's a smart child, he should understand. After saying that, he looks at Ryan, who still can't accept it, and says the boy has wonderful spirit, but he still doesn't understand the weight of these words. Clump says he knows that burden well, with so many lives tied to these decisions. Then he thanks him for teaching his naive grandson what true friendship is, but asks if he can end that friendship right here. Sarone answers that he can't. Ryan is stunned. The protagonist says that if he's a burden to Ryan, he doesn't mind never seeing him again. But that still won't change how he sees him. Nothing other than his friend, because they really are friends. If the family can accept that, he says he'll obey whatever order they give. Ryan starts trembling and admits he's ashamed. Part of him had honestly felt relieved just knowing MC wouldn't die. But Sarone already understood that abandoning a friend means abandoning yourself. Ryan realizes he knew that too, and it was never something to bargain over in the first place. So he raises his sword and declares through it. His sister can tell Ryan is about to say something crazy. She doesn't know what it is, but she tries to stop him. Instead, the boy drives his sword into the floor, drops to one knee, and declares that he, Ryan Ogent, the third son of the Ogent family, will become Sarone's sword from this moment on. Right away, his father tries to shut it down. He snaps at the boy, calling him an idiot. Then they explain why this vow matters so much. The Knights of Out go all the way back to the founding of Tormia. In that age of chaos, nations kept fighting over land until Atulfo I united them into one kingdom. But Tormia still had to face strong countries around it, so instead of wiping out the defeated rulers, they were allowed to keep governing their own lands. That became the Kingdom of Out. In return, they swore to be the one sword their master could trust, and they were given noble status. That oath became the root of Out's nobility itself, so going against it would be an insult beyond measure. With that done, Ryan happily asks what everyone thinks, because now there's no taking it back. Everyone is left stunned by how reckless he is, including him. Even Ryan notices he may have gone a little too far this time. The protagonist can only ask what the hell Ryan thinks he's doing. Then his grandfather calls to him and says that if Ryan truly means he will become MC's sword, that proves the child sees real worth in him. He tells his grandson to answer. He asks Ryan if Sarone really shines that brightly or if he only looks that way because Ryan can't shine on his own. Ryan just smiles and says a sword doesn't judge, it only protects. That makes the old man laugh. He says this immature brat really would go this far just to reach his goal. Then he adds that Ryan talks well enough, but with sword skills that's sloppy. He almost feels bad for Sarone having a sword like him. Still, the old man says the matter is settled. Rise may not be the finest sword yet, but at least he'll never stab him in the back. So he tells the protagonist to take good care of his grandson, and MC thanks him for allowing it. The grandfather goes on to say that now the two are sword friends, he can't just send him away. He orders the vice butler to use the transport prepared for him, and bring his parents here. The others can only wonder if this is really happening. With nobles, it's never easy to tell what they're thinking. Right after that, Ryan says he feels lighter. He asks if the protagonist saw his family's faces, but the protagonist says he really didn't have to go that far. Still, the boy says he didn't do it just because they're friends. He explains that unlike his older brother, MC has a power that pulls people in, and Ryan chose to bet his life on one person. Saron asks why he's saying stuff like that again, because now he feels a huge weight on his shoulders. He tells Ryan that if he wants to protect him, he'd better train a lot harder. That hits Ryan right where it hurts. Then Ryan rushes in and asks if it's true that Ryan swore before the Knights of Out to become his sword, and she quickly notices her brother acting all proud and tells him to get out. The protagonist asks what she's talking about, since she's helped a lot already. Reyna says she has important news from the betting faction. When he asks what his father and grandfather are doing, she says they're absolutely furious because he pulled the Knights of Out card. On top of that, they're already planning Reyna's next move, and she reveals that their father wants to send both him and MC to the Kaizen Sword Academy. She remembers mentioning that Ryan has insane talent with a sword, so Ryan gets curious, and Reyna admits she brought up his talent to see whether the family would be willing to invest in him. Most likely, they're planning to make him succeed for Ryan's future. Ryan complains about who decided to send him to school without even asking him, especially now that he can finally spend as much time with Saron as he wants. While talking with Reyna, he explains that he used spiritual zone synesthesia to read Ryan's movements and beat him more easily. Reyna says that was smart and figures the protagonist could only pull it off because the density of his spiritual zone is very high. MC gets embarrassed by the praise, and the two of them agree he's never getting a girlfriend if he keeps acting like this. After that, Reyna explains that the more focused someone is, the more solid their spiritual zone becomes, and it's impressive that he kept that level of focus while holding a sword. Then they go right back to teasing him. When she turns serious again, Reyna says she'll tell her grandfather about his future plans, which would include sending Ryan to sword school too. Hearing that, he asks what will happen to Ryan's teacher. Reyna explains that Teacher Kite's contract with Ryan already ended the day before, and he'll come say goodbye the next morning. In the middle of their talk, a servant arrives to say the protagonist's family is waiting for him in the reception room, and the protagonist jumps with joy. On the way there, one of the butlers accidentally calls him young master. Another servant quickly warns him to be careful, since addressing a noble the wrong way could cost him his head, but Saron assures them he won't tell anyone what happened. Then they continue to the reception room, where he finally sees his parents again after so long. But when he notices how worn out they look, Saron realizes they probably spent all that time unable to sleep, wondering whether he'd come back alive or dead. Even so, his mother gently tells him they at least didn't go hungry. As for Vincent, he asks why MC called them there at all, since the job was finished and he could have just come home. MC explains that he was offered an amazing chance by the Ogent family. Hearing that, Vincent asks if some noble made a knight's vow with him or became his friend. He confirms that his father guessed right. Even then, Vincent is still suspicious and thinks someone may be filling his son's head with false promises. In the middle of that talk, the head of the Ogent family arrives and introduces himself as Bishop Ogent. Ryan introduces himself as the protagonist's sword, and Reyna says she's heard a lot about the protagonist's parents from the protagonist himself. Once it becomes clear Saron hasn't explained anything to his parents yet, the nobles decide to bring them to a banquet. During the meeting, Vincent makes it clear he doesn't really understand this knight's oath, but he finds it hard to believe nobles would show this much kindness to the son of a simple woodcutter. So he chooses to clear things up and tells them he's still having trouble believing they made an agreement with his son. Then Bishop says it is a bit unpleasant in some ways, but he's doing it to protect Rian's pride. Because of that, they will support Saron on his new path. Getting straight to the point, Bishop tells Vincent that MC can already use the spiritual zone. That's a skill people rarely gain through hard work alone. It also takes real talent. Bishop adds that he wants to become a mage, and to help him get an unofficial mage license as fast as possible, he has decided to send him to Alpheus Magic Academy, one of the 5 most respected magic schools in the kingdom. He says school isn't strictly required to become a mage, but without that background, Saron could be looked down on as someone without status. That's why Bishop recommends academy training, and Alpheus is his choice because it matches the Ogent family's standards. Finally, he promises that if the protagonist graduates from the academy, he truly will become a mage. That leaves Vincent deeply moved, seeing his son so close to the dream he's always wanted. But Bishop says there's still one problem left: MC's identity. Magic academies are exclusive and only take nobles, so Ogent explains that he would have to become someone's adopted son. That's the only way he can enter the academy. The noble makes it clear this would only exist on paper. He has no intention of stealing their son. Even so, Vincent realizes chances like this are rare, but if he accepts, it would feel like handing his son over to a stranger. He looks at Saron and wonders what choice the boy will make. Then the protagonist rejects the idea without hesitation, and says Vincent will always be his father. Reyna tries to explain again that this would only make them father and son on paper, and his real parents would still be his parents. The noble joins in and says MC is being offered the privilege of becoming a noble, something not everyone gets, but he makes it clear he'd rather live as a commoner than trade away his parents. He even says he's willing to give up both the academy and his dream of becoming a mage. The noble can't understand him, and says that to succeed people have to give some things up. Since Saron can't do that, the noble starts to think his dream must not mean that much. The protagonist answers that maybe the dream itself doesn't matter as much. What does matter is that he only got this far because his parents stood by him. To leave them behind would be like drying out and dying, because they are his roots. But then Vincent suddenly goes against Cerrone and asks the noble to accept the boy as his son. The noble says he still needs MC's consent to adopt him, but Vincent reveals that Cerrone isn't his biological son either. Then he explains that he believes the boy was born into a noble family. So if he becomes a noble's adopted son, he'd finally be in the place he belongs. Bishop can see he looks different from his parents, but to him that still isn't enough to deny he's their son. Cerrone immediately calls his father out for that. Vincent says he had to tell the protagonist the truth someday. But MC says that even though he never asked about it, he always knew he was adopted. He never brought it up because he wanted to believe they were his only parents. Vincent admits he was scared he might give up on his dream because of him. Cerrone assures him that if he keeps trying, another chance will come. He also says he couldn't handle being abandoned by his parents a second time. Then Vincent hugs him and asks the protagonist to forgive what he's about to do. Seeing that, everyone gets emotional. Bishop then says Alpheus Magic Academy is taking special admissions, and he'll ask his father what can be done. But the noble shuts that down, saying it'll be impossible to persuade Alpheus. Bishop reminds him that Alpheus still owes him a favor. For the next 3 days, Cerrone stayed at the Ugin house with his family. Thanks to the family head's kindness, Vincent kept feeling guilty for almost giving his son to someone else, while MC worried about how long it would take his father to move past it. After those 3 days, he notices Ryan crying hard. Ryan explains that once he gets on the carriage in front of him, he'll be heading to the Swordsmanship Academy, so this is goodbye for now. Cerrone promises to send him letters every day, and says they can also meet again during breaks. Ryan then puts a hand on his shoulder and tells him to become a mage, no matter what. In return, he'll become the strongest knight, the sword that protects the protagonist. Seeing that, Ryan smacks her brother and says he should worry about graduating first. As for MC, she tells him to spend some time with his family, since her grandfather will soon find a way to get him into the academy too. He thanks them for all their help. Then Reina says he really will become a mage. He just has to give it his all. After that, Cerrone gets into the carriage with his family. And on the way, Ryan jokes that when the protagonist enters the academy, he should slam it on the table and make all the other students measure up. MC laughs and tells Ryan to do the same. At the same time, the noble goes to see Alpheus to talk about Cerrone getting into the academy. Alpheus says he can't accept his friend's request, because special admissions aren't just extra spots for nobles, they have their own rules. The noble insists this case is different, because the boy he's recommending is his grandson's friend. More than that, he says the boy reminds him a lot of Alpheus when he was young. Seeing how gifted Cerrone is, Alpheus figures there must be some reason he can't enter the academy the normal way. His friend then tells him the boy isn't a noble. At first, Alpheus refuses to let a commoner into his academy. And the grandfather says more about him and explains that the boy himself turned down the chance to become a noble, something almost unthinkable. That makes Alpheus note that the boy understands cause and effect, and the noble says not everyone grasps that basic rule of nature. He goes on to say that new chances can appear at any time, but once someone rejects their roots, they can lose everything and still never admit they were wrong. Those flaws, he says, sound a lot like Alpheus when he was younger. Alpheus answers that living that way means people also have the right to judge you, and hearing that, the noble says Alpheus still hasn't forgiven himself. He reminds him that he's already helped many talented students, so it's time to let go. Alpheus explains that the reason he teaches children is to keep them from becoming people like him, and he warns that Cerrone could walk the same painful road he once did, because the two of them think alike. The noble replies that Alpheus was the kind of genius born once in a century, and even after taking the wrong path, he still turned his life around. He became the head of that famous magic academy. Hearing that, Alpheus brings up cause and effect again, and when the noble points out that Alpheus has already met the protagonist 4 times, he says maybe it's fate. But Alpheus claims he doesn't believe in fate. Even so, the more he thinks about how things led here, the more it starts to bother him, and in the end, he agrees to accept MC into the academy. 3 months later, Cerrone goes to his parents to say goodbye and asks if his hair looks okay, since it's the first time he's worn it like this. His mother tells him to just act natural, since short hair has been popular with nobles lately. Before he leaves, Vincent gives him a goodbye kiss and says he's proud of his son. Cerrone reminds him he'll be staying in a house provided by the Ojin family, so he suggests his father come along, but Vincent says a hunter's roots are in the mountains and fields. He also reminds the protagonist that the Ojin family is still supporting them. The protagonist realizes his father is really refusing to live in the city so he won't be a burden, and as he heads to the carriage, he says goodbye to his parents one more time. Then Cerrone finally arrives at the Alpheus Magic Academy. The butler tells him they'll cover his classes and materials, so his only job is to work hard. MC thanks him and says he can never repay that kindness, since it's because of their help that he was able to come to this academy. But the butler doesn't care much for his gratitude, and bluntly says a commoner will never surpass a noble no matter how far he goes. Because of that prejudice against commoners, the butler makes it clear that many nobles won't like him. Still, he says that if Cerrone can endure it, the nobles may eventually leave him alone. He thanks him for the warning and says without hesitation that he will become a mage. After that, the butler takes him to register at the academy. On the way, Saron thinks about the place and realizes there's a lot to learn and a lot of people to meet. Once he reaches the main hall of the academy, he decides to start looking around so he can get a better feel for the place. He finds signs explaining the academy's 10-class system. That's when he learns there are 420 students in total, and only 30 of them are in the advanced classes. Then he finds out something even harsher. Out of those 420 students, only 10 graduate each year. A moment later, the headmaster comes over to him. After recognizing each other, they both go for a walk around the academy. Alpheus tells the protagonist he'll need to take an entrance test before officially joining. The protagonist is shocked, but Alpheus explains it's only to place him in the right class. During their talk, MC mentions that he can already enter the spirit zone. That makes Alpheus realize the boy really is gifted, and he regrets not training him earlier. So he decides to start by teaching him the basics. Then they head to the area where classes are held. Alpheus says that room is for the beginner class, but they keep walking and move on to the room for the intermediate classes. When he gets there, Saron finds two students deep in conversation, throwing around a bunch of hard-to-follow ideas, and suddenly one of the girls causes a small explosion when her sound amplification experiment fails. The headmaster gives her a few pointers and lets her try the experiment again. Saron is thrown off by the place, because the academy is unlike anything he's ever seen. Then, when he checks the notice board, he finds a ranking for the entire intermediate class where he also belongs. At the top, he sees the name Amy Karmas, a first-class noble. Realizing everyone there is on his level, he gets excited and decides to study everything from the start again, so he can slowly climb the rankings. Then he hears someone calling for Amy, the #1 student in the intermediate class. When he takes a better look at her, Saron realizes she's the same girl who looked surprised when she saw a commoner using magic. Then the girl who was calling for Amy comes back and takes her somewhere else. As for Saron, he just hopes Amy didn't notice him, or it could cause trouble. But Amy's friend notices the protagonist and says he's really cute. Amy, on the other hand, feels like she's seen him somewhere before, but can't remember where. Her friend notices Amy talking about him so much, and starts getting jealous, but Amy says she's not interested, she just thought he seemed unusual. Even after that, the other girl still doesn't believe her, and thinks Amy must be falling for MC. Amy keeps denying it, saying she's the most popular girl in the intermediate class, and has already turned down plenty of boys. Meanwhile, Saron heads to the third testing field of the Magic Academy. There, Alpheus tells him to watch the child in front of him closely, because the student is about to enter the spirit zone. Alpheus explains that once inside that state, the child will sense the letters on the floor differently. He adds that the way the student sits in relation to those letters reveals the size of their spirit zone, as well as their strength and flexibility. He will only need to answer the teacher's questions after entering that state himself. Then the teacher asks Kami if he can use magic, and the boy answers right away that he can. The teacher then tells Kami to try entering the spirit zone. When he does, the boy says the farthest number he can make out is 6. Alpheus explains that Kami's spirit zone reaches a diameter of 6 meters. Next, Kami says the color he sees most clearly is red, and the teacher says that makes him a divergent type. That explains why his spirit zone is so wide for his age. After they finish the questions, one of the nobles at the table says, "This year's students are impressive," and calls Saron up for his test. The teachers immediately notice that he's the boy taking the headmaster's special exam. They find that choice strange since he's older than the others and still using the Ojin family name, so they assume his real family can't be very well known. Then the teacher asks if he can use magic, and Saron admits he hasn't learned yet. Off to the side, Alpheus watches and feels the protagonist is at a disadvantage. Unlike him, these noble children were trained in magic from a young age. Then the teacher tells MC to begin by entering his spirit zone. Once he does, the teacher asks what the farthest number is that he can see. He says nothing, and one of the teachers assumes he's embarrassed to say the number. Alpheus tells him to just answer honestly. They aren't here to compare him to anyone. Saron finally says he can see a number, but it's so far away that he can't read it. So the teacher tells him to just try reading the first digits. The protagonist focuses harder and ends up seeing the number pi off in the distance. The teachers are stunned, because they never put that number in the room. But Saron insists that's what he's seeing, and after thinking it over, the teachers realize his spirit zone went past the range they prepared. After that first test, they ask which color he sees most strongly, and MC answers blue. Then the teachers say he's a convergent type, and seeing that, Alpheus finally understands why Clump pushed so hard to get this boy into the academy. Even so, Alpheus still thinks Saron's talent is only normal, so the teachers ask how many spheres he can see. He answers that there are over 867, and hearing that, Alpheus notes that this is very dangerous. Then a teacher asks how cold Saron feels, and he says his whole body feels as cold as ice. That answer gives the teacher exactly what he was expecting, so he ends the test there. After that, he explains that Class 6 studies spirit zone development and theory, while Class 5 studies real magic. Since the protagonist's spirit zone is almost complete, he recommends placing the boy in Class 5. But another teacher objects and points out that MC is 17 and still can't use magic. He thinks putting him in a higher-ranked class would just make him arrogant, so he suggests teaching MC the basics first. Hearing that, he says not every student is as stuck up as Thad. While they argue, another teacher says Class 7 would suit him best, since he could still move up while learning. The headmaster agrees and places the protagonist in Class 7. Then we learn that magic academies use a 10-class system. Students are sorted by exam results, and those classes fall into 3 groups. Classes 10 through 8 are elementary, focused on building the spirit zone. Classes 7 through 4 are advanced, where students learn the proper knowledge needed to use magic and control their spirit zones. Finally, classes 3 through 1 are the graduation classes, where students go through harsh training to become professional mages. On his way to class, Saron draws plenty of attention because everyone is talking about him. Even so, he introduces himself warmly to his new classmates and says he hopes they can all get along. After the morning lessons end, the teacher dismisses the class. MC starts thinking about the afternoon practical on spirit zones, but then notices the exact location isn't written on the schedule. So he asks the girl in front of him which training center they need to go to that afternoon. She gets shy when he talks to her, but still answers that today's practical will be at Combined Training Center 2. The word combined leaves Saroni confused, so she explains that all the intermediate classes train together twice a week. Once he hears that, he wonders if he really has any chance among them, and they head to the shared training center. There, Amy already has a crowd around her because of how famous she is at school. Seeing that, Saron decides he definitely should stay away from her, but he quickly realizes that's impossible since they'll have joint training twice a week. Since she's ranked first among the intermediate classes, he figures she'll move up to the graduation classes soon anyway. Then he notices everyone busy talking and thinks this is his chance to avoid attention. Right then, the intermediate classes spirit zone teacher walks up and introduces herself as Athela. After that, she ruins the protagonist's plan to stay unnoticed and asks him to introduce himself to his new classmates. So he does, and the girl next to Amy gets excited after learning the name of the boy she likes, while Amy stays curious about Sabirat. It's the first time she's heard his name, but his face still feels familiar. Then the girl beside her says all the teachers are focused on MC because he showed amazing results on the entrance exam. At that point, we're told that the Karmas house is admired for a special bloodline trait, the red eyes, an ability passed down only through the Karmas family. That power lets them perfectly remember specific moments they've lived through, so for the Karmas, reviewing is basically pointless. As for Amy, the youngest daughter of the family, she was judged to have the greatest talent of them all. Because of that, she inherited the Karmas genius at its highest level. After class, Amy decides to hang out with her followers, but she quickly gets tired of hearing everyone talk about the Karmas family. She doesn't think her family helped her earn anything. In her eyes, everything she achieved came from her own hard work, so she believes she has the right to do whatever she wants, whenever she wants. That mindset is explained by the incident that made Amy go back home even after she had already left. That happened after she ran into a commoner boy that day. Then she finally remembers Saron and blurts out that illiterate loud and clear. She quickly covers it by telling her friends that his hair reminded her of a duckling. Going back to her thoughts, she realizes her red eyes couldn't be wrong. She only failed to recognize him because she assumed he'd be a noble. Then she starts wondering how a commoner got into such a prestigious academy. But that thought brings back the embarrassing alley incident, and she starts spiraling. Amy tells herself she erased every trace of her past so nothing would lead back to it. To calm down, she decides to believe that Saron doesn't remember anything he saw that day. Even so, she starts imagining the protagonist telling everyone about her past, how Amy used to hang around delinquents. On top of that, she's scared he might reveal that she's into men. So Amy decides to do something before any of those misunderstandings get out. As for Saron, he can feel someone staring at him with almost murderous intent. Soon, the teacher comes back to the training ground and asks what a spirit zone is. The student answers that it's a mage's mental state. Athela confirms that and explains that the first form is a sphere, since it's the easiest shape to focus on. Still, she says the sphere can also be less effective in some cases. To show that, she creates an image zone, a visible version of the spirit zone. She explains that this is the most basic form, the sphere, but says mages almost never use it like that in practice. To demonstrate, she casts magic at a target. Her spirit zone has a diameter of only 10 meters, while the target is 20 meters away. So she uses fire magic, but the attack vanishes before it can reach the target. That's because most magic can't leave the spirit zone, so she extends her spirit zone toward the target and hits it with no problem. The students are impressed, but Athela says that method has a major flaw. Changing the shape of the spirit zone takes a lot of focus, and in a real battle, wasting that time could be a huge mistake. Because of that, mages usually use the spirit zone in 4 standard patterns. The first is the defensive form, which uses a basic octagon. Its main purpose is to stop the spirit zone from collapsing when it takes an enemy attack, since the more sides a shape has, the better it is for defense. The next pattern is the attack form, which turns the spiritual zone into a star. That shape makes it easier to lock onto a target, and it also works well against several enemies at once. After that, Athela moves on to the aiming form. This one gives a mage an edge at long range and in 4 directions, but it's not great against very fast opponents. The gap between the tips and the center is too wide, so rotating it quickly gets harder. She says the real key is how fast the mage can speed up that cross-shaped rotation. One student points out that Athela does that motion with no trouble at all. Hearing that, another student panics. thinking she might make them do it too. Saron stays focused and realizes her method lets them use a 10-meter spiritual zone in real combat. Last, Athela introduces the diversion form, but she warns them right away that it isn't common. Even Class 5 students struggle to use it well, so she decides to show them how it works. Meanwhile, one student figures that if he masters this form, he can move up a class. Since he got a perfect score in spiritual zones, he's sure this next step should be easy. Then Athela's spiritual zone leaves her body, and the whole class is stunned. Saron remembers that a spiritual zone is just the mage's mental state. With that in mind, he realizes thoughts can be separated from the body. Curious about what's inside Athela's zone, he listens as she explains that the diversion form is extremely complex, so many mages specialize in it alone. Since the mage isn't at the center of this zone, it can move freely. That lets the mage send it toward an enemy and attack from any distance, making its effective range basically unlimited. The students are blown away and finally see just how far ahead rank 6 mages are. To wrap up the lesson, Athela sets up a practical test based on speed, using the aiming form. She picks Amy to go first. The girls nearby start flattering her again, calling her a star. But when they see Amy's face, they can tell something is off. In her head, she begs not to be chosen, because Saron already makes her feel even more ashamed about her past. Still, Amy begins her magic attack demonstration using the aiming form, and as expected, she does great. The whole class praises her performance, and MC realizes that even as a total beginner, he can tell how amazing her technique is. He sees that it's not just a spiritual zone spinning in place, she can also hit every target that passes through it, which means a mage using this form can strike everything around them in a single attack. Even after showing off such a strong technique, Saron can tell Amy still isn't using her full power. She moves way too calmly while launching her attacks. One student starts dreaming about dating an upper-class man like Amy, saying his school life would be totally different. The girl next to him tells him to quit dreaming. Amy isn't interested in any guy no matter what family he comes from. That makes him understand why all the boys are crazy about Amy. She's a top noble student and seems completely flawless. Still, he can't help wondering why a girl like that used to hang around those delinquents. After that, she heads back to her seat. But before sitting down, she accidentally locks eyes with Saron. She regrets it right away, realizing she made her interest in him too obvious. A student wonders if the two know each other from somewhere, but another shuts that down, saying it's impossible since the protagonist just arrived at the academy. From that quick glance, MC becomes sure that she remembers him. Amy feels the same, but for her it's more serious. She's scared he might tell the others about her past, and then everyone would start seeing her differently. For a moment, she feels like she has to silence him somehow, but she quickly calms down and changes her mind. Amy has to protect her image as the model student no matter what. Besides, she figures nobody would believe rumors from Saron anyway. He's just a new student and that alone hurts his credibility. To avoid making things worse, she decides to stop acting suspicious. Then her friend comes over and asks what's wrong, since Amy's face turned red the second she stepped out of the image zone. Amy brushes it off and says it's nothing. After that, they move on to practical class training by rank, and the teacher tells Class 7 to start with the defense form. A solid defense matters for everyone, because mages need to keep their focus to the end and stay alive in chaotic battles. He begins concentrating and slowly builds a structure by condensing his spiritual zone. Once he does that, he strengthens its base to keep it from breaking apart easily. Saron feels like he managed to create the barrier, but since he can't actually see it, he decides not to be sure yet. So the protagonist asks the teacher for permission to use the image zone. She says upperclassmen usually use it first, but since nobody else is, she allows him to try. Seeing Saron step up right after Amy's demonstration, the students say he's got guts. Shuemi is shocked by what's happening, and her friend says she's been acting strange all day, strange enough to be scary. Then MC stuns everyone with the size of his spiritual zone. Even he starts wondering how big it really is, since he doesn't remember the teachers telling him that during the entrance exam. He stops the zone at 20 meters, deciding it's already gone far enough. That makes the class nervous, since the average for a Class 7 student is only 13 meters. Saron is relieved he managed to stop it in time. If it had kept growing, he would have drawn even more attention. After that, he moves on to the defense form, but then he notices the foundation is cracking. Even though he reinforced it just moments ago, it still falls apart. Watching him fail, Emi relaxes a little and tells herself there's no way a newcomer would succeed right away. Meanwhile, he starts thinking about what's breaking his focus, and then he figures it out. Athela's demonstration had looked completely effortless, so if he wants to reshape his spiritual zone, it takes more focus, and forcing it to shrink also drains more of his concentration. Saron decides to let it stay at its natural size, and once he does, the diameter of his zone starts expanding even more. Then, on his very first day of class, he successfully enters the defense form. Her friend Jamie brings up the new student, and Amy keeps thinking about the secret Saron knows about her. She decides someone skilled must be backing him, so it's only a matter of time before he closes the class gap and gains even more influence at the academy. Because of that, Amy changes her plan and decides to get closer to him in secret, little by little. Meanwhile, the teacher is impressed by the protagonist's talent. It looks like someone who trained alone his whole life. Then the protagonist shrinks the size of his spiritual zone. Yahello explains that reducing the zone increases its density, which helps it endure a serious attack. On top of that, it gives him better resistance to mental magic. With that, she praises his work and tells him he can release the spiritual zone now. The other students congratulate him too, which leaves Saron embarrassed. Yahello grows interested in MC's skill and decides to keep an eye on him from now on. But she's not the only one. Some students start watching him with competitive respect, while others just feel jealous. Amy, though, keeps staring with a tense, uneasy look. The next day, Saron notices Sienna, the intimidating teacher, who was there during his entrance exam. Even though she normally teaches Class 5, she comes to teach Class 7 instead, all because she wants to train him and help him move up as fast as possible. The protagonist notices her staring right at him, while the other students gossip about the teacher's love life. That annoys Sienna enough that she simply pushes on with the lesson. After demonstrating a spell, she asks the class to explain the principle behind it. The students complain about the cold, and Sienna explains that feeling cold means energy is missing. There's no such thing as cold energy. Temperature can rise endlessly, but it can't drop the same way, because the point where there's no energy at all is called absolute zero. If they remove some energy from an area, they can create those ice crystals. And when those are broken, they can produce temperatures low enough to kill a person, just like she almost did to her students. After that, she offers to explain how a mage can absorb energy and cast magic without using tools. To start, Sheena explains that a mage can control anything inside their spiritual zone. It may only cover a small area, but inside it, the mage is like a god. With this trained awareness, a mage can mix the senses, touch light, see smells, even smell touch. That's why they can control basic natural forces, even if their power seems almost godlike. She says casting a spell takes two near-divine conditions, omniscience and omnipotence. So even if a mage has unlimited power, it means nothing without knowledge. That's why mages have to study and understand the world around them, even with their special senses. Hearing this, Saron finally understands why he couldn't use magic before. He had only trained the physical side and never understood omniscience. Sheena then reminds the class they still have a lot to learn, and that the spiritual zone is only one small part of magic. After that, she moves on to basic chemistry. As for MC, he's stunned to realize he really can become a mage. By afternoon, the students split up. Some head to the library while others join the research club. Saron always rushes to the library, but he feels like he can't keep up with the noble student's level of knowledge. He blames the mental exhaustion on lack of sleep, but he's still happy. His dream of studying magic is finally coming true. When he tries to walk, he suddenly starts floating. Amy pulls him away to another place. Reading his face, she figures out right away that he still remembers her. Saron immediately confirms it. So Amy says she'll deal with this issue right now, all while holding a fireball in her hand. Seeing how shocked he looks, Amy realizes he really did remember her. That makes her think back to their first meeting. She says her original plan was to send him home, but the look on his face made her want to see more. But now, meeting him again 5 years later, Amy can tell he's changed a lot since then. Saron admits he remembers her and also remembers when she told those thugs to take his clothes off. That makes her blush, and she quickly tells him to stop bringing up such embarrassing details because it was all a misunderstanding. The protagonist just looks confused, so Amy says he got the whole thing wrong. She insists she's not some indecent woman like he thinks. According to Amy, the thugs tried to strip him on their own. She says she never ordered it, and adds that she doesn't even like men. Seeing all this, Saron asks if she really kidnapped him just to say that. Then he figures she must be worried he'll spread rumors about her. He asks if she brought him here to apologize, saying that a popular hardworking girl like her must feel guilty about what happened. MC tells her the right thing to do is just apologize to him. Amy starts thinking he's manipulating her with words. She freaks out, says she almost got pulled in again, and assumes he's trying to make her feel embarrassed so he can gain control over her. She calls him a plebeian and asks what she would even gain by apologizing, since she still couldn't trust him not to betray her later. On top of that, admitting fault would mean she did something terrible in the past and would put her in a bad position right away. He answers that she should apologize because she hurt him, not because she expects something in return. Amy says he clearly doesn't understand how the world works. To her, there's no point putting effort into something that gives nothing back. She decides the protagonist is only complaining so he can sound morally right, while the protagonist realizes she's still pretending to be the perfect student even though she hasn't changed inside. Then she reminds him that the scariest people at the academy are the upperclassmen. If even one of them marks him as an enemy, the rest of them and plenty of regular students will turn on him too. After that, Amy says if word gets out that he's a plebeian, he'll be expelled. MC is shocked and asks if she'd really go that far over something so small, and Shawarman steps in to say she's only testing how trustworthy he is. Then she tells him to prove his loyalty by bringing her coffee every day. Shawarman also reminds him that he only got into the academy because of a special test, so if he doesn't want to be expelled, Saron agrees to do what she wants and prove he can be trusted. Amy tells him that's exactly how he should act, because his future depends on it. To scare him even more, she warns that if he tells any teacher, she'll kill him, and then kill herself right after. With that, she leaves the area. Saron knows the whole thing is unfair, but he still thinks going along with it is the safest choice. Otherwise, he really could get kicked out. The next day, he brings Amy her coffee. She takes the cup and turns away. Around them, the other students assume he likes her and is trying to win her over. Amy enjoys watching him go through the same kind of humiliation she once felt, and because of that, she convinces herself he's been lowered to just another boy with a crush on her. In her mind, even if he started yelling that she was a pervert and a delinquent, nobody would believe him. Feeling trapped by this duty, Saron decides he might as well do it well from now on. After all, staying stuck in negative thoughts won't help him. 10 days later, he brings her coffee again. Shirley asks Amy if she plans to accept him as a romantic partner, and Amy instantly says no. But Shirley points out that even if she never acts interested in boys, she still always accepts Saron's coffee. So he does his usual job, hands her the drink, and says he didn't spill a single drop this time. When she hesitates to take it, he gets impatient because he still needs to go to the library. Then Amy slaps the cup, sending the coffee to the ground, and says he should be studying instead of trying to win her over with that. The other students are upset and feel bad for Saron, but he actually feels relieved, because now he won't have to bring her coffee every single day. That night, Amy regrets losing her temper. She knows it made her look bad without the protagonist even needing to spread any rumors. As she keeps thinking about him, she activates her red eye, which lets her remember emotions and exact moments perfectly. For the last 10 days, Amy had been replaying every time Saron brought her coffee. On the first day, his reaction was funny and entertaining to her, but as time passed, he kept the same calm response, like he had already gotten used to it. That leads Amy to two possibilities. First, MC can control his emotions like a machine. Or second, he had been sincere the whole time. After finishing her studies, she heads back to the dorm, and shyly brings up the moment she knocked away his coffee. She offers to listen if Amy wants to talk about it, but Amy refuses and just keeps walking. On the way, Jake Adrias runs into her and says he heard a boy named Saron had been bothering her. Amy assumes he only came to mock her, but instead Jake offers her a high-quality coffee and says someone as famous as Amy shouldn't be given anything less. She asks what he's trying to do, and Jake plainly says he's courting her. He claims that unlike Saron, he's the ideal man for her, since he'll inherit his father's position as a royal executive finance officer. Amy shuts him down, saying they're not close enough for him to talk like that, and that his research group is always belittling her. Jake says he's just being misunderstood, and tells her not to speak so harshly about his family. Amy answers by insulting him without holding back. She calls Jake useless and says he relies on his family for everything. She also says running some creepy research group just to mess with people makes him unworthy of talking about honor. Jake replies that the Karma's family name may matter, but he still has the strength to kill any member of that family. Amy then stares into his eyes and says that unlike Saron, Jake has the eyes of a dead fish. Hearing that he's even worse than the protagonist, Jake feels like he should have dealt with MC before ever trying to talk to her. Amy throws his coffee away, then instantly forms a four-sided spell. Jake reminds her that using magic there breaks Academy rules, but Amy says Saron wouldn't care much about that if he were in her place, because he's the kind of person who takes responsibility for what he does. That only makes Jake angrier. But he notices she filled the area with oxygen so she can burn him the second he opens his spiritual zone. Even though he knows he can't beat the top student in the class, Jake swears he'll get revenge for this humiliation. With that, he leaves. Amy then starts wondering what made her act like that, since it's been a long time since anything got her this worked up. Amy figures she blew up either because Jake threatened him, or because she's still scared of having her secret exposed. Thinking about Saron makes her regret what she did. Now he probably won't bring her coffee in the morning anymore. Even so, she admits she feels a little better now that her mind is calmer. A few days later, because of what Amy did, the Black Mage sent the protagonist a letter, challenging him to a fight at the training field that evening. The note also warned him not to tell any teachers or he'd regret it forever. Then Sariel goes to him and explains that Amy went there to protect him, and the small trouble Amy started came back at her like a giant wave. As Saron walks through the school halls, everyone stares because of what happened between him and Amy. He starts feeling sorry for himself and wonders how he's supposed to keep his head up after getting humiliated that badly. Still, considering how embarrassing it was, MC thinks people have mostly stopped making fun of him. After walking a little farther, he spots Sariel by herself near a bench, and he remembers how kind she is. She was even the one who apologized to him over the coffee incident. So Saron goes over to ask if something happened. Instead, she asks where Amy is. Confused, he watches as Sariel shows him the Black Mage's note. In it, the sender tells Amy to come to the training field. Still not understanding what's going on, he asks who this person is. 30 minutes earlier, a student had gone up to Amy and told her that his boss wanted to see her. Amy and Sariel kept walking and left him behind, so the boy quickly added that he was told to say it that way because otherwise she wouldn't listen. Then he gave the real threat: if Amy refused, her man would pay for it. Sariel brushes him off and keeps heading to the library with Amy. Amy takes the note, and after reading it, she guesses Jake is behind Saron's supposed kidnapping, since he had threatened the boy the day before. Amy snaps at the student, saying he has nothing to do with this, but the boy reminds her he's just a messenger and has no say in what the sender decides. Sariel reads the letter too, and once she sees it's from the Black Mage, she explains that he's tied to the Bad Circle, the group known for bullying talented students. That leaves her wondering why they took Saron, and why Amy is involved at all. while Amy realizes her outburst the night before is what caused this. Sariel suggests telling a teacher. Since both the protagonist and Amy are in danger now, Amy agrees that's normally the best move, but this case is more complicated. If the teachers start investigating, she'll have to explain her connection to MC, and that would expose her past. They'd also find out he is a commoner, so Amy feels like she has to stop that from happening, and she tells Sariel to warn the teachers if she hasn't returned from the training field by 7. Hearing that, Sariel tries to stop her because she has no idea what might be waiting there, but Amy turns away and says she has her reasons. Even so, she tries to calm Sariel down, saying that even if there were 10 Jakes there, she'd still beat them. And back in the present, Saron is shocked that she went to save him. He decides to go after Amy and help her, but Sariel says Amy specifically told them to wait until 7. And the truth is, the protagonist realizes she asked for that delay to keep the teachers out of it. If they get involved, both her secrets and his will come out. Even so, he decides he has to act and starts running toward Training Hall 14, where Amy is supposed to be. Sariel rushes after him and uses a spell called Photonize, letting them reach the place even faster. When they arrive, Saron is completely thrown off by what just happened, since he barely had time to process anything. Sariel starts calling out for Amy, but no one is there. MC then figures they changed locations on purpose, since they knew the teachers would be sent there. Seeing how carefully this was planned, he worries that his identity might be exposed, but he quickly realizes the danger is much bigger than that. He tells Sariel to go back to the academy and warn the teachers. She still hesitates, saying Amy had her reasons for not involving them yet, and Saron admits the reason was him. From that vague answer, Sariel assumes the rumors about them secretly dating were actually true, and the protagonist tells her to hurry, because the longer she stays, the worse things could get. After he's alone, MC looks over the wide mountain area around him and says he's used to places like this, so finding a trail should be easier. He opens his spirit zone and quickly finds 2 suspicious footprints, but the tracks stop at one spot, making it seem like the people flew away from there. A moment later, he hears a strange sound ahead. Meanwhile, the student who set off the attack mockingly says his hand slipped, though he admits those fireworks were saved for Amy's arrival. More students show up, including Jake. Amy says they should find something better to do with their lives, while Jake notices she really came alone and decides Saron must matter a lot to her if she obeyed them so easily. Amy answers that it doesn't take much to catch a bunch of rats. Hearing that, Jake says this time he actually came prepared, but Amy cuts him off and tells him to just take her to him, because she doesn't care about his plan. Everyone laughs. Jake says Saron is probably in the library right now and has no clue what's happening here. He adds that he only wanted to punish her. After all, she made him look like a fool the night before, so Amy says this fight just got easier, since the protagonist isn't here. That means she only has to kill them all to end this mess. Then she blasts one of the students with fire, proving she meant it when she said she'd kill them. Jake orders everyone to move fast but keep their positions on the target. Even so, Amy keeps them from carrying out the plan, and that confuses one of the students, since she was using target form, so her attack rotation shouldn't be that fast. Jake notices she's fighting differently from how she does in training matches, and he realizes she's had real combat experience, which explains why she's so strong. Even so, Jake says her technique must have some weakness, and if he wants an advantage against a target form based on horizontal rotation, he needs to strike along the vertical axis. With that, he attacks using his cutting magic, and before the hit can land, Jake is already sure he's got her. But Amy dodges again, explaining that she used the Shima technique to defend herself. Then she roasts him with flanking shot, and says his terrible performance in a real fight explains his bad grades at the academy. That's why he wastes time on garbage like this instead of improving. Jake tries to push through the insult, but Amy tells him it's pointless. She plans to make this hard for him too. Then all of a sudden she is finally captured by the other students, and Jake celebrates his first win against her. He tells Amy that if she doesn't release her spirit zone, she'll go insane, because what she's feeling right now is anti-magic. Amy calls him crazy, since anti-magic is strictly forbidden, and she also realizes not even her red eye can help her now. Jake starts celebrating again and asks if she still plans to reject the offer he made the day before. Before letting her answer, he warns her to choose carefully, because he could commit a crime against her right there. Amy tries to bluff the students and says that if they touch her, she'll kill them, but inside she knows she's almost trapped. Not even her old Estima skill can save her now, because she stopped training it when she was only 12. That leaves her at a huge disadvantage, and she keeps searching for some way out of this situation. Seeing that, Jake says she still doesn't understand what's really happening, and guesses she's just tired of men constantly hitting on her. Then he pulls out a knife and says he'll help with that by carving a scar into her face, so no man will want to come near her again. As he brings the knife toward her face, Jake says he's wanted to do this for a long time. Then he tells her to beg for another chance. Trapped like this, Amy remembers what Saron went through that night, and realizes she's now in the same position. For the first time, she feels completely powerless, and then MC finally finds them and yells for them to stop, trying to look tough with only a little stick in his hand. When Jake sees him, he mocks the whole thing and calls him Amy's Prince Charming. As for Amy, she asks why he came there alone. Saron realizes these guys are seriously dangerous. Even with a whole group, capturing Amy is no small thing. He stays calm and decides he just has to stall until Sorel gets back with the teachers. Since he already managed to beat even Rain with sword skills, the protagonist figures dealing with these students shouldn't be too hard. He yells for them to let Amy go right now, but they ignore him and say they'd just get attacked by both of them if they did. Once MC sees talking won't work, he charges in. The others are shocked that he really came at them, and Jake tells his partners to move aside. Right then, Saron feels something strange in his body and drops straight to the ground. Seeing him go down that easily, the students mock him as a disappointment and say someone like him will never become a mage. Amy urgently tells him to get rid of that spirit zone fast, because they're using anti-magic on him, a power that can leave someone unable to use magic forever and can also cause huge mental damage. Saron starts to feel his senses fading, like his mind is slowly breaking apart. In that moment, he remembers something his teacher once said: if a mage wants to survive, they have to keep their focus in battle. She also taught that a defensive form can keep a spirit zone from collapsing against most attacks, both physical and mental ones. Remembering all that, he realizes anti-magic and a spirit zone are both just waves, so he decides to raise the density of his spirit zone until the anti-magic can't shake it anymore. Watching him resist, Jake thinks Saron is just pretending to be some kind of monster, and says he's only a rookie. Amy tells him to stop, warning that there's a limit to how much he can increase it. Even so, the protagonist slowly starts wearing the anti-magic down, and that makes the students panic. Jake quickly tells his friends to calm down because their emotions are messing with the anti-magic waves. After pushing through for a while, Saron manages to send the power of the student back at them. Amy is the only one who can't tell what's going on, since she still can't check with her spirit zone. But then she realizes the anti-magic is gone. She breaks free and finally sees what happened. The density of MC's spirit zone shocks her. She's never seen anything like it. MC, meanwhile, feels something weird moving under his feet. It feels like he's stepping on worms. Jake is stunned and says this can't be happening. His group had 6 people pressuring him with anti-magic, so there's no way they should have lost to someone like him. They start guessing the protagonist must specialize in anti-magic. To them, that's the only thing that explains his win, and it would also explain how a commoner like him got into the school through special recommendations. That thought makes Jake furious, and he challenges MC to a magic duel. Saron knows he's in trouble now because this enemy can actually use magic, so Amy jumps in to protect him and punches Jake. After that, she beats him like nobody ever did when he was a kid. Saron actually starts feeling bad for him and asks Amy to stop before she completely wrecks Jake. But Amy uses the chance to get even, demanding that Jake repeat what he said he wanted to do to her. He warns that if she keeps using her shaman, that lunatic won't survive, so he pulls her off Jake, and the moment he does, Amy passes out in his arms. Saron figures she didn't really faint for real. She's probably just exhausted after punching Jake about 1,000 times. He takes the chance to thank her for helping him and says he heard she came there to save him. Amy pops right back up, saying she's fine now, and then makes fun of him, saying he never should have come there when he's that weak. After that, she holds out her hand and says they need to get out of there fast or the teachers will give them both trouble. But Saron says Sorel is probably already on the way with the teachers because she went to report everything. Amy is stunned and says she told Sorel to wait before telling them. The protagonist says the situation was too urgent to waste time, and Amy immediately starts stressing out because she'll have a lot to explain to teachers who let nothing slide. She asks if he really wants their secret exposed, while in the background, Jake and UGA hear that and get furious about this secret. The two of them share. Amy decides they should just leave now and deal with the fallout later. But right after she says that, the teachers arrive and Amy quietly hopes they're the easygoing old kind who let things pass. Instead, Sienna and Thad show up and Amy realizes she's doomed. Those two are some of the strictest teachers in the academy. Sariel rushes over to check if her friend is okay, and Amy reassures her that she's fine. Then Thad fires a sunlight lightning spell into the sky and asks why a model student like Amy is mixed up in a mess like this. At the same time, Sienna tells Sariel she came after hearing the two of them were in danger, then asks her to explain what happened. But before she can finish, Jake cuts in and says he can explain everything. As soon as he says that, everyone turns to look at him. Jake tells the teachers it all started with a disagreement, so he asks for a duel. He tries to downplay it, saying stuff like this is normal for kids their age, but Siwon already knows he also sent a threatening letter and used anti-magic in this so-called duel, even though that kind of magic is strictly forbidden for academy students. Jake argues that Amy is way stronger than he is, so anti-magic was the only way he could stand a chance against her. Even then, he plays the victim and says he and his group suffered the most. He also claims Amy broke the rules first because she attacked him first at the academy. Then trying to drag her down even more, he says the fact that she didn't tell the teachers ahead of time proves she's guilty too. Amy snaps at that and says he was the one who threatened her in the library first. She also reminds everyone that he wrote that he had kidnapped Saron. Jake says they never really kidnapped him. It was just a bluff to lure him to the duel site. Then he points out that MC also came there without telling any teachers first, which must mean he's hiding something with Amy too. After that, Jake tells the teachers he and Amy are the ones really at fault. He flashes a nasty grin, clearly enjoying how scared he's making Amy. That's because he found out her secret, and now he plans to spread it everywhere. Local papers, churches, even national groups. Once he finishes, Sienna cuts him off and tells him to stop talking nonsense. What he and his group did with anti-magic is far worse. Not only did they used it on fellow students, and that could have turned deadly. Sienna says that alone is serious enough to get him expelled. Hearing that, Thad reminds her that the Artius family is one of the Academy's sponsors, so they should think carefully before expelling Jake. But Sienna doesn't back down. She says a teacher's job is to guide students the right way, and if Thad can't even do that, then maybe he should leave instead. Realizing he might really be expelled, Jake refuses to accept it and says his family's money will keep him at the school because money is what runs the world. That finally pushes Sienna over the edge, and she fires a blast of ice magic at him. Still, she makes sure it doesn't touch even a single hair on him. That perfect control shows just how skilled she is, and seeing it, Saron understands why she's called a genius of ice magic. After trapping Jake in ice, she asks if he still thinks money can buy everything. Jake only tells her to get the ice off him already. Sienna releases him and says the Academy already knew about his bad behavior toward other students, but they held back from punishing him. Then she reminds him why he came to the Academy in the first place, to become a mage alongside his friends. Hearing that, Jake remembers his time studying and gives a real apology, showing genuine regret. After that, the members of the Black Mages truly regretted what they did and got back on the path to becoming proper mages, though they still received punishment so their actions wouldn't go without consequences. As for Amy and Saron, they are questioned in the teacher's room, where Thad asks why they went to the duel site alone instead of getting an instructor. Amy cuts in and lies, saying the protagonist did it for her, only because the two of them are dating, and when everyone hears that, they all shout in shock. In the middle of it, there's even a dramatic image of Amy being rescued by Saron, and in the end, she falls into his arms and the two share a passionate kiss. The girls get completely worked up over this romance rumor, and Charlie says it's all true. She claims she saw it herself, but Amy walks in and asks what rumor Charlie is even spreading. By now, the notice board is full of talk about her dating a new student, so everyone is gossiping all over the school. Amy immediately asks if Charlie has a death wish because she didn't see anything like that, but Charlie fires back that she doesn't need to see it. Amy was the one who said they were dating. Then she asks if they at least kissed. Amy says that in the end it worked out. Because of that, those creepy students won't bother her anymore, and she admits that part is actually nice. That makes her remember what happened a few days earlier when the teacher asked if that story was a lie. He says that Amy he knows has no interest in dating, and MC just entered the academy. Amy answers that she and MC have known each other since they were kids, and maybe fate brought them back together here. Then she asks him to back her up, but he quietly asks how she plans to deal with the backlash. Amy kicks him under the table, and he goes along with her story, saying they've known each other forever. The teachers end up believing them. Amy figures pretending to be his girlfriend is probably better than letting their past come out, while he and Charlie start getting carried away with all this romance talk. Charlie says they'll have a joint class that day, so she'll get to see Saron. She keeps asking if Amy is going to do all the usual couple stuff, but Amy says she's still going to focus on her studies. Charlie says that's no fun, while Amy thinks she has way too much to do to waste time acting lovesick. Besides, the protagonist is doing fine living a normal school life, and for some reason she realizes she really doesn't like that. Then during the second joint training session for the intermediate classes, Shirley goes to talk to him. Right away she asks if he missed Amy, but he tries to hide it. Amy gets annoyed at that attitude. She's covering for him, so he should at least be thankful. Instead, it feels like he's walking on a tightrope whenever he's near her. So Amy cuts into the conversation and says that when they're alone, he can talk to her normally. There's no need to keep up the senior-junior act when they're supposedly so close. Charlie is shocked. She's never heard Amy talk like that before, and starts thinking this must be the power of love. Not really. Amy's just being pushy. She keeps telling Saron to speak casually, but he refuses because she's still his senior. Then he walks ahead of them, and Amy clearly hates that. But when MC gets to class, the others start talking trash. They ask if he enjoys showing off and whether he's going to act all in love during class too. To them, he has no real skill, and only got into the academy because of his face. They go on saying this is what happens when someone spends time on dates instead of studying, and mock him for not even being able to cast spells. Saron says all this started 2 days ago, and the gossip has only gotten more annoying since then. He remembers what happened 2 days earlier. In class 7, everyone found out that senior Amy was dating the new student, and a lot of them were upset about it. Then one student says they should think about how weird that is. He pulls out a paper about Saron. It shows the first test scores, and everyone is stunned. He ranked last in the class, with 30 points in every subject, and they ask if he wasn't supposed to be some top student. Now that they think about it, the guy can't even use spells, so they start asking what really happened. One of them says it's obvious the boy got in through special treatment. They decide the protagonist must have relied on his family's support to enter the academy, spread rumors that he was a genius and tried to pass himself off as some rich family's son. Then the class starts complaining that the world is unfair. Rich kids can do whatever they want, get into the academy, and even come just to find a girlfriend. Before long, they're fully convinced the protagonist got in through connections, and all of it feels way too suspicious to them. They all worked hard to be there for their futures, so they can't forgive him. They keep asking how the academy could allow something this unfair. So when Saron opens the door and walks in, he knows something is off, because the room had been loud a second ago, and when they sit down, the student next to him gets up and leaves. Saron says he didn't even need to ask what was going on. The class made sure to gossip loud enough for him to hear. Worse, Amy could get dragged into this because of him. Back in the present, during spiritual zone practice, he's alone. The others get irritated and ask why he's even there. One girl complains that his spiritual zone is touching hers and says it makes her sick. They're also annoyed because his spiritual zone is too large. Then Professor Athela comes over and asks how things are going. Saron says the diverted form is hard, because whenever he tries to move his spiritual zone away from his body, it feels like his awareness moves with it. She tells him that's normal. His spiritual zone is convergent, so it naturally gathers toward the sphere of his consciousness. After that, she asks how his training with the other 4 forms is going. Saron says he isn't having any trouble, so Athela suggests he practice the image zone instead. Seeing his hesitation, she realizes he's worried about pressure from the other students, especially since he volunteered to use the image zone on the very first day. After thinking it over, Saron decides to try it. The other students assume he's just trying to show off in front of his girlfriend, because to them, the only thing MC knows how to do is show off. Athela tells him to switch his spiritual zone into one of the 4 forms, and Saron explains that mastering all 4 is required for class advancement tests. So he believes that if he can do that and move up even a little faster, he might be able to fix his problem with Class 7 without starting any conflict. Then he activates the first defensive form. Amy notices he's even better than he was that day against the Black Mage members, and the students in front start thinking his defense form is already fully advanced. Athela sees that Saron's basics are extremely well trained, which lets him switch forms much faster than most students. Because of that, she says there's no problem moving him up a class. He then moves on to his diverted form, but he's not fully confident showing it because he still can't control it properly. Even so, he decides to show it to his teacher, hoping she can give him advice. When the students notice him attempting the diverted form, they're shocked by his nerve, since using it properly usually requires at least Class 5. Saron focuses only on moving the center before the zone shrinks so much that it disappears, but he still gets that same feeling that his consciousness is moving along with the zone. As soon as they see the protagonist fail, the students start mocking him, saying he can't even use the diverted form right. Amy notices MC losing focus and thinks something must have happened, because he's not the kind of person who gets shaken by insults. Meanwhile, MC starts wondering about the other students, because they're strangely so happy to see him fail. As he feels himself getting affected by their empty words, Saron remembers why he's here to become a mage. So he stops caring about what they're saying and focuses only on what he's doing, leaving the whole class stunned by his performance. At the same time, Sienna reads the report on the incident with the 6 students and learns that Saron suppressed anti-magic, using only the defensive form. That shocks her. After all, many anti-magic researchers need artifacts just to control it. So even if those students used anti-magic badly, he still did something incredible. He held out against 6 students at once. To Sienna, that means his consciousness is greater than those 6 put together. Then all of a sudden Athela enters and reports that the protagonist managed to use the diverted form after only a month of training. Hearing that, Sienna says she has an idea for how to get the students more motivated to study. A few days later, during chemistry class, Sienna ends the lesson earlier than usual and says she has something special to announce. Then she tells Saron to stand up and reveals that he'll move up to Class 5. The students are stunned because he just jumped ahead by 2 classes at once. One girl protests, saying that kind of promotion is extremely unusual, and on top of that, Saron can't even use spells. MC admits that he really can't use magic. Even so, Sienna says the promotion still stands, because subjects that test spellcasting don't begin until after Class 6. Still, another student objects, saying the school is unfairly favoring Saron. He reminds the teacher of what she said before, that a spirit zone isn't the most important part of magic. Hearing the students complain, Sienna feels like there's something else going on, something she still doesn't know. So she decides to call another meeting with the teachers, to see if promoting Saron really makes sense. After class, Sienna realizes the students' problem with that decision isn't just about fairness. There's something personal behind it too. And then Maria comes to talk to her about something that happened earlier that day. Maria says it all started about a week ago. At first they completely ignored Saron, but a few days later they started talking about him, getting in the way of his studies and spreading rumors to turn everyone against him. She says that kind of bullying is just wrong. As she says it, she starts crying. That makes the teacher realize what really happened. She thanks Maria and tells her to leave the rest to her. Then the story compares this to something from Quotations of the Great Scholar, where the physiologist Torkelin said something odd. He claimed people should sleep at least 6 hours a day, but when he was a student, he only slept 4. When someone points out that this sounds wrong, since Torkelin still became a brilliant scholar, he tells them to pay attention, because teenagers aren't human, they're superhuman. No matter what they do, nothing seems to affect them. Later after midnight, Saron notices he studied way too long and heads back after greeting a girl. On the way, he remembers the butler warning him that many nobles at the Magic Academy would look down on him. Even so, he was told to endure it and keep doing his best. If he can make it through, his goal will be right in front of him. He tells himself he can do it for the people who believed in him. No matter what stands in his way, he's going to become a mage. Back in his dorm, he hears someone knock on the door and wonders who it could be, guessing it might be the students who have been bullying him. But when he opens the door, he's shocked, and the visitor asks if he was busy. It was Professor Sienna, asking if she could come in. Sarone lets her in and offers some tea. She politely refuses and says she wanted to ask him something earlier, but he wasn't in his room. She apologizes for coming so late, and when she gets near his desk, she understands what's going on. Sienna says that when she first saw the protagonist's grades, she thought something was wrong because even though they were low, they were almost exactly the same in every subject. To her, it looks like he's trying to build his knowledge in every field at once. Instead of chasing quick results, he's thinking long-term. So it's not that he can't learn magic, he's choosing not to focus on it yet. She asks why, and wonders if he missed out on learning when he was younger. MC gets really embarrassed in front of her, maybe because they aren't in class now. Sitting casually on his bed, Sienna notices that he can look her straight in the eye during lessons, but here he seems shy. Then she asks if school life has been hard. He says yes, but it's still fun, and studying is fun too. She says she heard his classmates have been causing problems, but he tells her not to worry about him. Still, she asks him to be honest, saying this isn't something he needs to feel ashamed of. Even so, he keeps saying he's fine. He just thinks it's a shame he hasn't been able to make friends. And Sarone says there's nothing he can do about other people hating him. Sienna asks if that doesn't make him bitter. He admits it does. Of course, he's still human. But even though he wants a good relationship with them, he doesn't want to become so obsessed with other people's opinions that he loses himself. Even if everyone in Class 7 says he's wrong, that's still only 40 people. He believes there's someone out there in the world who will understand him. Hearing that, Sienna starts to understand how he thinks. She says she gets where Sarone is coming from, and will keep that in mind at the teachers' meeting. Then she realizes he wants to be promoted as soon as possible, and at the meeting she says she wants to end it with the opinion that he should be promoted early. Everyone is stunned. The idea that a whole class would bully one student just because he can't use magic shocks them. The room erupts since they can imagine this happening in lower classes, where there are lots of kids and some older students with little talent. At that level, the gap in skill can be huge, so they say moving Sarone up early would be best. At this rate, he could graduate within the next 4 years, and for the school, the sooner he graduates, the better. But one annoying rich kid-looking teacher objects. The headmaster asks why he's against it, and the teacher says he already knows Sarone lacks talent. The real issue is that he can't use magic, and he believes the students' protest can't be ignored. Sienna answers that she already explained this. The protagonist's goal is to absorb knowledge from every field at once, so he's intentionally slowing his magic training. A teacher shouldn't interfere with a student's personal learning method. Ted replies that he isn't criticizing the protagonist's method. His problem is that Sienna is showing too much favoritism toward MC. That starts to annoy her, and Ted goes on to say that maybe many students are weaker than him in one area, but still ahead of him in knowledge. A decision like this could make the others feel defeated and lose motivation to study. He says a teacher shouldn't put all their effort into one genius. Sienna fires back, asking if he plans to ignore a talented student and pretend the other's twisted jealousy isn't real. After that, the two start arguing. Everyone notices they're at it again, and some even wonder how the two of them ever became mages. Then the headmaster steps in and tells them to sit down. He says both sides have a point. Professor Sienna makes sense, but Professor Ted's concern for the school's overall balance is valid too. The headmaster says that comes from Ted's love for the academy, and he understands his position. So they also need to consider how the students will feel. With that, Ted looks pretty pleased and says that's exactly what he meant. But then the headmaster offers another idea. The next day, a notice appears in front of the students, and everyone wonders what it is. The notice announces a promotion exam. Because of all the conflict over early promotion, the school has decided to give every student in Class 7 a chance to move up. The rules are simple. First, the promoted student will be chosen through a test. Second, only one student will pass, and that person will move to Class 5. Third, the exam will be based on magic, and the spell used for evaluation will be teleportation. Since people complain that judging students only by spiritual waves was unfair, the school changed the test to a Class 5 spell instead. Everyone is shocked that all of Class 7 can take it. If they pass, they can skip 2 classes and jump straight to Class 5. Then they start wondering who among them could even use teleportation. But they quickly admit the answer is obvious. Probably none of them, since it's a Class 5 spell. The theory may be simple, but using it is extremely hard. One girl says there's nothing simple about it at all. An upperclassman she knows messed it up and ended up in the hospital for a year. So they realize their protest just created a test none of them can pass, and then Sarone walks right through the middle of them to the front of the notice. He looks like he actually likes the challenge. Soon, word about the outcast from Class 7 spreads all over the school, and even the Class 5 students hear about it. The older students are upset that this is still happening. They heard the guy can't use magic, but Class 7 doesn't even teach magic yet, so why should that matter? In their eyes, the class is obviously acting this way because he's dating Amy, and they're jealous. That's when Amy finally realizes they've been going after Saron. She says that's why he'd been avoiding her. He didn't want her dragged into it. Sariel adds that Class 7 can be immature, so things like this happen sometimes. Something similar happened to her too, but since she moved up quickly, it didn't matter much. Then Sariel asks where Amy is going. Amy says she's going to see the protagonist, but Sariel stops her and asks what she plans to do. Amy gets furious that he dared to keep this from her. She says she's going to leave her anger stamped into that brat's bones and make sure those oversized babies in Class 7 learn their place. Sariel tells her she can't do that. Amy asks why not, since she's involved too. Sariel tries to reason with her, asking if things were reversed, would she want MC to find out that the person he loves was being bullied? Sariel says if Amy goes to him now, it'll only hurt his pride even more. That makes Amy wonder if she's right. Then Amy quickly brushes that thought off, telling herself he doesn't even like her like that. Even so, she still can't understand why he hid this from her. Sariel also points out that teleportation would be hard for a Class 7 student to learn, and Amy starts thinking about it. If it were only hard, that would be one thing, but it's way too dangerous for someone who has never learned magic before. Sariel suggests Amy teach him herself, saying it could help fix things between them. Amy instantly snaps back that there's no way he'd want her help. She says she doesn't have time for this anyway, since she has her own exams to prepare for. Sariel apologizes, but Amy says if he can't even handle this on his own, then Sariel can tell him he doesn't deserve to be her boyfriend. Still, that night her attitude changes. As she heads out, Amy insists she's not doing this because she cares. She's only helping because she's partly involved. On the way, Amy grumbles that she'll only help after he begs and apologizes. Then she slips in through his window. Her sudden entrance startles Saron. He asks who she is, but Amy covers his mouth and declares that she's the one who'll make sure he never forgets this. Then she demands to know how he had the nerve to keep this from her. But all of that was just playing out in Amy's head. When she actually gets there, she finds Sienna calmly drinking tea with Saron in his room. Sienna immediately asks if she's Amy, then wonders if she's been sneaking into the boys' dorm every night to see him. Amy panics and blurts out that it's all a misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding. Sienna hushes her, warning that the other rooms might hear, and pulls her inside. She says this explains a lot, since she always thought it was odd that the two of them barely met and stayed so quiet about it. Amy quickly says this is her first time there, adding that the protagonist told her meeting openly would be awkward, so she came in secret. Then Amy turns it around and asks the real question, what is Sienna doing in MC's room this late? Sienna explains that she came to advise him about the promotion test, since the mood in class has gotten awful. Saron pours Amy some tea, and she politely reaches for it, but she instantly starts fuming again, saying she didn't come there for tea. She asks if he knows whose fault it is that she's being embarrassed like this, and while he starts apologizing, Amy tries to hit him. She demands to know why he never told her people were messing with him. Sienna cuts in and suggests Amy sit quietly for now so they can finish talking about the test first. The protagonist then says, this whole situation is terrible. He asks what exactly they're dealing with. Amy brings up the teleportation test and asks if it isn't too dangerous, especially since Saron doesn't know any magic at all. Sienna says the headmaster made that decision himself. She admits she's worried too, but she's sure there's a reason for it. Hearing that, Amy thinks she's not surprised. The headmaster is behind this. MC asks if it really is that dangerous, and Amy tells him of course it is. She asks if he even knows that teleportation is a spell tied to the light attribute. Saron says he's heard of photonization before. Amy explains that light moves at a constant speed, and nothing in the world can go faster than that. Teleportation uses that speed to break past the limits of space and time. He asks if that means the spell works by turning your body into light. Sienna says it sounds hard, but beginners can actually learn teleportation. She goes on to explain that photonization theory divides light speed into 4 levels: ultralight speed, light speed, sublight speed, and semi-light speed. Semi-light speed was created by time mages to separate different speed ranges, and it's around 400 meters per second. She says that's the level needed for this spell, because once someone can grasp even a tiny part of light speed, they can trigger teleportation. The problem is that if their photonization drops too much, part of their body mass can be left behind. The protagonist realizes that even though the spell is easy to learn, the trade-off is the danger of collision. He says it has to be at least as fast as sound. Now he understands why teleportation is banned inside the school. Sienna praises him for catching on so fast, while Amy sits there wondering what the heck is going on. Since when were those two this close? On top of that, they're practically ignoring her. So she asks if teacher Sienna has always been this friendly. Saron keeps questioning how they could base an exam on such a dangerous spell. But just as Sienna is about to answer, Amy cuts in and says they'll obviously use a place with no obstacles. MC asks what kind of place that would be. Amy says she can think of one spot like that, and then she points upward. Sari immediately gets nervous because there's no way they'd hold the test in midair. Then the story explains the place: a bridge no one can cross, a teleportation training field, 1,000 meters above sea level, with a span of 700 meters. Sienna says it hasn't been confirmed yet, but it's the only possible site for the exam. Sienna says the rules would likely be simple. They'd start from one peak and move to the opposite one. He is stunned since a place like that would definitely have no obstacles, but if someone fell, surviving would be almost impossible. Amy adds that whoever crosses first passes, but with Class 7's level, she doubts any of them can make it. Sienna says that if nobody finishes, then the student who gets the furthest wins. She also says the training field's difficulty would surely be set to level 1, and there should be safety devices so it shouldn't be too dangerous. What worries her more is the students themselves. With everyone that competitive, they could easily crash into each other. Amy figures that means Saron will obviously take part, but he starts wondering if he really can. The test's difficulty isn't the real issue. What he hates is having to face the whole class alone. Even worse, someone could get hurt. That makes him question whether taking the test is really the right move. Sienna then apologizes to him, saying she wanted to place him in Class 5 from the entrance exam, and it seems her own greed is what made things harder for the boy. The protagonist says that's not true at all, and asks how any of this could be her fault. Sienna answers that because of that, starting today, she plans to personally teach him. Amy really doesn't like that. A little jealous, she asks why Sienna is going this far. Sienna says it's because she feels responsible for the promotion test becoming far harder than it needed to be, so she wants to help however she can. Amy argues that doing that could make things worse. This is a major promotion exam, and if people find out that one of the teachers and one of the judges is personally training Saron, then any success he has will be brushed aside. Using that opening, Amy says she'll teach MC instead. Since the test field won't have obstacles, she says she can handle his training. He is shocked and asks if Amy isn't angry with him. Sienna admits Amy makes a good point. But Sienna also reminds her that she applied for a promotion test to reach the advanced class and asks if she really has enough free time to focus on the protagonist too. That makes Sari realize how amazing Amy really is. The advanced class is every student's goal if they want to become a professional mage. Its students are known to be close to semi-pro level. Anyone from the Academy's advanced class gets noticed. Even the Kingdom's Magic Academy magazines write about them. But getting in means giving up a peaceful school life. After that, it's non-stop competition and brutal training. And that's the place Amy is aiming for, as the first one in her group to try. MC asks why she's pushing ahead so fast, wondering if that's too quick for someone her age. Amy almost fires back, but in her head she knows this is all his fault, because with how insanely fast he's growing, the only place left for her to run is the advanced class. She's basically trying to get away from him as fast as she can, while Saron just thinks she's incredible. She isn't satisfied with being number 1 in the intermediate class, and she isn't scared of failing or succeeding. She has the confidence to be the first from her group to make the jump. He also realizes that even at such an important point in her school life, she still came to help him. Meanwhile, the tension between Amy and Sienna gets so fake polite it almost drips poison. Amy tells Sienna to relax because this is no big deal, and says she can leave him to her. Sienna calmly replies that she understands how Amy feels about her boyfriend, but times like this are exactly when students should trust their teachers. She adds that since this will be the protagonist's first time learning magic, it would be better for a teacher to guide him. But Amy refuses to lose here. She tells MC to choose, asking whether he wants Sienna or her. Saron instantly feels the pressure. Amy pushes even harder, saying of course he'd rather learn from his own girlfriend, so he says he'd rather study by himself, leaving both of them completely stunned. Amy immediately asks if he even understands how big this chance is. He says he doesn't want to trouble Sienna, especially since she'll be one of the judges, and he doesn't want to distract Amy when her own major exam is coming up. But Amy argues that the other students will spend big money and use every advantage they can. On top of that, the whole class is trying to bring him down, so this isn't something he can handle alone. The protagonist says the reason she's taking the promotion exam is the same for him. If he just stands still at this level, that means he has no desire to improve. To him, Class 5 is only one more step toward becoming a mage, just like it is for Amy. He asks Sienna to trust him. Even if he can't promise he'll pass, he'll give it everything he has and leave with no regrets. Hearing that, she accepts it and says if that's what her student wants, then she'll respect his choice. She adds that she's leaving now, but if he has any questions, he can ask her anytime, and that goes for any other student too. Then she says the two of them need to finish this argument soon. Before leaving, she warns Ami that if she climbs into the boys' dorm through the window again, she already knows what'll happen. Ami gets the message right away. She thinks she barely survived that one, and says she's exhausted. Then she casually leans onto the bed of the boys' room, but quickly gets embarrassed and says she's leaving too. Saron thanks her for coming all the way there. Still, she asks him to be honest. Why was he avoiding her? He could have told her from the start that the others were bullying him. It's not like she had nothing to do with it. Her voice shakes a little as she remembers what Sorel said. Then she asks if he stayed quiet, because it would hurt his pride. But MC gives an answer she never expected. He says he just didn't want to grow distant from Emmy. She asks if he's serious, and he says she really is his goal. That completely catches her off guard. He explains that when he first came to the academy, he saw her name at the top of the list. From that moment on, he wanted to work hard enough to catch up to her. Still, he admits he never thought things would turn into this. They already get embarrassed around each other, so he figured talking about the bullying would only make it worse. But she doesn't like what he said about her being his goal. The idea that she'd struggle because of a newbie like him, she actually finds that pretty fun. Then she asks if he's trying to mess with her. He can't call her his goal while still calling her senior every time they're together. If he's chasing her in secret like that, then of course things ended up like this. So she says if he wants to surpass her, the first thing he needs to do is stop calling her senior. Then she calls him to compete with her face to face, where she can actually see him. And if he can't keep up fast enough, she'll make him call her senior for the rest of his life. Right away he calls her Amy. That sends chills through her, and she says that was way too fast. Saron tells her she can wait for him, because he'll catch up soon. She fires back that he'd better study like his life depends on it, because by then she'll already have graduated. Then she jumps away, and he can barely keep up with her. He thinks it's a shame he can't get her help, but he's sure the other students are watching everything he does. So he'll have to do this on his own. He figures he has 1 month left until the early advancement exam. The next day after class, the students start talking about whether everyone is getting ready for the early advancement exam. One says he's starting lessons with his tutor today, but even then, learning teleportation in just a month won't be easy. Around 20 students signed up. He says the omniscience part is simple as long as you apply the equation, but the omnipotence part is where things get rough. Then they notice Saron signed up too, since he's carrying a huge stack of books. His plan is to start studying the theory of photonization. He knows learning all this alone sounds crazy, but the real issue is the application. In real situations, a mage's surroundings keep changing, and for teleportation, terrain data is critical. Depending on the situation, you have to adjust omnipotence and the value of light, but that calculation uses numbers raised to the 10th to 20th powers. He wonders if anyone can actually do that, then stops himself. He can't start thinking about giving up now. They wouldn't make the exam impossible. He remembers Sienna saying teleportation is easy to learn, but he still wonders if that applies to him since he's never learned magic before. The kids in class 7 will probably pass for sure. They've trained since they were little and can afford expensive tutors to help them study. He wonders if he can really close that gap, but then he remembers the look the principal gave him and realizes he'd already been given his answer. Meanwhile, another boy from the same class uses teleportation. His teacher says the boy can already perform it perfectly and praises him as the son of Seer Slider, the Magic Association's skill advisor. But Mark says that's only because he's being trained by a certified Class 9 instructor. Then Mark says he was worried at first, but it's actually pretty simple. The tutor replies that since the exam is simple too, Mark can make decisions and focus at the same time. He adds that nobody can fully master teleportation's application, but if Mark learns what's needed for the exam and spends the rest of the time practicing, he'll be able to finish it. Mark says he should also thank him for the special shortcut, because he raised his lightspeed rank by 2 levels with that. Then he wonders what he is doing now. The tutor says he's been watching him as ordered, and he just seems to be studying alone with books. Mark is disappointed. He thought the protagonist would use his connections to hire amazing instructors. He wonders if this is just an act, then orders the tutor to keep watching him. They can't let their guard down. After all, there's no way the protagonist can learn magic from books alone. Meanwhile, MC keeps tearing through the books by himself. He says he's done everything he could, spent a huge amount of time understanding omniscience and memorized all the core theory. He's still not fully confident, but he doesn't have much time left. So he heads to Class 7's private training field 41, and decides it's time to actually try the spell. There's no other way now, he just has to hope it activates the way he thinks it will. First, he has to place the theory of photonization inside his spirit zone. When he activates it, a light appears in his mind. He realizes the one blocking the path between omniscience and omnipotence is none other than himself. The light grows stronger, and he says he has to erase the self in the middle. Then he feels it working. He's activated it. Now he has to teleport. He thinks no human could ever calculate the value of light directly, but when a mage focuses, the mind becomes so sensitive it can feel everything around it. Skilled mages can supposedly sense even the number of leaves on the ground far away. That's the spirit zone of extreme sensitivity, where mages can sense the world beyond normal senses and eventually control those phenomena. So instead of calculating every value, he tries to feel everything at once, and as he puts that into practice, he senses a burst of light coming straight at him. After Saron reaches that state, the story says there are 13 days left until the teleportation test. Then it jumps to 9 days left, and now in the classroom, the students are shocked by Saron's face. They ask if he's been training without any protection. His face is covered in bandages, and he thinks his first attempt at teleportation was a complete failure. But the only way to fix those mistakes is to keep trying. So he keeps getting hurt again and again. This time, he says, the problem was his knee. By day 8, he's still writing notes and trying to figure out what went wrong. The gap in his timing is just 0.02 microseconds. He knows the method is dumb, but even so, he spends day after day repeating it, because the body remembers. Then on the eve of the exam, he still can't pull it off. He wonders what he's supposed to do now. The test is tomorrow. Every time he fixes one mistake, another appears. He says there's nothing left to change now, and this time it has to work. But his vision starts warping, and he realizes he's close to blacking out. He lightly slaps his cheeks and forces himself to focus. He can do this. He has to. Then he tries one more time, activates teleportation, and finally succeeds, falling flat on his face, but this time it worked. Then he wonders how far he can go like this. He He says he can't waste time lying there. He still needs to practice the connection. But instead, he ends up falling asleep. The next morning, Mark is staring out his window, and his butler asks how he is. His butler asks how he feels, and Mark says he feels amazing. Today is the big day. He moves up to class 5. He says 700 meters is nothing, and he'll clear it easily. In class, Mark asks Maria if she gave up on the test. She starts to get scared, because of course he had to be the one asking. She asks why he isn't out at the training grounds, and whether he came here to study. Mark scoffs and asks if he looks like some loser who still needs to study. Then he asks again why she's here, saying that's exactly why her grades are so bad. He tells her to go learn at the training grounds by watching the skilled students. According to him, that's the best way to study. She just stays nervous and wants to get out of there. All she can do is wish him luck, which only makes him more annoyed. He asks if she actually expects him to pass. He says he was only being nice because they're classmates, but once he becomes her superior, what does she think will happen? That leaves her terrified, and Mark calls her a coward in his head, wondering how she plans to become a mage like that. He says that's why she's still in the same class even though she's 4 years older. After that kind of mental bullying, it's hard to blame her much. Mark adds that anyway she can just sit and wait, while she stays there shaking and crying. Then he walks into the room and asks if everything is ready with the plan. They say 2 of them will stay on him as soon as the test starts, while the other 2 protect Mark. That gives them exactly 2 chances to make him fail. Mark says the first round is only 10 meters, so they need to finish the protagonist off within 10 turns at most. One of the boys asks if Mark will keep his promise if they do it. Mark nods and says that once he moves up, he'll get tutors for them. He promises they won't have to worry about jobs after graduation, since his father is the technical advisor of the Magic Association. If they help him now, he says, he'll never forget it and will support them however he can. In his mind, even the smallest change is unacceptable. A genius can't let his guard down. At the test site, everyone arrives at the so-called bridge that has no real crossing. The students who aren't taking the exam get nervous because way more people showed up than they expected, especially the upperclassmen from class 5. They're all thinking that if some young boy is getting into their class, he'd better at least be super cute. Meanwhile, classes 6 and 4 are just calmly snacking, and the principal is sitting there at the judge's table like he has no worries at all. Then the exam is announced to begin in 10 minutes. Everyone stretches at the starting line, already uneasy because this thing is basically a cliff. One student asks where the bridge is, but another calls him an idiot and says there isn't one. So he asks how this can even be called a bridge. While they argue, on the other side, Sariel uses binoculars and says this is the perfect spot. Amy says they barely have any time, so why are they wasting it watching those idiots from class 7? Sariel fires back. What is Amy talking about? She has to cheer for that girl's boyfriend. Amy says that's stupid. The ones who'll pass, and the ones who fail will fail. Cheering won't change anything. Still, even she starts wondering whether Sarone can really use teleportation. At the same time, one of Mark's lackeys runs over and says MC isn't there. Mark is shocked by that. Meanwhile, Sarone is lying in the mud. Then he jolts awake and asks what time it is. Meanwhile, Amy starts freaking out because Sariel says Sarone still isn't there. She says she looked everywhere and couldn't find him at all. So Amy starts worrying that he failed to learn the spell, and says she told him learning teleportation alone would be insanely hard. More students gather, and the tension keeps rising. Then the teacher explains the rules. Once the signal is given, they have to cross the cliff, and the student who goes the farthest gets promoted. Only now do those idiots in the class realize they actually have to make it to the other side. They start asking what happens if they can't. Will they just fall into the void? Someone guesses the teachers probably set up safety gear. Then Thad tells anyone who's scared to quit now. He reminds them that everyone already knows deaths can happen in any class at the Magic Academy. This is a promotion exam, the test that decides who's fit to move up to class 5. His point is simple: only take it if you trust your own skill to survive. If you don't, Thad recommends that you drop out right now. He says it with a deadly serious face, but inside he's laughing. They're frozen with fear, and he figures it's better to raise the tension now to reduce the chance of an accident later. Still, the most dangerous students are the ones who can't wait for the test to start. Thad wonders who will be the first to quit before it even begins. In his eyes, these kids are nowhere near his level in the real world, and he starts thinking maybe the rumor was true that he really was training alone. If so, then he must have failed. Then the teacher tells them to get into teams because the test is about to start. That's when she spots the protagonist running in from far away, covered in dirt and injuries. He apologizes for being late and asks if he can still take the exam. From the other side, Amy snatches Sariel's binoculars and punches her, yelling about what that idiot was doing and where he even came from. She says that idiot's whole body is covered in scars, and she can't believe he spent all that time pushing himself that hard. Then Sayana says she got a message from Professor Athella asking whether the test can be delayed a little for a late student. The principal refuses. He says managing your physical condition is also part of a student's skill, so the exam will begin as planned. Sayana gives the signal, and Athella starts right away. She tells Sarone that if he wants to quit, he can tell her at any time. MC thanks her for the concern, but says he's fine. Then one of the snakes calls him over, and MC innocently walks closer. The boy thinks the first step worked, and now he just has to take Saron out within 10 turns. But in his mind, there's only one thought: focus. He has to give this everything he has here. Then the student promotion test officially begins, and Mark tells one of his goons that he has an idea: stay close to him the whole time. The teacher starts the exam by launching her magic upward, and everyone breaks into a run. 1 second in, it said these kids only made it here after brutal training, but this is their first time facing this cliff. So what does it feel like to have open sky beneath your feet? Is that tingling in their fingers fear or excitement? This is a world they've never known before. The boys can only think about one thing: their strategy. In Mark's mind, he just needs to stay in the lead. At 2 seconds, they're 20 meters from the cliff. Mark knows running faster than everyone else won't make him the winner. What matters most is the starting point of the teleport. The winners will be the ones who pick the perfect moment to jump and repeat that same timing every turn. He adds that it obviously takes a lot of courage to do that, and because of that, the first student starts to hesitate, but forces himself to try and activates teleportation. The others follow. At 3 seconds into the test, the leading group has jumped 5 meters past the cliff. Then they start saying that's their limit, barely reaching 3 meters, and Mark's allies begin to leave him behind, saying that's as far as they can go. That makes him furious. He calls them cowards and keeps going, but then he starts wondering what will happen if he falls. Because of that, he only manages a 2-meter jump. By then, 3.5 seconds had already passed since the test began. Saron starts closing in on the edge. The students following him become sure they're all going to fall. They're the last ones left. They activate their teleport before the protagonist when he's only 1 meter from the edge. But Saron keeps telling himself, not yet. He needed to reach this exact point. Then he leaps off the cliff, rising 2 meters above it at exactly 4 seconds into the test. Sometime earlier, back at the Exogent house, Ryan called MC incredible. Even during the last sword match, it was the first time he'd seen someone stay so calm in front of his father. He asks whether he really wasn't afraid, and the protagonist says it wasn't a big deal. He'd read in books that fear comes from imagination, from imagining yourself dying in that moment. He gives an example: even if someone jumps off a cliff, they only die when they hit the bottom. That's why, he says, it's important not to obsess over the future and to focus on the present, because that's how you find a way out. But Ryan asks if MC is an idiot. If someone jumps off a cliff, they die. He asks what kind of nonsense he is talking about. He says it's not that simple, but Rand tells him to think it through, because the second someone jumps off a cliff, they're already— Rand once said that the moment you jump off a cliff, you're already dead. Right now, Saron launches himself upward, rising more than 2 meters, and while he's still in the air, he knows he can't lose control. The second his spiritual zone breaks, it's over, so he starts teleporting, blows past Mark, and takes first place. Everyone starts wondering how far he ran to pass Mark that fast. The other students go wild that he actually pulled it off. To people watching from outside, it all happened in a flash. Even so, everyone starts talking at once, shocked that the freshman really made that jump. Then Serial asks Amy if that really was the first spell he ever learned. Amy thinks Saron started late, but he made up for it well. If he keeps this pace, nobody will catch him. Mark, meanwhile, gets angry and snaps at his teammates, asking what those idiots are doing. He says it doesn't matter how far the protagonist went, he still got past. While this fierce race goes on, the story shifts to Maria Erlang. She wasn't seen as the most gifted student at first, but later people started asking why her grades had dropped so much. Maria says the other students kept messing with her. The teacher answers that it's normal in a competition. Students try to hold each other back, and the ones who move ahead get promoted. He asks how she plans to become a mage if she can't even handle that. Maria says she endured it for 6 years in class 7. She admits she hates competition, but she hates being harassed even more. In her mind, Mark absolutely cannot be promoted. Back at the test, by the end of the 3rd round, the students had split into 3 groups. The front group had Saron, Mark, and Mark's lackeys. The middle group was 3 meters behind them. Last came the students who had cast their magic in fear. One of them thinks this is hopeless. He can't even use flight magic. He remembers the older students saying it's fine to fall here, so since he can't keep going, he decides to test it. He drops into freefall, screaming for help and shouting to the teachers that he's quitting. The crowd laughs, saying the ones who can't beat their fear are always the first to fall, while the teacher records the distance each student reached. The students keep dropping and start yelling about the safety gear, but once they fall low enough, giant fans stop them. That saves the boys. Shaken up, they say that was awful, and someone should have warned them first. After that, it's announced that all the students in the last group have been eliminated. By the 200-meter mark, more students from the middle group start giving up, and Mark holds steady, calling them idiots. If they couldn't make it to the end, they shouldn't have tried at all. He thinks there will always be people who drop out halfway through the test. But right now, his real problem is Saron. MC is getting on his nerves because the gap keeps growing. Worse, he doesn't even look tired. Mark can't understand it. MC looked half dead before the test even started. That only makes him more furious. He curses under his breath while he keeps moving like a bullet, and even she has to admit the boy really is talented. Saron is also using compulsion non-stop. His rhythm is so steady it's almost machine-like. Compulsion stabilizes the mind by locking it onto one goal. Mark, on the other hand, is clearly shaken. He's better than the other students, but he's still immature. Then they ask Athela how she can sense all that from so far away, saying it's amazing, and the headmaster can't help looking proud when they call the boy talented. Sariel confirms that the protagonist is using compulsion to stay focused and wonders where he learned such advanced techniques. Amy says it's different for him. Most mages use conscious thought to reach the unconscious, but MC is different. It's like he's controlling the unconscious directly, and she wonders if that's even something a person can learn. Mark, meanwhile, keeps telling himself he has to keep going. Then he shouts for his friends to move, but they think that if they interfere now, it'll be way too obvious. Still, one of them thinks that with the last of his mental strength, he can pull it off. So he bursts forward with 2 explosive jumps. Saron feels it right away. Someone has broken their rhythm. The boy rushes up beside him and cuts in front of him. The protagonist wonders what he's doing, and then another student comes in from the right, thinking, sorry, but my future's on the line too. So the two of them plan to bring him down together. Saron realizes the boy really is about to slam into him, but when that sneaky student opens his eyes, he sees that Saron dodged. The student starts falling, and realizes how bad this is. He's lost control of his body and exhaustion hits him all at once. He tells himself he can't pass out and forces his mind to focus. Then he slips back into the flow and rejoins the race. The snake who tried to trap him keeps falling and thinks that kid really is a monster. From below, everyone notices MC move strangely, and some even think he went the wrong way. They say he almost crashed into the guy in front of him, but someone says he did that on purpose. The others ask how he could know that. Who would risk an accident on purpose like that? They ask Iruka, and he says one person blocked the path from one side while the other came in from the other side to collide with him. He says it's a great way to shut down both teleporting and spatial jumping at once. If the freshman hadn't dodged, it would have been a disaster. Then Iruka adds that if it were him, he would have escaped easily by using the equation of motion. Everyone can tell he's acting full of himself, but they also think the teachers couldn't possibly know all that for sure, so they must be thinking the same thing. Mark starts laughing, happy to be ahead. He wants everyone to envy him, his classmates and even the class 6 students ranked below him. He wants them all looking at him and seeing what a genius he is. Saron can tell Mark is still in great shape, and he's definitely going to finish the course. If he wants to win, he has to speed up, but not too much or he'll lose his rhythm. So he decides to push just a little harder. Half a beat faster than Mark should be enough. Then Saron starts accelerating. People notice he's almost taking the lead, and now only those two are left. Amy snatches Saron's binoculars and says the protagonist's body is in terrible shape, but he's still pouring everything he has into that spell. Then she notices something ahead of him. Out of nowhere, a rope appears and wraps around Mark. He panics, wondering what the hell it is, and thinking he's going to die. Then an alert goes off, activating the bridge's settings, and suddenly a full weapons array appears in front of them. The teachers ask if that really was Alert 10, then tell Professor Teddy to go check the settings right now. He runs off as fast as he can. They tell the headmaster to stop the test, but someone points out this is a 2-class promotion exam, and the students' families would raise hell if they canceled it. The headmaster snaps back, asking how they can even still be asking that, and orders them to send the signal to stop the test immediately. Saron notices the halt signal, and Thad sees the yellow flare and asks if the test was canceled. He's already sure his desk will be buried in complaints, so as he rushes in, he asks if Brad got drunk again last night. He says he'd already warned them this test was important, and this time, but he can't finish, because the door is locked. That makes him think maybe this wasn't an accident. He forms a fireball to blast the door open, but then he realizes someone is inside. He warns whoever's in there to open the door right now or he'll blow them up with it. The person inside begs him to do it, saying she'll disappear either way and no one will know what happened. Then he recognizes the voice. It's Maria. Inside, the girl is curled up and shaking. He asks if she understands how serious this is and orders her to open the door, saying what she did will be punished severely. But Maria refuses. At least the test is over, she says. If Mark got promoted, her life would become hell. So what difference does it make if she dies there? He understands what she means, and she says that if that's how it is, she'd rather just die. Now he gets what she really wanted. He tells her that if she doesn't want to open the door, then don't, because she got what she wanted. The test has been canceled. Mark is crushed, saying he was just about to be promoted. He says they need to finish this right now before any rumors spread, and besides, he may never get another chance to beat Saron. At that, the two lock eyes and push forward anyway. They realize they've entered the maze and the headmaster explodes, calling them 2 idiot brats. Seeing that they still won't stop, the others wonder if their pride is really that huge, because going on is way too dangerous. Then they ask what Professor Teddy is doing. Sienna suddenly shouts at the headmaster, saying she knew things would go differently because that boy was involved. But greed blinded him enough to make a choice like this. He'll never find the way out of the maze. Saron and Mark keep going, and the students start getting nervous. They've gone into level 10, the highest level of the maze. At level 10, the maze fires ropes at the 2 boys, and they barely keep dodging. MC realizes the traps are coming way too fast. Even if he avoids one, there's almost no time to read the next. If this keeps up, his focus will break any second. Mark figures they're both close to their limit now, so whoever lasts longer wins. He thinks that if he gets out of here, everyone will finally recognize him. Still dodging, Mark starts showing off in his head, sure Saron will be stuck here forever. But the pressure starts turning against him. At the same time, Maria asks Ted what these competitions are even for. She points out that Mark has been using dirty tricks to throw other students into danger, and asks if this is really the kind of competition the academy wants. Ted says she's got it wrong, but Maria cuts him off. She says she always did what the school asked, and kept pushing as hard as she could. But the academy only remembers the gifted ones. Regular students just get crushed. Ted tells her that even if she doesn't know it, he studied at this school too. Then he asks if she really doesn't remember him. He tells her to think for a second. Had she ever heard rumors about some genius with his name? Maria says no, never. Ted explains that's because he was always near the bottom. He even spent 5 years in class 5. Watching all his friends move up while he stayed behind made him bitter. Maria can't believe it. He's a teacher now. Ted says that changed after the headmaster found him one day and taught him something important. He remembers arguing that those guys picked on him first, but the headmaster stopped him and asked why he was always so worked up. Ted tried to say he normally didn't care, except when people talked down to him like that. Then the headmaster cut in and asked if he knew what a mage must never do. The answer was simple. Never keep comparing yourself to others. He was told that being a mage means becoming someone who can erase the ego, and if he kept measuring himself against everyone else, he would lose himself. That would only lead him off his path. Back in the maze, Mark's confidence vanishes when he realizes he's trapped. He blurts out that he never should have gone that way. Now he's sure he's going to die. Mark starts screaming for help, and everyone yells at him not to panic. The students and teachers all tense up, scared of what might happen next. Then a hand appears and pulls Mark out. It's Saron, dragging him away from the trap. One girl says this is a test and asks why he would save a rival. Another student snaps back, asking if winning matters more than letting a classmate die. But that's not even the main issue. What shocks them most is how he moved like that. Mark keeps crying out and thrashing around, so the protagonist tells him to stop and focus. At the same time, the protagonist realizes the traps work like a maze. If he studies their pattern, he might find a way out. First, he decides to take them upward. He starts working out the trap flow and plans a route above them. Then he moves. MC shoots into the air, but the traps rise after them. People start saying that changing direction like that might not help at all. Saron sees it too. Going up doesn't solve anything. Not knowing what else to do, he turns back. Iruki points out that moving forward was never their only choice. They could always return the way they came. The students who used to bully him are stunned. They ask if he really trained alone for just 1 month and still became capable of this. They thought he was some useless fool who couldn't even use magic, and now they realize they judged him way too fast. Little by little, they start cheering for him. Amy says the reason he trained so hard wasn't just to pass the exam. Saron wants to become a truly great mage. Ted says competition is only a tool to speed up their growth and evaluation. And if Maria still wants to go, that's fine, because once they cross the finish line, they'll all become mages. Maria asks if it isn't already too late, but Ted says he'll help her. Then he asks if she can be brave one more time. Meanwhile, the headmaster orders the test to continue. He says he'll take full responsibility for whatever happens. Saron keeps moving forward with that dead weight in his arms. To him, the traps almost feel alive. They're wild, uneven, and impossible to predict. Saving Mark put him at a huge disadvantage, and it gets worse because Mark won't stop struggling, making it even harder for Saron to concentrate. The protagonist realizes he has to feel the whole structure as one living thing. He starts reading every point at once and tells himself he needs to focus on everything together. He's done something like this before. It feels a lot like his out-of-body experience. Even so, MC keeps pushing ahead and slips through one trap zone after another. When he gets close to the end, everyone is stunned. Mark is nearly passing out, and the teachers can't understand how Saron is doing this. Danger can push people past their normal strength. Sure, but everyone still has limits. The headmaster says he looks like a boy with no limit at all. As he keeps going, Athela studies him in awe. She says they've entered a state free of desire and useless thoughts. The density of their spirit zone is almost at 99.9%, and the protagonist is mapping the route in something close to a trance. Even she admits his talent is terrifying, but this time he may truly be in danger. Saron notices the gaps between obstacles have shrunk to about 1 meter. A normal 10-meter teleport won't work here, so he decides to split that teleport into 10 smaller jumps. In his head, the route becomes a code. Right, left, over and over. The next trap can't be crossed directly because the gap is too small, so he'll have to divide himself into tiny segments. Iruki recognizes the move as Rainbow Drop and wonders if MC can really pull it off. The others ask how the light just bent like that. After all, light should only move in a straight line. Iruki looks stunned that they're missing such a basic idea, then says if you make an arc, you can create an endless straight path. He explains that this works by splitting the teleport into 1,000 equal parts. The others ask how anyone could calculate that. Iruki says it's not about math, it's about feeling, or more exactly, perception. And Saron clearly has overwhelming omnipotence. He looks ready to keep lecturing, but nobody cares. The traps suddenly get even more violent and rush straight at him. Then an enormous shape appears ahead, the maze dragon. Sienna demands to know what Ted is doing and rushes over. At that moment, Mark wakes up and sees the dragon right in front of him, instantly freaking out. Saron holds onto him and stays focused, trying to remember the route left first, then right. He prepares to keep escaping. Sienna reaches Ted and asks what's going on. He starts to explain, but she cuts him off and tells him to shut it down immediately. Ted asks why she's in such a rush when the test was already cancelled. Sienna snaps back that no, Saron and Mark are still in it. As Ted runs to stop the system, Othello arrives and tells them not to turn it off. But before anything can change, the dragon swallows Saron, and everyone panics. Then we jump to 1 minute before Othello got there. At that moment, the protagonist was face to face with the dragon. He dropped completely into the zone, his mind sharper than ever, and realized he was still alive. That meant he still had time to think. A huge rush of adrenaline hits him. He breaks 1 minute down into tenths of a second, then that second into hundredths. In that state, he maps out 6 maneuver points and a total of 9 teleports, including an escape route. Then, in a single millisecond, he realizes he was wrong. He can't escape that way while carrying Mark, so he has to find another answer. When time seems to move again, the dragon bites down on him. The headmaster starts to panic, but then a beam of teleport light appears, and Saron slips out from inside the attack. Everyone is left speechless. The boy actually teleported Mark out of the dragon's jaws. The students can't even tell if the two really escaped or if they're seeing ghosts. Everything goes wild for a second, then they're finally clear. Saron wonders what just happened and whether he really passed, because he can't remember a thing. After that, the bridge system that couldn't be crossed is reset to level 0, and everyone concludes that MC cleared an advanced specialist level trial. But while he lies there trying to recover, he suddenly starts crying, saying he seriously thought he was going to die. Everyone is caught off guard by that reaction, and Amy thinks that after coming that close it makes sense. People who really used every bit of strength they had don't show off or act arrogant. Then the students rush over, calling him amazing. They tell Saron he skipped straight into class 5, and the guys in class 6 are going to be insanely jealous. Sienna comes back and asks if the protagonist really passed. She says she missed something this important because of Thad, but he tells her he'll explain later, and insists he really did his best. Sienna yells that he didn't help at all. Sienna says that no matter what, the two of them crossed the line at the same time, so the director will have to decide who won. She calls that total nonsense. Saroni carried the other guy through a level 10 mess, so to her the winner is obvious. But when she looks at the director, he's just frozen in shock. Then he realizes he worried for nothing, and deep down he's thrilled. MC showed him a huge new hope. That makes him think of the Milt-Luz family. Lou notices the professor may be thinking about the title given to the one who redefined photons and received the Golden Circle Award from the Emperor. Still, a tiny spark of greed flickers inside the director for a moment because of Saron's unbelievable talent. Lou noticed the director to say something. He believes someone who could light up the Academy's future has appeared. The director finally says he must have gotten distracted. He explains that seeing such a gifted student brought back old memories. Because of that, he admits he envies the boy's pure love for magic. He remembers telling Odin's grandmother that he didn't believe in fate, but it had been a long time since his heart raced like this. Even though only one person can pass, he says he wants to applaud every student who took part. The courage they showed today will become the strength that guides the world in the future. As for the one who passed today, it was Ariane Saron. Right then, Mark stumbles forward shaking, and people wonder if he's going to argue since he crossed with him. But Mark can only think that he saw it with his own eyes. He really is a genius. Then he says that all this time he was wrong. He apologizes to his senior and says that as a mage, he'll take full responsibility. Then everyone in the class shouts the same thing to Saron. They admit they were wrong too, and say they'll accept any punishment. The protagonist says that's how it should be, and he hopes they really mean it. That makes them think the boy is scary, and they're just glad they apologized. But Saron only wants to sleep. He's way too tired to think straight. Then the man calls for Sarail to come already, but she says it's better to stay with MC at a time like this. Still, she says there's no time for that, because the boy already proved himself, and now it's her turn to do the same. But he suddenly shouts to Amy saying that he kept his promise. The thing is, he's barely thinking clearly when he says it. Then he tells her he'll catch up to her soon, and everyone starts buzzing, saying they're jealous of his girlfriend. Amy looks like she's about to cry, but Saron won't remember any of this after he wakes up. After that disastrous exam, the protagonist moved up to class 5. Othello, though, thinks something is off. She's sure the synesthesia was after the protagonist, so she wonders if it lost him inside the dragon's maze. Then, at the disciplinary committee, a meeting begins. Maria obediently admits what she did and asks to be punished, but Saron, Mark, and even the caretaker Brad, who had been hit with sleep magic, all say they don't want Maria punished. The other students realize how pathetic they were and start confessing too. They even reveal the tricks they used to mess up MC's exam, and the whole thing blows up. He thinks he's trying to keep his promise to take responsibility. The director says Maria's case is unfortunate. She didn't tamper with the machine to hurt anyone, but by the rules, some discipline still has to happen. The protagonist insists he should be punished too, because he ignored the signal that the test had been stopped and entered the maze. On top of that, he had no choice but to take Mark through a dangerous path as well. The director thinks he never expected to see something like this at the school. Ted says this ended exactly how the director wanted. In the end, the students couldn't see the truth because competition, pride, and jealousy blinded them. Now if they want to become honorable mages, they're confessing their wrongdoing. Ted can hardly believe they were able to teach the students this way. He thinks the director is always teaching him something. Then the director brings down the hammer and everyone starts crying and apologizing too. Sienna thinks this is the first time she's ever seen a trial like this since the school was founded, a judgment where everyone is punished. She says Mark and Maria get suspended for 2 months, while the other students get 1 month. Saron, meanwhile, has to write a letter of apology. Then she asks why he went into the maze after seeing the signal. He says that in that moment he just didn't want to lose, and all he could think about was solving the maze, so he doesn't remember it clearly. Sienna says he has a more aggressive side than she expected, even though he usually seems pretty gentle. Then MC starts to dream about the dragon's maze. In the dream, he has to focus more and more until he realizes he's erasing himself. He says he's being cut into tiny pieces, like he's spreading across the whole world, and he wonders if that's what the world really is. As he pushes forward enough to break a piece of space, he realizes he has become infinite. That terrifies him, and he starts falling. Then he wakes up to the sound of a piano. Noticing it's already morning, he gets ready. He still can't remember everything, and wonders why he had to dream about that. Then he notices the notebook Amy lent him, the one that helped him a lot with memorizing the rules of magic. He should give it back to her during today's joint class because he wants to thank Amy. But then he suddenly realizes something. When he gets there, Saron asks how she's feeling, and he says he's doing fine. Thanks to her, he wanted to show his gratitude, so he brings a basket of apples, leaving Amy confused. He says he didn't mean to snoop, but it looked like she liked apples. She quickly denies it and says she actually likes strawberries. Then when she looks at her notes, she notices some really embarrassing lines. She runs off saying it doesn't matter anyway. After that, Amy easily passed the advancement exam for the graduation class, but there still seemed to be one problem even her huge brain couldn't solve. Then a month later, the Class 7 students return from suspension and tell Saron they saved him a seat. He says they don't have to do that every time, but he realizes that weirdly enough, during every joint class, Class 7 has started saving a place for him. He jokes that he somehow became the scary senior. Then Sariel asks if there's a seat next to him. He says of course, and she teases that since his girlfriend isn't there, he doesn't seem very excited. He tells her she's probably the lonely one, since she and Amy were always together. Sariel agrees and says that's why she's heading to the graduation class too. That catches him off guard. She says she had planned to graduate and live a normal life, but after seeing Amy with him, she got fired up. She felt like her youth was going to waste a little, and apparently Amy wants to become a soldier. Saron is shocked and asks if that means she wants to go to war. Sariel then asks if they really are dating. Still, the protagonist wonders if that isn't too dangerous. Tormia may be peaceful right now, but if war breaks out later, Amy would have to join in. Sariel says that if war comes, every mage will have to fight. That's their duty, and it's why they receive so many benefits and so much support. Then she adds that Amy's specialty is long-range magic, so she'd probably only take part in intelligence-based battles. That gets Saron thinking about specialties. Starting from Class 5, he'll need to think about what kind of mage he wants to become, and if there's something he's especially good at, that's a huge advantage. So he wonders if that's why people don't look down so easily on students with low grades. Then a boy walks up and asks MC if he's going to train alone again. He recognizes that he's like Nade. The boy seems pretty easy to talk to, and tells him that if he ever has trouble, he can always ask. He says he's grateful to have a friend like that since he's the only one who talks to him when he feels out of place. The boy also says that even though his grades are average, he has an omnipotence trait that lets him control lightning. The protagonist realizes everyone has their own special talent, and Class 5 really is different from the lower levels. He says they seem more mature, even though they're all the same age. Then someone else arrives calling for MC and asking what they think about this. Saron realizes they want to have another debate, and that sounds bad. He worries they'll leave him behind again, because he won't understand the conversation. He wonders if the topic will be biology, chemistry, or literature. But instead the boys suddenly ask whether they like Professor Athella or Sienna more. I like Athella better, but Sienna has her good points too. Saron is completely shocked, and Nade says that's such an obvious answer. He says he's a fan of Professor Sienna. Saron's mind nearly breaks. Nade starts going on about how they can't understand Professor Sienna's smart kind of beauty, but the others argue that's not it. Professor Athella has a much deeper appeal that brings out their urge to protect her. That's when he finally learns the terror of teenage boys. Soon after, the boys ask what the protagonist thinks. He's cornered. If he wants a decent school life, he needs to get along with people, but he respects both teachers a lot. So while he's stuck trying to answer, the boys suddenly say, sorry, and that they'll come back later. Then he asks if it's because he couldn't answer well, but Nade says no, it was because of that guy. Calling out to Hiroki, he asks what they were talking about so seriously. Nade jumps in and jokes that kids always argue about which teacher is prettier. MC is shocked by how fast the guy changes his attitude. Then Nade introduces Hiroki as a drifter from Class 5. Hiroki says it's nice to meet MC after all, everyone at the school already knows who he is. Then he realizes he knows that voice. He heard it during the test, the one telling him to stop hesitating. If there was something he wanted to do, he should just do it since he came here to become a mage. The protagonist realizes Hiroki was the one who said that, and that push helped him succeed with the deviation form. But Hiroki says MC isn't as fun as he expected. Nade tells MC not to mind it. Hiroki always talks like that. MC wonders why he's using that tone with him. Hiroki says he was giving him a compliment. Then he tells him to do his best, but warns him that Class 5 is full of people who can't move on from that place, so he should be careful. He asks where he's going, and whether he isn't heading to class. Hiroki says he doesn't feel like being bored. The protagonist is stunned that someone could call magic class boring. Nade says that's just how Hiroki is, but if MC gets to know him better, he'll see the guy isn't so bad. MC says he seems pretty strange, and Nade agrees. In fact, getting closer to him is what wears people out. Still, Hiroki is a genius too. The problem is that he's a genius in a very weird way. Just then, everyone starts shouting that Hiroki is heading to the image zone. They all rush over, asking if he's going to strip again and lie down. Hiroki activates his spirit zone and covers a huge distance. Then he uses deviation form, and he is left stunned because he's doing it while moving at crazy speed. The others say it's amazing to watch him. There's probably no other kid in the whole kingdom who can do that. A moment later, he creates a bunch of targets. Even Yahello, who was teaching Class 4 nearby, is shocked and orders Hiroki to stop right now. But he doesn't stop. Instead, he gets ready to blow up every single target, and everyone starts panicking. The blast goes off, and everyone gets hit by it. Saron is speechless after seeing that display. Then the boy casually says he'll see them later. Yahello storms over furious, saying his suspension just ended and he's already causing trouble again. Hiroki argues that this time he definitely didn't break the machine, but she cuts him off and gives him 3 more days of suspension. The protagonist realizes that was the spirit zone of deviation form mixed with special detonation magic, and he asks who that boy is. He's told Hiroki is the biggest troublemaker in Class 5. He's terrible with people, and his grades are just average. But people still call him a genius because he's one of the biggest examples of someone who's insanely gifted in just one thing. They explain savant syndrome to Saron, a rare condition where people with developmental issues including autism spectrum disorder can have unbelievable talent in one area. Hiroki is basically the final boss of physics calculations. He can work out what would happen in extreme conditions, like absolute zero or temperatures over 100,000 degrees. He can even figure out the exact day 40,000 years from now in a single minute. They also say he could probably memorize the digits of pi for the rest of his life if he wanted. At least that's what they think. But on the other side, the literature teacher is asking if he's treating her authority like some kind of joke, because the boy is answering a literature test like it's a math problem. She tells him to stop acting like some fake genius, because there are plenty of things in the world math can't explain, like deep loss or human feelings. Hiroki tells her everything can be explained with numbers. Then he says if she can't explain the world logically, how could she live with all that fear? He even says she has no way to know whether her face might suddenly explode or not. Then he points to a line in the poem about a red swollen face and says it can be explained through chemistry. Stress throws hormones out of balance, which raises blood pressure, and that makes the blood vessels expand, turning the face red. If they contract instead, the face turns blue. At that point, the teacher throws him out and gives him a 0. Saron is amazed because it's wild how confidently Hiroki sticks to what he believes. Nade says that in the past, teachers used to fight over who would take charge of him, but now they've all given up. Then Nade says it's pretty surprising that MC is curious about someone else. For some reason, MC can't get that comment out of his head. He also starts thinking it feels like there's nothing Nade doesn't know. Then someone politely asks Saron if he'd like to join their research group. The girl says they're studying telekinesis, and if someone like him who stands out in photonization magic joined them, their research would probably move a lot faster. She adds that if they can publish their paper, they won't have to waste summer doing performance evaluations. Instead, they could spend that time studying together. He apologizes and says he's focusing on the subjects where his grades are low, so that's all he can handle for now. The girl says that's too bad, but tells him he can talk to them anytime, if he changes his mind. Nade says that's a real waste, but since the protagonist has Lady M, maybe that group doesn't interest him much. The protagonist is clueless when it comes to girls, so he has no idea what Nade means, but he still thinks it's a shame. His knowledge is still too shallow, and raising his grades is already hard enough, so joining a research group feels out of reach. So he asks Nade if he's in any research group himself. Nade says he is. Not only that, he's actually the leader. Sir One gets a little discouraged, but Nade quickly says it's not some big group. Honestly, he's embarrassed to even bring it up. Other than him, it only has 2 members, and their research funding got cut a while ago. He explains that all the older members graduated, so he got stuck as leader. That catches MC's interest. If the group had members who already graduated, then it might be a long-running group, so he asks if he can come see it sometime. Nade says he didn't expect him to be interested in joining a research group. He says he is interested, but he'd probably just be dead weight right now. Nade tells him not to worry. These groups aren't that strict. Then he takes him to the group, which turns out to be a huge black block full of structures. He asks what it is, and Nate introduces it as the Magic Warehouse. He explains that it stores the school's texts, and that the artifact automatically brings forward the cube containing whatever book you need. Sirwon is a little let down, but Nate says there's a much cooler side to it and he'll be shocked when he finds out. He adds that it's a treasure passed down through generations and protected by the upperclassmen. That sends the protagonist's expectations way up, and Nate says he'll be really surprised once they get inside. Meanwhile, Hiroki is off doing some crazy calculations. After they enter the artifact, Nate says all the other research groups wanted this place too, so they fought hard to claim it. MC isn't sure what he means, and Nate explains that they can use it however they want. He quickly asks if that isn't illegal. Nate says the warehouse's layout changes every time you find something, so no one will be able to find them. Sirwon realizes this place is basically impossible to track down a perfect hideout. Then Nate introduces his research group. But when the protagonist looks, all he sees is a beat-up sign that says Supernatural Psychic Science Research Group. He's surprised to find a science group here and honestly thinks it's kind of awesome. Nate says they study ghosts, spirits, the afterlife, aliens, hells, gods, everything. MC immediately feels like he may have made a mistake coming here, since none of that really interests him. But even so, he's greeted by a huge cloud of dust. He asks what that was, and Nate says there's dust all over the place, so Sirwon should get used to it. He wonders why they don't just clean it instead of telling him to adjust. Then he looks ahead and sees Iruki there, buried in calculations. Nate explains that their research group has a bad reputation, so they can't really let people know who's in it. That's why he never told Sirwon who the other member was. The protagonist asks if Iruki is into psychic stuff, but Nate says it's actually the opposite. He joined to prove all of it wrong. Since he believes everything has a logical answer, this place is the perfect target for him. That makes Iruki genuinely happy to see MC there. He asks why a genius like him came to such a shady place, then says his timing is perfect. Iruki wants him to think about something. If you keep breaking an object down, eventually only atoms are left. But can atoms be split even more? And if they can, what would happen? The protagonist isn't totally sure, but he guesses a huge amount of energy would be hidden inside them. Iruki says that's exactly right and is impressed. Sirwon could figure that out so quickly. Excited, Iruki explains that atoms hold enough energy to blow away an entire city. Then he asks MC what he thinks would happen next. His answer is simple. People would get hurt, but Iruki responds in a way Sirwon didn't expect at all. To him, the important part is the massive energy inside the atoms. He doesn't see why he should be thinking about people first. The protagonist asks if Iruki even understands what he's saying. He reminds him that even the headmaster said a mage has to think about how their magic will affect the world. So MC asks if he's really saying that chasing his own desires matters more than however many people get sacrificed along the way. Iruki calls him annoying and asks if Sirwon thinks other mages already know how to do this and are just choosing not to. He says the only reason they haven't done it is because they still don't know how. Iruki says his genius exists to achieve great things, but he fires back that genius means nothing if it kills people. He'd rather be an idiot than that kind of genius. Iruki argues that a small number of geniuses always lead the masses, and history proves it even now. He adds that he hates bringing idealism into an argument. The protagonist says Iruki's way of thinking is just defeatist, and ideals can be made real. Knight steps in and tries to calm them down, saying debates shouldn't be driven by emotion, and they should sit and talk this out properly. Sirwon says there's nothing left to discuss and walks off. Knight tells him to wait, he doesn't even know how to get out. Iruki says he can just retrace the path he used to get in, and if he can't manage that, then he really is an idiot. That sets Knight off, and he snaps at Iruki for making things worse when he could have explained it better. Iruki admits he got carried away. He says it's because MC is still his rival, and Nate is stunned to hear that from someone who usually only cares about numbers. Iruki says that's exactly why he said it, then asks Nate if he saw Sirwon's advancement test. Nate says of course he did, that's why they're in the same class. Iruki points out that he had only just learned teleportation, yet he still cleared level 10. To escape the labyrinth dragon, he had to calculate at insane speed. Iruki says it would have been impossible without incredible time derivation. In that moment, the protagonist processed 1/10 of a millisecond. Then Iruki starts laughing. He says that's the beauty of insight. It's faster than effort and sharper than knowledge. No conscious calculation can keep up with intuition. Still, he tells Nate to stay alert. Nate realizes Iruki wants a showdown between calculation and insight, and asks if he's talking about settling it in that test, the upcoming aiming speed test. The next day, everyone hears that the aiming speed test will happen in 2 weeks. Some students say that if they score badly this time, they're done for. Others are more interested in Sirwon's result, since he already proved he's strong in a real situation. They start wondering how amazing his score will be, and the rules of the aiming speed test get explained. In this test, students use an active spell to hit targets and earn points. Support or healing magic can also be used, as long as it has no defensive value. The goal is to destroy every target that appears in each stage, so speed and accuracy matter. Sarone goes to his teacher and admits he still doesn't know any active spells. He asks how he's supposed to take the test like this. As a beginner, he needs at least 60 points to show he's good enough to properly use magic. While MC looks for a way out of the problem, Sienna says his chemistry scores have been rising fast, so her effort wasn't wasted. He starts complaining, but she says she isn't teasing him. The real issue is that he's trying to improve everything at once, and she believes there's one field he already knows enough about, one subject where his understanding is strong enough to call it his main specialty. Sarone asks if she means photonization. He remembers that teleportation comes from photonization theory. Since it's a passive spell that turns the body into photons, he never even thought about it for this test. He says he didn't know photonization theory could be used in active spells too, and Sienna tells him a new spell was recently registered with the association. He immediately imagines a photon-based spell and thinks hopefully it's something cool. Then Sienna hands him a book on photon impulse and Sarone gets excited. After all, this will be his first active spell. But once he learns what the magic actually does, it just shoots out a few little sparkling stars. He asks Sienna if she's sure this is the spell she wants to recommend. It might work for the test, but he can't see how it would be useful for anything else. She tells him it only looks useless on the surface. The future of photon impulse is huge. Light is the fastest thing in the world, and straight-line movement is easy to control. Sienna says the Ivory Tower, which leads the way in advanced magic, predicts photon impulse will become a major breakthrough in communication. A lot of research has already gone into it, and they've probably used all kinds of techniques ordinary students haven't even heard of. She says that with enough study, it could become a great field by the time he graduates. Sarone gets fired up, saying specializing in it now might not be a bad idea. If this spell could help start a new age, then maybe it really is worth learning. But things don't go smoothly. The spell won't activate. The protagonist starts to realize he might not be able to control it at his current level. He keeps trying and reminds himself that magic doesn't come out from the hands themselves, but from the center of the spiritual zone. Still, imagining the photons flowing through his hands should help him cast it. Even so, photon impulse is harder than he expected, and he wonders if his convergent spiritual zone is the reason. Just then, Professor Yahello arrives, greets Class 5, and calls everyone to begin the lesson. The class immediately starts asking who she is, and they also notice her outfit. That alone catches everyone's attention. Then they realize something else. Her glasses are gone. Sarone blurts out, asking what in the world she's wearing. The others explain that Professor Yahello is a bishop of the famous Casus order. MC asks if that means she's part of the clerical order, and they confirm it. Bishop is a high rank that protects the 12 relics. She's one of only 12 people in the world with that title. On top of that, the kingdom gave her the name Zoner, for her outstanding mastery of the spiritual zone. The students start asking Nate if he understands just how amazing Yahello really is. One guy instantly declares that from today on, he's officially in Professor Yahello's fan club. Sarone thinks it's incredible that they're learning magic from someone this important. Yahello asks if they've been preparing well for the speed test. Until test day, they'll have temporary practical training divided by class. Today's lesson, she says, will teach a technique to improve their omnipotence, and she's invited an upperclassman to demonstrate it. Everyone immediately wonders who it is, and she introduces the enchantment mage, Samuel. Samuel greets Class 5 politely. He says he may not be worthy, but he came at Professor Yahello's request, and since he respects her deeply, he hopes he can help. That smooth introduction instantly wins over the girls in the room. Yahello explains that Samuel specializes in enchantment magic, which connects closely to today's lesson, so everyone needs to pay close attention. Samuel explains that enchantment magic uses the power of words to boost a spell. Instead of just talking about it, he says he'll show them. First, he casts a normal tornado spell. The moment Sarone sees it in his hand, he realizes it's the same spell the headmaster showed him when he was little. Then Samuel releases the tornado. The whole class is shocked. This is clearly the real deal. He tells them to remember that level of power, because now he's going to strengthen it with enchantment magic. Then he starts chanting to power it up, but the guy goes on with a super long dramatic recitation. After nearly 3 minutes, nobody can take it anymore, and the class starts wondering when he's finally going to stop. At last, he finishes it and casts the tornado again. This time, it's way stronger than before. The boy says that what he just recited wasn't only a special chant. It was more like a poem filled with his determination. He explains that he didn't just read the words. He poured feeling into every line and stamped his will into each one. That, he says, is the core of enchantment magic, putting meaning into every word to strengthen the spell. Still, it's way too slow to be practical, so now he's going to show them supersonic magic instead. Right away, the class asks if he's really about to do that whole thing again, but then he suddenly starts rattling it off at insane speed, like he's speed-rapping the whole chant. In no time, he fires off another ultra-powered tornado. Yahello asks if everyone paid close attention to the seniors' demo, while the boys are all collapsed on the ground. Sarone is blown away by the power, so this is what someone from the advanced class can do. He remembers that students who graduate from the academy are considered uncertified Class 10 mages. If that's the case, he can't even imagine how strong Yahello must be as a certified Class 6 mage. To him, that makes her world-class. One of the boys lying there half dead asks if they're supposed to learn enchantment magic too, but Yahello says no, That subject is a specialization, so they don't need to study it. Instead, she says they'll be learning something called the sequential method. It's a technique that improves omnipotence by sharpening focus through adding numbers in sequence. Saroni immediately asks if counting numbers really makes you stronger, and some of the others wonder why it has to be numbers at all. Othello explains that numbers are tied to axioms, so they work well with the spirit zone. But it's not as simple as just counting like enchantment magic. You have to give them meaning. Then she says she'll demonstrate. She tells them she'll strengthen her spirit zone using only the sequential method, and she'll count through several hundred numbers. She starts counting, and jumps straight to 100. Everyone is stunned. She counted from 1 to 100 unbelievably fast, and her zone already grew. Then it keeps expanding as she calls out 400, 1100, 1700, 2400. He can't believe it. He wonders if a person can really count that fast, especially all in one flow. Then she reaches 10,000, and just from the sequential method alone, her spirit zone becomes 4 times larger. She asks if they understood the point. Enchantment magic tries to imprint an image while speaking, but the sequential method imprints while thinking. She adds that if they increase the speed of their counting, their spirit zone gets even stronger. It doesn't just grow in size, its power and accuracy improve too. Overall, every ability gets boosted. Sarone realizes this could make photon impulse workable. Othello warns them that the sequential method isn't absolute though. Like any method, if their base focus is weak, its effect drops. She tells them not to forget that a calm mind and enlightenment are the foundation of strengthening the spirit zone. Then she asks if they understand, and everyone answers yes. The protagonist starts trying it right away, saying he counted to 1,000 in 1 minute, but he quickly realizes that counting while doing nothing is harder than he thought. If he hadn't trained his focus in class, he probably couldn't do it at all. He tries to steady himself. When he cast the teleport spell before, he treated complicated calculations as one whole. So he wonders if he can use that same idea with the sequential method. If he can group numbers by the hundreds each time and handle them together, it should take about 10 seconds. So he decides to test it on that tree by firing photon impulse, and this time, it works. The others turn to look from a distance, when he suddenly fires a golden beam in the middle of everyone. They start asking what that bright flash was, and Sarone realizes it's way too flashy. A few students nearby recognize it as photon impulse, and ask if he learned it for the speed test. Since it moves like light, the projectile should be insanely fast, but they still say it's not the best choice for the test because it doesn't have much attack power. Othello points out that MC specializes in defense and wonders if he's already learned active spells. She also notices that he got results from the sequential method. He says he did, and then she tells him to try practicing in the image zone. So the class starts saying he's going straight into the speed test. Curious to see it, Othello tells him that once the sequential method is active, he should call up the targets. Sarone begins counting, saying he'll use the sequential method first to strengthen his spirit zone. After he gets it where he wants, he summons the targets, and then it almost looks like he's moving with the light itself. Without hesitation, he starts hitting target after target with photon impulse. He thinks he's doing great, because with the projectile moving close to light speed, aiming and firing feel like the same action. Everyone realizes he's incredibly fast. He hits each target the instant he lines it up, almost like he's using an instant cast spell. Othello figures out what he's doing. His sequential method is giving him support by grouping numbers into large sets, and she says that's a kind of modularization used in information magic. It must be an insight he gained from the bridge test. She notes that his rate of improvement is huge. Then the boy draws in starlight and starts firing sparks everywhere. By the end of level 19, he has 342 points. Everyone notices his accuracy was perfect, 342 targets hit in 1 minute. Someone asks if they all need to switch and learn Photon Impulse too, but the others say Sarone could only do this because he learned Rainbow Fall. He thinks that if that's the case, then maybe he doesn't need to worry about the speed test anymore. Nate says this was a spell he couldn't even use a little while ago, and he still scored 342 points. That's amazing. But Iruki says that score is trash. Nate fires back that it was Sarone's first try, so it's already really good. Iruki says the score may be bad, but now things are getting interesting. Then he calls out to the teacher and says he wants a turn too. Othello looks surprised, but agrees on one condition. He can't cause any trouble. The protagonist hears that Iruki wants to try too, apparently to put on a demonstration. Sarone still doesn't like the way he thinks, but he's definitely curious. So the boy steps into the center, activates his spirit zone, and switches to deflection form. The class is stunned, because the speed test shouldn't even be possible that way. That basically means he won't use synesthesia at all. He'll track the targets with his own eyes and hit them that way. Sarone also notices that he even shrank the size of his form, and wonders what he's planning. Then he suddenly starts striking multiple targets at once in a line. He keeps tearing through them non-stop with his form, and everyone is left speechless, including MC. Even before it's over, he knows his own record is going to be crushed. Iruki glances at Sarone with a small grin, like it's sad that he's impressed by only this much. Then he speeds up more and more, and everyone starts asking if Iruki was always this strong. Watching closely, he finally gets it. He isn't following the targets with his eyes. He's using motion equations to predict where they'll move. Even so, he still keeps up with every predicted movement while using deflection form. Saron wonders how Aruki's spirit zone can react so fast and asks if he's using the sequential method too. Nade says yes, but the numbers Aruki is counting aren't grouped in simple hundreds or thousands. The protagonist asks if he's going above the thousands, and the boy says he's using millions. By the end of the challenge, he reaches level 24 with a score of 548 points. Everyone is shocked by what he pulled off. They ask how he hid talent like this, since hitting even one target with a deflection form that small should already be hard. Some of them even ask if he's human. Then Athela says it was very well done and that he's clearly extremely creative. The boy walks up to Saron and asks what he thought. Was it worth watching? MC admits it was amazing, and says he had no idea deflection form could be used like that. Aruki asks if he really means that, then says he's disappointed. Saron asks what he means. He asks what Hiroki means by that. Hiroki says the really impressive part was him figuring out modularization. Then he asks if the protagonist wants to know how he counted in the millions. Saron admits he is curious, but asks if Hiroki is really okay with telling him, since he seems to think highly of him. Hiroki shrugs it off. Just knowing the method doesn't mean MC can copy it. He says it was simple. He used logarithms to shrink the interval numbers. To him, that barely even sounds like a method. He thinks it through. If Hiroki is using logarithms, then he can handle huge intervals directly, but in a sequential method that depends on counting, that should only make the math harder. Saron starts wondering if this is savant syndrome. Meanwhile, Hiroki smugly asks what he thinks now and whether he still believes he can beat him. The protagonist says he's not trying to beat anyone, it's only a test. Hiroki mocks that as the kind of thing weak people always say. He goes on saying there's no point talking big about life and ideals when you don't have the skill to back it up. MC pushes back. If he wins, wouldn't that prove his point? Hiroki agrees for now but says his intuition is nothing next to his calculating ability. That leaves Saron completely fed up with the insult. Nade, on the other hand, is having a great time watching all this. Then the speed test rules are explained. Your score is the number of targets you hit within 1 minute. As the level rises, more targets appear, and if you miss even one at that level, you can't move on to the next. On top of that, the summoned targets move faster with each level. So if you can't clear the early ones quickly, no more targets appear and your score can crash. Saron notices that Class 5 averages 400 points, and nobody has broken 700. He says that if he wants 700 without missing a target, he has to reach level 30 in 1 minute. That means spending less than 5 seconds on each level. So the protagonist gives it another shot, and everyone is impressed as he keeps pushing faster. At one point, he's hitting targets without even turning his head, and people start wondering how that's even possible. By the end, he reaches level 25 and scores 567 points. Everyone is shocked that he raised his score by 200 points in just 1 week. They say that even with how fast the projectiles are, the second Saron spots a target, he doesn't let it pass. His linking ability is so good it looks like he's firing 4 shots per second. MC is thrilled and asks what Hiroki thinks now. After all, he's matched his score, and Hiroki starts to rise, saying it must be his turn. He steps onto the stage and summons a spiritual zone even smaller than before, and its speed is also much more boosted, letting him finish with 568 points at level 25, just enough to edge past him by a single point. So everyone realizes he lost again, though this time it was close. Even so, the protagonist's score is climbing much faster, so it feels like he'll pass Hiroki soon. But MC realizes that 1 point gap isn't random. The next day he gets 571, and Hiroki gets 572. Then MC hits 585, and Hiroki answers with 586. Day after day it stays the same. That can only mean one thing. To beat him by exactly 1 point every time, Hiroki has to calculate it from the very start with incredible precision. Saron realizes that this is a message. No matter how hard he tries, Haruki can still beat someone at his level with ease. People start saying Haruki will probably win this time. Still, they admit him clearing 600 points in a week is amazing. Even then, they keep saying Haruki is just too strong and he already looks worn out. That leaves everyone wondering how many points Haruki can really score. Saron thinks they're right. The gap between him going all out and Haruki barely looking serious is huge. He admits he has no idea how Haruki does it, so any plan he comes up with feels useless. Then Nade comes over and says he's rooting for him. Nade says both of them are his friends, so he doesn't think it matters who wins. The protagonist snaps back that this isn't a joke. He's gotten so deep into it that even while eating he can't tell if he's looking at food or numbers. Nade says he does feel a little bad for him, but from the outside this is really fun to watch. He adds that people are saying one of those two might break the all-time speed test record. So MC asks what the record is. He asks how many points it was and whether it belonged to some graduate. But Nada laughs and asks if he really doesn't even know the record his girlfriend set. Then he tells him Amy's record is 987 points. Around then, Sariel goes to talk to the girl and notices she's gotten much thinner since they last met. The advanced class really must be rough. Amy says Sariel will end up like that soon too, then hands over the files she asked for. Sariel asks if the advancement exam is that hard, and Amy says hard isn't even the right word. It's on a whole different level. Even a high score doesn't guarantee you'll pass. Already frustrated, Amy says it feels like they've been judging everything she's done up to now, and that makes Surreal even more nervous. But Amy tells her not to worry. Even if it's called the advanced class, it's basically around the level of the top students in class 4, and Surreal's skills should be more than enough. Surreal is surprised. Amy really has changed, and her mind seems even stronger now. Then she asks how Saron is doing, and Surreal says Amy is way too harsh, since the two of them haven't even met once. She adds that something pretty fun is going on right now, and that's how Amy hears Haruki has been picking a fight with him. Amy says now that she thinks about it, Haruki used to pick fights with her too when she was in class 5. She calls him strange. He acts like he doesn't understand human emotions, but when he wants to provoke someone, he uses those emotions really well. Surreal asks if he's like some kind of genius hunter, and the girl asks what they should do about Saron. Doesn't Amy need to help him? Amy says Surreal is worrying for nothing. That guy does not need her help at all. Surreal says that's going too far, and asks if Amy is being cold to her own boyfriend, but Amy says that's not it. The protagonist knows exactly what he has to do, and he proves it by reaching level 30 with 700 points. But Haruki steps up and also finishes level 30 with 701 points. The crowd goes wild and starts wondering what Haruki's real limit even is. Saron admits he's sure he can't beat him, and by sunset he starts to look down. Once the break ends, it'll be exam day, so he only has 3 days left. He can't think of any other way to beat Haruki in that time, and he starts wondering if he should just give up since it's only the final exam. But then he remembers Haruki saying that's what weak people always say. He also remembers Haruki mocking him for talking about life when he doesn't have the power to back it up. He remembers everything that brought him here, and Haruki saying no one would believe what he says. That makes him wonder if he's lost touch with reality after spending so long in a school for nobles. Honestly, part of what Haruki said isn't wrong. The world doesn't listen to people without power, so he decides he won't give up. If he wants to surpass Haruki, there's only one way: go beyond numbers. He starts asking himself what numbers really are, and what sequencing is. What is its true essence? Then he stops himself. If he gets lost in thoughts, he won't be able to see the bigger picture. So instead of thinking, he just feels. Soon he senses thousands, millions of stars filling his vision, and he wonders how long he can keep counting, and how far he can go. He keeps going until he reaches a liquid-like surface and asks what it is. Is that the end of numbers? It can't be. Numbers are infinite. So what is this? Then the ceiling in his mind starts cracking again. Fear starts to hit him because a crack opens under his feet. A hole appears, and he suddenly wakes up saying he knows he was counting. So what was that? Was it a hallucination? He wonders if it came from stress, but then questions that too, because he felt a powerful pull, and it's hard to explain, but he realizes numbers don't exist just to be counted. Later, he learns he had his eyes closed for 40 hours. The next day, at the first shared training field, Class 5 speed test finally begins. The whole class is nervous, wondering why the lower classes came to watch. Someone guesses they're here to check Class 5's level since they already took the same test. To make it worse, even the Class 4 seniors showed up. Some students say the pressure is unreal, but another tells them to relax. They only came to see Saron and Haruki face off. That makes everyone wonder who's actually going to win. Most think Haruki has the edge so far, but Sariel says it's too early to call. She points out that this test is done in groups, so matchups can change the score, and if it feels anything like a real battle, MC should win. 1 minute later, the first round ends, and the winner scores 427 points. Even after saying all that, Sariel is still really nervous. Even Nade manages to pass. Then the teacher praises Group 19 and calls up the final group. But before she can keep talking, the crowd starts yelling Haruki's name, and Saron's too, almost drowning her out. Nade says he looks completely locked in. The teacher explains they'll each get 1 minute. Everyone is watching them closely, hoping both of them push past their limits. The two step up side by side, and the test starts. Both of them activate their spiritual zones, raising them to the limit. Right away, their scores start climbing non-stop. The moment the test begins, every target gets destroyed almost instantly. The students can't believe it. Both of them are incredible. Haruki's spiritual zone gets even smaller, and one of the seniors realizes this is the famous form he had heard about. It's an amazing display. Sariel admits Amy was right. Haruki really is a monster of an opponent for Saron. But then she notices the protagonist's score is actually higher. Some start asking if Haruki is messing with him again, waiting to flip things at the end. But Haruki knows that's not it. Everyone has it wrong. He's been going all out from the very start. Now he starts wondering what Saron did over those last 3 days. That's when Athela figures it out. The first time you take a path, it feels long. The second time you reach the end faster. Counting works the same way, and MC went incredibly far. Haruki admits he really is weird. He keeps firing off those sharp bursts and wiping out everything at once. Athela brings up modularity. The protagonist is grouping numbers, while he counts them. She says he can only use that trick because he's already trained himself to count all the way to his conscious limit. He must have been focused to the extreme, even before the test started to pull this off. But Haruki realizes the risk. If MC makes even one mistake in that progression, the whole sequence collapses. No matter what, he has to hold it together. Even so, while Saron stays in that insane state, his score jumps to 469 against Iruki's 432. Now everyone sees the gap getting wider. They start cheering for him to go even faster. Iruki says this is basically mental doping. The protagonist shattered his normal calculation rhythm, which means he plans to decide everything in this one match. He gives Saron credit for that, because he really is just as crazy as Iruki. Still, Iruki says the risks he takes are on a whole different level. Then he speeds up too. People immediately notice something is wrong. The way Iruki's score starts rising is absurd, and it's not because MC slowed down. Even without the sound of explosions, Iruki's whole rhythm has changed. Something is off with Iruki's spiritual zone. Some wonder if they're seeing an afterimage, but Saron says that's not it. Iruki has 2 diversion form spiritual zones. He can barely believe that even makes sense. Athela recognizes it at once. Double spiritual zone. She explains it's an inborn trait of the mental division diversion form. She's shocked to see a student use it for real, especially while running 2 separate sequential methods at once, and even using logarithms to calculate the curves at the same time. She says that even among people with savant syndrome, this kind of talent is extremely rare. The fact that a kid like him was hiding this is unbelievable. She even wonders if another rare variant has appeared in the Magic Academy. Saron thinks Amy was right. Haruki really is out of his mind. Then Haruki shoots up to 845 points, while the protagonist is at 692. The students start saying it's over. The result looks obvious. Saron is amazing too. He just got matched against the worst possible person. MC starts telling himself he can't win. He already used everything he had, and he still can't even reach half of what Haruki can do. Even his best isn't enough. But then he stops and asks himself, is this really his limit? No, he's still afraid. He still doesn't know if he's allowed to walk this path. Even so, he breaks through that wall in front of him and decides to go beyond numbers. Just like that, he steps into a new domain, and even Athela can feel what he's done. His speed rays surge higher and higher, while Saron keeps focusing harder. A flash of light bursts around him and wipes out every target at the same time. His score almost catches Iruki's. Iruki feels the pressure now, but tells himself it doesn't matter how fast he gets. He just has to calculate faster. Every number, every possibility in the world. Then he realizes Saron is catching up and might really win. Only 1 second is left, and suddenly he wonders why time won't move faster. At the very end, Iruki drops to the floor. He says it's over. Thinking the score isn't bad at all, he assumes he won with 1247 points, then asks what the protagonist is still doing. Saron over to MC and asks if he's okay. Saron asks what happened with the test. She tells him he won, and not only that, it's a new record, 1253 points. Everyone congratulates him, and Saron can barely believe he actually won. Iruki walks up and says area effect spells are banned in the speed exam. He pauses, remembering how the whole field was covered in light at the end, but Iruki says he really has no sense of humor. Photon Impulse isn't an area spell, so it was obviously a joke. Then he congratulates him and admits it. The protagonist won. The students are stunned. Iruki accepted the loss so calmly that some wonder if the sun rose in the west. MC asks if he'll finally admit that lives matter more than research. Iruki says he's right, but then he adds that Saron still doesn't fully get it. Explosions aren't just about violent force. An explosion is just a huge amount of energy. It only becomes violent when someone chooses to hurt others with it. He argues that people are the ones controlling that energy, so it doesn't change the fact that it's still dangerous. Iruki agrees and says that's exactly why they need someone responsible to control it. Then he asks something of the protagonist. From now on, he wants Saron to take responsibility for him. He explains that explosions are only massive energy no one can control yet, but if he can control it, it could become power that saves thousands of lives. A new age could begin, one where people no longer have to fight over the world's natural resources. Even if he still doesn't have the perfect method yet, that's the dream. MC asks why he didn't just say that from the start, so there wouldn't have been a misunderstanding. Iruki says he needed to know what kind of person he was, someone who abuses power or someone who understands fear. Then the protagonist finally understands. Iruki is afraid of becoming uncontrollable power, and says that by defeating him, Saron proved his will is real. That means the only one who can stop him is MC. Iruki says that if he won't take responsibility for him, he won't let himself move forward. He says he still doesn't really know what to make of him. He can't tell whether Iruki is a realist or an idealist, but one thing is clear, the fear in his eyes is real. So Saron takes his hand and promises that if it ever comes to that, he'll stop him. Nade starts tearing up, saying those two are seriously awesome, and he's proud to be their friend. Then Athela calls the protagonist over for a moment. She asks him to come with her, and he does. Saron follows the teacher, and she grabs him. She asks if he understands what he just did, and whether he's really trying to disappear. She warns him that once he enters that place, he won't stay himself anymore. Saron apologizes and says he didn't realize it was dangerous. Athela tells him the place he touched is called the Infinite Realm, a domain beyond numbers. Mages call it the Immortal Function. Monks, on the other hand, call it Nirvana. She explains that humans can reach infinity, but those who truly gain it become one with nothingness. MC realizes that when he went beyond numbers, what he saw there was a vast emptiness, and that emptiness wanted to swallow him. Then he snaps awake completely terrified. He realizes it's the same nightmare again. Ever since he stepped into that place, he's had it every night, along with a weird feeling he can't shake. Sometimes that feeling completely takes over. He tried asking Professor Athella about it, but she couldn't find anything wrong with his body. So now he's left wondering what the hell happened to him. He even brings it up to Eknide, saying this only started recently, and he thinks maybe he got possessed by a ghost. Eknide bursts out laughing. He says he looked so serious he almost believed him. He gets annoyed and reminds him this is the supernatural research group. Hiroki joins in, teasing that the great genius who beat him is now stuck dealing with some other plane of existence. Then Eknide asks why he's taking it so seriously. The protagonist wonders if he said something weird, but Hiroki focuses on the dream and asks what that empty dark space was like. He asks if it felt like the stars were being pulled somewhere else. MC says yes, and adds that at the end, a beam of light appeared. Hiroki asks if that flickering light was the only thing he could see. He says yes. It was almost like a beating heart. Hiroki says that based on the size, speed, and shape of the space Saron described, it involves numbers that can't be observed on this continent. If a place like that really exists, then a phenomenon like that could only happen in outer space. The protagonist asks if he means outer space like in books, but wonders how he could dream about that when he'd never even heard of it. Nate says maybe not, because he has heard of something similar. He explains that 200 years ago, a soul electrolysis experiment was performed on a death row prisoner. It was based on the idea that if a human soul could be turned into matter, electricity might be able to separate it. Using a sealed conductor, they locked the prisoner inside a metal box and kept sending electrical currents through it. The experiment was so cruel it got shut down and the prisoner barely survived. He only regained consciousness a month later. But when he woke up, he knew about nations beyond places he had never heard of before. Sarwan asks if that really happened. Anid says they checked the prisoner's information and it all turned out to be true. So if the soul really was ionized, then an electromagnetic force must have been released, and that force may have pulled all the world's information into the prisoner's soul. At least that's the theory. Anid adds that the awful feeling the prisoner had is called the sensation of grief. MC realizes that's exactly what he's been feeling. Hiroki says if that's true, it explains why he could see outer space. If a soul can be ionized by electricity, then a quantum phenomenon could happen. So going beyond space and time isn't impossible. He goes on to explain that in the quantum world, which is smaller than an atom, things can happen that make no sense at all. In a place where observation and measurement can't happen at the same time, everything can only be described by probability. Then he says that if the soul's mass is smaller than an electron's, the link between space and time could collapse, making it possible to feel the universe itself. Nate jumps in, saying that matches Saron's situation perfectly. The protagonist is stunned and asks if that really explains everything. He calls them amazing, saying that even if they're weird, this really does feel like a research group. Hiroki quickly warns him. It's still just a theory, and they need more information to turn it into real research. Hiroki thinks for a moment, then asks MC to tell him more. He says that during that burst of speed, something was strange about the release of light. Since that night, he's had the same nightmare every time. Hiroki asks him to explain exactly what happened. He says Professor Athella told him it was the immortal function. Nade asks Hiroki if he knows what that means, and Hiroki starts laughing as soon as he hears it. Now he gets it. It was the immortal function. He says he once heard about it from his father, a realm mathematician's dream of reaching, a function that could become the key to everything in the world. The protagonist points out that Athella said it was dangerous, and Hiroki agrees. In terms of phenomena, he says, everything and nothing are the same. Hiroki adds that MC really had to reach that level to make him admit defeat. Hearing that, MC starts to feel relieved, so he makes up his mind. He's joining the supernatural research group. Nadir is thrilled. He says he hates feeling afraid, so he's going to investigate this himself, and with them, he's sure he can understand it. Nate says that's great, because whether it's the immortal function or anything else, they'll figure it out, and now they finally have enough members to make the club official again. That means they can get funding too. Still, Hiroki wonders if the teachers will approve them, since the research group is infamous and has a terrible reputation. Nate tells him to relax. They just need to slip the paperwork into the teacher's stack when no one's looking. Even so, both of them still doubt that plan will actually work. Nate tells them to stop worrying because now they're heading to the market to buy things for a welcome party for the group's new member, all paid for by him. Hiroki asks if that's really okay since he's broke, and Saron can only think that this is really the group he joined. Still, he decides the first thing he needs to do is clean the place. But unlike what Nate hoped, their club application gets discovered by the most dangerous teacher of all. She's furious that the protagonist joined that dump. Later, while she's with Athella, she asks Thad what he's carrying. He says they're applications for research groups and explains this always happens near the holidays. Students make clubs for a while, then they fall apart if they can't earn a performance review. One of the papers slips to the floor and Sienna points out that he dropped one. When they look at it, they see which research group it is, and it's a very well-known one. Then they realize Cirone got mixed up with those guys, and Sienna does not like that at all. So she goes to talk to Athella. apologizing for interrupting her training. Athela says if Sienna came all the way there, then it must be important. After hesitating a bit, Sienna admits that Cerrone joined a research group. Athela is happy to hear he finally joined one and asks which group it is. Sienna answers that it's the Supernatural Research Group. She reminds Athela that the group has been causing trouble since before either of them became teachers. With all the complaints they already get from parents, she can't understand why it had to be that group. Cerrone is the school's biggest promise, and this is when he should be focused on studying. But Athela asks if maybe the group is different now. She points out that their president is Nod, a model student with good relationships with everyone, so she doesn't think it'll be a problem. She also says the current president of the Magic Association, Tormia Mikia Gold, used to lead that same group. So Athela says she's sure they'll share good experiences and stay on the right path. At that exact moment though, Nod is just lazing around in the clubroom. Cerrone walks in and asks if they're not going to class. He asks if they're not going to study, but Nod says he isn't feeling well today, while Hiroki casually skips all the time. Meanwhile, he plays another round of checkmate by himself. MC thinks he definitely cleaned the place, but it's already a mess again. He points out that they're not studying, not researching, and not going to class. Nod tells him he can regret joining, but he can't quit now. At that point, he gives up on them. He says he's going to study, and moves off to one side, but Hiroki quickly asks Nod if he finished his new invention. Nod proudly says of course he did, because this is an invisibility cloak. That instantly gets the protagonist's attention, and they hype it up even more, saying it's amazing. Nod explains it lasts for an hour, and with an energy supply, it can last even longer. The protagonist gives in and says he wants to see it too. Back with Sienna, she says that if they're talking about Nod, the other members are trouble too. She brings up Hiroki, saying he stays in class 5 but only acts stupid. Then she asks if Athela hasn't noticed his talent. Cerrone also defeated that monster. She says that once the current top students graduate, these boys will become a major force in the school. And if MC keeps hanging around a troublemaker like Hiroki, he'll turn into one too. She warns that the boy could become the academy's biggest disaster. That finally shocks Athela, though she still thinks Sienna may be overreacting. The problem is, they really are messing around. In fact, they're showing off a magical fragmentation grenade. He asks if that thing isn't dangerous, while he's still wearing the invisibility cloak. Nod says he saved all this stuff to put on a huge show someday, but Hiroki calls that a lie, and says Nade's real dream is to become a great magical engineer. That's exactly what Nade has been studying for. Cerrone thinks that's awesome, and asks if these inventions are made with electromagnetism. Then he notices a book and asks what it is. Nade says it belongs to the Body Research Group. That makes the protagonist wonder why it's there, and he asks what kind of group that is. Then he looks inside and finds a bunch of pictures of girls. Cerrone asks if those girls are students from the academy. Hiroki notices the booklet, and Nade quickly says it's basically a school info pamphlet spread around by a shady group. The drawings are pretty bad, but it's packed with inside gossip. Hiroki calls it cheap entertainment for people with too much free time. Right away, MC asks why the school doesn't stop it. Then he looks closer and spots something. Amy is in the pictures. He tries to say something to him, but he has gone completely silent. The makeup starts panicking, saying people shouldn't even be looking at stuff like this, and he gets more and more flustered. He asks who would make a research group like that, and Hiroki explains that it's a hidden, shady club. Since most of them are upperclassmen, they're probably ahead of the school when it comes to covering their tracks. The protagonist can't believe graduate students would make a group like that in the first place. Hiroki tells him that's exactly the point. He adds that the GPS is shady too, while Sienna says even the Black Wizard group looks childish compared to this. The real issue is that this prank is being run by one of the smartest and most gifted students around, and they've completely dodged the school's investigators. The reason the school leaves GPS alone is because the group lost its official status, and some brilliant students are trying to bring it back. So Sienna says she'll use this chance to shut down the Supernatural Research Group. Athela says she understands why Sienna is worried about the students' futures. Still, there's a reason the school usually stays out of research groups. She explains that it's meant to build independence and responsibility. Research groups are treated as separate, so students learn to live with their own choices. If adults take every choice away, kids may grow up afraid to decide anything for themselves. Then she asks why they can't give them a little more time. Sienna admits Athela does have a point. Even so, she believes talented adults also have a duty to keep gifted students from going down the wrong path. Athela can feel how much Sienna cares about Cerrone. She wanted to give him enough time to figure out his own limits, but she also can't ignore the teacher's passion. So Athela starts by apologizing for not saying this sooner. Then she reveals something important about MC. In the recent shot speed test, he reached Nirvana. Sienna is stunned. Back at GPS, everyone feels the shock she's about to bring, and Nate immediately tells them to hide everything. The protagonist keeps asking what's going on. There's only one way to describe it. Mixi stepped in it. Hiroki explains that a teacher is taking control of the storage room. When MC asks what they should do, Hiroki tells him to sit down and wait because it's a surprise inspection. Sienna gets ready to come in, and she says it takes 3 minutes to open the exact storage room she wants, which means they still have time to hide the evidence. Once he realizes it's a teacher, He asks if they shouldn't greet her and wonders why they keep telling him to stay quiet and sit still. But Nate says that's exactly what he needs to do. Act like nothing is wrong. If they get caught, it won't end with just a warning. They tell him the research room is their territory, and if they panic, they're done. Nervous, the protagonist agrees. Then Sienna kicks the door open. She stares at the boys and all of them strike tough poses. Seeing that, she can only think of one thing. Before it's too late, she has to dissolve this group. The moment she steps in, she scolds them for not even greeting their teacher. She reminds herself that research groups are student-run and mostly left alone. Even instructors are supposed to follow proper steps when stepping in. So honestly, she expected this kind of reaction. Nadia apologizes and says they were in the middle of a debate. Sienna is already irritated and he keeps going, saying that if she had sent an official notice first, they could have welcomed her more warmly. What annoys her most is that even Cerrone seems to have been influenced by them. On the outside, he stays blank-faced, but inside he's freaking out, wondering if it's really okay to just sit there. Sienna says no matter what's going on, when a guest arrives, they should at least offer some tea. But Nade fires back, asking if she really trusts them enough to drink tea they made. So she says fine, then she'll get straight to the point before she leaves. She wants them to give up the research room, and they ask what she means. They also ask why they should hand it over out of nowhere. Sienna says she checked the records and it's getting harder and harder to find a reason not to shut this research group down. They haven't produced results in 4 years, and they've been under the member limit for more than a semester. That alone is enough to end the group. Their funding was cut a long time ago too. She adds that by procedure, if they can show results within the next month, the group can stay. At that, Nade starts begging for any option that isn't a research presentation. He argues that all supernatural research deals with things that can't be proven. Then he asks if she's really going to erase the only group willing to question a magic society obsessed with science and logic. He says they'll do anything else. Sienna answers that if he really feels that strongly, she can offer a different condition, and he says they'll do whatever it takes. So she tells them to remove Shirani from the group. Everyone is stunned and asks why. After laying everything out, she learns they already knew about the immortal function. Sienna says this problem is far beyond what the school can handle and it's way too dangerous for young students. Shirani could even disappear. He says he already knew it was dangerous and doesn't plan to use it again. But Sienna says that's not the real problem. The real danger is the overload that comes after it, and Shirani asks what that means. Yaruki explains it like a sickness that geniuses can get. He had it when he was 8, but it wasn't that bad. His father just said he was already crazy so he should live with it. Nage, though, didn't even know what it was, and Sienna says the way they're talking about it is exactly the problem. She explains that overload happens when the mind can't handle the flood of information from a sudden awakening. It's like a dam breaking under too much water. Worst of all, overload can shatter a person's mind, because people wrongly treat it like just some genius sickness. A lot of kids miss the time when it could still be treated, and end up suffering for the rest of their lives. She adds that if the overload came from the immortal function, it would be even worse. Sienna doesn't even want to imagine how dangerous that would be, and Shirani starts to realize that having his mind break might really be possible. After all, during that nightmare, he really did think he might go insane. Sienna says she's considering putting Shirani into mental therapy while only making him meet the Academy's minimum requirements. She'll handle it herself to make sure he doesn't suffer any trauma. So if they truly care about their friend, they should expel him from the group. But Nade says no. As president, he doesn't believe that's the right answer. Sienna asks if this is really the time to be stubborn, but Hiroki cuts in and asks whether this isn't something Shirani should decide for himself. He says he understands her concern, but isn't she taking it too far? Nade adds that from where he stands, the only reason she's pushing this hard is because she likes Shirani. She doesn't deny it. In fact, she says that's exactly right, and now there's no problem hiding it. Nade instantly says there is absolutely a problem. What kind of teacher falls for a student? Sienna coolly replies that it's possible, since there's still a man and a woman. Nade starts losing it even more. Then he blurts out that if that's true, maybe she likes him too. Sienna shuts that down immediately. No chance. He goes down hard from that brutal rejection, practically bleeding from the hit. She tells him she's not backing off because of a weak argument, and orders him to stop being stubborn and face reality. Hiroki says that if Shirani can't handle the overload, then that just means that's his limit. It doesn't mean he'll die. Sienna thought Hiroki would understand, since he's experienced overload himself, but this is nothing normal. This involves the immortal function. Hiroki says that's exactly why. The immortal function is unknown territory from the start. Shirani is the only one who has reached it, so they shouldn't act like they understand and just wait for the worst. He tells her that worrying because Shirani is crossing the limits of where he came from can turn into obsession. That hits her hard. She remembers being little, hearing someone call to her that they needed to get out of there, while she stayed curled up in fear. Hiroki says that just like he thought, this is something Shirani needs to choose for himself. Shirani admits he's scared too. Like Sienna said, there were moments when he really thought he was going crazy, but at the same time it felt good. He says this isn't something that happens to just anyone. It happened to him. What really scares him is the nightmare ending. If it disappears, he won't be able to keep searching for what's inside him. If there's something that belongs only to him, then he wants to find that answer. He doesn't want to run from this. He wants to overcome it. Hearing that, she thinks they really are alike. Remembering a boy telling her not to run and to look ahead, she says Saron is just like him. Then she says she understands and will respect Shirani's feelings. She also says his overload won't be used against him. Things will go back to the original terms. They just need to show the same results again by next month. That condition makes Ned lose his mind, because now they really have no way out. Shirani asks what the plan is, since they have to give a research presentation in 1 month. He wonders if there are any records from past presentations, but Rook says their group has never done one. If it had, supernatural psychoscience would already be in the textbooks. The problem is simple. They can't prove the soul exists. Ned starts apologizing to the former presidents, saying the research group will end with their generation, but Shirani tries to argue before Rook cuts in. Rook gets distracted by a beautiful woman, and Shirani tells him this is not the time for that. But Ned stares too because the woman looks a lot like Saina. They wonder if she's an upperclassman, but the others realize there's no student like that in the higher classes. Then it finally hits them. That's Professor Saina. It was pretty obvious since she wasn't even trying to hide it, but these guys are slow. Rook teases that Shirani has a sharp eye for women, and Shirani quickly denies it. Still, he wonders where she's going on the weekend. She's dressed unusually well, so Rook asks if she's headed to a date. Saina's at that age after all, and Ned starts asking if she's meeting a man. Then he says this could be their chance. If they follow the professor and find a weakness, they can use it to stop the research group from being shut down. Ned is clearly starting to lose it and go way too far, so Shirani asks what kind of crazy plan that is. Rook goes along with it, saying tailing a certified 6th grade mage isn't easy, but they do have his invisibility cloak. Shirani asks if even Rook is really doing this. Rook says they'll just see where she goes, then tells Shirani to go with Ned while he grabs the cloak from the research room and insists this is the only way to save their group. Shirani yells that they should put this much effort into studying instead. Meanwhile, as Sienna walks through town, she starts feeling like something is off. Rook says her senses are so sharp they almost got caught a few times, so Shirani asks why they're even doing this. Ned says something definitely seems to be going on and wants to know who she's meeting. But Shirani points out that something feels wrong because nobles usually avoid common public areas when they go on dates. Sienna keeps sensing that something strange is going on and checks every direction. Rook says that's suspicious. She's way too alert. Ned jokes that maybe the professor is selling shady items for money, but Shirani asks if they really think she's as bad as they are. Then she knocks on a door and goes inside. After greeting a man with a hug, everyone is shocked that she might be seeing a commoner. They start thinking this could be a romance. Her family refused to support. Shirani says that now that she's inside, they should give up and leave. Ned asks what he's talking about. They need to keep following her and get proof and claims it's all for the survival of the research club. The other two are left stunned by how stupid that sounds. Before long, Ned is already there with Rook casting a spell, and he manages to unlock the door. Ned says he knew the basement lock would be weak, so they sneak in and confirm the first floor is clear. Then they head upstairs, and Ned tells Rook to use his divergent spirit zone form to check the hall. Shirani can only wonder why these two don't use the same drive and talent on their schoolwork. In the hallway hidden under the cloak, Ned says he heard a woman's voice from one of the rooms. Shirani tells them to go back, but Ned says Sienna started this war, so now they have no choice. Then they listen in. She's asking if he doesn't need clothes, and the man says he'd rather stay the way he is. She asks if she should take that off, and he tells her not to. She looks beautiful as she is. Everyone starts panicking at what they're hearing, and MC says they really should stop listening. But then Sienna asks when his wife will get there, and he says she'll arrive in 2 hours. Of course, they completely misunderstand it, and wonder if the man Sienna came to see is married. Then he tells her they can begin. Aruki says that should be enough to use as a weakness, but Nate says no, just like he thought, this won't work. He says they have to stop this from happening. Then he throws the door open and begs the professor not to do this, shouting that it's a crime. But when they look inside, Sienna is just sitting there while the man draws her. Red-faced and flustered, she demands to know what they're doing there. A little later, the three boys have their hands up, apologizing because they thought she was having an affair. Sienna is furious, they could even think that, and tells them to wait until they get back to school. Haruki says if anyone gets punished, it should be Nady. Nady starts calling the others traitors for going along without even needing to be talked into it, and Sara keeps ratting him out by mentioning the invisibility cloak was Nady's idea too. But the man asks Sienna to calm down, saying the students only followed her because they were worried. She fires back that even if she made herself easy to follow, breaking into someone's home is still awful. He says the boys probably weren't thinking straight because he was there, then offers to make some tea so they can talk. The boys thank him, and Saraka notices that the man is blind. Still, his head feels strangely heavy, and he wonders if it's connected to the feeling he had that morning. Sana says it's lucky Armin has such a kind personality. He gets straight to the point and asks who he is. Nady agrees and asks what kind of relationship they have that made her so careful about meeting him. She explains that Armin is an older student who went to the same academy as her when they were younger. Then Haruki realizes Armin is a mage and asks how he lost his eyes, and she says Armin lost his sight because of her. When she was younger, she also went through overload, and all she could do was run. Then Armin starts shouting for Sienna, warning that it's dangerous and the water is rising too fast, but she tells him not to come closer. Then she falls into the river without noticing. He jumps in to save her and tells her to hold on. If they can make it to the end of the river, someone might rescue them. But on the way, a fallen tree blocks them, full of loose branches and broken limbs. He tells Sienna they need to go under it and asks if she can do that. Like any scared kid would, she says she's afraid. He tells her to hold her breath and promises to keep her from floating back up. If they can endure it, they'll live. So he keeps his own head above water, still saying they'll survive, or at least she will. Then he takes the branches head on. Sienna says that's how Armin, the academy genius, lost his sight, and after that he gave up on becoming a mage. She says she was shocked when she later heard he had become an artist, and only then does Haruki understand why she was so worried about overload. Right then, Armin says Sienna tends to overstate things a little, but it still shows how much she cares about all of them. He adds that she talks about these students all the time. Shirani asks if they can watch him paint, since everyone is curious how he does it without being able to see. Sienna immediately realizes they need more lessons in manners. Armin says it's fine. Since he doesn't have much time, he'd like to get back to painting, and he asks whether Sienna is okay with that too. She agrees, though she admits it's a little embarrassing. Then she takes her place again. Even more self-conscious this time, Armin starts to paint, and Nady wonders how he can possibly do it. Haruki thinks his skill is at least on Sonya's level. Then Shirani asks Armin if he can actually see. Armin stops and turns toward Shirani, saying he had been waiting for him. He kept wondering whether Shirani would notice. Then he removes the cloth from his face, revealing eyes that shine. Armin walks toward the boy as a yellow aura spills out from him. Shirani tries calling Hiroki and tells him to look at Armin's eyes, but he realizes the two boys are frozen. So is the professor? And he asks what this is. Armin tells him it's magic, something called stop. Shirani is stunned. He can't believe he's standing before a mage who reached time magic at light speed level. Armin tells the boy to sit down so they can talk calmly, because they have plenty of time. Then Armin admits that honestly, he was nervous because he knew the boy would figure it out. Normal people receive light through their eyes and rebuild it as visual information, but Armin says his eyes are light itself. The moment he saw the boy, he knew they had gone through the same thing. The immortal function. Shirani is startled and asks if he can explain more about that power. Armin says the immortal function is the gate to infinity, and those who open that gate are called the liberated. Then he continues. The minds of those who open that door quickly spill into infinity. Because of that, they gain huge power. Armin tells the boy not to worry, as long as he doesn't go too far, his mind won't break. Shirani still asks if it's really okay, because every night he sees the universe in his dreams. Armin is caught off guard by the way the boy talks about the universe, and Shirani admits he's told no one. It's so strange that he feels like he's losing his mind, and it honestly feels dangerous. At that, Armin finally understands and says it looks like Shirani is loved by magic. The boy doesn't know what to make of that, so Armin explains that the first symptoms can't be avoided. Shirani is reaching the infinite domain, the universe itself. Anyone facing something that endless and powerful would feel intense fear, and that fear can lead to awakening. That's how the liberated gain control over space. But the fear Shirani feels isn't tied to space. He's seeing something completely different. Armin says that the moment he learns what that something is, his anxiety will fade. Shirani asks how he'll ever figure it out. Armin says he'll know when the time comes, even if he can't say when. It could happen soon, or it could take Shirani his whole life, but he tells Shirani not to worry, because that unknown thing is already inside him. For now, Shirani is just in a state he can't name yet. He wonders if that means it still hasn't been discovered, that the universe exists inside him, but he has no idea what it is. He adds that maybe it's connected to the lights he sees in his dreams. Armin thinks it might be tied to broken symmetry, and says scholars believe this world was made with perfect order. Its laws of physics are exact, math can explain it, and constants like the speed of light never change. That kind of perfect symmetry almost feels like something designed by someone. But as research moved forward, they realized that symmetry had been broken. Shirani also remembers Hiroki telling him about an unknown world of probability. Armin says the universe they live in isn't perfect, and no one knows what broke that symmetry. It's a nameless existence, but if anyone can find it, he believes Shirani can. The boy starts thanking him, saying he thinks he really can do it. Then Shirani says he only came because he followed his teacher, but he's glad he got to meet Armin. Armin tells him to look at Sienna and says she's kinder than the boy realizes. So Shirani asks why he keeps all this secret when he could just tell her. Armin says Sienna always worries about him out of guilt, but it's not like he got his sight back. It wouldn't be right for her to tie her whole life to him, because he already has a wife, and that's exactly why he wants to help Sienna live her own life. Then they return to normal, with everyone moving again, and Armin asks the boy to promise he'll keep this secret. Nilsk thanks Sienna for letting him finish the painting. She says this was the last day and asks if she should write to him after he moves, and he says he'll answer. He also tells the boys to keep studying. Then he says he'll see her later. Nils's wife suddenly shows up yelling that she's done shopping, then asks if he finished the painting. Nilsi, she notices Sienna and asks if she's leaving already, saying she should eat before going. All of them are shocked by the woman's personality. His taste in women was definitely not what they expected. Nilsi, the woman starts asking why Sienna's face is red and says maybe she isn't feeling very well. So all four of them rush out, apologizing and saying they're busy. Armin barely manages to say goodbye, and as soon as they leave, that woman drops the act. She wonders if the higher-ups would believe Armin. The eyes of light could make an expression like that. He tells her to stop joking around and give the report. She says they need to leave Kreese for Kelbera. There may be a few minor issues on the way, but nothing Armin, the eyes of light, can't handle. Then she uses his real code name, the one who seeks the eternity of the soul. Armin tells her to quit, saying ridiculous things and says he'll fulfill the contract. She checks one more time to make sure he didn't tell Sienna, telling him not to forget that the lives of the people he loves are at stake. He tells her not to worry because Sienna knows nothing. As they walk, they notice their teacher is clearly in a bad mood. Nade says that's bad because if Sienna stays like this, they'll be in trouble the moment they get back to school for following him, breaking into a house and probably getting the research group shut down. So Nade calls out to her, asking if they can grab something to eat before heading back. Everyone quickly says they're hungry and should go out for food. Sienna agrees, saying after spending all day doing dumb things, they must be starving. Even while still upset, she takes them to eat. The group starts planning how to cheer her up and avoid punishment, but Sarani realizes she's really mad because she'll be away from Armin, so he says they need to help her feel better. 2 hours later, their teacher is already drunk and asking for another bottle of wine, while everyone begs her to stop drinking. And 2 hours earlier, they had all been shocked that she even wanted to drink. She asked what the big deal was. They could break into a house, but she couldn't have a drink. Then Nate egged her on, saying it was her day off and she should go for it. After that, everyone started eating like crazy, and Hiroki teased Sarani, saying some people would think it was his first time eating food like this. Nade even tried to butter her up by offering to pour her drink, but she refused. So he decides he has to do whatever it takes to improve her mood. He figures they need to get something out of this. An hour later, she's completely wasted, pulling on Nade's cheeks and saying they're soft and squishy. At that point, both boys realize she's totally drunk. Then she points at them and says they did an amazing job during the speed test. She says their skills are incredible, so why do they keep acting so lazy? There are plenty of people who never reach their dreams even though they had talent. She says they might think she's a bad teacher, but everything she's done was for their sake. The boys quickly tell her that's not true. They never once thought she was a bad teacher. That makes her emotional, and she drops her head onto the table. Then the boys finish eating, but their teacher still won't wake up. They start wondering what to do since she hasn't even paid the bill yet, and Sarone tries to wake her. Then a man walks over and says it looks like the young lady drank a lot, asking if he should take her home in his carriage. He says it would be just her. Nate says that's not necessary, but the man tells the kids to stay out of it, because this is something adults should handle on their own. Then he calls his friends over to help. Looking Sienna over, he says she's really pretty up close. The second he reaches towards Sienna, Sarone grabs his wrist, stares him down, and tells him not to touch his teacher. The others get angry and ask how he dares speak like that. The man realizes they're students and mocks them, asking if they really think they can stay out all night, saying they should be home sleeping beside their mothers. He boasts that with one word he could have them thrown out of school. Then Nate drops the nice act and fires a lightning spell at him, saying he'll only say this once more, get lost, unless he wants to get hurt. Now they realize it's magic and guess the boys might be from Alphea's Magic Academy. Hiroki snatches his wallet and checks his ID, seeing the man works in administration at the Kreis office, Douglas Silver. The man realizes the boy stole from him and demands to know when. Hiroki notices he's a public official and says if he really wants to get someone expelled, he can go talk to Iroki Mercadane, who'll gladly see him anytime. Then he throws the wallet back in the man's face and the guy realizes Hiroki is a Mercadane, a first-class noble family, royal advisors for 3 generations and part of the king's commission. After that, they run off terrified of the boy's family. Nate asks why Hiroki brought up his family, since he normally never does. Hiroki says using that name against people like this is the exception. Then he tells everyone to get moving because the food was good but the mood got wrecked. While Sienna sleeps peacefully like an angel, Nate snaps a picture of her and says the perfectionist teacher getting drunk and passing out would be huge news. He says now he can protect their research group from being shut down. Then Sarone says he's been wondering why he's the only one carrying Professor Sienna. Nate says he's just jealous, and Hiroki adds that the protagonist is the strongest one there. Hiroki still doesn't move an inch, and then he remembers something. He tells the boy to try using Shima, but Sarone asks if he thinks people can just use that whenever they want. Hiroki says if he can use the Spirit Zone, then he should be able to use Shima too. Nate remembers that the kingdom has a magic swordsman, and Hiroki bets the boy has talent for that too. MC immediately wants to learn, so Hiroki tells him to close his eyes and focus on C major. He says he's going to ask a few questions, and tells the boy to follow his voice. So Sarone does, first trying to feel himself more deeply. Hiroki tells him to look further inside himself, then calmly guides him to breathe in slowly and listen carefully before answering. Then he asks him when the first time was that he kissed Amy, and Sarone gets super mad because he realizes he got played. On the way back, the protagonist tells them to stop trying to use her weak spot as leverage. He asks why, since it was really hard to get that info. But the boy says that's up to the teacher. For Sienna, it had been a really hard day. Hiroki realizes she only doesn't want them to go through the same pain she did. That makes Neji a little scared of losing the research group the last president left to him, but he says it doesn't matter. He says he's sure this will work. Then he pushes the three of them to do whatever they can with their own power. Right then, Sienna wakes up and asks what they're talking about. She says she probably caused trouble for them and promises to keep the mess they made a secret from the school. She also says she won't punish them. Everyone's relieved, and then she adds that from now on, she'll give Ed 1 more month. Whether it's a ghost or anything else, she tells them to bring it and show her. If they really love this research group, they need to prove its worth to the school. That gets them fired up. They swear that whether it's a research demo or anything else, they'll prove their group matters. Then Hiroki jokes that maybe he should start by dissecting his own brain. While they mess around, Hashirani thinks that even if things have changed, he's still relieved. On the way, they ask how long the teacher has actually been awake, but she just fires back what kind of mage's mind would get taken down by a few drinks. They can't believe it. A few days later at the academy, students notice a poster for a research presentation. They're shocked to see Hashirani join that group, and someone points out that even Hiroki is in it. Then they read the title, The Supernatural Research Group. Naturally, everyone asks what that even is. The poster says they'll reveal the truth about Alpheus Magic Academy and expose secrets the school has been hiding soon. People start wondering if this is even an academic presentation. Then the story jumps back 10 days earlier, in Istas, where they admit they still can't think of anything. Even with the group together, the three of them lying around aren't getting anywhere. Hiroki says they argued the whole night, but they still don't have any strong topics. Nate points out that even if those things happened in real life, they still couldn't recreate them for the presentation. Then they mention it's already been 3 days since their promise to Professor Sienna, and he says claiming the presentation will work is easy, but they're researching spirits and the supernatural, so how are they supposed to show something people can't see with the naked eye? Because of that, Nate is losing his mind, but Saron is too. He admits he can't do it, so he turns to talk about Nate, but suddenly gets startled by a hologram right beside him. Knight starts laughing and asks if they should just trick people by calling that a spirit. But Hiroki says it's only a light shadow. Saron says it stared at him and that's what scared him. But no mage would be fooled by something that simple. Knight points out that MC still fell for it, but he suddenly gets an idea. He says there's no need to check for proof. They don't need proof at all. That makes them ask what he's even talking about. Saron explains he wasn't scared because he got tricked. Something deeper inside him got triggered. So instead of forcing people to believe by showing direct proof, they should pull out people's deepest fears. Hiroki realizes what the protagonist means. They need a new strategy. Instead of proving the supernatural exists and then making people believe, they should make people believe first, then prove it. Knight gets excited and says the protagonist might actually save the research group, then grabs him even though he hasn't showered in 3 days. Hiroki calls it a reverse concept and says it's brilliant. The problem is, if they show something like that badly, people who already believe in the supernatural could stop believing. So he asks Knight if he can make it scarier. Knight says, of course he can. But then he turns his light shadow into basically a 24 FPS animation, and they realize that still won't be enough. Hiroki asks if they could do it with a machine instead. Knight says he already thought of that, but there's a problem. He can load the program into a machine and run the hologram, but if the person doesn't react to it, they won't fall for it. Shirani realizes he's right, because what shocked him was that the thing looked straight at him. So Hiroki says he can solve that. They just need to predict people's reactions using a complex systems theory. He says that after analyzing enough reaction patterns, they can program them in. For example, once they predict that Shirani will look left, a spirit appears on his left. Then he has 2 choices, chase it or keep staring. Shirani asks if they can really do that, and Hiroki says yes. Everyone at school follows similar routines, so it's possible. But they'll need tons of data, enough storage, and most importantly, a way to send all those programs to multiple machines. Knight says his light energy won't be enough, but then he remembers Shirani can use light release. That reminds him of Sienna, who said it could work as a medium for sending information. Now they realize they can create the perfect spirit. Still, Hiroki says just scaring someone with a ghost isn't enough, and asks if Shirani has another plan. Shirani says he does, but it's only an idea. He says it uses a psychological trick, then points at the paper and asks if it's too much. If they hate it, they can think of something else. But Knight says no way, this is awesome, and he never even imagined they could use something like that in the presentation. Hiroki says if this works, the whole school is going to be turned upside down. So Knight takes charge of building the machine, while Hiroki works on the program and Shirani prepares the light release. Then they can finally save their group. Still, Hiroki brings up one serious issue. He calculates how much release energy they need to send the data, so they ask how much they'll need. He says they need 3 times more than Shirani currently has, and he'll have to keep it up for 10 minutes. Then he asks if Shirani thinks that's possible, but the boy doesn't look confident. 10 days later in Istos, Nag runs in shouting, saying he put up the flyers. He finds Hiroki in terrible shape. Hiroki has been working all day on the movement pattern equations, and Shirani has also been training his light release all day. At the same time, a purple-haired girl talks with a few guys about the group, asking if they're really going to present anything. She says she's not sure the group can come back, and according to her sources, if they fail this presentation, the research room goes back to the school. The others say that means the group is obviously finished and its glory days are over, but one person argues they shouldn't be so sure. The group has Hiroki, who has savant syndrome, and Shirani, who drove off the black maggot. They also say Nade's skills can't be underestimated. Even so, the others answer that they're still low-level students. What matters comes after this, the war over that suspicious research group and who'll become the second owner of Istos. Meanwhile, Shirani keeps training and explains that this is mental rebound, an extreme method to boost magical output fast. Once his willpower hits its limit, it takes about 20 minutes to recover, and he keeps repeating that cycle over and over. It's a terrible method that could even cost him his life, and he knows Sienna would never stay quiet if she found out. Worse, after pushing his mind that hard, he still only manages to use light release for 5 minutes. To reach 10 minutes, he thinks he has no choice but to keep going until his consciousness breaks. He tells himself he really can do it. Then Nade shows up and asks if he's okay, and Shirani insists he is. He'll make it, he'll finish in time. Nade gets downhearted. Their presentation is already way beyond Class 5's level, but if they can't pull this off, the group is done for. Shirani says he already told him not to worry, then asks how things are going. Have they finished yet? Nade says yes, and they were just about to test it, so he tells MC to come with him for a minute. He asks if Hiroki is okay, and Hiroki looks completely insane, scribbling non-stop and almost bleeding from the nose. He asks if Sarone slept, then tells him to relax. He can finish it in time. The protagonist can only think that there's no helping it. Hiroki's lost his mind. Then Nade shows him the prototype. He says the final test will use light release, and they need to check how the light cable Hiroki's father sent them actually performs. Then he tells MC to hold that orb and release his magic. Sarone starts the release, flooding it with light. The orb sends it through the tube, straight into the machine. Nade asks what he thinks, saying it's not bad. Then on the day of the presentation, Nade comes to get him and asks if he's ready. The clock device rolls toward him, and he realizes the boy really did it. So Sarone calls them to go. On the day of the presentation, a crowd gathers around the place. Mark shows up and asks if some kind of event is happening. Why are there so many people? Someone hands him a flyer, and he wonders why the poster looks like it was drawn by a little kid. But when he sees those names, he says there's no way he'd forget them. Then he starts asking what kind of presentation this is, because he thought it was from a genius. Just then Maria arrives, notices Sarone, and calls him over. She asks if the boy is coming too, then drags him away. It's said that Maria and Mark were taught by Teddy during their suspension, though really it's easier to say Mark ended up stuck between Teddy and Maria. Then everyone notices the graduation class students, then they spot Amy and Suriel, and people quickly assume Amy came because she's Sarone's girlfriend. Amy starts yelling, asking why they have to sit through a presentation from the advanced class. Suriel tells her to quit complaining. Of course she came to see her boyfriend's presentation. Amy thinks this is way too embarrassing, but she knows this is the result of her own choices. They also notice a senior from Class 1 has shown up and ask why someone so hard to approach would be here. It turns out to be Fermi. They ask if he came to watch the presentation, and he isn't the only one. Richard from Sonai is there too, along with Hayakin, the one called the Electric Monster, plus Richard from the Alchemy Group, and even Kieran. Everyone starts wondering what the heck is going on. Amy asks what she thinks all of them have in common, and the answer is that all of them are rumored to be members of a shady research group called Golden Runna. Then, in the presentation hall, even the principal shows up. When asked why he came, he says the students worked hard on this, so of course he's curious. Sienna asks him to take a seat, and he looks eager to see what the boys prepared. Meanwhile, Amy starts thinking there may be something about this presentation she doesn't know. Nade steps onto the stage and announces that the Supernatural Spirit Science Group's presentation is about to begin. And with that, the group's big Supernatural Spirit research presentation starts. 30 minutes later, the crowd is booing and telling them to get lost. People ask what they expected from Class 5, tell them to go study, and demand to know if they seriously call this a presentation. They say they were completely tricked, and Amy looks like she just saw a ghost. Going back to the start of the presentation, Nad says he'll be their host, and explains that today's main topic is spirits. He warns that some people may find parts of this scary, so they should watch carefully. Then he turns on a huge screen, and the principal comments that they really did prepare a lot. She realizes it's a hologram background, and gets curious about what they're planning. Nads then asks if they've heard the story about what happened before the school was built. He says that 250 years ago, this place was just a small farming village, but then the world was hit by the famous War of Conquest, and people fleeing it ran into the mountains. After that, inhuman beings appeared, and everyone gets scared. But the zombie on stage is just Iruki, while Nate says it's a human possessed by an evil spirit. The students recognize him right away and ask what he's doing there, and then he leaves the scene. They start saying this is actually pretty funny, but Nate keeps going. He says that one night a man came crying out for Olina, asking where his love was. To escape the war, he had come there, but lost the person most precious in his whole life. Maria starts getting emotional over the story, while Mark wonders what this even is, since it was supposed to be a presentation, and asks when that guy showed up. Then someone calls out in a woman's voice, shouting for Noah and saying she's right there, but it's actually Saron. He's wearing a wig and a dress, and the whole thing is too much. Using a girly voice, he calls out for his love. That's when everyone realizes it's Saron, and starts laughing. Even the teachers are stunned. Sorel asks if the protagonist is really cross-dressing. When she looks at Amy, the girl is bright red and activates her red eyes like she wants to burn this moment into her memory forever. Nady keeps acting and tells Olena he missed her. She answers that they'll never be separated again. Then, just as they're about to kiss, everyone gets tense and wonders if they're really going to do it. Amy says that kind of thing happens in plays, but then the zombie shows up behind him again and bites him. Then a pretty violent gore scene plays out right in front of them. Only then do they realize it's actually kind of scary. Maria grabs onto Mark and he's stiff as a rock, but not because he's scared. Nade goes on to say that 6 months ago, while researching this story, they found an old diary during a study of the Academy's history. He says their group started investigating from there, and the result was a shocking truth. Spirits that turned evil after being consumed by malicious spirits still wander the human world, looking for people to possess. Even now they hear the midnight bell, even though it's only 7. Nade says midnight is the hour when the lights vanish, and exactly at midnight, evil spirits awaken. He asks if they've never seen an evil spirit at midnight, then says that makes sense because spirits only show themselves to people who want to see them. But after this presentation, they've all grown curious about spirits. In other words, they've matched the frequency of souls. He tells everyone that tonight, when the bell rings, they should look around. They might find an evil spirit roaming nearby, and that leaves the whole room scared. Then he adds that's only if they're lucky. And with that, he says the presentation is over, and all the lights come back on. People realize it's over and immediately start booing, asking if that was supposed to be a presentation, and telling them to go study again. Even Amy gets really mad, saying this is humiliating, and she knew this would happen once he started hanging around weirdos. Then everybody starts leaving the room. Sienna apologizes to the principal and says she'll discipline the students, but he says this is about what he expected from a spirit research group and tells her not to worry. Still, she wonders why they did this. She starts asking herself if she was wrong to trust them, but the principal keeps thinking they wouldn't have started all this just to end it like that. He keeps believing in Saron. Backstage, they all start asking if everyone saw those reactions, saying they could tell just by the look in their eyes. They say the seed has been planted, and Saron says stage 1 was a success. Now they're going to show everyone what a spirit really is. As midnight gets close, Nade calls for MC and says the time is almost here. He asks if he finished that meditation sequence. Saron gets up and goes with him. Nade explains that the day before, he installed hundreds of holograms and projectors around the school, and those projectors will run Hiroki's movement prediction program. Then he tells him to be careful. Someone says there are 5 minutes and 15 seconds left until midnight, and they can't be early or late. Their goal is to show the students a ghost at exactly midnight. He says they'll begin as soon as he gives the signal. Then they gather around Saron and start counting with him. When it begins, he sends his magic into the tube, and the other two are shocked by how much his mana has grown in just 1 month. But Saron says something feels wrong. It's like pouring water into a bottomless cup. Then they realize what's wrong, and he says the output isn't rising. Hiroki asks what the problem is and whether he can fix it. The protagonist says the calculations were perfect, so what the hell is happening? Then they figure out light is leaking because of some rats. Hiroki says it's over. They failed. Nade starts taking the blame, calling himself useless for not even building proper equipment. He apologizes for dragging the other two into this, saying they'll be laughed at because of it, and that he'll take responsibility no matter what. He tells MC to stop because he'll handle it, but MC refuses. They worked too hard for this, gave up sleep, and put in everything they had. He's not going to let it end here. Then Hiroki tells Nade to stop Saron, because he's trying to use the immortal function. He starts stepping into the void and they ask why his magic won't stop. Nade says they can give up on the research club, but he doesn't want to lose him. Still, the protagonist says he isn't afraid anymore. At that moment, he finally breaks through the barrier holding him back and says Aaron told him he won't disappear, he just has to remember who he is. With that, he connects with infinity and inside it, he tells himself not to run away. Then the output starts climbing higher and higher. Hiroki tells Nade to check the monitor. It reaches the limit, and Nade can't believe it. Now they can finally do it. With that, they activate everything they needed to turn on. Back in the girls' dorm, Maria notices it's midnight. She says it's a shame, but she thinks she should go to sleep since she has class tomorrow. Then she remembers the ghost story. They said people would see them at midnight. She doesn't really believe it until she looks out the window and sees a dead person staring at her. At once, the girl starts screaming. In another room, Amy also screams, asking what that thing is and how it got there. As she talks to the corpse, it smiles, and that gives her real fear, so she runs. Then she runs into Sariel, who says she saw a spirit too. Soon, all the other girls gather together with an army of spirits chasing them. All across the academy, people scream that they saw a ghost. More and more spirits appear, even in the sky. They say the ghosts are chasing them, and the whole academy falls into chaos. Everyone rushes into the courtyard and starts attacking those spirits. When everyone finally gathers together in fear, the spirits start vanishing. Then a light appears and they notice someone standing on the roof. Nady starts clapping and thanks them all for coming to this presentation tonight, at this hour, and they start thanking everyone. But Sirona cuts in and tells them to get down right now. She demands to know why they caused this much chaos in the middle of the night. Then she says she got the scare of her life while she was taking a bath. Nad answers her, and the students realize it was a projector, and ask if all the ghosts were fake. Then the headmaster shows up. Sienna asks when he got there, but he says the show isn't over yet, so everyone should hear the rest. Nate says his research group believes spirits do exist, and asks if they believe in the supernatural now. The students get furious, calling them frauds. They say those ghosts were clearly fake, and that even a 3-year-old could pull off cheap tricks like that. Still, they start wondering how they even did it. One student says it had to be hologram magic, but that still doesn't explain how every hologram moved differently all across the school. They figure it had to involve some kind of machine, but making that work over the whole academy would need a huge amount of data and power. So the headmaster makes a hologram in his hand and asks what she thinks. Can she explain the trick they used? She admits their little stunt was pretty advanced. Then Sirone thinks about what mages value most: intelligence. He realizes they just can't resist curiosity and wonder. The advanced students are mad they got fooled by class 5 kids, but they still can't figure out how it was done. Sienna says it was a very hard trick to pull off, but that's still not enough to approve the research group. But the headmaster says, honestly, the trick itself doesn't matter, and the students argue back that the ghosts were still fake. They ask what fake spirits have to do with supernatural research. Nade can't believe they still don't get it, so he asks why they're all standing there. Why did they run here shaking in fear if spirits and ghosts don't exist? He says the fear they're all feeling right now is the heart of their supernatural spirit science group. Even the people who don't believe in ghosts were terrified the moment they saw one. And that's because there's a seed of doubt inside them, the thought that maybe ghosts and spirits really do exist. Nade says all they did was bring out that small doubt. They don't know for sure whether spirits exist, but that question is exactly what they're researching. One of the girls agrees, saying a lot of things people accept as true today used to be treated as lies. Nade says that's exactly why their reaction matters. That doubt proves their research group has value, and with that, they finish the presentation. Now everyone is excited, saying that if the trick is this amazing, they wouldn't mind getting fooled again. The headmaster asks where those spirits came from, where they went, and says someone has to chase that question and show people what can't be seen. Then he asks Sienna what she thinks. She says she found it very meaningful. Then Ted says he has no objections. So Sienna announces that the teachers have decided to officially recognize the Supernatural Spirit Science Research Group. But even while they're all celebrating, she adds that instead they're suspended for 3 days and calls them idiots. Even so, they aren't upset at all. They pulled it off. Sienna just stands there annoyed, reminding them they're suspended. Then Maria says Cerrone is seriously cool. Mark agrees and calls him a genius. Surreal says everyone wants to do something like that at least once. Surprise the whole world. Amy thinks it's strange. While she's working herself to death studying to graduate, he's spending his time on something this pointless, but she realizes she's a little jealous. Meanwhile, the shady groups get more irritated and warn them not to stir up too much trouble, because it'll only hurt them later. They say they'll just wait for the right time. Then Sienna writes all of that down and tells those annoying, suspicious research group boys to grow up already. Then Alpheus says it was wonderful. Even he, a light magic specialist, is impressed by how they used it in such a surprising way. He says MC pulled off something difficult, then asks everyone to pretend he didn't see it, because in that moment, that child showed the talent to reach his dream. Then MC says it was actually a lot of fun. He says it was really fun. Nate asks if he's okay and wonders if he's even normal. Rook says he's completely crazy. Who would risk their life for something like this? Nate says that's true, because if Cerrone hadn't used the immortal function, all of it would have been for nothing. And to think that just to endure the immortal function, he used defensive form. Nide says the kid really is insane, but then asks why they're only praising him when they were geniuses too. Rook predicted the behavior patterns of the entire school, and Nide built a huge number of machines. Cerrone says maybe this is what people mean by a frog in a well, and the three of them get embarrassed. Then the protagonist tells them he wants to keep climbing. He wants to be like that bright star above them. They realize it's the North Star. Rook says he's had enough fun, and asks if maybe it's time for him to move to the advanced classes. Nade says the three of them should graduate together, because once they join the wider world, he's sure even more fun things will be waiting for them. Rook says that sounds good, and asks if it's time to get rid of their doubles. Then they decide to make a promise. The three of them will reach the end together. So all three promise to stay in the group and graduate together. Cerrone thinks that together, they'll become the best mages. The next day, the boys try to wake Cerrone up, but they can't. He feels like he's trapped in sleep paralysis. He can't move a finger, and thinks he's stuck in that nightmare again. Just like before, he's being pulled toward infinity, following the movement of the stars with a huge twisting light waiting for him at the end. But this time, something is wrong. He always woke up before this point, and now something feels different. Then that same barrier shatters in front of him again, and he reaches another place that looks like a supernova. At last he wakes up, his dream had changed. He wonders what that was, and asks himself if this new experience changed him. Then he asks what the thing spinning around in his head is, while several yellow circles float around him. Then he finds a note from his friends saying they went to the casino to use Rook's behavior prediction calculations to get rich. Saron immediately figures they'll come back with nothing, and starts thinking about what to do with the 3 suspension days. He wonders if he should use the chance to go back home, but then thinks his parents would be shocked to hear he got suspended, so he decides to keep that secret for now. He gets ready, saying he just remembered something he really wants to do. For some reason, his heart is pounding hard. When he leaves the room, Saron leaves behind a glowing golden copy of himself. Then he heads to a bookstore. He says that for the last few years he's done nothing but study, but now he wants to buy a novel for himself. Thinking about everything that happened there before, he gets nervous they'll tell him not to touch anything again. But when he opens the door, the clerk warmly greets him and asks if he came to deliver something. He says he just wants to buy a book, and she tells him to look around as much as he likes. Saron is surprised she doesn't recognize him. It's only been 5 years, so he wonders if he's really changed that much. Then the boy makes his first purchase and gets really happy because he bought his first book. He thinks he could only do that thanks to the support the Odin family has been sending him. Then a girl grabs him and asks if he's really Saron. He asks who she is, and she calls the others over, saying it really is MC. When he looks at the boys, he realizes they're the same kids he used to play with a long time ago. He recognizes the girl as Lumina, and she asks if he forgot what she looked like. Saron says he didn't recognize her because she's much prettier now. She quickly asks if that means she wasn't pretty before, and he awkwardly says that's not what he meant. Then they ask what happened to him since he's dressed like a noble. Author says he hasn't seen him in years, and asks what he's been doing lately. He says even Vincent wouldn't tell him anything, and Saron starts wondering what he should say. Then he decides to tell the truth. They'll find out sooner or later, and if he lies now, they'll only be hurt later. So he says that during this time he's been attending a magic academy. But the moment he says that, he notices Author's expression change a little. Saron remembers that Author was always kind and strong, so he naturally became the leader of the kids. Still, the protagonist also knows Author's pride was his one real weakness. The boys see MC reading and notice the book is packed with words, so they figure he must be really smart. Author gets jealous and snatches the book away, saying that since he doesn't even go to school, reading something like this is pointless. He says they need to get strong so they can carry their own weight. Saron thinks that in a small mountain village full of dangers, the most important rule was simple: follow the leader's words. So the protagonist ends up agreeing with him, and that only feeds Author's ego. He says it's fine and that MC gets it, then hands the book back. He thinks about how the leader protects the village, and everyone follows that leader. That's how a small mountain village survives. Then, while one of the boys calls him to come play ball, Lumina runs over and says she already told him not to push Saron around. The boy snaps back, asking who's even being bullied here. But the protagonist just thinks that part of his life is over now. Then Author lights up and says that's amazing. MC really is going to school. Right away they ask him to show them what magic is like. He says he only started not long ago, so he still can't use it well. On top of that, using magic outside school breaks the rules. Author says seeing Saron with a book feels just like the old days and asks to see what kind of books they read at the Magic Academy. But the protagonist doesn't want him touching it. After all, this is the book he bought with his own savings. So he pulls back while Author keeps tugging too. But the book ends up falling. Saron reaches for it right away because that book means a lot to him. Then, as he goes to pick it up, a flood of old memories hits him and he remembers that circle that appeared on his bed. He grabs the book, then suddenly collapses. Lumina asks why he acted like that out of nowhere and whether he's okay. She starts scolding Author again, but he insists he didn't do anything. Saron says this happens to him sometimes and tells her not to worry, but Lumina fires back that of course she'd worry if he randomly collapses. He tries to calm her down, saying it usually isn't this bad. Then Lumina invites him to eat with them. It's all to celebrate the fact that they sold everything, so they're planning a little party at Lumina's shop. Saron agrees in the end since he doesn't really have anything else to do. Then when it's time to get on the carriage, Author tosses MC right up. Saron realizes Author has turned into a beast while he was away, and he's picked up some real merchant skills too. When they arrive at Lumina's shop, her mom asks who he is, then recognizes him. She says he's gotten even more handsome and teases that Lumina must have been thrilled to see him again. Lumina quickly tells her mom to stop saying weird stuff. Then, while they eat, they start asking what school is like, since as far as they know, he's the first one from their area to go. They say they're dying to know if it's true that only nobles attend those schools, and whether that means Saron is studying with nobles. The protagonist quietly hopes they'll stop bringing all this up in front of Author. To make it worse, they start asking about the girls at school and whether MC has dated anyone. He says no, he's been too busy just keeping up with his studies. And then Lumina looks relieved. Author clearly doesn't like seeing that. He says it's great that he is studying, but asks what he plans to do later. He explains that Vincent is taking care of the family for now, but as his successor, he has to act responsibly. Author points out that means he'll need to marry too. He asks if the protagonist will really be able to handle that after graduation. The protagonist thinks there's no guarantee he'll even finish school, and author tells him he needs to think about real life. MC realizes author has a point. He's been so focused on building up his classes that he never really thought about the rest. Author says their friends are already helping with their family businesses, while his father is probably still working alone. That makes Saron wonder when he'll finally be able to help. Author then says he didn't mean to bring the mood down like this. To lighten things up, he challenges the protagonist to an arm wrestle, and he remembers they used to do that all the time. For author's sake and for the village too, he agrees with a bet that whoever loses has to pay the bill. So the match between a mage and a warrior begins, and MC thinks he should hold out as long as he can for author's pride before losing on purpose. But the moment they start, Sarona's arm slams straight to the table. Someone asks if he's okay, and he has no idea what just happened. Author apologizes and says he'll pay for the meal, but he says he was the one who lost. Then when he reaches for the coins in his pouch, he accidentally lets the bag drop, and gold coins roll across the floor. Everyone stares at them and asks why the protagonist is carrying so much money. Lumina says 5 gold coins is equal to a whole month of sales, so the protagonist starts wondering what he should say, while he notices Author looking sick with jealousy. Author seems to think he's completely ruined, so Saron explains that the gold came from a sponsorship. The others start saying he could probably live the rest of his life without even working, but Author pulls himself together. He asks why they're making such a huge deal over a few gold coins, and the others start remembering that even when they were kids, whenever Author was around, Saron he always got a little bitter, so they quickly try to change the subject. Brad says a predator has shown up in the mountains and they start guessing it might be a vacuole bear. They say it hides deep in the forest, so it's hard to find. Author asks why they don't go hunt it themselves. They say they'd be helping the village, and they already know what they can do. If it's really just a vacuole bear, then the adults won't even need to step in. They add that everything should be fine since Author once hunted a red bear by himself. That surprises Saron. Author says they'll leave tomorrow and asks if MC wants to come too. The others are surprised, but Author says that back then Saron always went with them. He says he'll go if he can help, and they set the hunt for the next day in front of Lumina's house. The protagonist gets excited. He didn't plan any of this, but it actually sounds like fun. The next day, MC shows up at her door saying he's ready. They head out and Author warns that if he slows them down because he's rusty, they'll leave him behind. He tells him not to worry. Then they start setting up trap after trap. The protagonist notices how fast they prepare the nets and snares and says it's impressive, but they tell him that was the easy part. The hard part depends on Author. Around then, Saron senses the monster might be nearby. Author says that from here on, they're only scouting. If they find it, nobody attacks. They go back and report it right away. Hearing that really surprises MC. He realizes Author is actually a pro at this. Saron thinks that if they only need to find it, he can help with his spirit zone. But the moment he activates it, he detects something that shakes him. He asks what that is, then says he feels something strange through his synesthesia. What he senses scares him badly, but he keeps moving forward. Author calls out, asking what he's doing and why he suddenly ran off without a word. As he's about to keep scolding him, he looks down and sees a pile of corpses. The others notice all the dead animals too and panic. Saron tells them to turn back now because this is not something simple like a vacuole bear. He says they need to warn the adults, seal off the mountain, and maybe even ask the city for soldiers. But Author stops him and asks what exactly they're looking at since they don't even know what it is. He argues they might still be able to handle it themselves. He asks if he really can't tell from this alone. This isn't just a vacuole bear. But Author starts yelling at him, asking what Saron would know. He says he's the leader, so giving orders is his job, and the protagonist needs to listen. Then he lets out what's really bothering him. The protagonist never truly accepted him as leader. Isn't that true? He tells MC to stop treating him like an idiot. MC only says his name, and the others suddenly notice what's crouching behind him. It's right there, and when they raise their bows to fire, they grow more and more afraid. Their voices shake as they ask what that thing is. Then a werewolf appears behind the boys, and Saron recognizes it as a monster, a strange life form that doesn't follow normal evolution. He's read about this in a book before, but while he's still thinking, Author tries to attack it with a small arrow. The monster dodges it with ease. Then Saron realizes it's a warg, a monster with intelligence. As the creature starts coming toward them, Author tells everyone to run, but they ask where they're supposed to go when the monster is blocking the way back. At that moment, while the others try to climb higher, Saron steps in front of the monster, fires an arrow, and dodges with teleportation. He quickly realizes the beast isn't just fast, its fur is tough too. If he wants everyone to live, there's only one thing he can do: draw the monster's attention. So he keeps going, and he keeps dodging with teleportation, leading it farther and farther away. He gets more distance, but then the wolf suddenly gives up on him. It turns around, and Saron realizes that's the same direction his friends ran. When they finally reach a spot that seems safe, Author stops and tells the others to keep going. Lumina asks what he thinks he's doing. He says he can't leave Saron behind. But while he's distracted, the werewolf shows up behind him, ready to crush him. Author wonders if the protagonist is already dead, and blames himself for everything. If he had just listened when the protagonist told them to turn back, none of this would have happened. Right before the blow lands, MC teleports in and blinds the monster with that flash of light. Everyone wonders if he actually killed it, but Saron starts shouting for them to run as the monster begins to see again. Lumina realizes it was only a beam of light, but then the ward leaps at them trying to grab everyone, and the leader notices his body won't move. Just as it was about to catch the girl, Saron grabs onto the beast and for a second he doesn't know what to do, but he teleports, dragging the wolf away. While moving it again and again, he tries to figure out his next move. He wants to stop his photon state and make the monster fall, but the second he does, those claws will tear into him. He also can't throw it while staying in that form. Then it hits him in this state. Inertia doesn't affect either of them, so if only there were some way to make this thing drop. Then he starts remembering what he needs to create. To bring back inertia, he needs something with gravity. He thinks about breaking symmetry, and with that he returns to the immortal function. There he finds his other self, who says he caught the boy. That unfamiliar piece of information is finally recognized. The two merge, and Saron realizes the key to everything is mass. The warg suddenly seems to have its normal weight again. He lets go of it, and the beast drops straight to its death. Then Saron starts wondering why the world exists at all, and what existence really means. Does it mean having mass? Then another question comes. Why do things have mass? He remembers the empty space from his dreams, the breaking of the world's symmetry, and wonders if that was the universe before it began. He realizes that's where existence first started, and even if he broke that symmetry again, now he can give mass to photons. After slamming the creature down, he backs away in shock at what he just did, and asks if it's dead. Then he remembers Aaron and says he found that knowledge by breaking the symmetry of the universe. That nameless knowledge is the thing that gives mass to objects, and if he uses that mechanism, light itself can have mass. But then he wonders why something this dangerous is in such a remote place. While he's thinking, he hears another scream and suddenly remembers wargs never travel alone. Back with his friends, they come face to face with the rest of the beast family. Everyone panics and the leader says he'll run in the other direction. He tells the others to use that chance to get down the cliff, but they ask if he's lost his mind and wants to die. He says this is the only choice left. They have to survive and warn the adults. Then he tells them not to let his sacrifice be for nothing. But right then, Saron appears beside them. Everyone asks if he's okay. They were sure he had died. The leader stops in front of him, holding back tears, but Saron apologizes for making him worry and says to leave this to him. The boy tells him he should run, but the protagonist says it's fine, because now he's not breaking the rules anymore. Then all the wargs charge at him. He stands his ground and starts casting. As his spirit zone forms, they think that same trick from before won't work again. But Saron starts gathering magic at the center of his forehead and says he'll add mass to beams of light. Then he fires a massive blast over the wargs, blowing one of them apart. Everyone is stunned that he killed one with a single hit, and even Saron can hardly believe it. Then the other wolves rush him too, and he teleports into the sky before dropping back down and killing them one by one with light beams. Everyone is amazed because this is real magic. Still, Saron realizes this spell eats up too much focus, and he starts getting tired in the middle of the fight. Then one wolf gets right next to him. He counters fast, but the beast survives. The attack was weaker now, so he yells for the others to attack quickly, and the kids beg him to run as fast as he can. But Saron says he still has one more method, though he's not sure he can pull it off. He says it's like keeping balance inside a vortex. As the monsters keep charging, MC uses the method he mentioned. He steps once more into the infinite, and feels himself being pulled in again. But he gathers enough strength to fire a giant beam at them. It hits many of the wolves, but several still slip through the attack, and the leader says that even after seeing something like this with his own eyes, it's still hard to believe. The wolves keep coming, and Saron realizes his energy. He can't hold this much longer. If he keeps forcing it, his mind and spiritual vision will scatter like wind, so he says he'll do what he did before. He needs to release all that power. He keeps pouring out more and more photon energy, sweeping everything in front of him and compressing it into a far stronger beam straight ahead. The remaining wolves start getting scared as they see Saron standing there, unshaken in front of them. Then he simply opens his mouth and orders them to leave and never come back. The last three wolves turn and run, and he falls backward. The leader catches him before he hits the ground, and everyone gathers around him. After that, they decide to head home. Their little hunt is over. That night, Saron looks up at the stars. The leader asks when he got out there. The protagonist says after sleeping so much, he suddenly wanted to see the stars. It had been a long time since he slept that deeply. He can't remember the last time he went to bed without nightmares or strange visions. He says he slept so hard it almost felt like he died, and the others stayed by his side until he woke up. He asks what everyone's doing, and the leader says the kitchen's busy. Still, it's a relief. Besides Lumina getting hurt in her fall, no one else was injured, even if they were all badly shaken. The leader says the adults will probably handle everything tomorrow. On top of that, the monsters' hides and fangs should sell for good money. Saron asks what those monsters were called, and he says they're wargs. Their canine teeth are especially valuable. Then the leader asks MC to forgive him, admitting he was jealous of him. He remembers when they were kids, and one of his friends said that Saron was cool for some reason, even if he couldn't explain why. He says he was jealous of Saron's dream, and now he hopes he reaches it someday. Hearing that, the protagonist feels happy and says goodbye, explaining he needs to return to the academy and do some research. The leader tells him to make sure he becomes a mage, and Saron says he definitely will, and that he'll come back to visit. Then Lumina grabs him in a hug and tells him he'd better come back. If he acts like he doesn't know them anymore just because he became a mage, she'll hit him. And not for nothing, but Shippo makes cachaça way better than Amy. Then Saron leaves, and the leader teases Lumina, saying if she's that upset, maybe he should go after MC, catch him, and drag him back. She says it's not like he's really leaving. He is at his best when he's chasing his dream. After that, he heads straight to Estes, and remembers Nide. He asks how anyone is supposed to find a room in a place like this. There are 89 blocks, so it seems impossible. But Nide says now that he's a member, he'll explain. Nide asks if he sees the number 19 in the corner, and says the next thing to check is the door color. From there, Saron sees 3 paths, which means 3 more connected blocks. Then Nade says to label them X, Y, and Z, and plug them into an equation. That's what they call Estes' master key. Saron asks who in the world came up with that, and Nade says one of the founders had Savant syndrome and created the whole formula. When he showed it to Haruki, Haruki said it was a truly beautiful equation. The protagonist finally gets there, and as he approaches the door, he notices the mess inside right away. He thinks that just like he has to gather every clue to find the research group through Estes, he also needs his roots, his precious connections, and every moment that shaped him. That's how he can keep moving down his own path, one step at a time. Then they ask if he came back after losing everything, and Nate immediately gets worked up, ready to explain what happened. But Iruki asks why MC is smiling like that, and MC thinks he owes all of them his thanks because he came back to them. Then at the 48th training field, he shows the two of them how much his magic has improved. Nate asks if this light beam was what he wanted to show, but Iruki notices something is off. Photons should spread outward, but this light seems to be converging inward. When Saron casts the spell, they realize he just pierced a hole through light itself. Nate says this is what magic really is, and he introduces it as the spell he developed. He calls it the photon cannon. Iruki says a fusion involving photon types should be incredibly hard, and asks what kind of magic this is. Saron says he'll explain, but first there's somewhere he wants to go. He has something he wants to show them. He says he has something important to tell them, so they head to a restaurant outside the academy. There, the protagonist tells the two of them he added mass to photons. Nade says that makes no sense, and asks if he can do the same thing with electricity. Iruki is stunned too. Giving mass to a particle that normally has none is unbelievable. Saron explains that he managed to use the nameless knowledge. Because of that, his suffering disappeared, and he finally understood the meaning of the nightmares that had been haunting him. Nade says this is huge. If MC can turn all that into a clear theory and present it, it could change magical society, maybe even the whole world. Iruki agrees, but points out something else. If MC alone understands the theory, then he's probably the only one who can use the photon cannon. Even with omniscience, understanding omnipotence would be incredibly hard. Nade realizes this may be even more amazing than they first thought. Then he says he has a favor to ask. He wants to study it more, but since they're suspended, they can't enter the library. He also can't go into the Noble's library alone, so he asks if they can take him there. Nade says that's fine, but then asks why he can't go in by himself. Nade wonders if this is the thing the protagonist didn't want to talk about. The protagonist hesitates and asks what will happen if he tells them the truth. Will they still look at him the same way? Still, he knows that if he keeps hiding it, they can never really be true friends, so he decides not to run anymore. He tells them straight out that he isn't a noble, he's a commoner. When he was little, he was abandoned in a stable, and the people who raised him found him there. His father is just a normal hunter. After that, things get awkward and quiet. But Nade says he was wondering why Saron looked so gloomy. If this was what he wanted to confess, then that's it. Enrique cuts in and asks if Nade really understands what MC just said. Whether it's education or magic, this means he started from almost nothing. In just 3 months, he jumped all the way to class 5. He even beat someone in front of the whole school despite that disadvantage. Not to mention he ended up dating a genius mage girl. Nade shuts him up and says the protagonist's social status doesn't matter to them at all. To those two, he's their precious idiot. That makes Saron laugh, and he thanks both of them. Then they ask if Amy already knows. MC says they've known each other since they were kids, though things between them started off pretty rough, and that just makes Nade even more jealous. Then the story shifts to Bashuka, the capital of the Kingdom of Tormia. 5 years earlier, in the slums of Hadon, a boy steals some bread while people chase him down. He finally makes it back to Arenka. She's in terrible shape, and he asks if it hurts a lot. Then he tells her he got real bread, actual bread. She can't die. But before anything else, the men chasing him catch up, say they finally found him, and start beating the boy. As he's getting hit, he realizes the hiding place no one had ever found is exposed. Now, the beating keeps going, and one of the men calls Canis a piece of trash. He says the boy was hiding that bit of meat and trying to keep it all for himself. Canis snaps back that he'll kill them if they touch Arenka. He swears he'll murder every one of them, but the men just mock him and tell him to try harder, maybe in his next life. Then they get ready to kill him. Canis thinks that if only he had power, maybe he could do something. Then something like magic appears and starts killing the men right in front of him. He has no idea what just happened. Then Erica rises into the air and is brought back to the boy. A mage appears and asks what he thought wasn't magic fun. From the look on his face, Canis liked it very much. Sometime later, in the capital of the Kingdom of Thorn, Bashoka, someone watches another building from high above and thinks the security is impressive. He says it's his first time seeing so many relics in one place, and notes that all of them have huge archaeological value. Then he asks what the real goal is, and the other person answers, they're here to steal the core of the mana restriction device, the artifact called the Dragon Heart. He's told the artifact is locked in a vault on the 3rd floor with around 15 guards protecting it. But before taking it, he must remember that it suppresses mana, so he won't be able to enter the spirit zone inside the building. The man about to break in realizes that's why magic can't be used there, so he'll have to go in the hard way. The voice tells him to be careful and calls him Canis. He just laughs, then leaps straight at the building. He smashes through the wall and dives in through the glass, catching the guards off guard. They panic, asking what's going on, then realize he's an intruder. Canis doesn't give them time to react. He summons shadows, grabs a piece of glass, and hurls it at the guards, blasting them back. They can't believe he's using magic in there. Realizing they can't stop him, they call for the alarm and order everyone to capture the boy, shouting that he's a mage. The voice urges him to move faster, and Canis charges ahead, attacking everyone in his way even more quickly. Soon he reaches a door, smashes it open, and rushes inside. The moment he enters, he realizes he's found the core of the mana restriction device, so he grabs it with his bare hands. Right away, the whole area turns red, and the heat gets worse. When he looks back, more guards are closing in on the boy. As soon as they see he took the device, that same shadow from before slips into the guards' minds and drops them all. Then someone walks up behind Canis using those same shadows. He says she came at the perfect time, calling the girl Erin. She asks Canis if he killed anyone. He tells her not to worry. He only knocked them out. But then an explosion cuts him off. A mage appears beside the active mana restriction device and says this is the end. He tells them they won't get past that wall of flames. Canis stares into it, and then 2 shadows appear. Wrapped in those shadows, the 2 of them come through the fire completely unharmed. The mage is shocked and recognizes what they're using as black magic. That same magic rushes at the mage outside, and he barely blocks it with wind magic. Then the 2 kids vanish in front of him. One of his subordinates reports that the mana restriction device is gone. The mage says there's no sign of teleportation either, so they must still be nearby. He orders everyone to search for them, while thinking they looked like children. He can't understand how they broke in and stole the core. On top of that, they used something impossible. How did those 2 use black magic there? He says only one person matches that power, darkness that swallows light. The man who threw the kingdom into chaos with Shadow's light couldn't erase the Archmage Biltor Arcane, but that should be impossible. He was supposed to have died 40 years ago, and the mage can't figure out how anyone else could be using his magic. Far from there, in the mountains near Bashuka, the 2 arrive at a secret laboratory. They say they brought the final ingredient, and call the old man inside the tube their master. Canis says that with this, he'll return as a great Archmage once again. He places the device where it belongs, and a blast of mana erupts. Canis watches in awe while Biltor grips the tub he was in with terrifying strength. Biltor says it took 40 years for him to finally meet the bastard who stole his power. Canis is overjoyed to see his master free, and Biltor starts calling Alpheus a traitor. His hatred spills out as he curses Alpheus. Then Biltor remembers 40 years earlier shouting at Alpheus that the research didn't belong to him alone, that Biltor had poured everything into it. Looking at Alpheus through the flames, he asks how he could do this to him. But the only thing Alpheus does is turn his back, look over his shoulder, and give a long, wide smile. After that, Biltor keeps burning in rage and fire. Back in the present, he says it took 40 years for him to heal completely, and those 40 years only filled him with more hatred. Thinking of Alpheus again, he asks if that traitor really believed he would get away with what he did to him. The 2 young disciples step forward and tell Biltor that thanks to his blessing they survived that day and gained immense power. So now he can use their lives however he wants. Biltor says he'll place his faith in them, calling them his beloved disciples. Even so, the girl doesn't look happy about it. Arin clearly isn't pleased by any of this. Biltor warns them to be careful because Alpheus kills for greed and has slaughtered many people to reach his goals. To him, Alpheus is nothing but a murderer. Meanwhile, back at the academy, someone sits quietly, watching the rain. Then he stands, goes to a bookshelf and pulls out a book, opening a hidden passage. He steps inside and finds a cabinet with doors and portraits on top. He thinks about how hard it's thundering, just like it did on that day. Looking up at the large painting above the fireplace, he tells that person not to dare leave his side. At the same time, in Bashuka, the weekly school conference run by the Kingdom Teachers Association is underway, with many people gathered there. One of them thinks he finally understands why teachers keep putting off coming to these meetings. He can't believe they can argue about something for 3 straight days. Ted just wants to go home. He says they're amazing even with the meeting still going on. Even though the debate ended a while ago, the teachers are still at the party that night. Ted says he has a reason for being there too. He came to talk to Reina Ogent. She's one of the 99 elite artists, the royal pianist, and Marin the melody student. Ted can't believe she looks completely calm with so many people around. He starts thinking the night would be a whole lot better if it went a little more like he wanted. Then she looks his way and their eyes meet. That makes him cough and get all flustered, wondering if she was really looking at him. Before he can process it, she walks over to Ted. She says it's a pleasure to meet him, and he's stunned. He wonders if she actually knows who he is, and she confirms it right away. He's a teacher from Alpheus Magic School. Then she asks if he knew Agent Manor is also in Cress. Ted gets awkward and thinks to himself that he never expected to be talking with her like this. Pretty quickly, he starts imagining that maybe something could happen between them. But then she asks how Saron has been doing, and Ted awkwardly asks what she means. Then he instantly remembers his file, which said he was a guest of the Ogent family. That's when he realizes this is basically a parent-teacher meeting. He tells her family sent them an amazing student, saying the protagonist is one of the school's prides. She asks if he's made friends. Ted says MC is popular with both boys and girls. He even admits he's jealous. If he compared the kid to his own school days, he'd just feel bad. Then he adds that MC even has a girlfriend. Reina clearly doesn't like hearing that, and Ted says the girl is known as the prettiest student. She says she's glad he is doing well, though she looks a little down. Ted asks if she wants him to pass along a message, but he quickly catches on to what's going on. Reina says there's no need, just knowing he is doing fine is enough. Ted tells her not to worry. He doesn't mean to brag, but Alpheus Magic School is one of the kingdom's top schools. He says they'll do everything they can so the protagonist never has to worry about his studies. She thanks him and asks him to take good care of MC. Ted is completely mesmerized by her beauty. He tells her this meeting feels like a gift from fate and asks what she thinks about them going back to Crest together. He even says he'd love to have a nice lunch with her, and she says that sounds good. But she has to perform in Baksoka. Even with his plans ruined, Ted asks if he can come watch, and she says she'd be honored to have him there. Inside, he's celebrating. Then Reina says she was worried there wouldn't be many people because of what happened recently in the capital. Ted asks what happened, and she says that last night Inferno was attacked and a Class B prisoner escaped. She adds that the criminal is an unknown dark mage. Because of that, the capital is now under martial law. Ted is left stunned after hearing about the dark mage. He asks if she can give him more details, but she only says she heard it was a man with white hair. Before she can say more, Ted apologizes and says he has to leave right now. So she asks where he's going, but he just takes off running, thinking about the dark mage and the fact that he escaped. He has no doubt who it is. Angry, he wonders why this had to happen while he was away. The night before, at Inferno, the criminal detention center, bodies are already scattered across the floor. One more victim is pinned down by flame magic until they die, then get hung on a stake made of dark magic just like the others, while the three intruders keep moving deeper inside. It's explained that dark magic has two traits, absorption and assimilation. Darkness absorbs energy and makes it part of itself. Once that darkness gains awareness, it can even use physical force to show it. The boy kills an ant nearby, but then he says darkness can never beat light. That's when Biltor appears before the boy and says he did a good job. Canis says their savior, the one who rescued him and Arum from Inferno itself, is the Archmage Arcane. And he says that with a little more effort, the boy will be able to swallow the light. The boy is amazed by what he saw, and in the present, he really has swallowed all the light, killing countless people there. It turns into a full slaughter. Anis questions him, saying this place has nothing to do with their master's revenge. She asks why he had to go this far, and he answers Ahrim, saying all they need to do is trust their master. Then he asks if she understands that, saying their master never acts without a reason. Arim says she knows, and tells Canis she understands, but the way he's reflected in her eyes looks completely warped. Then Beltor smashes through a door without hesitation and steps inside. Some prison cells burst open from the inside, and the prisoners cheer, saying they're glad he freed them, and asking if he's a mage. One of them jokes that Beltor even brought kids along, like this is some kind of field trip. The man keeps mocking them and says Beltor even brought children with him. Then he says he's been waiting for a chance to work with him, adding that he's Crayson, the night feline, and claims Beltor must have known that before coming here. Beltor just stares at him, then raises his hand, saying he expected a worthwhile catch but only found a bunch of trash. That shocks all of them. They can't believe what the old man is saying, and they snap back that it doesn't matter if he's a mage. They'll kill him since they have the numbers. So they all rush at the old man, but before they can do anything, everything goes dark. They panic, saying they can't see a thing. Then someone realizes it feels like walls are closing in around them, and everyone starts feeling it too. The pressure keeps building until they feel the walls crushing them and beg for it to stop, but they're all squeezed to death. Irene can barely stand to watch as blood rains out from the magic. Biltor notices one survivor and asks if this is some kind of trick, saying the man hid his presence well. The man realizes he's been found. He stands up and walks toward Biltor, thinking this is the end. Then he asks why he did all this, nearly calling him a madman. He wonders if Biltor is trying to rebel against the kingdom, but then notices Biltor doesn't seem interested in talking, So he strikes first and swings the iron ball chained to his leg straight at Beeltor's face. But the impact doesn't feel like he hit a person at all. It's like the blow got absorbed, and that's exactly what happened. Beeltor's dark magic blocks it completely, leaving the prisoner wondering who this guy really is. Then Beeltor says he passed, and the man asks what he just said. He says he doesn't remember agreeing to any kind of test. Beeltor walks toward him and drops dark magic onto the prisoner. The man thinks resisting is impossible and throws his arms up to shield himself, but then the magic suddenly lets him go. Beeltor says he understands now, the man only moves for money, so he offers him a chance to make a lot of it. He asks if he's interested, and the prisoner says talking to him turned out to be easier than expected. Canis watches the man being released, clearly unhappy with what's happening. Meanwhile, on the road, Ted is in a huge rush. He tells the coachman to go faster and says he already paid him plenty of gold, but the driver answers that no matter how fast they go, they won't arrive until tomorrow morning. Ted gets more and more frustrated, thinking that Arcane attacked Inferno too. He says Arcane's next move will be revenge for what happened 40 years ago. Ted realizes he has to warn the master as soon as possible. At Alphea's magic school, the two arrive with that man, and he asks if they really have to do this in the middle of the rain. Canis tells him to stop complaining and says they need to finish his contract. Lucas asks if he's getting a huge bonus, because if he'd known this crazy job involved attacking a magic school, he never would have come with them. While they keep talking, Beeltor is flying over the academy. As Beeltor looks down from above, Lucas thinks this is complete garbage. He says this has nothing to do with him, he only came for the money, but asks what this is if not rebellion against the kingdom. Then he talks to Rin, saying she doesn't look like someone who'd work in a job like this. He says she's too pretty to be mixed up with dirty criminals, and asks what she thinks about joining them instead. But Gani cuts in, reminding him that his job is to guard the hostages. He tells Lucas to just do what he was hired to do. Lucas asks where these hostages even are and who he's talking about. The boy says the target will arrive tomorrow morning. Lucas gets annoyed, and Canis wonders why their master brought someone like him. Still, he stops himself from doubting his master, telling himself that all of this is happening exactly by his will. Then, with a single spell, Beeltor covers the entire Alpheus Academy at once. They say everything began with mass. From there, the universe lost its perfect balance, and after countless events, the world we know was born. Nade says that in the end, their world could never exist without mass. But then he remembers the real question. Why was mass there in the first place? He says he doubts it just popped into existence, and Iruki jokingly guesses maybe someone said, "Let there be mass." Nade asks if he's serious, saying that sounds like God made everything. Iruki shrugs and says he only said it because he doesn't know either. He explains they spent his whole suspension in the library studying everything they could about mass, but they still couldn't grasp something beyond human understanding. Iruki says they got about as close as possible from an all-knowing point of view. Then he turns to Saron. He asks what he thinks about mass from that same perspective. It's said a mage's omniscience helps form an objective view, but their omnipotence is deeply personal. The protagonist says it's hard to put into words, but he remembers what it felt like when he reached omniscience through his magic. To him, it felt like existence itself. He says he can feel a will to exist, a very strong one. It's like something is desperately trying to prove to someone, somewhere, that it exists. Iruki says that's deep, a desire to prove your own existence. Nade then gets an idea and brings up Saron's omnipotence. He asks if they could call it the God Particle. MC is stunned, but Iruki says it's a great name and really makes you think. He feels it matches the image in his head perfectly, and he ends up loving it. Nade is happy too, saying omnipotence gets stronger the clearer the image is. So he starts focusing on the God Particle and says he'll need to study it more. Later, back at the Magic Academy, they walk through the yard. Nade grumbles that he can't believe his break ended like this, and Iruki asks since when suspension counts as a break. Saron reminds them about the promise they made yesterday. The two start throwing out random guesses, but the protagonist says it's only been one day since they made that promise. Then he brings up how he might be the one stuck in Class 5 alone for another year. Iruki asks if MC is really okay with staying at the academy another year, but MC says their grades are better than his, so he's in the most danger. Nade says it's the last day anyway, and suggests they just relax in the research room. He says there's somewhere he needs to go first, and tells them to head on without him. He thinks about how he came here as a clueless freshman, and now he's learned about the God Particle and made real friends, not to mention one other person. That makes him remember everything he went through with Amy. He thinks she helped him get this far, so he heads to the steel door of the advanced class building. When he gets there, he gives Amy and Saron a huge scare. He says he just wanted to surprise them, and then starts thanking both of them, but Amy cuts in asking why he's talking to her so casually. He's confused and asks what she means, while Saron asks if he forgot where they are. She says she admires his nerve for coming to the advanced class building, but asks if he's going too far since students should focus on their studies. Then Shirley calls out to Amy, saying this is happening just when she thought things would finally be quiet. The protagonist tries talking to the two of them, asking if they're acting like this because he hasn't come by in a while. But Shirley suddenly throws him to the ground, along with the coffees. She says she was trying to let it slide too, but now this counts as harassment, and she tells him to leave while she's still being nice. She warns that if he doesn't go, she'll report him to the authorities. Now he can only wonder why they're acting like this. Amy tells Shirley to just go already, since they've wasted enough of lunch, and Saron thinks this can't be real. There's no way this is real. Then he runs off. Shirley asks what that was about, saying he looks innocent but is way too persistent. She tells Amy not to worry because she has that amazing, but before finishing, she stops and asks who he even was. That's when they realize something is wrong. A moment later, Saron crashes into Mark. When the boy notices the 5 on MC's clothes, he apologizes and calls him upperclassman. MC asks if he really doesn't recognize him, saying he's him, and that they took the teleportation exam together. Mark looks uneasy and says he has no idea what he's talking about, then apologizes for not recognizing him. Saron is shocked that Mark doesn't remember him either, and then a teacher arrives asking what's going on. Just as the protagonist is about to speak to her, she asks who he is, and says she doesn't think she's ever seen him at the academy before. She asks his name, and Mark starts wondering if he's even a student. Others gather around saying they've never seen him either. Soon they're calling him suspicious and even asking if he's a thief. Everyone keeps asking who he is. MC gets so overwhelmed that he bolts, and the crowd starts chasing him, shouting that there's a suspicious person on campus. He panics, thinking this has to be a lie, and keeps telling himself it isn't real. Then he runs straight to his friend's room. When he gets there, he asks Nade and Iruki if they recognize him, saying he's Saron. But Nade just asks how he got in. Both of them ask who he is, and suddenly a terrifying thought crosses his mind. What if he was never really a student here at all? He starts wondering if everything from the beginning was just a dream. While Saron starts thinking it might all be in his head, Nade asks how an outsider knows the master key to Istas. He wonders if some other group sent the boy there. The protagonist gets more and more lost as they keep asking who he is, and he's on the verge of tears, ready to run again. Then the two of them start laughing. They were messing with him. Iruki asks how much longer they should keep it going, and Nade says his expression was the best part. The two keep clowning him from every angle. Saron drops to the floor, realizing they do remember him, and once they see how serious he is, they ask what happened. He tells them everything. Nade can't understand how no one else remembers him and asks what exactly he means. Iruki says it's strange. Even Professor Sienna didn't recognize him. The way she looked at him made it clear she truly had no idea who he was. Nade says they need to test this, but Saron asks what happens if they forget him too. If that happens, he says he won't know what to do. Iruki suggests they set up a signal, then writes on Nade's hand that he lost his memory and the person with the North Star symbol is his friend. He says that way things should still be okay even if they do forget. Nade and EMC ask if anything like this has ever happened in the supernatural research group, and Nade says he's not sure, but as far as he knows, no. Then Iruki says the first thing they need to do is confirm it. When they leave his Taz, they realize something strange is happening. Every student is heading outside, and that feels way too weird. Iruki says this is even stranger than what Saron described and wonders where they're all going. Since standing there won't get them answers, they move in closer. He asks what happens if they end up like everyone else, but Iruki says that's unlikely, since he already got physically close to them before, and since nothing changed then, they might be okay. Nadja suddenly shouts for Gabe and asks where he's going. The boy turns and asks if Nadja knows him. Nadja says of course he does, and asks again where he's going. Then the boy starts to panic, asking who he is and what that sound is. He keeps hearing. He says there's some loud noise, so Nadja asks what sound he means. That's when Iruki realizes the boy forgot what his own voice sounds like. Right after that, he even forgets his own language. The boy starts collapsing, and Iruki realizes they're watching his memory disappear in real time. Then he suddenly stops and everyone else stops too. After going completely blank, they all start walking together toward the same place, while a shadow slides beneath them. That shadow ends at Arian's feet. She tells Canis that everyone is there and calls him over so they can move. At the same time, Lucas says this whole thing gives him chills. The students are like zombies. He notices their brain activity has stopped, but they can still move, and that makes him think it doesn't matter what they do to them now. That twisted idea quickly goes to his head. He spots a cute girl and suggests they could have some fun, but Canis cuts him off, warning that if he does anything disgusting while his master's divine plan is in motion, he won't let it slide. Lucas says he's pretty strict and asks if he can enjoy himself a little, but Caney says if he ignores that warning, he'll kill him on the spot. Lucas gets seriously annoyed, calling the kid arrogant in his head. He says he hates him and wants to kill him right now, but he's not stupid enough to start a fight inside the spiritual zone, inside a mage's spirit zone. He tells himself that when he gets the chance, Canis will be the first one he cuts down. With that, he lets go of Amy's hand and says he hopes Canis gets taken out. Canis turns around. From above, the three of them keep watching and realize those people are behind everything. Knight asks if they shouldn't stop them, but Iruki says no. When Knight asks why, Iruki explains that memory-wiping magic is extremely hard. If they used it on more than 500 people, these aren't enemies they can handle easily. He says there could be a genius mage there, someone trained at a top magic academy, an official rank 6 mage like Professor Sienna, or another high-level expert, Knight Robert realizes that means a very powerful mage is involved, way stronger than they first thought. Haruki says they'll follow for now. If someone's life is in danger, they can still act in time. Then Sarone notices something. The headmaster and Professor Athela aren't with the others. At the same time, Athela is still in that cabin, deep in meditation when the cabin starts to shake. She opens her eyes and asks what happened, sensing that a powerful demonic mind appeared during the night. Then she notices something else. It's already past class time, but no one came to get her. Even though she doesn't want to think it, she realizes the academy is empty. A light flashes in the sun, and Thad appears beside her, asking if she's alright. She asks how he got there. He tells her the school was ambushed. Everyone was. Thad says there are signs of dark magic. Othello realizes it's the mind demon that slipped in last night, and he adds that the whole school was likely attacked. Even the guards at the main gate lost their memories. Then Thad reveals the one behind it is Biltor Arcane, the archmage who threw the world into chaos decades ago. That shocks her. Thad says Arcane is a rank 3 mage. Mages from rank 3 and up are called archmages. Their rank is based on achievements and reputation. For example, defeating a Class A monster gives 500 achievement points, while getting an audience with the king gives 100 reputation points. To rise from rank 10 to rank 9 takes 1,000 points, but going from rank 4 to rank 3 takes 280 million. That means Alpheus is rank 4, and Arcane is rank 3. It's said that half a century ago, a legend reached rank 3 through dark magic, an unusual kind of magic. Ethela asks why someone like that would be here. Before Thad answers, he hesitates and wonders if it's really okay to tell her the truth. He remembers years ago when he read Athela's record and learned she was a bishop of the Order of Karsus. Back then, Alpheus called her a bishop, one of the strongest people in the capital, and an official rank 6 zoner. He asked why she wanted to teach at his school. Athela said that, following the teachings of Bishop John Karsus, she wanted to live freely and happily. Still, she believed the academy only taught students how to become strong mages. She told Alpheus that he should also understand their freedom and teach them the responsibility that comes with power. She says she respects the headmaster, and that's why she wants to become a teacher there. Thad was amazed by her. Even so, he tells her the truth now. He asks her to hear it without prejudice, then says Arcane was Headmaster Alpheus's mentor. Athela closes her eyes and takes a breath. Then she says she understands. No matter what bond they had, anyone who harms her students is her enemy. First, they need to save the students. Thad is relieved to hear that. Athela says the students are heading toward the mountain. He's a little surprised, and she adds that it seems to be near the uncrossable bridge. She also says 3 people are leading them, and 3 more are following behind. Thad asks if she can tell who they are. She says not clearly, but she can at least tell their gender. When she focuses harder, she realizes one of them is Sarone. Meanwhile, the boys move into the forest, and Nighty asks why they brought everyone here, right to the uncrossable bridge. He wonders if they plan to make the students fall into the ravine, and asks why they would do that. Ruki says forcing them to jump would be a bad move for the enemy, because the students are more useful as hostages. Knight thinks about reporting it, but Sarone tells him to focus on who isn't under the mind control. The headmaster, Professor Thad, and Professor Athela aren't here, so one of them must have noticed what was happening and gone for backup. Still, the protagonist says that if the hostages get hurt before help arrives, they may have to fight. That leaves all 3 of them uneasy. Ruki says a fight would put them at a disadvantage because of the numbers. Knight agrees, they can only watch for now, but MC says he doesn't think the students will be forced to jump. To him, those people look like they're waiting for someone. Then Lucas speaks to Canis and asks why their leader still isn't here. He says speed matters in a job like this and asks if they're trying to get themselves killed. Canis says they won't begin until Headmaster Alpheus arrives and tells Lucas to just think about the reward waiting at the end. Erin then speaks up saying it's been a while since their master left to recover. She asks Canis why he still isn't here. Canis says he doesn't know, it's already past the agreed time. Erin says she's not doubting him, but it's hard to accept. She can't understand why their master is this late when he was the one waiting for this day the most. Lucas starts losing it and begs them to at least let him have some fun. Canis gets furious, wondering why their master even brought him along. Then he starts snapping and turns like he's ready to kill Lucas. Lucas doesn't seem interested in backing down either. He asks if Canis is looking down on him. Then they notice the Eye of Death. Aaron says his control is advanced enough and its form is strong enough to numb the central nervous system. Canis realizes it's an eye technique that can only be learned after committing many cruel acts. He says that where he grew up in Latin there were plenty of human trash who treated others like toys. To him, Lucas is exactly like them, just more garbage from Latin. Lucas says now he gets why Canis hates him. He asks if the boy really thinks he's any different. If Lucas is trash while Canis is some high-level believer. Then Lucas points out that those zombies may have lost their memories, but their nervous systems and bodies still work. They can't eat, drink, or sleep. Even if no one throws them into the ravine, they'll still die slowly. With that, he grabs Sienna by the throat and says that in other words, he planned to kill them from the start. Then he starts squeezing her neck. Canis shouts that they didn't bring everyone here to kill them. They're hostages. Lucas brushes it off and says that's fine. He'll just lower the number of hostages a little. Then he says that after this is over, all of them will be murderers anyway. He drags Sienna to the edge of the cliff. Canis demands to know if he really dares disobey his orders, saying killing that woman would be a waste. Right then, a spirit zone appears under Lucas and blasts his foot. Iruki thinks that was close. Knight is horrified that they were actually going to throw people into the ravine, and Iruki says he was aiming to blow off Lucas's leg. Lucas himself asks who they are, and a light appears in the sky, with Sarone bringing Sienna back safely. He arrives furious, saying he'll never forgive them. Canis asks again who they are and how they escaped the mind control. At the same time, Arcane rises from his rest and notices something. Athela is standing in front of him. He asks if she came there alone. A little earlier, Thad had said that if they were talking about those three, they could leave the hostages to them. He says those kids are smart, and he's sure they can buy some time for them. Athela asks what they should do, and Thad says he'll go find the headmaster, because they need him to end this. Athela says she'll do what they decided. Thad tells her he's leaving it to her, and now she stands before Arcane, remembering Thad asking her to meet Arcane. He looks at her and asks if she's a nun. She introduces herself as Athela, a bishop of the Order of Karsus, and says it's an honor to meet a legend like him. He's surprised to hear she's a bishop. At a glance, he can tell she's a seeker who surpassed Abyss Nova, even though she's only standing there. What confuses him is why she's a bishop at all, because every bishop he's known was old. Then he realizes she's a genius. He's shocked that she transcended the 8 immortals and reached this Shelm level. Arcane says that, as expected, this world is very interesting. Then he asks where that brat Alpheus is. Athela says there's no point dragging this out. He asks what she means, and she says he used too much magic yesterday, so he probably doesn't have much power left. Right now, all he can do is wait for nightfall. She adds that if he lifts the spell on the students now, she'll create a space where he can fight officially against the He. Starts laughing at that like he's asking if she's really trying to stall him. Then his magic starts wrapping around Athela. He calls her naive and says she's a fool. Then he tells her it's time to die, trapping her in a mass of roots. While that fight is going on, Lucas asks Cain if this wasn't the perfect plan. Now they have 3 witnesses. Cain shoots back that he already said it was a terrible plan. Then Lucas says if he pays more, Cain can handle them too, asking what the boy thinks. That only makes Cain even more annoyed. Arn tries to speak to him, but he cuts her off, saying he'll deal with this himself, and she just needs to control the hostages. He's more than enough. Lucas agrees and lets him handle it alone. Still, Lucas hopes the kids fight as hard as they can, glaring at Cain with clear killing intent. Then Cain asks the boys how they broke free from the mind control. Nade starts to say they shattered the spell through their own strength, but Cain calls that absurd. If that were possible, nobody here would still be trapped. He says there's no time to waste, so they should all come at once, and unleashes a huge wave of magic at them. Hiroki says their bloodlust is messing with his spirit zone, and Sarone tells Nade to take care of Professor Sienna. He says if this is dark magic, then he actually has the better matchup. He says he'll fight Cain and tells the others to handle the big guy. Nade asks if he's really going alone, saying it might be better if they all fight together, since he doesn't think that other man will step in. But the protagonist just tells them to trust him. Cain threw someone Sarone knows off a cliff without hesitating, and he's seriously strong. Hearing that, Lucas realizes the boy understands more than he should, and that irritates him. Hiroki thinks MC is right. He's usually calm, but when it counts, he becomes a completely different person. Then the two start walking forward with their spirit waves active, and those powers crash into each other. Standing face to face, Sarone wonders what he's even looking at. Cain's eyes are so empty they give him chills. He realizes he can't read his opponent, and then Cain attacks with dark magic. Sarone fires up Photon Cannon, launching it straight into the shadow, but it does nothing. The darkness keeps rushing at him, so his only choice is to teleport backward. After getting a bit more distance, he tries again to pierce that darkness with light, but Cain blocks it with ease. Nade asks what just happened. Cain was hit by the light, yet he still managed to keep his shadows up. Sarone realizes that if Cain can ignore the laws of nature like that, the gap between them must be huge. Cain asks if he really trusted Type Advantage enough to fight him with such weak-looking skills. The protagonist answers by gathering even more power in his hand. That catches Cain off guard. Sarone fires the beam and asks, how about this? Cain immediately feels something is off and tries to thicken his shadow, but before he can, MC's beam hits him, and he's left wondering what just happened as he's blasted away. Erin shouts when she realizes the light actually hit him, and Lucas instantly demands to know who the hell that boy is. After Sarone lands that hit on Cain, Athela is still trapped. Once he fully seals her inside that domain, he calls Athela a complete idiot and says her talent is being wasted. Then he tells her to die. Athela realizes she's surrounded by total darkness, but by using that anesthesia-like sense, she can still feel things coming toward her. She dodges every attack with teleportation. As she keeps avoiding them, Cain admits she's impressive, but says his shadows are everywhere. A shadow grabs her leg and several fists appear around her. Athela realizes that if she teleports normally here, her legs will be destroyed. So she decides that in that case, she'll only use instant movement on her upper body, and slips past all those punches. Then she finally kicks away the shadow holding her leg and drops back to the ground. Cain thinks that's what you'd expect from a bishop of Karsus, He says if she hadn't wasted her life playing teacher at a tiny school like this, she could have gone much further. Even so, Alpheus kept her quiet and crushed her talent and skill under his feet. Then he starts trying to twist her view of Alpheus, claiming the director did it all to steal the credit, and once again he tries to get inside her head. Athela asks what he's trying to do now, and while she's yelling, he strikes her from the side, sending her flying. Then he appears again, and with her glasses broken, the last thing she sees is his attack rushing at her. At the same time, back at the academy, Ted searches for the director. He says Alpheus has to be nearby since he heard there was a hidden room connected to the director's office. He just doesn't know where it is. Then Alpheus asks who he is, and Ted realizes he's safe. Alpheus seems suspicious, like Ted knows who he is, and Ted quickly figures out he lost his memories but not completely, unlike the others. Alpheus starts wondering if he really lost them or if he somehow got thrown into the future instead. Then he freaks out when he notices how old he is, asking what happened to his beautiful 18-year-old face. That's when Ted realizes he's missing 40 years of memory. Ted then understands that the man in front of him is the young and infamous Alpheus Arrogant. Right on cue, Alpheus strikes an arrogant pose and demands to know what happened to him. He instantly grabs Ted by the collar and leans right into his face, asking what rank he is. Ted answers that he's 4th rank and Alpheus loses it, shocked that he's only a mere 4th rank. He tells Ted that if he's really his student, then he must know photonization magic, and orders him to restore his memories right now. He needs to know what that fool has been doing for the last 40 years. Ted nervously asks his master if maybe he doesn't want to look at those memories. Alpheus pauses, then says if Ted is truly his student, that kind of talk is grounds for instant expulsion. He doesn't need a weak apprentice like him. Then he asks if Ted seriously thinks the great Alpheus would fear his own past. Ted starts shaking but agrees. At the same time, he wonders if a person who lives through the same memories twice would still end up with the same personality. Looking ahead, he fears the old director may never come back and says that right now, the only thing he can do is trust his master. So Ted explains he'll use photonization magic to remove the darkness sealing Alpheus's memories. After that, the rest is up to Alpheus himself. Alpheus snaps back, asking if someone like Ted really dares worry about him, and tells him to just do his job right. Ted thinks that to make the worst situation even worse, these were the absolute worst 40 years of Alpheus's life. And with that, Alpheus returns to the past, remembering everything. Back then, he was surrounded by women telling them not to worry because that night would never end. Meanwhile, Canis thinks that if there were one place where people could lose their lives in an instant, it would be the battlefield. His whole life they had to survive on that battlefield. To stay alive, they sharpened themselves like blades. So kids who went to school just to get a good job never stood a chance against the two of them, or at least that's what his master taught him. Then he stares at Saron in shock. Elsewhere, Cain lies in the middle of the forest, thinking that activating black skin was basically instinct. If he'd been even half a second slower, he doesn't know what would have happened. Then a voice in his head says it would have been very dangerous. Cain asks what exactly hit him, and the voice says it was mass. Light loaded with mass struck him in the abdomen. Cain is confused, saying light doesn't have mass. The voice explains it can if there's a medium that can switch between light energy and mass. Cain asks if he's joking, saying he's never heard of physics like that, but the voice says Saron apparently has. Cain grows uneasy. The voice apologizes if that upset him, but says it's only telling the truth. He is strong and special. It's not normal for a mere academy student to have that kind of ability. Still, Cain asks if he can beat him, and the voice says of course he can, as long as they do it together. With that, he fires up his shadow magic and charges at Saron again. Everyone is shocked to see him back, asking how he endured that attack. Cain says it wasn't that bad and asks the protagonist if he's already out of tricks. He says he expected a good fight, then asks why the boy doesn't entertain him a little more. MC repeats that word fun. He's taking people hostage and he still wants to enjoy the fight. That makes Saron furious and he powers up his light magic. Cain looks at it and says the boy's magic won't work on him. He rushes him again and tells him to try blocking this. Cain slams his hand into the ground, raising a wave of dark magic. Saron instantly teleports into the sky and from there attacks from above, leaving everyone on the ground stunned. He says magic falls into two types, the kind he can dodge and the kind he can't. Lucas thinks back to that flash and realizes he has to take Saron out first. From above, the protagonist looks down at the damage he caused, but Cain suddenly appears behind him and goes for a sneak attack. Saron barely dodges, losing part of his tie. Shocked, he wonders what just happened and how Cain got behind him so fast. Cain keeps the pressure on, and even when MC teleports away, Cain stays right on him. Nate points out what's going on with the shadows. Cain is using them to move around freely. That lets him keep chasing Saron. Nate says that's totally broken. He can jump to any spot he wants, but Aruki explains there is a limit. He can only move through places connected by shadow. Nate says that still doesn't help much, since they can't know where he'll show up unless they track every shadow. Then Aruki reminds him he is the guy who solved the dragon's maze. Saron starts running the numbers in his head and maps the whole area. Then he marks the spots Cain can't use to jump. At the same time, he uses that map to track Cain down, then attacks him head-on. He appears at the exact spot he chose, but Cain throws up a wall of darkness to stop the hit. His friends are stunned and ask what that thing is. Canis just keeps smiling while the shadow starts swallowing Saron's light. Seeing that, the protagonist is clearly shaken. Then the shadow speaks to him, saying that glowing thing tastes good. Back in the capital 40 years earlier, people are drinking and talking in a bar. One of them is Sheroth, a mage who specializes in light. He was known as one of the most gifted people in light magic, at least if Alpheus didn't exist. Then Alpheus walks over and taps Sheroth on the shoulder. He says he heard Sheroth published a new paper, and that it was a good read. Sheroth's work explained the nature of light, and Alpheus can tell he put a lot into it. Sheroth asks if he's being serious. Alpheus brings up the wave theory of light and says Sheroth got an important part wrong. That immediately annoys Sheroth. He argues wave theory is already well established, and backed by many experiments. Alpheus brushes that off as an old idea and asks how long they're going to keep relying on outdated results. Then he says that, as the Academy's top light expert, he can guarantee one thing. Light is much closer to a particle. In other words, Sheroth's paper is useless. Sheroth stands up and tells Alpheus never to talk to him again. Alpheus asks why he's so mad. He only told the truth. The girls around him start backing him up, when someone cuts in and asks if Alpheus is just a chihuahua. Alpheus notices it's Ogun clone. Ogun asks if he's heard the new nickname people gave him lately, Alpheus the Arrogant. Back in the present, Saron is rattled by the shadow creature, and Camius tells him this is a high-level dark spell. It creates a magic being called Koleda. The creature looks at them and says they seem really upset. Nade can't believe it can talk, and Niruki says he's read about magic beings before, but never one with real intelligence. MC brings up alchemists and magic engineers. Both can create physical things, but neither solve the hardest part, how to make a living being. That field is called biological magic, and it's insanely difficult. Even Saron is still shocked that it can think. The shadow creature says it's not just smart, its butt is pretty cute too, though now isn't the time to show it. That makes everyone realize this monster is seriously weird, and Canis says of course it has intelligence. Koleda is a magic being that inherited the mind of the archmage Arkanhe. He asks the boys if they get it now, while launching another attack at Saron. Canis admits his magic is unusual, but even so, he's still just a kid, and this time the protagonist finally gets hit. He tries to fight back with his magic against the creature, but Canis reminds him again that his magic won't work anymore. Then he smothers MC in that black darkness. MC wonders what he can even do now. He isn't scared to die, but if he loses here, everyone loses. He thinks of everyone around him, looking at each one, even Lucas with that crazed look on his face. Saron realizes he's using everything he has just to keep up with their movements, and even his photon cannon isn't working. So what can he do about that magic creature? The moment he focuses on it, he starts to think deeper, but gets hit again and takes a beating. Still, he escapes with a quick teleport. The shadow creature says it knew it. This kid is no joke. Saron lands hard, striking a dramatic pose, and his friends rush toward him, but he tells them not to come any closer. He says magic beings can't move without an energy source, then asks if that's right. Canis says yes, they're basically one. Then he asks what he's getting at. Saron says that's good news because it means the monster has limits too. Canis laughs and asks if he's really saying that Shadow Monster has a limit. The protagonist says he's about to find out. He powers up his light again, and Canis notices it's stronger than before. MC calls for a real one-on-one and says they'll see who drops first. Even the shadow starts fearing the boy's attack. Then Saron fires an even stronger blast of light. The shadow quickly tells Canis to retreat to the forest, where there are more shadows. Canis doesn't get it. They should be able to tank the attack just fine. But the creature calls him an idiot, and explains he plans to keep attacking until they wear out. The shadow says it's a dumb strategy, but there is no reason to take the risk. It tells Canis to lure the protagonist into the forest, and they'll kill him there. It adds that Saron is desperate, so he'll definitely chase them. Canis realizes it's right, and agrees. He thinks that with Koleda, who inherited the intelligence of Lagos the Aspiring, asking if it's finally time for his warm-up. Meanwhile, in the past, Clump is still talking to a young woman and asks if he can have a dance with her, wearing a totally unhinged expression. The girl immediately runs away from him. Alpheus starts laughing at him during the ball. He says he told Ogun to find Clump a partner, so why is he scaring every girl off? Clump shrugs it off and says it's not fair. Apparently the back of Alpheus's head is prettier than his whole face. Alpheus says if Clump grows his hair out and dresses better, he'd probably have women lining up for him. Ogun clearly hates that advice. Then someone approaches him, introduces herself as Arena, and says it's nice to meet him. He notices right away that it's a woman's voice. When they look over, a girl is driving the men around her away. He asks what's going on and why that man is chasing her off, adding that she doesn't even look ugly. Ogun explains she's the eldest daughter of the bastard family, but says he's heard she's a little troubled. Alpheus asks if she's a proper noble young lady, and if so, what's the problem? Ogun can't believe he came here without knowing any of this. He says the rumor is that she's not very bright. Even Alpheus is surprised by that. Ogun adds that people say she had an accident as a child, and because of it, her mind stayed around the level of a 10-year-old. Normally, the head of the family doesn't even let her leave her room, but today is different. Then a man starts saying she's the shame of the family, while his wife says Irina likes parties and begs him to let her enjoy herself just for tonight. Alpheus thinks they're just like the old nobles in his own family. Really, they're all the same. So he says he'll help her reputation a little. Ogent tells him to wait, calling that arrogant. He says pitying her will only insult her more, but Alpheus tells him not to worry. He's never been fake with any girl, so he really does walk over to greet her, saying it's a beautiful night. The girl introduces herself politely and says it's nice to meet him, but she looks terrified. Alpheus thinks that is not the reaction he expected. People around them start wondering what he's doing with that poor girl, and he tries asking her to dance. Instead, she starts crying and throwing a fit, which puts Alpheus in a very bad spot. Then Iruki remembers something from 3 years ago, when he was with Nade and wanted him to fight. He thinks back on it and admits he never really wanted Nade to fight if it could be avoided. Back in the present, he asks Nade if he's okay. Nade asks if he's telling him to be careful, and Iruki says yes. Just then, Lucas comes charging at them again. He says being careful won't make him some impossible opponent, and then he fully throws himself into the fight. The two of them teleport away to dodge his attack, but his attacks keep chasing after them, and that only makes him even madder as he goes after them. They explain how Shimea works. In theory, someone could strengthen their whole body, but boosting just one part too much would throw off their balance. Because of that, Shimeawares follow tested upgrade paths called builds. One example is the mitochondria build, which strengthens the mitochondria, the cell's energy source, and raises the user's stamina. It's also the most common and the fastest, which is why Lucas can stay right on the boy's heels. Nade tells Iruki to run and fires a lightning bolt at Lucas. At the same time, Iruki uses detonate, but Lucas still gets away without a scratch. He says those two are obviously kids who've never fought a Shema user before. Even so, their teamwork is solid, and they keep attacking while Lucas slips past everything. The boys start thinking it's really hard to fight him. Lucas says this is on a whole different level from a speed test, and the mitochondria build burns through energy fast, so he needs to finish this quickly. So he boosts those stats again and rushes them even faster, dodging every attack. Then he decides to double his metabolic energy output. In the next instant, he's behind Iruki, catching him off guard. The boy gets hit. Meanwhile, in Arcane's dark dimension, Athela is badly beaten. He admits he respects the girl's toughness, but even so, he starts casting shadow magic mixed with green energy and says it's time for her to die. He attacks with everything he's got, but Athela still dodges and realizes that energy is poison. If it touches her, she's dead. So she takes a breath and unleashes a sonic scream, blowing away part of that dark energy. Arcane recognizes it as a shockwave strong enough to shake the spirit zone, and says that's the scream of the wave demon. When he looks back, he sees it tore a hole in his barrier, and through that opening, Athela teleports out. She knows she can't match him in spell power, so this is exactly why she needs to switch to Shema. Then she takes a real fighting stance, drawing power into her hand, but Arcane expands his domain again and starts going overboard, summoning a full Susanoo-like giant to fight her. He notices she's using Shema, and says if that's her choice, then he'll face her with raw force too. The giant starts attacking her, but she doesn't back down and slams her hand straight into that massive figure. Back to 40 years earlier, at the bastard family ball, Irina is still crying for her mother because of what Alpheus is doing. He asks why she's acting like that, and she says her mother warned her that anyone who tries to talk to her is a bad person. That's why she's leaving. Alpheus asks if just speaking to her makes him bad, and he tells her to wait. The guests start judging him for bothering the family head's daughter, and Sarov gets furious, wondering if he'd even use a helpless girl just to stand out. While she keeps refusing, Alpheus realizes she isn't scared of him. She's afraid of getting in trouble. Clump, meanwhile, thinks Alpheus is a complete idiot and wonders why he's jumping into someone else's mess. He coughs to signal his friend to apologize and leave before this gets even worse. But instead, Alpheus suddenly raises his voice while holding Irina. He says she's finally looking at him, then tells her she's scared of something right now. But no one gets in trouble, just for dancing at a ball. She didn't do anything wrong, and he asks if she wants to dance with him. He tells her she should try being free just for today, then asks again if she'll dance with him. At last, the girl finds her courage and takes Alpheus's hand. After throwing that punch at the magic giant, it actually staggers backward. Then those ant-like creatures start crawling all over the area. As Athela drops to the ground, she starts wondering if this is really the dark magic she knows. Still looking up, she calls down a storm of Pegasus meteors. Arcane stays up there beside the giant and starts laughing, saying she's got one hell of a punch. Athela keeps destroying his creations, until he orders the giant to crush her into the ground. It misses by a second as she barely slips away, and Arcane clenches his fist, making the giant swing at her again. She keeps escaping by inches and tells herself she doesn't need to overthink it, she just needs to end this. Then she charges the giant monster and throws a non-stop barrage of Shema-powered punches. While attacking, she starts building something else, and Arcane realizes it's a shockwave. He says attacks like that are meant to destroy the inside of an opponent. If those repeated shockwaves disrupt the body's internal functions, the damage can multiply by dozens or even hundreds of times. He starts feeling those hits all through his body along with Othello's punches, and he admits it's incredible. He openly says she's strong, that Othello could have reached the peak of this world, but wasted her talent on her pathetic search for truth. Then she loses her balance and nearly falls into that sea of ants. Something rises from below and another giant forms behind her. Arcane says it's a shame. She's nothing but a tiny bug trying to survive. Compared to this world's great Shema, she's nothing. Another giant hand comes down at Othello, and all she can do is brace for impact. It nearly hits her, and the giant wipes out a huge part of the forest with that single blow. Arcane looks over, startled, because Othello was launched away but is still fighting. Now standing on top of that Susanu's head, she thinks that if someone like him reaches the school or even the city, it'll be a disaster. She has to stop him here and now, so she attacks even more fiercely, saying she'll do it even if it costs her life. Then she hits the Susanoo so hard its head nearly cracks. With that strike, she sends out a massive wave attack that Arcane definitely feels. The dark magic Susanoo starts breaking apart from her blow, and it howls in pain. Arcane screams too, suffering the backlash of such a powerful hit from the wave system. He finally understands every hit before this was just set up for her finishing blow. Shaking in panic, he says the pain is unbearable, but then he tightens his fist again and gives a cruel smile, saying he's missed this feeling, the days when he used to compete. The giant, even while falling apart, pulls back another punch for Othello. She panics at the sight, and Arcane remembers facing battles like this with others in his time. Othello tries to counter the giant once more, but Arcane is getting more and more thrilled by the fight, so he goes all out on her. With him this fired up, things turn bad for Othello. She wonders if the shockwave damage wasn't enough, and says she thought she was stronger for her master. In the end, she starts losing that exchange. Meanwhile, with Nade, he shouts for Iruki as blood flies. He tries to help with his magic, asking if Iruki is okay, but the boy has a huge gash across his chest and still says it's just a scratch. He smiles, almost happy, and tells Nade he did a good job pinning down that Neanderthal who was trying to kill him. The mercenary gets even angrier at the green-haired brat, saying he faked an attack but actually covered the area in a magnetic field. That let him move in, while Nade keeps him restrained with lightning and holds him in place. Then Nade summons his formless shot, hitting the man from behind. He can't believe it. He refuses to accept that he's about to lose to those two kids, but Nade doesn't notice dark magic targeting him. It starts wrapping around one of his legs. When he finally notices, he sees his electricity getting consumed. He turns and realizes that girl is still there, and she's devouring all of his magic. Iruki instantly knows things just went bad, but it's too late. The mercenary charges straight at Nade and swings his sword at the boy's neck in a frenzy of rage, shouting that this is all his fault. With Nade about to be hit, Iruki can only scream his name. But the strike suddenly fails and the mercenary can't believe what he's seeing. Ice is formed around the boy. Even Nade can't believe he's still alive, and Iruki sees that ice magic and wonders if it's really the person he thinks it is. Then Professor Sienna returns to the fight, absolutely furious. While all that chaos is happening in the past, Alpheus keeps dancing with the girl. The whole party is stunned by what's happening. As the music plays, Ryan's grandfather can barely believe it because Alpheus really is insane. He's actually enjoying himself and dancing with her. At the same time, Canis speaks to Harvey, noticing he isn't answering. Then he says he felt a huge tremor coming from those mountains. He adds that Arcane used his Descent of Darkness. Canis realizes that's his master's finishing move and asks if Alpheus showed up. The Shadow says that's the most logical guess, since Arcane will be heading there soon. Then they block another one of Saron's attacks and figure he'll probably wipe everything out there too. The boy keeps chasing them through the forest. Karmus curses MC's persistence and tells Harvey to stay hidden in the shadows, saying he's locking down all their movement options. Harvey says it feels like they're copying each other in a chess match. Karmus realizes they need more variables, and Harvey agrees. Harvey says Saron is getting close, so the two of them rush him while the boy fires back with light magic. Back at the battlefield, snow starts falling. The mercenary panics, wondering if that man's spell was broken. The girl says that makes no sense. She says only monks or high-ranking archmages should be able to break her master's new abyss, so how did a regular magic academy structure do it? As she tries to understand, Sienna keeps walking toward them, full of murderous rage, making ice only where it matters. Nade calls out that it's over now, the professor is awake, but then his hand freezes and he jumps in shock. He says it's freezing, and Iruki immediately realizes something is wrong. It isn't just them, the students nearby are freezing too. Iruki says Sienna isn't truly awake. She's moving in her sleep. Then she forms an ice stalactite. She fires it at the mercenary and slices open part of his abdomen. Badly hurt, he begs her to stop and asks if she's planning to kill the kids too. Now desperate, he says he's seen people like her before. Monsters who survive near death over and over, then kill with ease while half asleep. Sienna keeps moving forward, her eyes barely open. He realizes she's fighting on muscle memory, and that she can store spells in her body. So he turns and runs, cursing his luck. He wonders what the point is of making billions if it all ends like this. He starts retreating, calling himself insanely unlucky. But while he's trying to run, he notices his legs didn't come with him. They've been cut clean off. Then he drops. Sienna never even moved from her spot, only held out a hand. At just 20 years old, she's already a grade 6 mage with unmatched mastery over absolute zero ice magic. Then she wraps the area in a huge ice tornado. Everyone starts freezing. The mercenary's leg is completely petrified and he can't move. He remembers Canis calling this place a trash school. Now he's thinking it doesn't matter if it's the teachers or the bratty students. This is way too much. Then giant chunks of ice start crashing down on him. Sienna unleashes a glacial bombardment and those massive blocks head toward the students too. The dark magic girl just stands there like an idiot, staring as one of the ice boulders falls at her. At the last second, Nade saves her by diving on top of her. She asks what he's doing, but Nade tells her to release everyone from the mind control. At this rate, they're all going to die. Shaken, she says there isn't enough time. Haruki tells them to leave it to him, but Nade asks what he's planning. The boy says the issue isn't the cold, it's the weight of those glaciers. He estimates each one at around 15 to 20 tons, starts calculating everything and uses his divergent form to attack. In his head, he knows he has to shatter them into thousands of pieces while predicting the path of every fragment. Then he summons 2 spheres and they start striking the falling ice. He knows he can't afford even one mistake. Piece by piece, he breaks all the icebergs into tiny fragments. The girl can only stare, wondering how this is even possible. That chaotic afternoon turns into something like a fireworks show, and she can't believe a simple magic academy has students like this. Meanwhile, Nade is still leaning over her. She shoves him away and asks what he was doing. Nade can't believe he just saved her, and that's the thanks he gets. She reminds him they're enemies, and asks why he'd even try to protect her. Nade tells her to stop complaining and release the mind control. Does she really want everyone here to die? She says she doesn't know, and that answer shocks him. But then she says if it's for Canis, as memories of everything they went through together flash through her mind, then she doesn't care what happens to the rest of the students. Nade is stunned, wondering what she's even thinking. Then a huge explosion goes off behind her as she starts crying. Both of them turn around. Inside the blast, she sees Canis. He's covered in blood and looks like he's barely hanging on. Meanwhile, in the past, Alpheus laughs with Arena at night and asks if she saw everyone's faces. She says it really was something to see. They keep smiling together, and then his thoughts drift somewhere strange. Based on prism experiments, light seems likely to be a particle, but the recent double-slit test showed a diffraction pattern, which means it's also a wave. Alpheus says he personally thinks of it as a particle, then realizes he's been talking so much that he slipped right into research talk again. Arena tells him he's a wonderful person. He just stares at her, enchanted. Under the moonlight, she looks beautiful. Embarrassed, he wonders what he's even doing there. He says he wants to become a mage, but he still doesn't know what to write for his thesis, so he asks what Arena thinks. Deep down, he questions what he's hoping to hear from her, but then asks again, does she think light is a wave or a particle? Arena simply says light is beautiful. That answer changes everything for Alpheus. Sometime earlier, Cerrone was reading a book about mass and energy when something suddenly caught his eye. He calls his friends over. Nate asks what's up, noticing he is reading about mass energy equivalence. He says if mass can turn into energy, then energy should also be able to turn into mass. Rook says that idea might let them improve the photon cannon, but then the protagonist notices something else, that the formula belongs to Alpheus. Both of them are shocked. Back in the present, Cerrone is beating down Canis while hunting him through the forest. The shadow curses, saying the boy's attacks are getting heavier, and Canis finally realizes MC has actually grown stronger during this fight. He keeps firing even more photon cannons. His face gets colder, and his attacks get more savage. The two of them keep running for their lives. The shadow starts feeling pain from the attacks and admits Cerrone is impressive, but still has a long way to go. The protagonist shuts that down, saying no, this was only practice. The shadow is left speechless. Then MC attacks even harder. The shadow says he can't block this much longer, and tells Canis to run, but Canis refuses. If they run now, they'll lose their momentum. Instead, he tells the shadow to consume his willpower, and she realizes he's dead serious. So she starts draining the boy and manages to stop the attack. But then, after taking a huge hit that sends him flying, he crashes near the other girl, his sister. She turns back, sees him covered in blood, and wonders what happened to Canis. Nate asks if what they're seeing is really a photon cannon, and Iruki realizes that bastard Cerrone actually used the formula he found yesterday in his spell. Then the boy is launched away and lands near his friends, who immediately rush toward the protagonist. He's totally beat up, and they ask if he's okay. MC apologizes to them. It looks like he still can't beat that guy. He wonders why he suddenly feels so weak, but Iruki tells him Canis is seriously strong. If anything, this just became an even bigger challenge. Still, he can't believe it. Even after powering up his photon cannon, he still couldn't win. Iruki can tell that hit him hard. The only reason the protagonist can even stand there is because the others managed to handle things on this side. So Iruki tells his friend he did well. Now that they're together, Iruki steps forward and asks Canis what he plans to do next. Does he really think he can handle all three of them? Iruki tells him to accept defeat and free the students. No one has died yet, so it's still not too late, but Canis says the war isn't over. He says his master will punish all of them. Nate questions that, asking if Canis even understands what his side has done. Canis snaps back that he can ask Alpheus when he meets him in hell. That shocks them since Canis suddenly brought up the headmaster. Canis says Alpheus committed a crime that can never be forgiven. This rotten school was built by stealing from his master, and everything they enjoyed here was taken from him. Saron can barely believe what he's hearing. Nate asks what Canis means, while Iroki tells him to stop making wild accusations. Even if it were true, what did the people here ever do wrong? Canis says thoughts like that don't matter. He's his master's agent, and he starts casting again, saying he'll act according to his own beliefs. Nate realizes Canis isn't listening at all, while Iroki asks if that means they're really ending this right here. Then Saron steps past him and moves to the front. He stays silent, but he's furious, and light magic gathers in his hand again. Canis starts laughing, asking if MC really thinks a fight can solve what words couldn't. He says it won't matter. The outcome will be the same. But then Canis notices Harvey has started protecting him. Canis asks what Harvey is doing and says he doesn't need to be scared. But Harvey warns him. This attack is dangerous and something is wrong with it. Canis doesn't get what he means. Harvey says that if they burn through enough willpower, they might be able to stop him. But then Canis notices that something is off about that light. It keeps getting brighter. Still furious, Saron says this is Canis's last chance. Free the students now. Hyro and Nade keep looking at each other, while the girl stands there in shock and Canis declares that he's the Archmage's disciple. Even if he dies, his will won't break. He answers that he doesn't want to kill him. But if people are dying because of those beliefs, then Saron says he has no choice but to end this. Then the story jumps to the past. Young Alpheus is with Irene, listening as she says light is beautiful. She talks about starlight and fireflies, saying all of it is beautiful. But what he's talking about isn't beautiful at all. Alpheus says he understands, then asks why she thinks light is so beautiful. Irene says light lets people see through darkness. Because of light, they can even see the night sky. In that moment, Alpheus has a breakthrough. As he thinks about darkness, he realizes it isn't a contradiction at all. The two are completely tied together. That's when he says he finally understands. Then he tells Irina that she's beautiful, and she just stares at him confused. Alpheus asks if she wants to be his light. He wonders how he could ever forget that day. The air that night, the still wind, the smell of grass, and Irina smiling at him. To him, no matter what the world offers, that memory is the one thing he'll never forget. Meanwhile, Ted is struggling while his memories keep getting triggered. He admits that the defense against light is incredible, and starts thinking about Bilto Arcana, shocked that he cast a spell like this. He begs his master to come back. But back on the battlefield, just as Saron is threatening Canis, something changes. Someone arrives and asks what's going on here. The protagonist turns around and immediately feels afraid, while Canis is overjoyed to see his master. From the top of the hill, Arcanis looks over the whole scene. The mercenary is nearly dead on the ground with half his body frozen. His disciples are in terrible shape too, and he thinks his disciple is a complete idiot. Still, he quickly sees that this all started because of the boy holding light in his hand. Saron points that light at Arcana, ready to attack, and demands to know if Arcanis planned this whole incident. Everyone gets tense the moment he appears. Arcanis seems pleased, seeing how bold Saron is, and asks the boy's name. MC refuses. He won't give his name to a murderer. He orders Arcana to release the mind control and leave the academy right now. Arcana apologizes, but says he can't do that. According to him, every student under Alpheus deserves punishment. He adds that of course that includes these boys too. Then he sends his deadly killer after Saron, who's caught off guard by the sudden move and fires back. Then he realizes he just launched a very powerful spell at Arcana. Arcana dodges it and even measures it out. The boy's spell covered a 52.7 meter radius. He says Saron's spirit zone is huge for someone his age, and the protagonist is stunned that Arcana avoided it so easily. MC tries to attack again, but Athela appears and tells him to stop. She's completely battered. Then Arcana looks at her and says she got lucky enough to survive, so she should know better. Athela answers that win or lose doesn't matter. She only wants to protect her students. Saron asks who that man is and why he's doing this. She tells him his name is Arcanan and reveals that he's a third-class Archmage, which shocks the three boys. She adds that he seems to hold a grudge against the director. From above, Arcanan calls her pathetic, saying she's whining to her rookie students. Athela fires back that he probably isn't as relaxed as he's pretending to be. That starts to make him angry, and Arcanan notes that his master's mental force is only at 10%. Even so, Harvey says that just 10% of an Archmage's mental power is still enough to wipe them all out. Arcanan thinks they still haven't captured Alpheus, so maybe retreating would be smarter, just like he expected. She asks what he's thinking. Harvey tries to get his attention, but then Canis speaks to his master and asks him to leave everything to him. Arcana gives a twisted smile and asks if he really wants to handle it himself. The girl gets nervous, wondering why Arcana is pushing this so hard. In her eyes, he starts to look like black magic slime. Then Arcana grins wide and calls out to the boy, asking if he's Alpheus's disciple. Saron snaps back and tells him not to say the director's name so casually. Compared to the director, someone like Arcana isn't even a real mage. Arcana bursts into laughter and almost loses it. In his mind, he asks Alpheus how much he's been bragging over the last 40 years for even a kid like this to respect him so much. He keeps laughing, which scares everyone there, and then Arcanus says it's fine. He tells Canis to go ahead and fight the boy. Canis thanks his master, but Othello tells Cerrone to stop. Even so, the two end up facing each other. Harvey urges Canis to think this through one more time, saying it would be better to leave this to Arcana. Canis refuses. He already disappointed his master once, and now he has to beat that brat even if it kills him. So he calls Harvey out to fight, while he, furious, opens his spirit zone with killing intent in his eyes. Canis calls for Harvey again, demanding an answer, but Harvey keeps ignoring him until Canis starts to feel completely alone. Even then, he says he's still fighting, and when he charges at the protagonist starts teleporting. Canis wonders how he crossed the ravine and asks himself if the boy wants an aerial battle. Then Canis calls him an idiot. He must think shadows can't be used properly in midair. But the night sky itself is just one giant shadow, and Canis spreads his darkness across the sky, but then MC shines. That shocks all four of them, along with his girlfriend and everyone else there, because while floating in the air, Cerrone summons a huge number of light spheres right in front of Canis. He realizes that if he can't track Canis's movements, then he just has to hit Canis's entire spirit zone. He goes completely wild while his body is clearly falling apart. He still creates a massive storm of light and sends every last sphere crashing down on Canis. For the first time, Canis feels pure fear and tries to summon shadows to protect himself. But that rain of light keeps pouring down on him. Canis starts panicking when he realizes the kid is completely insane. This attack wasn't a bluff after all. He keeps taking hit after hit and realizes those hundreds of magic spheres are all real. He can't understand how a mere boy could do something like this, and Cerrone's machine gun barrage of light never stops. Othello is stunned, wondering when the protagonist learned to do that. Then Iruki notices that MC has entered the infinite domain again. Othello asks what they just said, wondering if they mean Cerrone has used the immortal function before. They instantly panic, realizing they said too much. That's when she finally understands how this happened. Meanwhile, he keeps attacking non-stop the entire time. The only thing Canis can do is keep running while calling for Harvey. He begs him to answer, saying they'll die if this keeps up. Then Canis gets hit in the side, but there's no wound. He's confused and wonders what's going on. When he looks up, he realizes Cerrone isn't aiming at him. He's been targeting the darkness itself the whole time, erasing the shadows Canis uses to move. Canis thinks that's insane. To him, it means this lunatic must have endless willpower. He's scared and furious because the last thing he wants is to die in front of his master. Arcani just watches with his arms crossed. Canis keeps sinking deeper into darkness, thinking he's about to die. Then Harvey finally speaks to Cerrone, saying Arcani is seriously annoying, and Canis realizes Harvey is back. Together, they create a huge umbrella of shadow to block the protagonist's attack. Both Harvey and Canis feel intense pain, and Canis wonders why Harvey is even doing this. After all, Harvey is his willpower, and it's running out. Harvey tells him to pull himself together and focus. Cerrone senses that something is wrong and asks what that thing is, while teleporting to keep up with Canis. Then MC starts taking hits, and he's shocked. He was sure the advantage was his, but instead his arm gets sliced, and he realizes the fight is turning around. So he drops back to the ground while Harvey comes after him again, trying to land another hit. Cerrone thinks it'll get dangerous if he keeps the immortal function up any longer than this, and starts wondering if something feels off. Canis has endurance, can keep the photon cannon strong, has high intelligence, powerful close-range attacks, and speed that comes from agility. So he wonders why Canis didn't fight like this from the start. Then he realizes it's impossible, and starts asking himself if that demonic thing is draining Canis's willpower. He remembers Canis saying that he and Harvey are one. Othello looks at Canis and says he's being unbelievably cruel to his own student. Then Canis drops to the ground and throws up, and his sister realizes something is wrong with him. Cerrone finally figures out that Canis is the fuel tank powering that thing. Canis starts feeling worse and worse, but the shadow still keeps chasing the protagonist. Javi looks even more twisted than before, and MC quickly gets it. If the enemy is changed, then there's no point keeping photon cannon up, since that move mixes magic with physical force. A new idea hits him. He says the answer is photon impulse, activates the rune on his forehead, and fires photon impulse. The blast tears straight toward the shadow, and Javi starts cursing as it hits him head-on. Cerrone says he knew it. This was never going to be easy. Having endless willpower doesn't mean he can break past his own limits forever. That means he has only one option left: strengthen his omniscience. His eye starts breaking apart, shedding small purple fragments. He realizes energy equals mass times the speed of light squared, and says this time all the mass will be turned into energy. Then even more light pours out of Cerrone's hand toward the shadow. Javi has no idea what's happening as the protagonist's attack starts tearing him apart. He wonders if this is one of those lasers he has seen before. Everyone is stunned by what MC is doing, and Hiroki recognizes it as horrible pulse. Cerrone is nearly coming apart himself, while even more light keeps pouring from his hand, and Javi feels the pain getting worse and worse, like he's burning alive. Then Canis starts suffering in Javi's place. The girl realizes Javi's pain is being passed to Canis, and Javi is already at his limit while Saron keeps driving that red laser into him. Javi says that at this rate they're going to die, but then the laser starts turning him into a shapeless mass. She stares at Javi and notices he's way too calm for someone in that situation. So she yells at Saron to stop his magic. He gets distracted and looks at her. Hearing what she said, that's when Javi starts laughing and says it's too late. A massive explosion erupts on the peak, right where the protagonist and Javi were. Candace then remembers the first time he met Javi in the past. Back then he introduced himself as Kaleda, and Candace asked him to become his subordinate, but Kaleda only looked at him and asked why. Candace asked if he didn't want Candace, but Kaleda said that wasn't what he meant. He explained it would be more useful for him to go to Aaron instead. She had lived in Kadum for 10 years, and other than Candace, no one really knew her. Because of that endurance, she gained sharp mental sensitivity and could see things normal people couldn't. Candace asks if he means the first Sotra, and Kaleda says that after sensing Aaron's overflow, he was able to find her and bring her to Leah. He brought Canis too, but Canis refuses, saying Aaron is too kind, so he tells Kaleda to go with Canis. Kaleda says he understands now why he was given Canis. This had been planned from the start. Then 1 minute before the explosion at the mountaintop, they notice something floating above them. Javi tells Canis it's about to explode, and Canis panics. Javi then says he's going to cancel their contract. He starts pulling something out of Canis's body, and the boy cries out in pain. Canis is shocked that Javi is trying to do this by himself, and he remembers when Kaleda asked why he wanted power. Canis answered that Aaron is his first and only light, and he has to protect her from this world. While trapped there and about to blow up, Javi thinks this guy is actually pretty fun. He tells Canis to live on, and Canis is crushed by it. Then Arcane simply turns his eyes and the explosion goes off right in front of everyone. But after the blast, Saron is completely unharmed. He looks at Arcane and asks what he did, wondering if Arcane was planning to kill everyone there. That leaves everyone shocked. Arcane thinks about MC's expression and says he had been wondering why it looks so familiar. MC is the spitting image of Alpheus from 40 years ago. He snaps in total rage and tells him to shut up. Arcane starts laughing again and says he knows why that fox Alpheus accepted him. It's because the protagonist carries the image of omnipotence through his command of light. Arcane plans to use the boy for something evil, but the protagonist demands to know what he knows. Arcane answers that he knows everything, because the Alpheus he respected used to be his student. MC can barely believe it. Arcane says Alpheus was very smart, and he was proud to have taught him. But greed blinded him. He threw Arcane into hell and burned away his life's work, even though Arcane had only helped him. Then Arcane says his wife died for no reason at all. Everyone is stunned, and Athela tells him to explain what happened 40 years ago. Arcane pauses for effect and starts telling the story of 40 years earlier. He calls it the record of the most splendid time. At the same time, Ted is trying to bring back Alpheus's memories. Arcane says that period was the peak of Alpheus's life. It's announced that the Golden Circle prize that year goes to Milch Alpheus, and he's overjoyed when he receives it. The award goes to the mage with the greatest achievement of the year, the Golden Circle. People treat him like a genius because he discovered that light has both particles and waves, and they call him the light of the Milch family. Even Orn says his friend is pretty adorable. He thought Alpheus would just be a troublemaker, but instead he did something even bigger. Then he asks if Alpheus knows they need to celebrate, and Alpheus says of course, but only after he goes home first. When he gets there, he calls out for Irina. She's making dinner for the two of them, and asks if he's back already. Alpheus tells her the Golden Circle is hers as much as his, handing it to her and saying it means the whole world has recognized his ideas. She congratulates him, and he quickly lifts her up, though he says he has to leave soon because there's a party. Before going, he steals a little private time with her. She warns him the food will burn, but he doesn't care and says let it burn. This was when Alpheus was 23, the most famous mage on the whole continent. Offers came in from all over the world, but Alpheus put his own gain first and picked carefully. With talent like his value kept rising without end. Even so, both families still oppose their marriage. As he leaves home and heads for a carriage, he asks Irina to wait just a little longer, because he'll soon become the very best. When that happens, both the Milch family and the Bastard family will have no choice but to accept them. While he's away, a man starts getting irritated, and his friend says it would have been great if he had come earlier. Then Sharaf shows up. He can't believe things ended up like this, saying he never knew Alpheus would have that much influence when he came back. He wonders if Alpheus really lives there, and says he should have brought a gift. His friend says that's fine, it's not like a present would erase the past anyway. Still, they keep knocking until Irina opens the door and asks if they're looking for her husband. But when she sees the strange men, she wonders who they are. They realize Irina Bastard is really there, which proves this is Alpheus's house. One of them says they're friends of Alpheus, and asks if he's home, but she says no, he went out. When asked if she knows when he'll be back, she says she isn't sure. Sharaf asks if they can wait inside until he returns, since waiting outside is tiring. Seeing them as her husband's friends, she lets them in. Late that night, when Alpheus comes back, he apologizes for being late and starts looking for Irina. Then he notices the only room with the lights still on, goes over and hears Sharaf talking trash about him, calling him one lucky bastard. Alpheus is completely stunned. Sharaf keeps going, saying Alpheus used to fool around and never write his thesis, then suddenly grew up after landing a woman from a good family. He asks if the others agree, and they awkwardly say he's drunk. Even then, Sharaf asks Irina whether he doesn't look fine, and she says there's no way for her to know. He says of course not, then orders her to finish her song, trying to force her to keep singing, but one of them suddenly gets smashed in the face. Alpheus storms in furious, cursing them out and beating them down. Irina is scared and one of the men asks how an intellectual can punch like that. Sharaf apologizes, saying he lost his head for a moment. He says he'll never show his face there again. Still angry, Alpheus turns on Irina and asks why she let them in. She says they claim to be his friends, and he snaps, asking what kind of person humiliates a friend's wife. He asks if she doesn't know what his friends are like, and then cruelly asks if she's really that stupid. The moment he says it, he realizes what he just said to his wife. Irina immediately looks down, tears filling her eyes. Alpheus apologizes and begs her to forget it, remembering that her mind works like a 10-year-old girl's. She apologizes too and says she'll never do it again. That only frustrates him more, because it's always the weaker one who has to adjust to everyone else's feelings. So he says he's going out for some air, leaving her behind in tears. He goes straight to drink, calling himself disgusting trash for saying something like that to the one person who only looks at him and follows him. And here on this YouTube channel, fights can break out anytime. He asks why Alpheus doesn't use this chance to have a child, saying it might help their relationship. Alpheus replies that they've already thought about it. His friend tells him to stop waiting and just do it. He needs an heir if he wants the house to stay secure. Thinking of the Ojin family, Alpheus says he already knows. Still, the doctor warned him that someone with the mind of a 10-year-old girl might not be able to handle the pain of childbirth. Ojin says he knows he shouldn't say it, but Alpheus understood that from the moment he chose this marriage. Alpheus agrees he doesn't regret it at all, but he still has doubts. That makes Ojin ask why a smart guy like him is acting like this. Alpheus says it's not like he has any other option. Then the thought of another way starts forming in his mind, and his eyes light up. Some time later, a man looks things over and says, "This isn't bad at all." It has been 48 hours since the intruder entered Arcane's dungeon, and Arcane tells Alpheus he's impressed that he made it there alive. Alpheus stumbles into the room, badly torn up, and asks if this is Arcane Victor. Arcane is shocked he reached this place alone, wondering if he really got past all those traps and monsters by himself. Then he asks who the boy is, and Alpheus introduces himself. He says he read Arcane's paper, the research thesis about storing memories. Arcane finds that amusing. The genius behind Mirror of Light quantum light theory is interested in dark magic. And Alpheus says he wants to give his wife his memories. But before he can finish, he collapses from blood loss. Arcane treats him, and when Alpheus wakes up again, he's soaking in a basin. Arcane says he read the notes Alpheus wrote, and they're very interesting. Alpheus wants to use the absorbing nature of dark magic to store memories, and also use light magic to create an artificial nervous system that can take in those stored memories and pass them along. Arcane asks if he's using light magic as a way to transfer information. He calls it a brilliant and original idea. Still, moving an entire life from one person to another won't be easy, and there's also the moral side of it. Even so, Alpheus immediately asks Arcane to accept him as a disciple. He says he'll make this work no matter what, because he wants to protect his wife from this world. Before deciding, Arcane says he has one question. Did his wife agree to this experiment? Alpheus's expression gives Arcane the answer without a word. Then Ogun protests, saying he can't do this. Arcane is a criminal. He asks why Alpheus had to go looking for someone like him. He says Alpheus must be out of his mind now. Implant memories into another person's brain? That's impossible. Alpheus tells Clanfei that Arcane is the continent's top scholar of dark magic, even if Clanfei probably doesn't know that. Clanfei snaps back that he does know, and that Alpheus is an idiot. Maybe he isn't as smart as Alpheus, but at least he knows this much. Right now, Alpheus is trying to kick away the luck he was given. If he gets mixed up with a man like Arcane, he'll lose his seat on the king's commission, and his house will cast him aside. Alpheus answers that he doesn't need the king's commission, or his family, as long as he can make Irina happy. If he can do that, he'll be happier than he is now. Those words leave her stunned and sad, but even then, she keeps thinking about her husband's happiness. So she says to go ahead and do it. Clanfei is completely shocked and tells Irina to wait, but she says she trusts her husband. Irina says Alpheus will make her happy, and he promises he will. He's a mage with a golden circle. He can fix her weakness in an instant. Then she can finally say goodbye to all those awful pitying looks. Clanfei, though, can only feel that this is going to end badly. So Alpheus and his wife sell their property and move into Arcane's dungeon. The dungeon has a proper lab, and Irina is able to spend her time there without discomfort. Clanfei visits once a week to bring food to them, while Irina stays in bed and is studied by the two men. As the research goes on, Alpheus starts looking more and more desperate. Even so, Irina is happy just seeing her husband chase what he wants. But Clanfei still carries a heavy feeling in his heart, and before long, 2 years pass. Clanfei tells Irina that once this day ends, she'll have all of Alpheus's memories, even the ones from when he wet the bed as a baby. and she might even find out if he ever liked another woman. That gets a laugh out of her. Alpheus tells her she's endured so much to reach this point, and now it's finally about to begin. She thanks her husband. He asks why she's thanking him. They're going to live together and have a child. Arcane calls him over and has him lie down, explaining the mix of magic engineering, biology, photonic alchemy, and dark magic behind the process. They've used every advanced method they can, and as Alpheus lies there trying to stay calm, he thinks the clinical tests had no issues, so this has to work. Then Arcane begins the process, sending a massive shock through Alpheus. Energy leaves his mind and moves into Arena's. What floods into her is clear and open, with no lies, no prejudice, and no calculations. There is only pure love. She remembers the time they lay together in that flower field. Then she thanks her Alpheus, her love. She says he truly gave her everything, and she's so glad they met. But then the machine starts warning of a major error. Alpheus jumps up in panic and asks Arcane what happened. Arcane says the experiment itself succeeded. It was perfect, but something still went wrong. Alpheus calls out to his wife, asking why Arena is like this. Arcane explains that the physical transfer was perfect, but in the end the nerves in her body began to reject it. Unlike animal tests, humans may have some other kind of existence they still don't understand. Even so, Arcane says Alpheus achieved something incredible, and with more research it could work. Arena starts feeling horrible pain and Alpheus breaks down, begging her not to speak. He says he'll do everything he can to save her, but she asks him to forgive her. He asks why she's apologizing, and she says it's because she was stupid. Alpheus asks what she means. He says she's not the stupid one he is. Crying in despair, he says he's been the fool this whole time. He says all of this is his fault, but she only keeps smiling through her tears and thanks him. Even if it was only for a moment, he showed her the world she had been living in, a wonderful world full of reason. She thanks him for letting her see all of that before she goes. Then she dies in Alpheus's arms, and he completely falls apart. After that, they bury her and the funeral is held in silence. Only family members are there. Alpheus is denied the right to attend by her relatives. Their marriage was never officially recorded, and they never had a child, so in the end they were separated like strangers. Alpheus is left completely broken, and on the day Arena died because of the experiment, he kept smashing his head against a wall until he nearly killed himself, asking how this could have happened. Remembering her admiring the starlight, he says Arena taught him to see things as they really were. So why did he try to change who she was? He suffers in the rain, crushed by what he's done, and wonders what Mirror of Light even means. He's just Alpheus the arrogant. They dared to interfere with the realm of the gods. Then Arcane asks if he's back, saying he truly feels sorry about Arena. For now, Alpheus should take care of his mind and body, and then they can continue the experiments. Instead, Alpheus starts pouring fuel all over the place. Arcane thinks there's no way he's actually doing this. He demands to know what Alpheus is doing. Alpheus calls him master, and says this research was something they never should have done. Arcane tells him to think rationally. The pain in his heart is only temporary, and the experiment was a success. People in situations like Arena's, and those with unknown mental illnesses, they could save all of them. He asks if Alpheus is really going to let her sacrifice mean nothing. Alpheus starts laughing and asks what sacrifice he's talking about. Then he throws down the match and sets the whole place on fire. He watches it burn while Arcane tries to gather the burning remains of the research. Arcane shouts that this research isn't Alpheus's alone. It also holds the work Arcane spent his entire life building, and he asks how Alpheus could do this to him. Arcane ends up burning along with the research. He says that bastard, the one he helped in body and spirit, threw him into a sea of flames and ran. Not only that, but he let his wife die for nothing, and abandoned the tens of thousands of people who could have been helped by that research. Everyone is left stunned by the story. They ask if the director really did all that, and Arcane says, of course. He understands that Alpheus was truly heartbroken, but those were not the actions of a mage. That day, he didn't come there just for revenge. He came to stop any mage from being born with the same twisted ideas he had. Then he asks if they really think he was some great master. But Arcane says he was reckless, arrogant, and crafty, the kind of person who answers kindness with insults, and someone like that deserves to die. Sarone says Arcane is right. He admits Alpheus acted in a way no mage should. Nage gets worried about him, but Athela stops him. Sarone says he understands Arcane's side as someone who was betrayed. Even so, Arcane's choice was wrong too. Arcane snaps back, asking what the boy is talking about. The protagonist asks if this is really all someone who became an archmage could do. Arcane suddenly breaks into a huge grin and says it's because he's strong. That's why he can do something like this. A violent wind bursts out around them as he says this is judgment. He fires a beam that slices MC's cheek, but MC still asks if someone that powerful really spent 40 years trapped in the past. That hit Arcane right where it hurt. He says Arcane keeps shouting about this and that, but in the end, he just threw those years away. Arcane goes speechless. The boy nailed the truth. He remembers when he first met Arena. She asked him to take care of her husband, and he welcomed her, telling her to treat the place like home. She asked if he lived there alone, calling him Mr. Mage. Alpheus told her to show more respect, but she just asked if he ever felt lonely. Those words shook him. He remembers that when he first saw her eyes, he felt a strange fear. They were pure, endless eyes that didn't back down from darkness. It was like they existed only to shine into the dark parts of the world, and now he feels those same eyes in Sarone. So Arcane starts laughing again. Everyone tenses up. He says understanding and empathy are excessive human emotions, but when those feelings go too far, they stop being human at all. He calls it a superhuman kind of insight, beyond simple right and wrong, and wonders if Sarone can really live by cause and effect alone. Then Arcane smiles like a madman and tells the protagonist they were never going to get along. He says MC is someone who should not exist in this world. Then he covers the area in darkness. Nate asks what this is. He thought Arcane had no strength left. Arcane forms a giant sphere above them, and he starts wondering how he ignored the law of equivalent exchange. Arcane asks if he's surprised, then says magic is a mysterious thing. Haruki realizes what he's done, and warns that if that thing falls on them, the whole cliff will be blown away. Another Shironi appears above them, this time made of dark magic, but the siblings are still there, about to be crushed. As that mask comes down, Shironi starts glowing like crazy. A beam of light cuts through the sky, but the protagonist wasn't the one who fired it. Then they realize it's Alpheus himself, arriving furious and staring Arcane down. Arcane is actually happy to see him. After 40 years, they finally stand face to face. But during that reunion, Arcane gets even angrier. He says Alpheus got old, and he never thought he'd fall so easily for memory-sealing magic. Then he says it was nice to remember the past, to remember Irina and the photo of her. He says it was satisfying. Alpheus looks back at his students and says he's hurt because he acted immorally. He thanks them for protecting the others. He's also glad Athela is with them and thanks her. She tells him not to worry, and apologizes for not being able to protect the students in his place. Sarone runs up to him, and Alpheus asks if the boy's willpower has fully recovered. MC asks how he knew. Alpheus explains it's arcane magic, the strongest magic ever made. Abyss magic, the kind that controls memories. Since Arcane erases the memories of using magic, his willpower comes back for a while. The protagonist is shocked a method like that exists. Alpheus tells him to remember this. If you don't have a hidden card that can turn any fight around, you can't call yourself a combat mage. Arcane says this should be settled by the old men fighting, not by dragging the kids into it. He says they should release the children. Arcane agrees. Since his old student asked, he'll do it. He says letting them go is easy, but asks what Alpheus plans to do now, because he can't stay their director anymore. After all, those 100 students just heard about his disgraceful past. Nate realizes Arcane was the one who exposed the director's past and they understand it was all planned. Arcane asks how they'd feel about burning this whole place down, just like the old days. Alpheus immediately says this is no joke. He says that creature only exploded far away because it disobeyed Arcane's orders, because Harva was like him. Canis' sister is shocked and quickly pulls back all the dark magic from the students who are in a trance, asking if Arcane was the one who ordered the Harvest to self-destruct. That makes Alpheus remember what happened when he burned the lab, because back then he told Arcane that all that research was part of a plan. Arcane starts asking what he means, and Alpheus demands to know what he was trying to create by taking Irina's memories along with his own. He asks why Arcane created hundreds of magical organisms. Then he shows proof in his hand and asks if Arcane was planning to conquer the world. Just like before, even now, he asks what's so wrong with that. That's when they realize the reason Alpheus burned the research was because those magical organisms carried both his memories and Irina's. He asks if that isn't true. He adds that the fact the creature went far away and exploded means it disobeyed Arcane's orders, all because it likes Alpheus. The girl then asks if Arcane was planning to kill all of them, including Cani. Arcane says nobody there knows how to listen, then activates his magic and makes everything collapse again. At once that pressure returns, and the meteor-like mass appears in the sky again to terrify them. They realize it's coming down and everyone drops to the ground under the pressure. Tess calls out to Alpheus and Arcane asks what he thinks. He tells Alpheus to run now, to abandon everything and escape alone, just like he always did. That sends Alpheus into another memory, this time with Clump asking if he's going to die there. Back then he was completely broken, alone and in rags. Clump says he spent 10 years looking for him, traveled everywhere and spent a lot of money doing it. Then one day he finally got information on where he was. Alpheus asks why he came all this way just to see trash like him. Clump says he came to give him something. He pulls something from his coat and Alpheus's eyes go wide. He says it should have disappeared at least a day later. It's a will signed by Milch Corina. The moment he sees that letter, Alpheus can't believe it. Then he starts crying. In the letter, she tells her beloved Alpheus that if anything bad happens to her, he must not blame himself. She says she chose to do the experiment herself. As he reads, he breaks down even more. Then she writes that if she has one final wish, it's that he please not stay sad, and that he should keep doing the research he loves so much, because he is her eternal light. She asks him to show that light to the world. And then Alpheus asks Clump to lend him money. He says he's going to build a school so another fool like him never appears again. He swears to devote his whole life to that school, and his friend is relieved to hear it. Alpheus shines again, saying the life Irina allowed him to keep living, he swore he would live it by her will. A point of light gathers in his hand, and he says he'll risk his life to protect this school and its students. Then all around them, everything starts to light up, and Saron says time is moving slowly. Then Alpheus blasts that massive energy in the sky and wipes out all the dark magic. The explosion of light floods the whole area, and Saron is amazed, just like all the students, as the darkness hanging over them vanishes completely. Arcane asks what that was, and Alpheus says it's a spell called Big Bang. He admits it's a little embarrassing to announce to the association a spell that just blows up powerful light, but he thinks it's magical enough for a farewell gift. Arcane asks if he had been preparing a spell for him this whole time, and notices he really was, but then he drops to the ground coughing up blood. Alpheus says that even if Arcane manipulated his memories to force his mental strength back, it's only a mental illusion. If he pushes it any farther, his brain will overload and his life will be in danger. Then Alpheus tells him he lost. Arcane realizes Alpheus wasn't just wasting time for those 40 years. He says that since Alpheus beat the great Archmage Arcane, his fame will rise too, but Alpheus asks if he still doesn't get it. Arcane isn't an Archmage anymore. That title was from 40 years ago, and that's long enough for someone at early rank 10 to fall to rank 2. The world changed. They grew old, so how much longer is Arcane going to chase his ambitions like a child? Arcane curses him out and says Alpheus talks big for someone who never even became an Archmage. He says Alpheus isn't a genius or anything. He just keeps talking like he's above everyone else. Arcane casts dark magic again, calling Alpheus a cocky brat. Rage burns in his eyes. That dark power starts spreading everywhere. Alpheus asks if he's lost his mind. Arcane just reset his mental power again, and if he keeps this up, he'll die. Then Alpheus realizes Arcane is using black magic to target the students. Alpheus panics, but Arcane says he'll do whatever it takes to beat him, so Alpheus begs him to stop this pointless slaughter. He asks if winning really matters that much, and tells Arcane to quit acting like an immature child. But Arcane tells him to watch closely. This is his final lesson as a teacher. Mages are children forever. Then he sends the students flying. Alpheus immediately tells everyone to save as many people as they can. They do everything possible with teleportation, and Tess rushes down fast, activating his magic to catch as many falling people as he can. Saron keeps diving deeper and deeper, trying to reach the first person falling below. Everyone realizes their teachers and friends are dropping straight toward the ground, so Saron pushes himself lower than ever. He speeds up even more and spots Amy among the first to fall, but she's still far away. MC shouts to her, refusing to let her reach that cold final end. Still dazed, Amy activates her red eyes. A second earlier, she was wondering who was calling her. The voice felt familiar, but she couldn't place it. Saron keeps yelling for her until she finally realizes it's him. Her eyes begin to show her what's really happening, him reaching for her hand. He calls her name one more time, and Amy finally grabs him, snapping fully back to herself. She sees clearly now, it really is Saron, and she asks why he's crying. He remembers the promise he made to her, and says he's sorry. He doesn't think he can keep it. Amy asks what he's talking about, what he's doing now, and what he's planning to do. Saron thanks Amy, but she begs him not to go. Then he says goodbye to everyone. He fully enters immortal function, and his eyes shine brighter than ever before. A huge light starts rising from the depths below, and that glow catches everyone's attention, leaving them stunned. Up above, Arcane is already at his limit, coughing up blood. He notices those lights streaking through the sky, and wonders if this is what people call self-sacrifice. He says the world is so fun that even after everything he's done in life, he still regrets having to leave it. Then he asks Alpheus if he feels the same. After that, Arcane finally dies. Even then, the lights keep pouring out of the cliff and spreading across the sky. As that glow fills the air, all the students return safely to the surface. Meanwhile, near Arcane's dead body, Canis walks up and asks if he really thought it would all end just because he died. Arcane is gone, but what about Canis and his sister? He says they didn't care about being used as tools. What hurts is being abandoned. The boy breaks down crying, and his sister calls out to him. Canis says he was wrong and blames himself for everything. Then his body starts turning into a mass of black magic, as he begs Arcane to come back. His sister keeps telling him it isn't his fault, but he won't stop blaming himself. Then Hive appears and says the boy is right. It is his fault. Aaron turns and stares at that black sludge on the ground as Hive says if Canis hadn't ruined everything, Arcane would have lived and protected them. But now that Arcane is gone, they're all going to die. Canis keeps staring at that thing, still crying, but now angry too. Hive asks what good it does to keep saying it's all his fault. Arcane lived the way he wanted, and he died satisfied. Now he's simply gone. Then Hive asks Canis what he's going to do. Canis remembers his answer from before. When Hive asked why he wanted power, he wanted to protect Aaron from this world. He says that's why he needs power, to protect Aaron. So dying here would be the worst thing he could do. He forces himself back up, shocking her, and says he'll make the servant master contract. Aaron tells Canis he can't handle it anymore, because his willpower has already been drained. She says she'll do it instead, but Hive apologizes and refuses. His master is Canis. Then Hive starts consuming him, and Canis warns that if Hive betrays him again, he won't forgive it. Hive enters the boy's body while Aaron watches. Hive says he'll remember that, and this time he calls the boy master. saying he likes that arrogance. Once Hive fully enters him, Canis falls backward and Eren catches him, saying they'll build his life together. Seeing all this, Alpheus doesn't even try to interfere. He tells Athela he's a sinner, and she says the first step of atonement is knowing your sins. He starts to argue, but she says he's not arrogant anymore. Alpheus laughs and says he'll accept his punishment. Still, what matters most now is his hero. He asks where Saron is because teleporting over 400 people at once was unbelievable. He calls it incredible. Then Amy suddenly cries out for help. They turn and see her holding the protagonist in her arms. Nate and Iruki rush over at once, and Amy says MC isn't breathing. She can't stop crying as she tells them, after dealing with Arcane's body, it takes 8 hours to get all the students back to the dorms. Their sealed memories will return over time, and everyone is placed in infirmary beds, along with the teachers. Until then, the school is completely shut down, and Iruki, Nade, and Amy stay by Saron's side. Amy keeps crying while holding his hand. Nade looks deeply shaken, and even Iruki isn't acting like himself. Amy thinks she's an idiot, because that day she didn't even recognize him when he came to see her. She clearly remembers walking right past him while he was bringing her coffee. Then all her memories with him come back, how she bullied him as a child, how she kept doing it even after he recognized her at the academy, and how she treated him badly right to the end. Remembering what she wrote about him in her notebook, she realizes she never even apologized. As Saron lies unconscious, she keeps trembling and crying, and Nad tells her she needs to rest or she'll get sick. Amy starts thinking that magic which kills the user shouldn't activate, so why is he dying after using mass teleportation? She says something strange is definitely happening to the protagonist. Nad agrees. The protagonist has to come back or that magic never would have worked. But Iruki says if Saron doesn't return, then maybe a spell really can kill its caster. In his blunt way, he points out that Arcane died after using magic too. Nate answers that Arcane died because of the energy in his brain, while MC is like this because he fully opened immortal function. The cases are different. But Iruki says the cause doesn't matter. Whether it was brain energy or immortal function, knowing why changes nothing. What matters is that he is already dead. Nade starts snapping at Iruki, but Amy stands up first, furious, and says he's still the same awful pessimist. Then Amy steps toward him ready to fight, and asks if he's really decided the protagonist is dead. Iruki says he hasn't decided anything. He's just saying Saron is dead. Then Amy grabs him by the collar and lifts him, shouting that MC ended up like this because he saved everyone. And yet Iruki is still talking like that. She gets ready using her Shima to slam her fist into him, but just before the hit lands, she stops. Iruki doesn't react at all. He just stares at her fist inches from his face and dryly says that's a relief. Amy realizes he knew she would stop, calls him an annoying little brat, and asks if he knows why she stopped. It's because someone like him doesn't deserve friends. Nate is shocked by what's happening, but then Iruki shouts back, telling her to use her brain. Saron's heart has stopped and he's not breathing. If she doesn't like hearing that, then she should find a way to bring back the dead. Otherwise, she's just being pathetic and talking nonsense. Even through her sadness, Nade says magic can't revive the dead, and Amy looks ready to argue with Iruki, but he simply lets go of her hand and says this is as far as she can go. As he walks away, Nade says she really could have hit him, but Amy wonders how she could. After all, he's Saron's friend too. Iruki leaves the room furious, calling all of them pathetic. Out in the hall, he suddenly runs into Canis, who says Iruki is right, they really are pathetic, aren't they? Iruki glares at him in shock and asks how he dares show up here. Canis says he only came to offer condolences. Saron didn't die fighting him, and it's a shame he died after saving everyone there, but he says he doesn't want that anymore. Iruki asks what exactly he means, and Canis says Iruki was right. They're all pathetic for making such a scene over whether a dead person is alive or truly gone. Iruki doesn't accept that at all. Hearing it sets him off completely, and he snaps that Canis better pray he is still alive. Canis doesn't really get what he means, but Iruki starts giving off a terrifying bloodlust. He says the protagonist is the only person in this world who can hold him back, so the protagonist better be alive. Right then, a blue flame appears over Canis's head, locking onto him like a heavy shackle. Javi speaks to him in his mind, warning that he's being targeted. Canis knows, but Javi says this is dangerous. Iruki's calculation speed is way beyond normal. Javi then shows him what will happen if the boy uses that spell. This whole area would be wiped out, almost like a nuclear blast. Even after that insane threat, Canis just stares at him. Then he asks Kolso how fast Iruki's calculations have to be for him to say this whole place could blow up. Kolso answers that simply put it's like processing everything happening in an entire city in 3 seconds. Canis asks how that's even possible, even with savant syndrome, and Kaleda says he doesn't know. Still, he's sure of one thing. Iruki's brain cells won't last much longer. Iruki keeps talking and says that if Saron dies like this, he'll kill both of them first. His magic starts wrapping around Canis like a snake biting down on the top of his head. Kaleda tells Canis to back off and he hesitates. Then Kaleda warns that Iruki will detonate the second Canis steps into the spirit zone. In that tense moment, Eren suddenly shouts, saying that means Iruki also believes MC isn't dead. But Iruki just raises a hand and tells her to choose her next words carefully. Kanas is shocked by his sister's move, but Eren walks toward Iruki and says she can't see the condition of objects. Instead, she sees a person's inner form. Iruki starts yelling at her, totally losing control, asking what the hell that's supposed to mean. Then Kanas calls out to Eren again, but she fires back at Iruki, that if he really believed Sarone was dead, he wouldn't be crying inside with such a terrifying expression. That leaves him stunned. Eren starts shaking and crying too, scared by what she sees, because behind Iruki there's a twisted, ugly figure burning with rage. Even Iruki gets scared when he looks back. The tension freezes for a few seconds. Back with Nade, Sarone is still asleep in the room, while Amy lies down to rest. Iruki walks over to him and says that in a few days, the academy will fall into total chaos. If they wait for a funeral later, it'll be too late. Then he picks up a knife and brings it toward the protagonist, saying that if the protagonist won't stop him, he won't be able to move forward anymore. As he says that, he remembers everything they went through together, including the moment MC told him that when the time came, he would stop him. Iruki looks down at him and says that's exactly why he's going to save him. Then he takes the scalpel and moves it toward the protagonist's arm, making a small cut. Then the story explains that Alpheus Magic Academy requires dorm life because it teaches students from top families, and security matters most there. But the academy was infiltrated by 4 unknown suspects. In the end, the attackers were defeated and the students and teachers were saved. But sadly, the school's prodigy, Eren Sarone, is reported dead. The teachers all grow tense hearing that, and a man who seems like a judge says that if this news reaches the continent, the academy won't escape responsibility. So they say they need to delay MC's funeral right away and notify his family. Another teacher says, they all know that already, but Sarone's friends are desperately asking them to postpone the funeral. On top of that, his body isn't in the morgue but in the infirmary, and no one knows why. They ask Alpheus if he might just be stalling because he's afraid the academy's reputation will collapse. Then they ask how anyone can say that. They insist they only need time to think, but the woman argues that the longer they wait, the worse public opinion gets. She says reputation isn't even the main issue anymore. The whole school could be shut down. The room turns chaotic as everyone argues they need to act fast. They still don't even know where the 2 arcane apprentices are, and they push the headmaster to decide. Then they add that the student council was called in that day, and this isn't some ordinary student meeting. If the children of the most powerful families accuse the school as a group, things could get very bad. That's why their hands are tied. But then Alpheus says he supports waiting for Sarone to wake up. Almost no one can believe what the headmaster just said, and the arguing starts all over again. Alpheus stays seated and listens. Then he says, the teacher is right, the longer they wait, the worse it is for the academy. But there's something even more important than the academy's survival. He remembers him falling while holding Amy, with the other students there too, and activating that spell to lift all of them up. Then he remembers Amy crying with the protagonist in her arms. He asks himself if the protagonist is really dead, and whether he's even thinking clearly. Maybe he's favored MC too much. While Ted stays on guard, Alpheus thinks it doesn't matter how many times he questions himself. Sienna also looks deeply troubled, and that strange feeling still won't leave him. With a firm look, Alpheus thinks about the immortal function, and says it's a field they still don't understand well. Then Athela stands and speaks on his behalf, saying he recklessly released the immortal function during the battle, and the Order calls that kind of event nirvana. She explains that nirvana is on a completely different level, with a different meaning than normal life itself. So just because he reached that state doesn't mean he's dead. Everyone responds that even after hearing that, they still don't understand. This is their academy, not the Order. Then that woman says she understands the headmaster's point. There is a chance Sarone is alive, and she accepts that. But that also means there's no guarantee at all that he'll survive. In short, the boy destroyed the line between life and death. He's not clearly alive or dead. She says that if they just keep waiting for the protagonist to wake up or not, they could end up in the worst possible outcome. Alpheus asks what exactly the worst outcome would be. She asks if it isn't obvious, saying it would be the school shutting down. But Alpheus says no. To him, the worst-case scenario would be the total destruction of every student and teacher at this school. That makes the whole room go silent. And Alpheus says that without Sarone, none of them would even be here, including them. So if there's even the smallest thread of hope, even less than 1%, that child gave his life for all of them. That's why, as teachers of this academy, they should do everything they can. He adds that if he takes all the punishment onto himself, the academy might not be shut down completely. So they should sacrifice that much for MC. By morning, students start coming into the school. Meanwhile, Nate and Amy are still beside Sarone, and Amy keeps waiting for him. She says she'll wait for him no matter how long it takes, even years or decades. He just has to promise he'll come back. Curled up in a corner, Nate sits there quietly, feeling miserable, while Amy starts crying hard, begging Sarone to please say something. But he doesn't move until his eyes suddenly open. When he gets up, he finds himself in a completely white space. He wonders where he is. Then he stands up and starts walking through the place, remembering that to save everyone, he fully released the immortal function while holding Amy. So he starts wondering if this is the afterlife. But he's not sure because he still remembers everything from when he was alive. He keeps asking why this is happening, and notices something strange. He can't see anything in that place no matter how far he goes. It's as if all 5 of his senses are turned off. That makes him more uneasy, and he starts running full speed until he finds a staircase and begins climbing step by step. As he goes up, he realizes that no matter how far he moves, it's still the same place. He says distance doesn't exist here, surprised that the laws of physics mean nothing in this space. Then he thinks that distance can only be measured if there's an object to measure against, and if the thing being measured is nothing, then the idea of distance disappears. Space itself can't be defined there. That means no matter which way he goes, he won't get anywhere. In theory, that makes sense, but if he's walking forward, he is moving. Every step pushes him ahead, even if some strange time-space loop keeps bringing him back. While the protagonist struggles with that crazy idea, a voice praises him, saying it's amazing he understood the concept of space so quickly. The voice adds that bringing him here was the right choice. The protagonist asks who's there and wonders if he died, then looks up and sees something unbelievable. Lightning starts crackling in front of him, mixed with magic, and then a burst of color explodes out. MC freezes as the light reshapes the space around him, and then a leg steps out of it. Next comes long blue hair and flower-like tiaras, and a woman walks out of the portal, saying she's been waiting for him. Saron asks what she is and who she is, and she answers that she is God. Back at the academy on the 5th day after his supposed death, the teachers decide to take the risk and delay all the countermeasures because of the recent tragedy. But the students don't accept that, which is strange enough on its own. In the student council meeting room, they gather together saying they feel betrayed by the director they trusted so much. One student argues that all of this started because of the mistake the director made 40 years ago, and now they're using the excuse that Saron is still alive to delay both the accusations against him and the protagonist's funeral. The student says they just don't want to take responsibility. Then student council president Amira from class 2 says, the council will step in if that's how things are, and the room cheers for her. They insist the director has to answer for what happened and push for formal charges. But then someone raises a hand and tells them to wait, because they're wrong. Serial introduces herself and says they're all assuming Saron is dead, but that isn't the full truth. They fire back that his heart isn't beating, but Serial says his body also isn't decomposing. The room is shocked, and she explains that the teachers made their decision based on that possibility. Amira asks if that's true, wants to know why MC's heart stopped, and demands every detail. Serial explains that it happened because he fully released the immortal function. She says the immortal function is a concept that doesn't directly affect a person's life, and it's still being debated in the Magic Tower. In other words, it's not fully understood. But even after she brings up the immortal function, half the students still don't even know what that means. One of them says he heard it's the highest level a mage can reach, but they still don't get what that really means, since magic is based on knowledge. Cedric's realizes they understand nothing. She can't believe they're reacting like this when even the immortal function is still unknown. To her, it should be normal to trust that smart mages made this choice only after thinking it through again and again. She starts getting more upset and says she was wrong about them. They're still just students, not real mages. The freshmen only understand things they can see or feel right away, and the older students are acting out of hatred for the director. As they keep asking what will happen with the charges, Serial realizes they can't even think calmly. She fears that if this keeps going, the director will end up arrested because of the accusations, and Saron will be buried while he's still alive. That thought terrifies her. She doesn't know what to do until Mark from class 7 raises his hand and says the school's honor comes from the honor of its students. If the world learns that the teachers here can't be trusted, then the students will lose that trust too. But he reminds everyone that the people who taught them what it means to be a mage are the same ones who gave them nothing but care since they were little. The students start remembering everything the teachers did for them and how they helped shape them into decent people. Mark says that even if the director made a mistake in the past, that doesn't mean they should start a revolt against the other teachers they respect so much. Serial starts worrying for him, but she also realizes he's finally saying something that might work. If logic won't reach them, maybe emotion will, and Mark is doing a good job. Meanwhile, Amira grows impatient, tapping her finger on the table and thinking a vote could end in a tie. Then the students start asking what the charges would solve, and say the teachers should be forgiven. Amira realizes expecting the freshmen to support the accusations was too much, and at this rate the charges won't pass. As she wonders what to do, Adrius and Fermi from class 1 raise their hands, and Serial panics, wondering why Fermi stood up. He says they're all forgetting something important. Every one of them owes their life to Saron. He asks if no one is grieving his sacrifice, because it doesn't look that way. Fermi says they should keep the revolt going for the teachers, for their savior, and they should fight to honor his soul. Saray suddenly shouts, asking what he means by honoring the protagonist's soul, because the protagonist isn't dead. Fermi pushes back, saying he heard the protagonist's body is being treated with preservatives. If he's alive, then why are they doing that? Amira gets angry and asks if that's true. She turns to Serial and asks if she knew his body was being preserved, ordering her to answer. Serial starts crying and begs everyone to calm down, but Amira starts the vote right away, and they all agree to reject the teacher's soft response. Serial is furious, knowing this is all because of Fermi. The students begin protesting, demanding that Alpheus be removed, interrogated, and that Saron's funeral continue, so the dead can rest. Then they all head to where MC's body is, where Nate and Amy are staying beside him. Nate can't believe the students are actually doing this. Alpheus says it looks like they figured out they've been using slow time magic, basically a shell where time moves very slowly. He says they don't have much time. Meanwhile, in the other world, Sarone questions this so-called god, and she asks if he doesn't believe her. She explains that just like things made by humans take after human thoughts and forms, everything made by God resembles God too. Because of that, she says he is the one who looks the most like God. Then she reaches out her hand and asks the protagonist if he wants to create a world with her. The mech can only stare in shock. Out of everyone, she chose him. He apologizes and says this is all too sudden. He adds that he isn't someone with the right to do that, and then finally notices he's basically standing there naked in front of her. Embarrassed, he tries to cover himself, but she tells him not to worry and gives him a set of old-style clothes. She calmly explains that this isn't his old world, and his real body is still back there. That shocks him, and he asks if this place is the afterlife. She says no, this isn't the afterlife. It's a different point from the world where he used to live, and that point is the most basic dimension, where line, area, and volume don't exist. She tries to explain that point to him, saying that from the outside it may look like there's no space at all, but really everything has just been compressed infinitely. From above, that huge expanse looks tiny. With the two of them side by side, Sarone tries to understand it, while looking at himself and thinking about the point, but he notices there's still distance between his own hands, so physical three-dimensional space still exists. Then he realizes that third dimension exists inside the point. She praises him, saying his understanding is incredible, and tells him that's exactly right, that this is the true nature of space-time. Even if a world looks like a speck of dust from far away, it can expand forever once you look inside it. She keeps holding that point on the tip of her finger, and Sarone is even more stunned. Then she says that as the god who projects this world, there's no way back. MC asks if he really can't return, and she answers that he can't, asking if he wasn't the one who gave up his life by his own choice. She asks whether he has regrets, but he says that's not it. He was ready to sacrifice himself. Then he asks if he can ask one more question, and she says of course. So he asks why she's lying, and the gentle smile she had on her face disappears, replaced by a startled look. The mood turns tense. She stays still but says gods do not lie. She explains that they're beings who don't need to lie. If she decides something can't be changed, then that becomes the truth. But he keeps staring straight into her eyes with his most serious look yet, and tells her that was another lie. She realizes Sarone isn't backing down. He stops joking around and asks if she really is a goddess. She freezes, and her whole expression changes. Then she says there must be a misunderstanding, because his idea of a god is different from hers. So she decides to explain what a god really is. In the next moment, they're shown a quiet farming village. One man is out in the field harvesting wheat, while the women handle chores around the village and take care of the meals, and some boys are playing beside their parents, but every one of them wears a wooden mask. She tells Sarone that, as he can see, this world is nothing more than a model. To prove it, she moves that farmer and reaches her hand inside the globe that holds the whole farm. From inside, Sarone sees a giant hand tear through the sky and come straight toward him, grabbing the farmer beside him and placing him somewhere else. She explains that if the space changed, then a new time was assigned too, because space and time are really one. He brings up space-time, and she says that's exactly it. Then she asks if his world has nothing similar, adding that if a chess piece is moved on a chessboard in his world, then one turn of time has passed. In other words, the player changed the lower dimension called the chessboard. Gods, she says, are not lofty beings like people imagine. Sarone keeps following her as she explains that they're simply creators who can make things in a lower dimension where others live. Even so, their creations see them as absolute beings, because they use power those beings can't understand and can control them without them even noticing. That farmer can't even understand how he moved. In fact, he doesn't even know his world is just a model. Hearing that, Sarone is horrified. She says there's only one way to become aware of that truth, so he thinks of the immortal function. And she says that's right, activating the immortal function in that being, and completely undoing him from that plane. Then the protagonist sees those tiny lights rise out, and she explains that the immortal function expands a person's senses across the entire world. That's what happens to the farmer. She touched. His whole being spreads through the globe in her hands. But she says even then, that farmer's world only reaches the full extent of that glass sphere. He still can't recognize her as a higher dimensional being. Sarone grows even more shaken by all of this, and she asks if he understands now. Even though he's almost completely spread out by releasing the immortal function, she brought him there on purpose. MC's face keeps getting worse, and he asks what she wants from him. In response, she points to that sphere, changing it and making it shine even brighter, before compressing it back into a point. That's when he realizes what she means, and she asks him to enter the space-time she created. Inside it, he must create another space-time, and inside that one, create yet another space-time. If that repeats forever, it will become the perfect universe. She says this is called the matriarchal space-time structure. Sarone says he can't do that, but she asks why not. There must be a reason. Is it that he doesn't like her offer? He tells her that's not it. He doesn't think she's evil. Becoming the god of a new world sounds amazing, and her goal of making a perfect universe is admirable too. But if he enters that space-time, he'll have to sacrifice someone else just like himself. Her expression turns serious again, and she says she wasn't asking him to choose. Then she warns that if he refuses, she'll have no choice but to deconstruct him. But Saron says he won't be destroyed. She questions that and activates her magic or whatever that rainbow-like force around him is, creating a huge vortex that swallows him. She clearly meant to break him down completely, but instead she's shocked when it doesn't work. He says he gets it now, still unharmed after her attack, and inside that RGB-looking vortex, he says he understands the matriarchal space-time structure she mentioned. It's something like a spirit zone. His eyes start glowing, and he says it again, this is similar to a spirit zone, and that the place they're in is just her spirit zone. Then he raises his hand and releases a red magic that floods the whole place, and when she looks at his palm, she clearly doesn't like what she sees. Now he finally realizes she's just a mage, and he actually starts aiming his magic at the so-called goddess. She walks toward him, telling Saron not to do something he'll regret, while he keeps locking in. Slowly she calls up her own magic and asks if he really thinks he can defeat her. The protagonist starts to think it through, and knows he probably can't win, because she's also reached a level where she could be called a god. He thinks of Arcane, but realizes she's likely even stronger. Still, he decides he shouldn't be there at all, because when the farmer unlocked the immortal function, his body vanished without a trace. But she said Saron's real body still exists in another world, which means he can go back. She admits he can, though she clearly doesn't like saying it. Then she reveals that it might fail, and he may only end up dying again. But MC keeps building his magic and says he'll try anyway. She thinks capturing him isn't the problem, but that overwhelming energy in his palm is, because it could damage this space itself. So he starts wondering why she isn't making a move. Then, when she lifts her hand, she creates a point right beside him. She says this domain is a place that passes through space-time, and the moment he steps into it, he'll go through the process that brought him there, but in reverse. He asks if she's really going to let him return, but she tells him to promise one thing. If he fails to return to his original world, he has to come back and do what she asked. She adds that she'll say it again, he won't succeed. Still, he just thanks her for letting him try. She says it's too early for that, because it isn't easy for a spiritual being to return to a complex physical body, especially a human one full of nasty elements. Then she says if he can't overcome that, he'll become a being that can only return by that path. Even so, Saron, completely determined, says he won't give up, says goodbye to her, and she wishes him a safe trip as he moves away and steps into total darkness. He thinks that if he passes through it, he can return, but as he walks through the dark, something feels strange. He realizes it's the same, and that this is the same blank space as before, except now everything is dark. When he looks back, he can still see the self-proclaimed goddess watching him. That makes him panic, because now that he stops to think, too many things feel wrong. He wonders why she gave up on him so easily, especially after saying he wouldn't succeed. Then he grows even more alarmed, as he realizes he's trapped in a prison of time and space. That makes him remember something from 2 months earlier, at Mr. Armin's house. Back then, Armin told Saron this was stoppage magic, and explained that it's a higher-level spell, where a time mage surpasses speed itself. So he asked if that meant they were moving at light speed, and Armin said he was sharp. That's exactly right, and that's why time and space seem frozen. He also said light is strange, explaining that the same light that can make a mage incredibly fast can at a certain level reach time itself. Saron remembers seeing a globe with a protective layer around it like a capsule, and Armin said that was the basis of stoppage magic. In the present, he realizes that if this place is a space-time where he's trapped inside the domain of light speed, then he might escape if he can go beyond the speed of light. But he starts wondering how, since faster than light speed exists only in theory, not reality. Then he remembers the goddess saying that the moment he stepped in, he'd go through the process that brought him there in reverse. So the protagonist thinks it over and finally understands what she meant, activating the immortal function once again. He realizes that the speed at which the immortal function spreads through the universe is instant, and right now he's only a spirit without a physical body. He doesn't know if surpassing light is possible, but then he steadies himself and commits to trying. Next, he uses annihilation and starts breaking himself apart completely, thinking that he won't continue to exist as he gets even faster, reaching a terrifying speed that tears him apart. Then he realizes he did it, turning to dust and returning inside his body. As he goes back, he thinks he's returned to the place where his senses had stopped before, back to where his friends are, and once he returns to his body, his face is worn out and full of grief, but he still keeps the time-stop spell on the boy. It has now been 8 days since Saron died, and Sariel tells everyone to look outside. There, the student council president announces that, as the voice of the students at Alpheus Magic Academy, they are sending a petition to all the teachers, demanding that Headmaster Alpheus turn himself in and be questioned by the Magic Society. A few students tell their upperclassmen to calm down, but Sienna steps forward and asks if the student council's job is really to stir up chaos in the school. Amira replies that they never meant to push things this far, but it's already been 8 days since Saron died, so she asks why there still hasn't been any official announcement. Sienna says MC is in a coma, but Amira snaps back that only counts if his heart is still beating. She says it's pointless to lie to them just because his body hasn't decayed, asking if that isn't something the headmaster's magic could do. She adds that they're sad about him too, but they don't want the whole school destroyed over this. Sienna apologizes for misleading everyone, saying this was the best choice the teachers could make, and they're taking responsibility for it. Then she asks Amira if they really can take responsibility for everything they've done. That question makes Amira freeze. She starts wondering why Sienna would say that. Did they miss something? She keeps asking herself what's going on, because she read the whole report. Meanwhile, the kid who's been stirring everyone up notices that Amira is about to ruin his protest. If they back down now, that's bad for him. More exactly, bad for his business. He didn't want to step in, but now he moves to the center and makes a suggestion. Let them see Sarone's condition, and they'll decide after seeing him with their own eyes. Sarone gets upset and says they can't allow that, telling them to wait until everything is ready. But then the students start shouting again, asking how they're supposed to trust her. They say they'll go in because they have a right to know and they'll fight for their school. Even the students who were trying to hold them back get shoved aside, and some are knocked to the ground. Then Mark asks if they aren't going too far, saying another student's life is at stake. Right then, a window shatters, something appears in the sky and everyone looks up. It's Nade. He drops down right in front of Amira, who says that if they want to go in, fine, but if they do, they'll die. The last thing I expected was Nade stepping up like this. I can't believe he's finally showing his power at the perfect time. Go ahead. I'd like to see someone try to get past him. In that tense standoff, with Nade standing before the students, Amira tells him they always left him alone because he never got in their way, then asks if this is really how he plans to speak to his upperclassmen. Already furious, he asks if they want him to say it again. Then he activates his magic once more, growing even more intense. Everyone starts panicking, saying that's impossible. He's using plasma magic, and Nade clearly isn't playing around. The power coming off him is insane, and people start asking if he isn't just a class 5 student. They say that even in this academy, only one person can use that magic. Yami calls it one of the deadliest spells in the world, and Sariel asks if he was hiding his strength this whole time. Meanwhile, Aruki curses him in his head, wondering why he did this even though he knows what happens next. Nade still stands firm, saying Sarone isn't dead, and he'll kill every bastard who tries to lay a hand on him. At the same time, the protagonist keeps thinking he's returning to his body, returning to his friends, but then something appears in front of him. Everything turns red, and he realizes something is pulling on him. He's so close, but he still can't reach where he needs to go. Then a voice starts repeating in his mind, telling him to devour everything over and over. Sarone notices that strange voice in his head and gets shaken, stopping as he asks himself what that thing is. A voice answers that these are reincarnations, the most miserable beings in the universe. Mortals are always so desperate to cling to life, and it says that's what this is about. MC remembers what the goddess said. It isn't easy for a pure spiritual being to return to a complex physical body, especially a human one, filled with disgusting elements. Now he realizes that's what she meant all along. Seeing the danger, he rejects everything around him and says he's going back, but the voices ask where exactly he thinks he can go, saying there's nowhere waiting to welcome him. The only thing waiting for him is death, but Sarone yells at those voices to shut up. He says he's going back to his world. They keep dragging him down, and he keeps begging them to let go, but the voices pull even harder. Back in the real world, Nada still stands in front of Amira. She wonders why he refuses to accept his friend's death, and tries to reason with him. Then she activates her magic, saying, "This is weather magic, the power that controls everything and everyone." The people behind her are part of that magic too, and she asks Nade if he really thinks he can fight all of them. But Nade isn't alone. Iruki starts walking toward him, saying he can't believe Nade picked a fight with all these people. He asks if he should help, and Nade is shocked to see Iruki there. After all, he thought Iruki was one of the people who believed Sarone was dead. Nade asks if he's on their side, but Iruki says of course not. He just doesn't want them doing whatever they want with him. Amira gets even more frustrated, seeing the two of them resist. Meanwhile, Sarone is still lying there like Sleeping Beauty, and Alpheus finally gives in, saying that's what it looks like. Amira is stunned and asks what he means by that. Is he saying they're going to bury the protagonist? Even Sienna and Athela don't know what to do. Alpheus tells Amira to look outside. Those kids are trying to kill each other. If this keeps going, it'll end in another tragedy. She starts to panic at where things are heading and says he can't do this because MC isn't dead. Alpheus knows that too, but he still refuses to agree with her. Amira breaks down crying and calls out Sarona's name. Meanwhile, the boy who started all this starts laughing, saying they should fight and be afraid, because in the end, he'll be the one who comes out on top. At the same time, the two boys stand their ground in front of Amira. She asks if they're serious, warning that they're only one step away from a fight to the death. Then she tries talking to Iruki, without even knowing his name. She only brings up his savant syndrome. She says he values logic above all else, so how could he be making an emotional choice now? She asks if he really believes Savant is alive, and he says there's only one answer. He is not dead. Nod is shocked to hear Irui say that, and Amira is too, asking if he's serious. If that's true, then he must have some explanation that can convince everyone here. He says he does. Even Amira can't believe he has a way to prove it. She tells him to explain how he can prove Sarone is alive. Iruki says it's simple. It's 4 p.m. and they can see for themselves. Then the bell starts ringing and the students panic because it sounds just like the paranormal club presentation that day. They all start wondering what's happening. Nadi realizes Iruki had been counting the seconds. Even he doesn't get what's going on. But Amira starts to understand something. She says they're all insane, that they really plan to confirm Sarone's condition with their own eyes. Then Adria suddenly shows up and hands something to Iruki, saying this looks fun, and asking if he can join in too. Amira gets furious the moment she sees him, asking how he dares show his face there. She says she'll catch him this time. Adrias tells her to try if she can, but Iruki cuts in and says he's late. Adrias says the meeting was set for 4 o'clock, but Iruki reminds him he's 27 seconds late. Adrias has no comeback and just shrugs it off, saying it doesn't matter. He's paid back his debt to Sarone now. Nadi asks Iruki what that is, and Iruki says it's a letter from the King's Commission. Nadi is shocked, and Iruki explains that he took a biopsy from the protagonist and sent samples to the royal capital, so that really was what he was doing with the scalpel when he stabbed MC's arm. Iruki wonders when Adrias even managed to do that, but there's a bigger question. How did he get it done in only 5 days? The brothers clearly had a lot to do with that. Amira asks about the king's letter, calling it some kind of trick. She wonders if Irui thinks this changes anything just because he used his family's name to contact the royal capital. He tells her not to worry. He used a fake name because if he used his real one, his father would be a pain. Still, he says that's not the point. What matters is what's written in the letter, but Amira says she doesn't care unless it contains a spell that can bring a dead person back to life. Irui starts reading the letter. Its title is Analysis of the Immortal Function and Suspended Body Function. Hearing that, everyone freezes. The letter says the samples they sent were found to be in a coma-like state. It also says that even 24 hours after the subject's death, the collected samples showed no change in their organic traits, and the data is listed below. Based on those results, the subject may be in a state where his body functions are asleep, but they still can't say those functions fully stopped. Everyone wonders what that even means. Does it mean Sarone isn't dead? Amira starts to panic as Hiruki keeps reading. The Royal Commission divides cardiac arrest into 3 cases. First, when the heart has completely stopped. Second, when it has only stopped for a while. Third, when the heart never truly stopped, but from the outside it looks like it did. Amira cuts him off, saying that third case makes no sense. Iruki flips through the letter and says this next part matters, so they need to listen closely. It says that while a full stop in heart activity would normally mean death, the immortal function opens up 2 new possibilities. Case 1, because of the special nature of the immortal function, brain activity may be delayed, and until the brain reaches a final result, the body's functions could shut down only for a time. Case 2, even if brain activity has ended, time itself may be different for the observer. So even if the body is still working normally, limits of time and space could stop people outside that mental state from seeing those biological functions. There's more, but Hiroki skips ahead and sums it up. As for Ariane Sarone, who is lying in a coma in the Alpheus Academy infirmary, they cannot declare him dead. Hiroki holds up the report, complete with the imperial seal. He really drops it on them and the whole place goes silent. Then Hiroki asks what they think, because he found a way to bring back someone they called dead. At least that's what it looks like. Amira realizes that in the end, it means the student council was wrong. And now the kingdom's top magic authority is saying the school board's ruling was right. No one knows what to do now. They've been completely embarrassed. Then the director walks up to Amira. She lowers her head right away and says, they never meant to cause trouble for him. Everyone tenses up as she goes on, saying they just believed it was wrong to hide what happened. They thought the academy might shut its doors. But even after all that, the director gently puts a hand on her head and apologizes. He says he's sorry for forcing them into this. She looks up at him, almost crying. Then he admits it may be selfish to ask, but asks if she can trust him one more time. Once Sarone's situation is settled, he's ready to take full responsibility for everything. He wants to do that so the students he loves won't lose respect for him. Hearing that, she asks if she can really believe he's still the same director she always admired. He swears to her with all his heart. That's when she finally breaks down crying like a little kid, remembering the old days she shared with Alpheus. Later, after everyone leaves, the boy who tried to turn everyone against the director walks over to him and says his appearance ruined everything. Alpheus just laughs and says it sounds like he became an obstacle. Then he asks Fermi if he turns 22 this year, since he's about to graduate. Fermi says he still hasn't found a job that pays as well as working under Alpheus because what he really wants is the director's seat. Meanwhile, both Nade and Hiroki head back to Sarone's room. Nade turns red and asks why Hiroki never told him any of this. Was all of that just to show off? Hiroki says that has to be a joke. How could he plan anything with someone drowning in his own misery? If even one detail leaked out, it all would have been pointless. Then he calls Nade an idiot. Nade says yeah, he knows he is an idiot. Hiroki starts making fun of him, asking if he saw his face earlier. Nade gets flustered and embarrassed, saying he didn't even have time to think, and now he has no clue what to do. Hiroki tells him he acted so tough that nobody probably even remembers him. That only makes Nade madder, and he asks if Hiroki planned even that. Hiroki shamelessly says he'd be very grateful if Nade crawled over and thanked him. As they keep walking to the room, they spot Amy waiting by the door. Hiroki tries to play it cool, saying everything's handled now, and they manage to protect Sarone. But instead, she thanks him. Amy starts crying as she thanks Hiroki from the bottom of her heart, and he gets totally thrown off. He brushes it off and just runs away. Right after that, Sariel jumps at him, trying to grab him. Hiroki slips past her in one quick move and leaves her behind. Then all three of them chase after him, yelling that they saved Sarone. From a safe distance, Hiroki freaks out and says this is exactly why he can't deal with those idiots. But even if he stopped him from being declared dead, that doesn't mean a miracle will really happen. He stops beside his friend and quietly asks him to come back to them. No matter how long it takes, they'll wait. Meanwhile, in that hellish place, Sarone is still fighting those bitter wandering souls. He starts wondering what happens if you go insane while you're already trapped in madness. Do you become sane again, or is it something else entirely? Then the voices tell him he's just an adopted child, not even wanted by the people who raised him. The protagonist snaps back that it isn't true, but the voices call him a bastard. They say anyone else would have been better than him, and those people were never his real parents. The woodcutter and his wife were only his adoptive family. That pushes him to the edge. He can't take the taunting anymore. The voices say his true nature is that of a cruel predator, that he crushes others with his talent, and every one of his wins leads someone else to fail. They tell him nobody needs him. Then that creepy voice takes on Sarone's form, turning into a twisted version of him. Even so, MC keeps pushing forward. He thinks this is the end, and his body starts to break apart. As his sense of self shatters under all those contradictions, he finds the last piece still left inside him, his origin. Some might call it a starting point. Others might call it yin and yang. Mages call it infinity. At last, he finds the source of his being at the center, and its light opens a path for him. He realizes that only after losing everything could he finally see that all of this was part of him. Those awful voices tearing his heart apart and the voices rejecting him, all of it was still him. Those contradictions are what made him who he is now. So he begins rebuilding himself, activating his spirit zone in that many-sided form. He understands that he has to accept it all, and then he enters what looks like a sapphire, heading straight for its center. There he starts taking shape again, until he finds the way out of that darkness. He returns to that white room. From there, he can see himself lying on the bed. Then the goddess appears again and says he's really determined to leave this place. She calls him a transcendent being returning to human form, a contradictory existence standing at the border of Vajrayana. The goddess says she never expected him to cross the event horizon. Then she tells him he is worthy, and Sarone asks if she was lonely. She tells him he's very kind, smiling warmly. Still, she says a god cannot feel loneliness, though she may feel a little sad to see him go, even if only a little. The protagonist thanks her for giving him the chance to return and says he truly means it. But she reminds him there won't be a second time. Because he has reached Vajrayana, he can no longer receive her invitation. With that, Sarone keeps moving forward, fading into that power. But as he disappears, the goddess asks him to give Director Alpheus her regards. That shocks him, and he wonders how she knows him. And so on the 11th day since Sarone's death, his friends are asleep on the floor of his room, and Amy is beside him in a chair, leaning over his bed. She says she must have dozed off there. Then she gets up and goes to brush her teeth. When she comes back, she asks if Sarone slept well and how he's feeling today. As she opens the window to let in some air, then MC really opens his eyes. Amy says she'd be so happy if he woke up, and this time he actually does. She asks if he remembers, and while setting flowers by the window, he starts helping her arrange them. She asks if he remembers the day she fell from that cliff. He was the first one who came looking for her. It feels like forever ago now. Then she remembers how she said goodbye and left on her own without even getting to apologize. Back then, she couldn't say anything at all. She asks if he has any idea how much has happened since then, struggling to get the words out. Now she only asks for one thing, for him to come back. But when she looks at him, she notices his eyes are open, and she freezes in disbelief. Then she lets out a scream at the sight. She nearly chokes from the shock. Coughing hard, she tries to call the others sleeping nearby, but she keeps choking so badly she can barely get a word out. In the end, she belts out a huge scream that wakes everyone up. Alpheus, Sienna, and Nade rush over too, trying to figure out what happened. It looks like Sarone had his eyes open all night. Sienna points out that he was still under slowdown magic, and when Nade asks if he's alive, Amy smacks him for even saying that. Alpheus raises his hand over the boy and says he's going to remove the slowdown spell. The moment he lifts it, everyone watches him closely, full of nerves. Then the boy starts moving again. He sits up and suddenly shouts. Startled, he asks if something happened. Just a second ago, he says, he saw a strange core of light. Then he looks around in shock, sees everyone gathered there, even the headmaster, and wonders why they're all surrounding him. Amy looks at him and starts crying. That only scares him more. He has no idea what's going on, and the only thing he can think to say is, hi. Amy instantly snaps at him, asking why that's all he has to say. He tries to tell her to wait, but she keeps going off on him. She asks if he knows how worried she's been, then tells him to screw off. Saroni still doesn't understand what's happening, so he apologizes and says, for him, going to another dimension and crossing the event horizon felt like only half a day. But while he was there, a lot happened here, so he says sorry again. Then Nate and Aruki jump on him. Because Saron is alive, everyone piles in to hug him, and the protagonist shields Amy so they don't crush her. Even so, she ends up pressed against his chest and turns bright red. The others tell him he was dead for a full 10 days. That stuns him, and he starts wondering if he really died. Aruki says his heart stopped, so of course he was dead, then demands an explanation. But MC only asks what happened to Kane and the others. Right then Othello arrives with Tess. She sees the ridiculous sight of all four of them sprawled on the floor. Then she runs to Saron, hugs him, and thanks him for coming back to them. She admits she wouldn't know what to do if he hadn't returned, and Sienna can tell Othello had been deeply worried. After all, she was the one who told him about the immortal function. While everyone is caught up in the moment, Saron's arm, which was around Othello, suddenly drops limp, and everyone panics. She quickly apologizes and asks if he's okay, joking that she nearly killed him by smashing him into her chest. After catching his breath, he smiles again. He wonders if he's ever felt this thankful before, and the feelings he thought he had lost are finally back, smiling at everyone. He says it really feels like he's finally back, but the three of them don't look ready to forgive him that easily. They stare at him like hunters eyeing prey, and he quickly says that's not what he meant. Amy asks what he did mean. Was she not enough to make him feel something? Aruki says she can hit him more, and Nade tells them to bring a chair. Off to the side, Alpheus quietly smiles and says this really is a relief. He thinks the same again, then says it's his turn now. As he starts leaving the room, Saron goes after him, which catches him off guard. Alpheus says a lot has happened, and the school is temporarily closed, so the protagonist should take all the time he needs to recover. He thanks him for worrying, but says there's something he wants to ask. He says the issue is that he went to a different dimension through the immortal function. That clearly surprises Alpheus, and MC tells him that in that place something unbelievable happened. As he talks, Alpheus's expression turns completely shaken. The woman in that other dimension knew who he was, and Saroni confirms it. His memories are blurry, but he clearly remembers the exact moment the goddess spoke, and he's sure she wanted him to pass along her greetings. Alpheus thinks about that for a moment. Then he starts to understand and says he may know who it is. He asks if he knows her and how. Alpheus says he doesn't believe in fate, but Sarondu meeting her might really be fate. Or maybe, he says, it was unavoidable. The protagonist grows uneasy while the headmaster stays quiet for a beat. Then Alpheus brings up Adrius de Miro, now known as Miro of Space-Time. He says that girl was his disciple and specialized in extension magic. That throws everyone off. Not his wife, his disciple. And now she sees herself as a goddess, basically someone who creates universes. It sounds so insane that even MC and the others are left stunned. He asks what extension magic is, and Alpheus asks if he's heard the term unlocker. Saron says yes, that's what the Magic Society calls people who unlocked the immortal function. Alpheus says that makes this easier to explain. Miro is an unlocker too. The protagonist can barely believe what he's hearing. Alpheus explains that extension magic is a kind of magic only those touched by the endless nature of time and space can control. MC starts remembering all the powers the goddess used and wonders if every one of them is actually real magic. He can't believe the power he thought only a goddess could have is something that truly exists. Alpheus says Miro isn't bound by normal reality. Some things can't be explained with knowledge alone, so he and his classmates created a research group in Istas. That leaves Saron even more shocked. Then Alpheus says everything from this point on is confidential. He explains that Miro was the first president of the Supernatural Psychic Science Research Group. Sometime later, he says it's probably his last day in the infirmary. He thanks everyone for coming to visit, even Sariel when she stops by. She tells him not to worry, since the academy is temporarily closed, she has plenty of free time. Sariel admits that honestly, all that studying as a graduate student was wearing her down. Aruki asks why she didn't just take a break, but she says taking a break doesn't mean all her competition will do the same. While they talk, Aruki speaks politely to Sariel, but she asks why he talks casually with her instead. That makes him remember how Saron talks to Amy, so he ends up calling Sariel the same way. Then Nate asks if the headmaster is okay, since he said he'd gladly accept any punishment. Even if the authorities investigate him, the situation is still messy. Right now, he's being taken away in a transport wagon, along with a professor and the two brothers to the Magic Association in the capital for inspection. Amy says it sounds like he was summoned there so they could officially charge the professor. They claim they'd ignore any personal ties and handle everything by the book. But she says even if it's Alpheus, she can't imagine him getting out of this cleanly. As Saron thinks about that, he remembers something from a few days earlier. He had asked the headmaster one more thing about Miro. She said she had been waiting for him, and the protagonist wondered if she had only been his student long ago, how could she have known who he was? So Alpheus asked him something back. Did MC know the exact number of students enrolled at the academy right now? MC said no, and Alpheus answered that of course he wouldn't. The total always changes. Some graduate and others get expelled. But still, no matter how many students they have, the academy will always be missing one. Miro never graduated, and that girl will always remain enrolled at his academy. That's when he starts to understand what's going on, and Alpheus confirms it. Miro is in Istas, a higher dimension built with scale magic. That place is called the upper layer of Istas. He tells Saron this is an ancient secret, something even people who have worked there for years don't know. Then he asks him to promise never to tell anyone. No one at all. Nothing about the upper layer. It wouldn't just put the protagonist in danger, but the whole world. So he asks if MC promises. The boy says he'll remember that. He also admits it's pretty scary and says he can't believe she's in Istas. He adds that he probably won't be able to sleep in the clubroom again, and that finally helps Alpheus relax. Alpheus tells him not to worry. As long as he doesn't activate the immortal function, Miro won't be able to watch him, and she also won't leave the space she created herself. Saron asks why. Alpheus says that for her this world is a very painful place. While everyone keeps talking calmly, he notices how peaceful the mood feels. Then he starts teasing Amy with little hearts, and Saron goes quiet. He thinks about the truths he faced at the event horizon, the awful voices trying to crush his heart, and the voices fighting back. All of that was part of him. He also thinks about the terrible truth hidden in Istas, like those thoughts stay buried as long as they remain there. Watching everyone joke around, he thinks about scale magic and the key to opening the upper layer of Istas. He wonders why they keep calling him toward it, like that's the path he's meant to walk. So he keeps turning it over in his head, and Amy notices from the corner of her eye that something is bothering him. Later that night, Alpheus is told that what he said in his statement can be used against him in court. With that, the investigation wraps up, and he walks out. But then Canis and Aaron are called in, the guards order them to follow, and they go with them. Alpheus asks if he can speak to the two kids for a moment, and the guard allows it but says he can't take long. Canis notices that even while Alpheus is under investigation, they still speak to him with respect, but when it comes to them, they treat them like trash, like they're rotten to the core. Alpheus tells them not to be nervous and says he only wants to clear up a few things, but Canis cuts him off. He doesn't care, and Alpheus shouldn't act like they're his students. Even so, Alpheus says that's exactly why he wants to talk to them. Once this is over, he wants both of them to come with him to the academy. Canis clearly doesn't like that. He asks if Alpheus is telling him to become one of his students, then tells him not to get the wrong idea, he wasn't the winner here. If that had been a fair fight, someone like Alpheus wouldn't have been able to even scratch his master, but Alpheus says that's true. Still, if that weren't the case, he would have been the one begging on his knees first. Canis has no answer to that, and Alpheus tells him that is what evil is. No matter what reason someone gives for it, it always brings hatred in the end. He says Canis can rise far above that because the two of them learn from the same master. He wants to give both kids a future outside the darkness, but Canis still doesn't care about the future. To him, the only thing this life ever taught him was how to fight, and the only end he expects is the battlefield. Then they're brought into the room to meet the inspector. Without even turning around, he tells the two of them to sit down. When he finally faces them, he introduces himself as Sakari from the 3rd Investigation Department and confirms that they are Canis and Aaron. As Canis answers yes, Aaron starts shaking in fear. Sakari asks what's wrong, and she says she can't read him. She whispers to Canis that she can't read this man at all, and Canis wonders what she saw that scared her that badly. Sakari notices the girl's reaction and says this is what they call the first sutra. Magic use is blocked inside the association, but innate traits can't be shut off, so this is his only way to keep his mind from being read. To Arin, he starts looking more and more twisted, and she gets even more terrified. She says that can't be possible, that he's hiding his thoughts perfectly. He replies that in any case, he'd appreciate it if they didn't cause any trouble. Mid-sentence, he flicks the slime in his hand toward the girl, stopping it right in front of her eyes. Then he tells her to pay attention. They're in the middle of an investigation. He asks if her name is Aaron, and she answers in a shaky, terrified voice. Then Canis's spirit companion says that man was right. Canis asks what he means, and it says they won't be causing any trouble. Canis realizes the man in front of him is insanely strong, and Sakari is not fooling around. 30 minutes later, Canis is shocked when he's handed his master's will, and Sakari tells him to read it for himself. Apparently, Arcane prepared this for him. It's already been confirmed by the other side's lawyers. Canis can't believe his master left something behind for him. He thinks that's impossible. But when he looks, he sees it's a testament leaving all of his master's belongings to his disciple Canis. Then he notices the amount 4.8 billion gold coins. Canis is stunned that all of it belongs to him. Sakari confirms that Arcane's entire inheritance is his. The boy starts trembling and asks what the hell his master was thinking when he wrote that. Now he can't even ask him anymore, and he keeps wondering what was going through his head. His master never cared about him while he was alive, yet now, only after death, he calls him his disciple. Sakari says there's one thing he wants to make clear. It seems Arcane really did think of him as his disciple, and left him a huge inheritance, but they also can't ignore that Arcane was known as a dark mage who liked controlling people. For example, the two of them may have been brainwashed by him since childhood, and Canis refuses to accept that. He demands to know what Sakari is talking about. Sakari says, honestly, you don't even need magic to brainwash a child. If a kid is saved from death, that savior becomes their god. And if that god keeps telling them they need something, the child will naturally believe that is the purpose of their life. Canis snaps and tells him to stop. His master never forced him to do anything. Everything he did was by his own choice. Sakari says he's seen this before, but Eren, being calmer, asks what would change if they admitted they'd been brainwashed. Sakari says they would be treated as innocent, more or less. That makes both of them pause, wondering if he's playing with them. Sakari explains that this is the association's position. If Arcane brainwashed them as children, then they would automatically be considered innocent of all crimes. In that case, there's no way they could be held responsible for acts that horrible. But if that's not the case, Canis realizes he won't be able to take the inheritance, because that would mean admitting he was Arcane's disciple. Sakari sees that he understands what's really going on. All he has to do is say he was brainwashed. Then he won't be labeled as Arcane's disciple, and the inheritance will be treated as illegal funds, so the association will seize it. Then he tells the boy to sign away the inheritance, and he'll be declared innocent. Canis starts thinking that, even in the end, this place is no different from Leyden. They just hide it better. To him, it smells even more rotten than Leyden's gutters. He has almost no choice. Maybe this whole world is just one giant battlefield spinning on blood and filth. As Sakari stands and says he'll give him time to think, Canis says he'll sign. Sakari tells him he made the right choice. Canis asks what happens now, but Sakari says he can leave, because now he's free. Aren asks about the release process, and Sakari says there's no need, they're free to go. That makes Canis furious. They were after his master's wealth from the start. He barely holds himself back and realizes that, to them, the two of them were never even a small threat. And now that he thinks about it, he finally understands his master was someone no kingdom could touch easily, an unbelievable existence. That thought only makes him angrier, and he asks Sakari what his rank is. Sakari answers that he's a humble rank 5. Canis says he may be weaker right now, but one day Sakari will definitely bow his head to him. He tells him to bet on it. Sakari thinks to himself that the boy has barely even reached that rank, then says that when the time comes, Canis should come find him. Canis is left frustrated, and Eren tells him he made the right choice. This is better than rotting in prison for the rest of their lives. But Canis tells Eren that the two of them will become stronger, and she agrees. Meanwhile, in the third inspection team, someone tells the inspector that Arcane's death made the cleanup work easier. They're told to leave all the documents on the desk. Then Sakari asks if everything is fine with the Alpheus case, and his superior asks why, whether he's worried this might spread. Sakari says he just thinks a 6-month suspension is far too light. Even if the case happened 40 years ago, Alpheus was still part of an illegal experiment, and in the Academy attack, he might be a victim, but he also might have been one of the people in charge. Even converting 4.8 billion coins into his bail could be seen as acceptable, but Sakari still isn't satisfied. His superior asks what more he wants. Does he think they would hand down an unfair judgment? Sakari immediately apologizes and asks forgiveness for his stupidity. His superior tells him he knows where the door is and orders him out. As he leaves, Sakari starts thinking about the spot where he got hit back then. It starts aching again, and he remembers fighting Alpheus, taking a huge punch to the face and getting slammed to the ground by Saraf. He mutters that, just as he thought, he really should have brought a gift that day, a late present for winning the Golden Circle Award. And that was Saraf, now older and way too angry, covering for his old rival, maybe friend. Sometime later, back at the school, our 3 knuckleheads go to meet the director. He's out in the yard doing some weeding, and he reminds the boys not to call him director anymore. Now he's just an old man. Still, they refuse to drop it. Once a director, always a director. Sarone asks if he can help, but Alpheus says no. If they do the work for him, he'll have nothing left to do. Then he asks how school has been since classes started up again. He figures they must be happy, but the protagonist says the opposite. Classes are driving him crazy. Nate wonders how he's supposed to reach the average in every subject in such a short time. Alpheus looks at him and says it seems like he's trying to move up to the next semester. They all agree, looking completely worn out. Then the story jumps back a month. After finishing their research presentation so they could graduate together, they promised they'd all make it to class 4 next semester. But right after that promise, Arcania attacked the academy. Because of that, they barely got any studying done. Nate panics, saying this is a huge problem. He has no idea how he's supposed to double his score in so little time. Iruki says math is the only subject he's good at. Everything else is awful. He even says Nade might have it better, but Nade doesn't buy that. Writing is the only thing he can count on, and everything except science and writing is a disaster. Their biggest problem is even worse. Nobody feels like studying. Ever since that incident, the school has stayed stuck in total chaos. Nade says being able to study in a place like this is basically impossible, so he suggests they slack off today and start fresh the next morning. They all agree, and Sarone admits that idea sounds really tempting, but then he tells everyone to look at something. They turn around and immediately wonder why those 2 siblings are there. Canis asks if class is over. Sarone asks what happened and whether they have business at the academy. Canis says they'll be living there from now on, so they were just checking the place out. Nobody likes hearing that, and they ask what he means. Canis says he doesn't like it either, but if they want success, going to a magic academy is the fastest way. Nate asks if he thinks a magic academy is some kind of joke, and why they'd ever accept someone like him. Canis answers with one word, senior. That just confuses them more, so he explains they're still in class 5 while he's already in class 4. That means they should call him their senior. The three of them can't believe it. They wonder if the teachers really allowed him to jump straight into class 4 right after enrolling. Canis says it should be obvious. He and his sister trained under an archmage for years, so they learned the basics of magic a long time ago. Nade fires back that Canis still lost to Saron. Canis brushes that off and says he heard their grades are pretty pathetic. That hits all three of them hard. Then he starts laughing, saying it's honestly disappointing. One of them has failing marks in everything except math, and the other one can't even be trusted to score well in writing. He can't believe he lost to idiots like them, and that makes all three furious. Canis tells them to try their best. If they have any questions, he'd be happy to help his juniors. The three are left standing there stunned. Saron says their day off is officially cancelled. The others agree right away. They'd rather quit studying magic altogether than call those two their seniors. Haruki asks why he'd go that far, but MC says it doesn't matter. Those two won't start until next semester, and no matter what happens, they have to pass. They need to move up before they're forced to call that psychopath senpai. Still, they all wonder if it's even possible to double their scores in just 1 month. His first method is strict time management. He says they broke each hour into 10-minute blocks. That makes time easier to control, helps them stop feeling like it's slipping away, and keeps their focus high. His second method is forming a study group, and luckily each of them is good at something. That means they can cover each other's weak subjects. But then Saron notices something strange. Haruki is finishing way too fast, so the protagonist goes over to check his work. The moment he sees it, he wonders what the heck that is. He asks how any of it is supposed to make sense. He already taught Haruki how to use the particles properly, and this answer is a total mess. Haruki argues that it makes perfect sense. You eat noodles and I will eat noodles is to him a complete sentence that clearly marks each person as an independent subject without any extra expression needed. Saron stares at him in shock, wondering if he's serious. That's when he realizes the problem isn't laziness. Some subjects just don't fit certain people at all. MC tells Haruki he's still wrong. Language isn't math, and it's not some tool you use to prove things. Haruki gets mad and basically says, forget language, math is better anyway. He, annoyed now, asks if he wants to pass to the next class or not. That finally makes Haruki feel the pressure. Thinking they're hopeless, he goes back to studying. The protagonist adds one last rule. Ignore everything else the academy values and focus only on passing. Nobody there wants to stay below Canis. Meanwhile, Nod is stuck on one problem. His practical exam is the next day, and he's terrible at it. He watches the other two studying, but tells himself it'll be fine as long as he stays in the top 10. Then the practical exam begins, and he starts landing hit after hit. The count keeps climbing, and everyone is shocked. Nod is going all out, and people start asking how he's even doing this. They say he got way stronger after hanging around Saron and Haruki, and with skill like this, he should rank high for sure. Then someone points out that Haruki hasn't even been showing up to class much lately. While they talk, Nade keeps pushing himself. In the end, he reaches 173 hits and thinks he did pretty well. The teacher praises Nade for his performance. But then Haruki shows up and does something even crazier. He lands 220 hits. Everyone is blown away and asks if he used some kind of magic this time. Others say it's even worse if he got that score normally, and they jokingly call him a cheater. Then Canis arrives and says that score is nothing to brag about. According to him, class 5 is just pathetic. People immediately get annoyed that those two are there, and Yahello tells them not to bother the students during the exam. Canis asks if this is their heartbeat control training, and says he used to do this until he got sick of it. Aaron adds that their master told them never to stop training their heartbeats. She says class 5 is just building a base by repeating expansion and compression. Canis brings up the score of 210 and asks Aaron if he could beat it. She looks at him like he's joking. While the two act smug, the rest of the class hates it. They're clearly acting superior. So the students say they have a secret weapon too. Saron steps up and everyone asks him to break the record again. As the siblings watch, the boy steps into the test and does something completely insane with his spirit zone, almost blasting everyone away. Then they realize he reached 120 beats in just 10 seconds. That's 12 beats every second, and he only gets crazier from there. Both Canis and Aaron are stunned, saying that should be impossible. It's enough to make a person's mind explode. Yahello says his stamina seems to have grown even more than before. She remembers the Vajra state in his adamantium body and thinks this must be another trait he gained after going beyond the immortal function. As a convergent type, Saron seems to have a huge future as a defensive mage, or at least that's what the teachers believed back then. But now with this jump in stamina, Yahello starts thinking he may have become a vessel strong enough to endure the immortal function itself, and that makes her wonder just how great his potential really is. When it's all over, every student is left speechless. Saron reached 410 beats. Everyone calls it unbelievable, and asks if he's always been this strong. Canis, silent now, just shuts his mouth. Aaron says that boy is seriously impressive. Canis answers that only someone at that level could be his rival, then tells her to leave. They've seen everything they came to see. As they walk off, the other students mock them, saying being an archmage's apprentice isn't everything, and they shouldn't look down on class 5. Canis starts thinking back to his fight with Cerrone. At first he thought he lost only because of MC's natural gifts, but now he realizes he was wrong. If they fought again with pure power alone, he doesn't think he could win, and if he wants to be the best, then he is the one he has to beat first. That makes Canis remember how he went around asking people about the protagonist. One student from a higher class got offended, asking how a class 4 student dared to speak to his superiors like that. But the second he realized it was Canis, everyone got nervous, and Canis told him to spit it out. He asked what kind of person Cerrone really was. In fact, the first thing he investigated after entering the academy was the grades and personal connections of those three. And after learning almost everything, he decided their grades were disappointing, or maybe just completely terrible. Canis thinks that if those three beat him, they should have been at the top of their class, but their grades are only a little above average. Still, when he looked into their personal ties, he was shocked. Not one person looked down on their skills. Everyone saw those three as the kind of students who could surpass them at any time. Thinking about their strange magic, overwhelming light, and insane toughness, Canis decides he can learn even more if he gets close to them, especially Cerrone. He swears that next time he won't lose. He'll beat Aaron and grow strong enough to match his master. Aaron agrees. While casually eating, she says they're both going to get stronger. He tells her to slow down, but she nearly falls face first into the dumplings. That night, the students are still studying. Inside Istaz, though, the three troublemakers are working even harder. Iruki is almost losing his mind over literature, verbs, and expressive intent. The other two aren't doing any better. Then before they know it, a month passes, and the final exam is right in front of them. Someone calls out to Cerrone, he talks with the upperclassmen, and they ask what he means. They'll be in class 4 soon enough. He tells them to quit pretending, since he heard they've been studying hard lately, and the girl says she has high hopes for them. They say they'll always be thankful for being saved, and that it'd be great if they could take classes together. That leaves the two of them grinning like idiots. Even so, they wonder what to do. The pressure keeps getting heavier, and Cerrone says he's doomed if he fails. Then Iruki says that even in the tiger's mouth you still need to stay calm. In other words, if they panic, they're way more likely to mess up. It looks like each of them will take the test in a different room, but under the same stars they'll stay together to the end. Nate and MC both wonder what's wrong with Iruki today, and Nate even guesses he ate something weird for breakfast. But while they're still confused by his behavior, the exam begins. He says they'll meet again in 12 hours. They promise they'll all pass for sure and wish each other luck. By that afternoon, Iruki is still muttering random stuff, and Cerrone realizes he memorized every question from the exam. That lets them pull off something crazy. Nate writes down the questions Iruki recites, while the other one builds an answer sheet from the textbook. Sometime later, they manage to rebuild every question and answer from the whole test. Nate says that's bad because he thinks he failed a few subjects, and the protagonist agrees that's really bad. If any of them scored under 80 on even one test, they were done. But Iruki says crying won't help now, so they should finish this first. Cerrone can only wonder what's wrong with that kid. A little later, Nate starts cheering up. His average is 82, and he got at least 80 in every subject. That means he's moving up to class 4. Meanwhile, Iruki is shaking all over, so Nate asks what happened and begs him not to say he failed. Iruki says he made it, 87 in every subject. After copying his teacher's speaking patterns and using them, his scores shot through the roof. He says he would have been done for if he missed even one question, but he pulled it off. Nate congratulates him. Then they look at Cerrone, but MC already looks half dead, and Nate asks what happened, telling him to say his score. He says his average was 86. They all get excited, but Iruki says that's amazing. The protagonist's a commoner, and he still reached the 80-point line in just one semester. The protagonist asks why that's supposed to be a problem. Then he admits he doesn't remember one math question, the last multiple choice one. Iruki remembers that problem too. It was tough, and the solution was long. He says he can't recall which answer he picked in the end. Nate tells him to think carefully, because the answer was 1.5. He says MC is probably wrong, but maybe he still got it right. Iruki asks what MC's math score would be if he missed that one. He says it would drop to 79. The other two instantly realize how bad that is. The protagonist says he feels like he picked C, but he can't remember if 1.5 was B or C. Both of them break into a cold sweat. Because of that one question, Cerrone might be stuck in class 5 for another 6 months, and to make it worse, it was worth 2 points. Nate says he can't take this anymore. He grabs both of them and says they're going to ask the teacher. The others think that's actually a good idea. So they head to Professor Sienna. She asks why they're there since the class 5 exams are already over, but MC asks about the last question on the math test and wants to know the answer. Sienna asks why they want to know, and Nate begs her to just say it. They're in a life or death situation. She thinks for a moment and says that, if she remembers right, the answer was B. Cerrone starts sweating even harder. He looks like he's about to die, so Nate tells him to pull himself together, and Iruki says he has an adamantine body, so he needs to endure it. Pai realizes it really was B Mage thanks the teacher, but she has no idea what's going on. Still confused, she watches them carry the protagonist back to class and thinks those boys are way too energetic. When she gets to the teacher's room, she remembers they asked about the exam, specifically the last math question. So then she checks Saron's paper and starts laughing. The correct answer had been C the whole time. Meanwhile, MC is nearly dying for nothing. He's already confirmed for Class 4. Sometime later, in the capital of the Kingdom of Tormia, at a swordsman academy, a blonde woman talks about street-style combat and tells the instructor that even though he never showed his face during the semester, he must have done well in practical lessons. She asks Ryan if he thinks he did well. For the first time in at least 8 hours, Ryan finally shows up again. He just tells her to hurry up and sit down before the instructor catches her and punishes her. She teases him, asking if even the great Ryan is scared of the instructor. Ryan says he just doesn't want any extra stress on top of the exam, then asks why she changed seats. She dodges the question and says maybe she came to calm him down. He asks when he ever needed comfort, and she shoots back that he's right. It's not like he can fall any lower. She says being dead last must at least be a relief. Ryan thinks about that because he really is 30th out of 30 students. She laughs at him and says most guys would get mad hearing that, but he's different. No matter what's happening, he never shows fear. He's the first allistic to survive that brutal training, so she can't understand why someone like him is in last place. Then she asks if he remembers that he ranked first when they entered their first year. Back then, Ryan joined the Skyrim Swordsman Academy as the top student in his group. 6 months earlier in winter, the academy, which had produced 10 official first-class swordsmen in its 200-year history, including one called the Greatest Swordsman, stood for iron will and courage. It was the dream school for countless knight hopefuls. More than 300 gathered every semester, but aside from the 30 accepted applicants, most failed to survive the 1-month approval period and were cut. At that time, one senior had another kid pinned down while barking at him to crawl faster and asking if that was really all he had. Richard looks like a real piece of work. He keeps forcing the freshman to crawl even faster, piling on the pressure, while others joke that anyone who hasn't placed bets yet should hurry up and do it. Then they explain the groups. Group 1 is for Shama users. Group 2 is for those who haven't learned Shama but have strong physical talent. And Group 3 is for those who achieved nothing and got in through their parents' influence. While everyone laughs at the freshmen, 2 girls watch from the side, and one of them is Tess. She says it's sad, but that's the world they live in. If you can trust someone with your back in battle, they're not a comrade, they're cannon fodder. One senior tells the boy to get fired up while he struggles forward under the weight on his back, bragging that he'll be first again this time. But then, right in the middle of his taunting, Ryan stomps him and sends him flying. Everyone is stunned by what just happened. Ryan tells Richard that's enough. He says this isn't a playground, and Richard clearly doesn't like hearing that. He says he'll kill the kid, and he's about twice Ryan's size. Another girl says Ryan finally did it. Tess asks if she knows his name, since he must be strong. But the girl says no, actually he's pretty weak, which leaves Tess confused. She explains that Richard had been collecting money from the Group 2 students, because it was supposedly his birthday, and Ryan was the only one who refused. Tess realizes that made him a target for Group 1, and the other girl says yes, but she still didn't expect Ryan to be the first one to attack. Looks like he has a short fuse. Then Ryan says they're taking this outside. If the instructors find out, it'll hurt their grades. Richard agrees and calls the others to come with them. That poor chubby extra was getting picked on for no reason. Figure says he's about to show everyone what happens when someone messes with him. Once they get outside, the 2 square off, and he says this will be a nice little lesson for the Group 3 kids. Then he orders them to run over there if they want him to kick their asses too. Everybody rushes over, and Figure just laughs at how pathetic they look. He points out that nobody is standing with Ryan, and asks what he plans to do now. Ryan just stares back, not even getting what he's trying to prove. Then Ryan asks if he only fights when he has the advantage, and that instantly sets Figure off again. Ryan answers that he fights when he has to. That's what a knight does. And someone like Figure, he says, has no right to become a knight. With that, Ryan raises his guard. Figure only gets more excited. He says he'll fight him one-on-one like a real knight, and tells Ryan to come at him. To make it worse, he even says Ryan can have the first hit. Ryan doesn't hesitate and charges straight in. But he misses completely. Figure uses Shama to slip out of the way. Right after that, he drives a punch straight into Ryan's stomach. Then he mocks him, asking if he really thought he'd just stand there and take the hit. Ryan drops hard. That's when he realizes this is the power of Shama. Figure pauses, confused about why Ryan still hasn't gone down for good. Wondering if he held back too much, he starts pounding Ryan again and again. Even so, the kid manages to hold on. Then Ryan finally blocks and throws himself at Figure, tackling him with everything he has. Figure can't believe it and starts wondering what the hell is wrong with this kid. Ryan can't even use Shama, yet Figure still can't put him away cleanly, so he snaps at Ryan not to push it. Then he drives an elbow into the boy's back. The blow makes Ryan cough up blood. After that, Figure slams a knee into his face and keeps hitting him even harder. Before long, Ryan is bleeding from everywhere. Figure starts beating him senseless, and now the others finally yell for him to stop and rush in to interfere. They can tell he's really going to kill him if nobody steps in, so everyone keeps shouting for him to stop. But instead of stopping, Figure decides to humiliate Ryan. He hangs him upside down by his feet from a tree, stripped down to his underwear, and everyone laughs at how ridiculous he looks. They start asking why a weakling like him even tried anything in the first place, and Rian can't do much about it. Even Zende thinks this has gone too far. Humiliating someone after they already lost a duel is cruel, and it might leave a scar. Rian never gets over. But then Rian apologizes. He says he never expected a lady to see him like this, and that line completely catches the girl off guard. Everyone else just asks what his deal is and whether he's trying to act cool. They laugh and call him an idiot, saying he's just a weak guy pretending to be tough so people will think he matters, when all he's really doing is embarrassing himself. Rian calmly says it's fine. He doesn't care. He'll forget this soon enough, and that sudden answer makes everyone go quiet. Then he says he fought as hard as he could for what he believed was right, so he has nothing to be ashamed of. After enough time passes, even this humiliation won't matter to him. But then he turns it back on the idiots laughing at him. They came to this academy wanting to become knights, yet when it was time to act, they ran without even fighting. That moment, he says, will stick with them through all their school years, as the cowardly part of their lives when they were too scared to even speak up. Rian says losing 100 times is fine, as long as he fought for what he believed in. But the shame of betraying your own beliefs never goes away for as long as you live. Even if one day they earn honor as knights, the time they looked away from injustice right in front of them will stay with them forever. And those words hit everyone hard. Rian says a knight's creed is his life itself, and that line clearly shakes Zine. He tells them not to let this end here, and if they want to be proud someday, then they need to fight now. No matter who they were, everyone there feels the same thing. After hearing that, someday each of them wants their name to spread across the battlefield like a legend. Like the Iron Knight, the greatest swordsman. That was the dream all of them shared. Figure finally notices something has gone very wrong, and asks why everyone is looking at him like that. Then he asks if they want to fight too. He warns them they can try, but they'll end up just like Rian. But Yuzinde jumps right past everyone. She cuts Rian down from above, dropping him face first on the ground, then says she's made up her mind. She calls out to Rian and introduces herself as Yuzin Tess, saying they're fighting together. Rian is confused, and points out that his hands are still tied. The others realize even Yuzinde, the super strong girl, is choosing to stand beside him, and they say that if they still call themselves men, they can't just stand there. So they declare they're done running, and ask if Fagoya really thinks they'll bow to a bully like him. Now he's the one getting nervous, telling everyone to calm down. He says he gets it, and if they're really willing to go that far, he'll pretend to accept it, then suddenly punches the kid behind him, and asks if they seriously thought he'd back off. He tells them to come on, and everyone rushes him, shouting that knowing Shama isn't everything. Now Figure starts crying for help and calling for the instructor, while Isun says sorry, looks like she set the table. He walked right into. Then she explains, this is fine, because he never wanted to be some hero anyway. That's why he brought them to a spot outside the instructor's radar. She's shocked by that, but then says he still doesn't get it. There's no such thing as escaping the instructor's radar. They've been watching the whole time. Brian is stunned to hear that. As for Figure and his friends, even though their grades were good, they all failed. Figure ended up wrecked on the ground, and Ryan Ogant ranked first out of all 300 students. Back in the present, that same Yusin is teasing him, saying he went from the top all the way to the bottom. Ryan gets annoyed and says he never asked to be first, but she still says it's impressive. She asks how he trains every single day without resting, and says she'd be dead by now if she tried that. Brian says he got past that a long time ago. Then she asks if he isn't worried he still has to graduate, and he also needs to build a name for himself as a swordsman. At this rate, she says he'll definitely fail if he places last on that exam too. Ryan says it doesn't matter, but she pushes him to answer because she's genuinely worried. So he says there's something more important than building a reputation. His goal is to become stronger for his lord. That's it. Gyamejin is shocked to hear him say lord, and can't believe he already swore himself to someone. She says a knight can only make that oath once in his whole life, and he already did it. That must mean the person is someone important. Ryan asks why she cares so much, and Gyamejin says of course she cares. He skipped the normal order. He was supposed to finish school first, and think about the oath later. Then she asks who he gave his life to, and Ryan says it was Sarone. Yuzin asks what that person does, and Ryan says he is his friend. He's currently studying at a magic academy back in their hometown, and that shocks her even more. She asks if she heard that right. He's not even a mage, just a student. In her mind, there has to be some reason Ryan would swear himself to someone with no fame and no clear future. Her first thought is that Sarone must actually be a girl, and that idea completely throws her. She starts to ask if his friend might be a girl, but then someone announces the exam is about to start. They're told to hurry unless they want to fail, so she can't finish the question and says she'll definitely ask him later. At the training hall, all the cadets gather together. The instructor steps up and says that day's lesson is all about movement. More specifically, they'll be judged on how they shift their center of gravity. The man leading class is Park Hakwan, a 6th class officer. He asks them where a swordsman's center of gravity is. One cadet confidently answers, at the navel, but the instructor immediately calls him an idiot and says he's wrong. So he asks another student, who says it's in the soles of the feet, still wrong. Then the bald guy tries saying the navel again, and the instructor snaps that idiot number 1 already said that, then orders him to do 200 push-ups. Finally, someone says the answer is outside the body, and the instructor confirms it. In Shima terms, that's called external gravity. He orders everyone to repeat it, and they do, even though most of them are wondering what that even means, since it's their first time hearing it. The instructor says it's only natural, they don't know. He didn't feel like teaching it before. Then he says he'll only demonstrate once, so they better watch closely, because they'll be tested right after. That makes everyone even more nervous. He's really going to test them without properly teaching it first, and on exam day too. At that point, they all want to strangle this awful teacher. He begins by saying that when you move forward, you attack. He shows it in a flash, then steps back and attacks again so fast they can barely follow him. At first, they think he's just swinging his sword, but they can feel a huge force coming off it. Park says these are the basic movements every swordsman needs. By tilting your body, you shift your center of mass. That movement adds more power to your strike, and if you mix in Shema, it gets even stronger. He can tell by their faces they don't get it. In a real fight, he says that would get them killed in 3 seconds. Then he reminds them of the main point. Combat is more about movement than raw strength. He goes on to say that depending on the moment, a swordsman can move that center of gravity outside the body, for example, when he plants his foot on the ground. At that moment, he says his center of gravity is outside his body. To prove it, he bends into a bridge without using his hands, shocking everyone, and says it's now behind his back. That's what he means by external gravity. With only the tips of his feet, he can launch himself almost all the way to the ceiling. Everyone is stunned, wondering what he just did, because now he's walking on the ceiling. Yeah, that's pretty wild. It almost feels like one of those chakra tricks. And from up there he jumps again, striking as a swirl of mana or whatever it is, bursts out and sends sharp gusts through the air. The whole display is seriously amazing. Ryan can't help wondering if a person can really spin that fast. Then after all that, he lands back on the floor and finishes with a straight attack, leaving everyone impressed by the sheer power of it. Ryan thinks there's almost no way to block something like that. The instructor explains that the move wasn't about strength at all, it was built on inertia. This is the swordsmanship of the one Mabiho called the Mage of Death. Park says that's the true use of external gravity. It almost looks like he's controlling gravity itself, but really, he's just boosting his force enough to create extreme inertia. He admits he overdid the demo so they'd understand. That's what today's test will cover. When he asks if they understand, all they can do is answer yes. Then he adds that now everyone who was shocked by his demonstration can get face down and do 200 push-ups. Almost the whole class obeys, since there's no arguing with him. While they train, the instructor keeps explaining. The mass manipulation test is about getting through horizontal obstacles. The rules are simple. When an obstacle comes at you, you have to dodge fast. They'll need to get past several different obstacles, and the last one is the hardest, with almost no room to avoid it. He says they won't clear it without using external gravity. All the obstacles use real blades, so if they mess up, they could die. He tells them to remember that. At this point, everyone is furious with that lunatic. The instructor adds that he doesn't believe there are any cowards here, and even if someone loses a limb, the Kana structure can put it back, so they shouldn't worry. That somehow makes it worse, especially with the Kana structure right there holding a scalpel and smiling like it's ready to reattach a leg, so the students think that's even scarier. The instructor says if they're done warming up, they should line up starting from number 1. The kid immediately starts crying, and Davis says the exam prep was very thorough. Nisanzini complains that even if they learned the method, making every student do 200 push-ups was way too much. Ryan tells her to be quiet before she gets punished again, but Yusin asks if he's worried about the exam. He acts like he doesn't care, while everyone around them wonders why the first-year goddess is talking to him and silently begs her to stand next to them instead of that blue-haired guy. Then Yusin asks him if this Sarone person is a girl. Ryan asks if she's crazy. No matter how untalented he might be, he says he'd never make that kind of vow for that reason. She just asks, really? Clearly she's even more curious now. He says the protagonist will reach the top one day, and that's why he entrusted his life to him. She notices how fast his whole attitude changes when it comes to his friend, and he tells her not to judge Sarone like that. Yusin starts thinking that if Ryan talks about his friend this strongly, she might actually feel jealous, so she starts scheming. She asks if he can introduce her to MC. Ryan wonders why she'd want to meet his friend, and she says anyone would get curious after hearing him praise him like that. She says she's jealous he already has a lord, but he's confused where that came from. Then he points out that the protagonist is in Cress, which is far from Leon. Yusin says they can just take a trip to Cress, since vacation is coming soon. She even brings up a small island in the south, saying it's a popular tourist spot. According to her, that makes it perfect. They can all go have fun together. Ryan starts blushing, but for the wrong reason, because he's thinking about her going with Sarone. It's already been about half a year since he and MC were separated, right after they became friends and he got dragged off to the Gremio Academy. He wants to hang out too, so embarrassed he asks if it would be okay for all 3 of them to go, adding that he can be kind of shy. Yusin notices that reaction and puts her plan into motion. She says he should just bring one girl along. After all, he must know a lot of people at the Magic Academy. That way the trip would turn into a double date. The word alone nearly breaks Ryan's brain. He stammers that he'll think about it, and she gets excited right away. Then she asks if he wants to see a little preview before the final exam, before vacation starts. Right then, the instructor calls her up, and she says she's ready. The moment he tells her to begin, she goes all out, charging into the blades and slipping past them without much trouble. But she knows flexibility alone won't save her anymore. The last obstacle blocks almost the whole path, leaving only a tiny gap below. Without external gravity, she'll be sliced apart and maybe take her partner with her. She stomps down hard and says the first step is applying impact. Next, she has to move her body's center of mass outside herself, and with that, she manages to slip through by a hair. She stands back up, and the instructor declares that she passed. Even she can't believe she pulled it off. It was her first time trying, yet she did it perfectly. She finally realizes all her training until now was just the foundation for this. His personality is a total mess, she thinks, but the instructor really is good at teaching. With that, he places Zinni in first, alongside Larry and Rita Burns. Soon after, number 28, Rian steps up and says he's ready too. The instructor watches as the kid takes his starting stance, then tells Rian to go ahead. Rian bursts forward, leaping and dodging side to side as he gets through every trap. Everyone can tell he's pretty fast, but then, partway through the course, he reaches the section where he needs external gravity. He says he'll use Shima to throw his center of mass outside his body. But when he tries, he stomps so hard that the floor cracks and he barely slides under it, almost losing his face in the process. The instructor has to move fast as Ryan gets too close to the blades, smacking him away. Then he asks if Ryan has lost his mind. Why is he throwing his head straight at the blades? He demands to know where Ryan's Shema went, but Ryan insists he did use Shema. The instructor snaps that he did no such thing. He reminds him that anyone who couldn't use Shema should have dropped out of the exam, but Ryan keeps saying he can use it. He explains that he passed the muscle strengthening test a month ago, so he definitely can. The instructor just asks what kind of nonsense that is, and tells him to bring over a stone. Ryan says that exam was about lifting twice his body weight, so this should prove it, but he admits he barely passed last time. Even so, he grabs the stone and lifts it. Ryan asks what the instructor thinks, but the man just stares, completely shocked by what he's seeing. He asks how this is possible, and Ryan wants to know what's wrong. Then the instructor tells Ryan he owes him an apology, because Ryan isn't using Shema at all. Neither Rian nor anyone around them understands what he means. Rian asks how that could be possible. Then how is he lifting that huge rock? The instructor says the answer is simple. He's just stupidly strong. It's nothing but raw muscle. Rian and everyone around him are left confused. Then he drops the rock right on his own foot, and once again, Rian is confirmed in last place. At this point, he's starting to seem a little like MASH, just saying. Meanwhile, Rian gets frustrated. He thinks it makes no sense to rank him last just because he can't use Shime. He grumbles that his father is going to lose it when he sees this, especially after he said this would be fun. Then Zuri calls out, asking if he forgot that he's supposed to bring his friend over during the break. Rian says of course not, and the boy wonders what Saron is doing right now. Meanwhile, over with the protagonist, he's still meditating. Then he starts using teleportation, moving quickly side to side. He keeps getting better, now tracing a smooth wave-like path of rainbow light. Then the droplet appears, and when he stops, he also fires his photon cannon. He handles it insanely well, and after that he uses his laser. No matter how tough the material is, once the shockwaves start affecting it, that powerful spell will eventually destroy it. Saron notes that the photon cannon has a stronger impact at the moment of contact, but a laser keeps dealing damage almost without end, so his special magic got way stronger in a short time. Even so, he tries Windblade and slices an apple with it. That makes him realize raw power alone isn't enough. He still has a lot to work on. Back when nobody understood his magic, he could catch people off guard and use his immortal function to cover for his lack of accuracy. But against someone truly strong, none of that helped. That thought keeps bothering him. People were dying right in front of him and he couldn't do a thing. So if the people he cares about are ever in danger, he doesn't want to be some helpless mage who can only watch. That's why he keeps training. And when his friends come over, his mood instantly lifts. Then he senses something different, as he switches his spirit zone into attack mode. Using that same spirit zone, he jumps right in front of his friends, and they freeze in shock. They can't tell if that was really teleportation. Sharon says he can move at speeds close to light, though it leaves him really dizzy. Still, he calls it useless because the jump range is short. Yuroki quickly disagrees. Spatial movement spells are hard even for upperclassmen, and at the very least, he managed to shock Nade. Then Oroki says he has something to show too. Plasma magic, something MC has never seen before. Before that though, Oroki teases him, asking if he was out here alone just admiring himself. Saron denies it and says he still has plenty to improve, but Oroki cuts him off and tells him he's doing great. That laser spell of his using monochromatic light is amazing. Normally it would take 10 years of mental training to pull off. Even so, he used it right away by applying the same ideas behind the photon cannon. Iruki tells him it's okay to be proud of that. In his eyes, the protagonist is the one who grew the most this past semester. That finally lets Saron relax a little, and he's happy to hear it. So he thanks all the teachers for everything they taught him during the semester. The teachers are caught off guard. Since the school's biggest troublemakers are welcoming them like this, they remind everyone not to forget what they learned over break and to be ready when they come back. Nate brags that he's great at that, and another teacher says Iruki was the real surprise with those amazing passing scores. Iruki looks pretty pleased with himself. Then Teddy walks over to Athela and asks if now that vacation has started, she'd want to have dinner with him if she has time. Everyone around them just blanks out at the invitation. Athela apologizes and says she has to manage the order. Teddy answers that she's strong, and he'd love to join the training. Off to the side, Yano wonders if he's planning to join the order too. She warns him he'll lose his popularity with girls if he shaves his head, but he fires back that hair doesn't matter in love. Then he adds that she probably wouldn't know, since she's never been in love before. Asking if it's true she's never dated anyone. That almost makes him lose it, especially with everyone around them acting like they can't believe it. But Athela calmly says she's sorry because she's actually seeing someone right now and nobody can believe that either. Even the teachers nearby start asking if it's really okay for them to keep listening to this. Sarone wonders if it might be Aaron, while Teddy laughs it off like she's joking. Then he asks her to say the name of the person she's with. With total confidence, she answers that she's dating Magic. That leaves me and everyone else standing there with our mouths open. All anyone can say is, "Got it," and the whole thing awkwardly dies there. Just then, Alpheus walks over and asks what everyone is still doing there. Then he jokingly wonders if he's somehow still alive. He follows that by asking if he's still the principal, then explains that a temporary principal will arrive next semester and should be treated the same way. After that, everyone starts heading home. Athela's reveal was way too much to process. Nate complains that he doesn't want a new principal, but Alpheus turns to MC and asks for a minute before he leaves. MC agrees. His friends say they'll wait at the entrance, and he stays behind alone with Alpheus. Alpheus doesn't waste time. He asks if he plans to investigate Miro. Sarone can only admit it. Just like he expected, Alpheus already knew. The man says he's looked after kids for 40 years and can tell just by reading their eyes. The protagonist apologizes but says he really wants answers. Alpheus then tells him to investigate the ruins of Kurgo. He says that if MC searches there, he'll get a basic sense of the world Miro came from. His eyes light up at the mention of Kurgo, while Zane calls out to Ryan and asks if he remembers where they are. Ryan says of course he does, and asks who she thinks he is. Then she asks where they're going, and at the exact same time, Sarone and Rian both answer, Gallant Island. Back with Alpheus, he explains that the only reason he's allowing this trip to the Kurgo ruins is because he trusts the protagonist's judgment. Still, he warns him not to let his guard down there. MC says he understands and promises to be careful, so Alpheus doesn't need to worry. Then Alpheus asks if he can share why he's looking into Miro in the first place, and Sarone hesitates before answering. He says that while crossing dimensions he heard a voice. Alpheus is surprised and he says it was his own voice. It told him his parents would be fine with just one child, that he isn't really their son, that they aren't truly his parents, and that nobody in that world needs him. The protagonist says he heard things buried deep in his own mind, memories of being abandoned, feelings he'd almost forgotten. Alpheus thinks that over and says Clump told him MC's whole story. He explains that accepting all of that is what let him gain the adamantium body, but he still has a long way to go. That's why he wants to grow stronger. And to do that, he needs to understand himself better. He believes he has to face his own inner conflict. So that's why he started wondering if even is just a feeling whether learning more about Miro, someone who created countless dimensions and still chose isolation, might lead him to the answer he's searching for. Sometime later, Alpheus keeps watching the boy walk away and says kids that age always feel lost. Then he adds that really, everyone on this vast land is a lonely traveler. He hopes Sarone finds what he's looking for, the path to understanding himself, and the path to protecting the people he cares about. To Alpheus, it's all deeply fascinating. He remembers what Clump once told him, because it feels like he was looking at his younger self. Back then, Alpheus had said that if the child truly resembled him, then how could anyone stop him from walking the same road? Now he thinks that child really does look so much like him. Growing up, getting more confident in his gifts, and finding good friends. To him, they're walking similar roads but not the same one. Sarone chose understanding instead of hatred, and Alpheus feels it's almost like the boy is doing everything he himself never could. He couldn't protect Miro, but maybe the protagonist can. Even so, Alpheus feels he has no right to hope. Then he wonders if, just this once, he might allow himself to hope again. Sometime later, both Nate and Hiroki ask if Sarone talked to the principal about Miro. He tells them Alpheus said to investigate the Kurgo ruins. He didn't expect permission to come that easily, and Hiroki is stunned. Nate asks if he means those famous ruins, and whether he's really going. MC says yes, he's heading there during break. Hiroki says he'd love to go too, but his father won't leave him alone, and his whole family is already waiting behind him with a flashy carriage. Everyone stares, since it's not something you see every day, and both Nate and him are reminded again that Hiroki comes from a famous family. Nate says his family is similar. It's not as suffocating as Hiroki's, but he still wishes his friend luck. Then Nate says it's amazing when you think about it. Sarone actually met the first president of the Supernatural Club. He adds that Mike H. Olds, the legend of the Magic Association, was also a founding member, and he heard the person who created the Istos formula was one too. Hiroki is shocked that so many amazing people came from that club. That reminds Nate to tell the protagonist not to forget to send letters if he finds anything really interesting. and the protagonist promises he will. After saying their goodbyes, Nada heads off, telling MC and Hiroki to stay safe and promising to write to them too. Hiroki just nods, then he tells Sarone to take care as well. They'll see each other again in a month. Later in the capital of Bachu, at Reina Ogen's mansion, she's still at the piano, and she's clearly in a terrible mood. When Rain gets there, he thinks the sound is awful, and realizes she's doing this again. He mutters that the witch has evolved into a sorceress, then notices the scary aura around her. She's obviously in some kind of trance. He wonders how many days she's been like this, and figures breaking her focus would get him far worse than just a beating. So he decides to sneak in, grab his stuff, and leave quietly. That plan ends fast when a shoe smacks him in the head. She says she was wondering what little rat was creeping around there, then realizes it's him and tells him to hand over his report card. That set him off. Ryan snaps, asking if she thinks he's a little kid, and why he has to show her his report card. Ryan tells him he'd better listen while she's still being nice. A moment later, he's on the floor covered in blood, and she's holding the report card. The second she reads it, she freezes in shock. He got a perfect 30 out of 30 and still ranked dead last. Staring at him, she asks if he's lost his mind. Then she brings up the mistake about him learning to use the gem, even joking if it's some kind of fake pregnancy. Ryan shrugs it off, who cares, that's how it ended. She calls him an idiot and asks what's so hard about learning the gem. He says he just can't do it. When he tries to leave, she grabs him and asks where he thinks he's going, saying he's staying home. After this, he's supposed to go see their grandpa. Ryan refuses, saying he already has plans and promised to go on a trip. That makes Ryan stop and ask what trip and who he's going with. While pressing him down, she reminds him he doesn't have any friends, and asks who would even travel with him. Ryan realizes he needs to choose his words very carefully. If he says he's going with Sarone, she'll definitely kill him. And with the way she's glaring now, that doesn't feel like a joke. Thinking there's nothing uglier than jealousy, he curses him in his head for not having to deal with this side of his sister. Then he suddenly asks if she knows the Yusin family. He says they have a daughter named Tess. Reina clearly doesn't buy it and asks why a famous family's daughter would ever go on a trip with him. But then Reina spots an opening and bolts. Reina immediately yells for him to stop. Even as he runs for his life, she watches him go and wonders when he'll ever learn. He can fight all he wants, but in her eyes, he'll never surpass her. Then she orders a carriage. She wants to see who gets to crash first. Meanwhile, on the road, Sarone hears that Ray became a certified knight, and he's genuinely happy for him. The butler confirms it, saying Rai passed with top marks and is now busy serving on the front lines. He also says Reina became the concert master of the kingdom's 7th orchestra. The family head is still as busy as ever, and the elder retired and went back to Kresha. The protagonist jokes that Reina got incredibly important but is still just as crazy. Then he asks Temrian about Reina, since he heard he's there too. Temrian says he can't share much, but he can say Reina is now a certified Class 6 swordsman. Still, Tamir warns him not to bring up the oldest son when they arrive. Sarone notices the mood turns strange and starts wondering if something serious happened. At first he thinks maybe Raisin became some kind of black sheep, but that doesn't feel right since the family head loves his kids, so maybe it's political. He asks how Raisin is doing, knowing he'll probably see him soon. But Tamirin says they haven't heard anything from him in 6 months. MC laughs and says that sounds exactly like Rayan. He figures it's probably more from embarrassment than anything else. Then, after a long time away, he finally gets home and opens the door, only to get the shock of his life. He has no idea what's going on. There are beer bottles everywhere, and 2 full glasses are sitting on the table. Inside, Ryan is talking with the protagonist's dad like their family, even calling him dad while praising the pork. The protagonist's father proudly says, of course it's good, adds that pork goes best with beer, and tells Ryan to grab some more. Ryan happily agrees, clearly having the time of his life hanging out with MC's father. MC just stares, stunned to see him there, and asks his dad what in the world is going on. Ryan, meanwhile, is thrilled to finally see him, and his father rushes over too. He hugs the protagonist tight and asks if he's doing well. The protagonist recoils, saying he reeks like beer. Then he asks what these two are doing in his house. He'd been looking forward to his first reunion after so long away, but he pictured his mom and dad happily welcoming him home like a kid coming back from a school trip. Instead, he's standing there asking why Ryan is in his house, and his father explains that Ryan has been waiting there for him for 2 whole days. He even helped cut wood and hunt. Sarone's dad thinks that's amazing, and Ryan puffs up proudly, saying that's just what a man does. Then MC's mom finally shows up, and he instantly realizes she's the only sane person in the house. He runs to her, calling out, and hugs her tight, the reunion he actually wanted. She's overjoyed that her little boy is finally back. When he asks if things were hard without him, she says not at all. The Odin family helped a lot while he was gone. He realizes this is the kind of homecoming he wanted, but his mom is already glaring at his father, saying he's drinking on the very day their son comes home. He awkwardly backs down because she's completely right. Sarones then asks Ryan about the rumor that he hasn't been speaking to his family and whether he's gone back at all. Ryan just asks why he would. He's doing great right here. The excuse is terrible, and the protagonist doesn't let it slide. He asks if Ryan did something, and that question lands perfectly. Ryan immediately starts sweating. MC can tell it's not that Ryan doesn't want to go home, it's that he can't. The whole thing starts bothering him, but Ryan quickly turns to MC's father and says now's not the time, they should go chop some wood. His dad lights up and says now that's what he likes to hear, asking how about the men spend some quality time together. Their mom panics and asks if he's really planning to grab an axe right after drinking. She tells him to go upstairs and sleep instead. The protagonist, exhausted from just arriving, says he can't do much anyway, it's been a long trip. Still, he tells his mom it's fine, and says they'll be back soon. She warns them it's dangerous to head into the mountain in that condition, but Saron tells her not to worry because he's going with them to keep both of them alive. That makes her pause. Something feels different. Did MC really just calmly say everything would be fine because he was going too? It's only been 6 months since she last saw him, but he feels like a completely different person. On the way, Ryan asks Saron if he wants to make a bet. The loser has to follow the winner's orders. The challenge is simple. Whoever drops a tree in fewer hits wins. He is caught off guard while his dad starts laughing. The protagonist can't help feeling like he's done this before. Out in the forest, Ryan rushes a tree and swings, catching MC off guard. He gets excited and asks if that was the gem, but Ryan says no. There's no reason to use the gem just to cut down one tree. Then he says maybe he's only getting started. With that, he raises the axe again for another strike. Saron stares in surprise as he recognizes it. It's thunder attack. The tree is blown apart, and when the protagonist's axe touches it, the whole thing splits clean through. Saron is stunned and asks if Ryan learned Sword Massacre. Ryan happily says yes, adding that he's not the same man MC met before. Hearing that, he feels relieved. Ryan really did it, and he had been worried about what would happen if he failed. Ryan remembers their fight from before and says that after seeing the protagonist use Thunder Attack, or rather Sword Massacre, he asked MC's father to teach it to him. His dad explains that he first asked Ryan how he managed to use Thunder Attack, and after hearing everything, he decided to teach him. Looking at the result now, he can tell all that training paid off. He starts seeing Ryan in a new way, as a real friend. Even though he's a noble, he asked politely to be taught, and more than anything, he refused to give up until he reached his goal. Ryan asks if the protagonist saw that and reminds him he said it wouldn't be easy. Then he asks if the protagonist still thinks he can win. The protagonist points out that to beat that, he'd need to fell the tree in one hit. As he walks toward a tree, Ryan tells him to use the axe. MC says it's fine, he won't need it. He steps up to the tree and only places a hand on it, leaving both of them stunned. Then he simply closes his eyes and calls up his mana. A moment later, they realize it's wind gathering in his hand. Saron releases a light burst into the tree, and the others have no idea what just happened. Then the trunk gives a sharp crack. It slides to the side with a perfectly clean cut. He dropped it with a single touch, then tells them he won. Ryan asks what kind of magic that was and what he just did. He says it's called wind cut. He asks if it isn't amazing, and his dad, still in disbelief, asks if that was really magic. He thought it was some weird circus trick. Then he tells the protagonist they probably won't ever have to worry about running out of firewood again. The protagonist says he can handle it, and Ryan is blown away. It's only been 6 months, but he knew from the start he was right. MC has grown like crazy. Sometime later, he remembers he can give Rian orders, so his first command is simple: go gather that wood. Rian gets annoyed, saying he was going to do it anyway since he had no choice. That night back at home, they all gather around the table and eat dinner while talking, with Saron looking happier than ever. It's a warm family moment they haven't had in months. Rian feels happy seeing the boys smile like that. Later, when they're lying down to sleep, Ryan asks if the protagonist is planning to go to the floating isles too. Saron says yes. He wants to look into a place called the Kurgo Ruins. Ryan asks what that is. Some kind of school activity? MC says even if it isn't, there's nothing wrong with looking around a little, since he heard it's a great tourist spot. Ryan agrees and says the place is amazing. Still, he asks if he is really okay with that condition, that he has to bring a girl along. The protagonist starts thinking about the trip being for couples, and is shocked. Ryan assumes he'd find a girlfriend at the Swordsman Academy. Ryan teases him, saying MC clearly isn't focusing on studying. It's suspicious that he came here instead of going home. MC doesn't have much of a comeback. He just says it's not a big deal, and that she isn't his girlfriend. Even so, Ryan begs him to at least say he has someone he can bring, while thinking this is the biggest problem in the whole plan. In his head, Ryan calls Saron an idiot. The guy couldn't even look his sister in the eye, so how would he know any girls? If this fails, Ryan figures he'll have no choice but to tell Tess the truth. So he tells him that if he really doesn't know anyone, then fine, but he says it's okay. He says he'll bring his girlfriend. That almost makes Ryan lose it. Even Saron's parents, listening from outside, are stunned by what he just said. Ryan immediately asks again if the protagonist really has a girlfriend. He thinks that witch definitely won't be happy when she hears this. MC doesn't get what he means, so Ryan quickly says it's nothing. Then he asks if Regnus is doing well, saying it must have been nice growing up with such a cool older sister. He sounds a little sad about being an only child. Ryan says he thinks she's fine, and he finds that answer kind of strange, but lets it go. Ryan goes back to asking about the protagonist's girlfriend and wants to know if she's pretty. MC hesitates for a second, then admits that yeah, she's really pretty. That shocks Ryan all over again. He tells him not to get his hopes up because she might not agree to come. Ryan says he has to make her agree and asks if he can do that. He, with no real way out, gives in to his desperate friend. A few days later, Ryan has to go back home to get ready for the trip, and the protagonist heads out to get his so-called girlfriend to agree. Before leaving, they say goodbye to the protagonist's father and tell him they'll be back later. His mother tells him to take a 4-leaf clover with him. Even looking right at it, Saron asks what it is, and she reminds him that she made it into a 4-leaf clover charm. She brings up the time long ago when she was very sick. Back then, MC did something for her. She remembers waking up from a terrible fever and feeling something wet on her forehead. When she sat up, she found him asleep by her bed. He had covered the whole bed with 4-leaf clovers, and his father was passed out beside him like a rock. She says the protagonist had picked every 4-leaf clover on the mountain. The protagonist remembers finding them back then with help from his spirit zone, and realizes she still remembers all of it. His parents hug him, saying this is his first time going that far, and his father tells him to be careful. MC says he's only going to a friend's house today and will leave for the trip the next day. Meanwhile, Ryan thinks MC's personality really does resemble his parents. Then his mother walks over to Ryan and tells him to take the charm too. He thanks her shyly but asks her not to call him young master. He tells them not to worry, as Saron's knight, he'll protect him with his life. Hearing that, she decides to trust the protagonist to him. On the way, the protagonist explains that the Karmas family ranks first among the noble houses of the kingdom of Tormia. Their bloodline carries a special memory-based gift called the Karmas Eye. Because of it, they can learn things 10 times faster than normal people. Even so, they don't chase power. Their family tradition values individuality more, so each member stands out in a different field. People call the Karmas the stars of the continent. Now the protagonist is standing at the gate of their huge estate, thinking he didn't have time to send a letter, so he came in person instead. Still, he starts to wonder what he'll do if she isn't home, and his resolve begins to shake. He even considers waiting there until she comes back. The guards at the gate grow suspicious, seeing a boy just standing there. Saron looks away for a moment, then ends up making eye contact with them. They ask who he is. He introduces himself as MC and asks if Amy is home, explaining that he's her friend from the Magic Academy. One of the guards starts to relax after hearing that and figures he really is just a friend. Still, he thinks boys like this start showing up the second vacation begins. The protagonist seems pretty confident too, and even royalty can't enter that place easily. So the guard says he'll go check for a moment. He quietly tells the younger guard beside him to go inside and confirm it. But one look at Saron seems to throw the kid off. When he doesn't move, the older guard snaps at him to hurry up. The younger one is trembling the whole time. Then, just as he looks ready to draw his sword, he suddenly grabs a horse and rides off. The older guard is left wondering what is wrong with that boy. Something about MC feels strange to him, not normal at all. He even starts thinking MC might be a disciple from some famous family, and tries to ask which one. But then the other guard comes running back, calling for the commander. The older man is surprised he returned so fast and assumes he'll need a good excuse in case Saron gets upset. He asks what happened. Did she say she was busy? Instead, the guard says orders came down to let the boy in. At first, the commander tries to send the protagonist away, but the moment he hears that, his eyes nearly pop out. He asks if the guard is serious, and the answer is yes. Right then, a luxurious carriage rolls up to the gate. The guard announces that Lady Amy is coming out personally. The horses are dressed just as grandly, and when the carriage stops, they hear that she gave orders for him to be escorted inside. The commander can barely process what's happening. Then a broad older man steps out from the carriage, and the two guards quickly straighten up and welcome the boy to the Karmas estate. The man who stepped out also greets the protagonist and introduces himself as Adel, the head butler. Saron introduces himself in return and feels relieved that Amy is home. Meanwhile, the two guards nearby wonder if some special event is happening that they somehow didn't know about. They're shocked that even the head butler came out in person. Adele tells the protagonist that this may sound rude, but before taking him to the main house, he wants to confirm one thing. The protagonist asks what that means, and Adele says he only wants to verify MC's identity to make sure he really is who he claims to be. He asks what he's talking about. Adele explains that Miss Amy said, if it's the protagonist, bring him in right away. So he took that to mean the boy should only be admitted if he truly is the protagonist. MC isn't sure what to make of that, though he has to admit it does sound exactly like something Amy would say. He can even picture her saying it. What confuses him is that Adele took it so literally. So he asks how the butler plans to confirm his identity. Adele answers that it's his duty to verify anyone who wants to pass through those gates. He also says he has the authority and power to do it, and the way he says it is far from friendly. He asks what he means, but suddenly he's dragged into a spirit zone that nearly drowns him. It feels like he's been thrown to the bottom of the sea. He can't breathe, starts panicking, and wonders what is happening. Every organ in his body feels like it's being crushed. He can't believe this is really happening. Adele is using pressure on him with his mana, forcing him downward and nearly suffocating Saron. Even in that crushing space, the protagonist doesn't fall. He stays standing. The guards recognize the eye technique, pressure, a terrifying skill that sends compressed emotions straight into the target. They're shocked. Adele is using a technique normally meant for punishment on that boy. They even wonder if this is going too far, but Adele keeps staring hard at the boy, clearly interested. Saron stays calm, meeting Adele's eyes without showing any reaction. That makes Adele wonder if the boy is still holding on, and he realizes there may be more to MC than he thought. Saying he didn't want to use full force, Adele increases the pressure even more, pushing him deeper into that sea-like space. Saron tells himself to calm down. They're just emotions and he can control them. In that sea of pressure, he starts to float back up toward the surface. Adele can't understand it. He's using all his power, but the boy is still standing. The protagonist is sweating and struggling to breathe, yet he doesn't break. He just keeps staring Adele in the eye. Adele says no one should be able to resist this technique with willpower alone, but then he thinks maybe if someone can, that person is either a fool, a monk who reached Vajrayana, or a complete madman. Still, he can't help wondering what kind of thing this boy has inside him, as he looks at Saron with new respect. Now Adele understands why they call him the Infinite Mage. With that, he decides he's seen enough to know this really is MC. The tension breaks, and Adele steps back. He stays quiet while Adele apologizes over and over, asking the boy to forgive an old man's rudeness. He says failing to recognize an honored guest is a serious offense, and he'll gladly accept any punishment. But the protagonist says this must have been an order from the head of the family. Adele denies it right away. He says this was all his idea, and the family head had nothing to do with it. Saron asks why he did it. Adele explains that this is the first time Amy has ever brought a friend home, so he wanted to see the boy for himself. Hearing that, MC realizes Adele is basically acting like a protective grandfather. If even the guards and the head butler are like this, Amy must be deeply loved in this family. That thought makes him suddenly nervous, and Adele tells him he doesn't need to be. Even so, Adele adds that what waits inside may go beyond the protagonist's expectations, and that only makes him more anxious. Because of that, he heads toward the house with growing nerves. Inside, Amy is just as nervous, realizing the boy really came. Once Saron enters, he's amazed by how beautiful everything is. He praises the garden, and Adele tells him the fountain was designed by Amy herself. Adele explains that every member of the family has a space of their own to decorate however they like, and MC starts to understand this household better. He notices the fountain seems built around how light bends and reflects, saying it really does feel like something Amy would make. That surprises Adele, and he explains that every descendant of the Karmas family has the Crimson Eye. Because of that, they're gifted in every field. Maybe that's why the family avoids getting involved in personal matters, unless they absolutely must. Even when the Academy was attacked, the Patriarch only made sure Amy was safe, and then trusted the Academy's judgment. Saron starts to understand what that means. Amy was almost killed, and even then her father didn't interfere. Adele says that doesn't mean the family lacks love. It's simply their tradition. As a result, Amy picked up a strong habit of wandering off on her own, and he knows very well how dangerous that can be. Still, Adele says Amy has changed a lot lately. She's been enjoying herself more, just like the rest of the family, and he believes the protagonist is the reason, so he thanks him for that. Saron is caught off guard and asks if he really did something like that. Adele says he's sure of it, as they keep walking, and when they finally step inside, MC grows even more tense. He still worries that Amy might reject his request. Then Adele calls out to the Patriarch, saying Miss Amy's friend has arrived, and someone suddenly runs in with an excited scream that nearly makes him jump out of his skin. She rushes up to him, thrilled that he's actually a boy, and introduces herself as Isis Karmas, the lady of the mansion. Saron thinks she looks just like Amy. He politely starts to introduce himself, but the moment he offers his hand, she grabs it and tells him to forget formalities. Then she drags him along by the arm while he has no idea what's happening, shouting for her husband that Amy's boyfriend is here. At that point, the protagonist can only freeze under the pressure of this family. He tries to explain what he really is, but then the Patriarch arrives, asking what exactly his wife just said. Saron looks at him and notices a huge ring on his hand. The man gives off the air of a real dangerous mob boss. Shakora Karmas repeats the words slowly. Amy's boyfriend? MC immediately tries to deny it, terrified, saying he's not her boyfriend. But before he can clear things up, another loud and excited family member shows up, asking about this boyfriend talk. He feels like things just got worse, and Diane steps forward, ready to inspect the guy who stole his little sister's heart. Diane is the eldest son, and Alex II joins in too, both clearly wanting a good look at the boy. The protagonist is sweating so much he feels like he might dry out from fear in this house, and he thinks this is way more complicated than he expected, as the three of them stare him down. It feels like they're burning his face into their memory, but he still introduces himself as calmly as he can, saying his name is Saron, while nearly shaking. Then one of them suddenly sits beside him, excitedly calling him handsome, and asking if he studies at the same academy as Amy. They ask if he's already in the graduate class, and he says no, he's in class 5. The moment he says that, everyone changes expression and asks what he's talking about. MC is stunned by the way they look at him. He quickly tries to fix it by saying he'll be in class 4 next semester. That only makes them take it even more seriously before they suddenly burst out laughing, completely changing their mood. Saron is more confused than ever. They ask what he means by class 4 and class 5, wondering if the academy even has that kind of system. At the same time, they ask when Amy became a graduate. He has no clue what they're talking about. Now he feels totally lost, surrounded by these maniacs, and then Amy shows up, asking what they're doing and why they're bothering her guest. Saron realizes they were messing with him the whole time, and their faces make that pretty obvious. They admit it was funny seeing how stiff he got. Then Amy takes the protagonist to her room. He's surprised by it since the decorations are much cuter than he expected from her usual personality. One of the family members says that's just how she is. She'll always be their cute little sister. Amy keeps drinking her tea, clearly annoyed, and before long they crowd around MC again. Dion asks how he won her over, while another starts guessing that Amy must have fallen for him as a real man. Dion shuts that down and says MC seems more thoughtful, so maybe he charmed her with words. Then their mother jumps in and bluntly asks if they're dating. She gets more and more worked up, then yells that yes, they're dating, so everyone should be happy now, and kicks them all out. The others are left stunned. They start wondering if this is actually serious, because apparently they weren't taking it that seriously before. From inside, Saron asks if everything's okay. He explains they were only pretending to date at the academy, and he doesn't think they need to fool her family too. Amy tells him it's fine, they don't really care anyway. She says she had to do it before they got even more annoying. He feels like he only caused her more trouble and apologizes, saying he should have sent a letter before showing up out of nowhere. Amy tells him it's fine since he's just visiting a friend's house. Then she asks why he really came, saying she doubts it was just to talk. The protagonist gets awkward and says he actually has a favor to ask. That makes her even more curious, because now she really wants to know. So she asks what the favor is, and Saron asks if she'd like to go with him to the floating islands. Amy nearly chokes on her tea. She asks if it's just going to be the two of them on an island, and he explains that his friend Ryan was the one who suggested it. MC adds that Ryan said he'd be bringing someone too, so MC needed to bring someone as well. Amy is surprised and asks if the person Ryan is bringing is a girl. He wonders how she figured that out when he never said it. Meanwhile, she keeps her cup over her face because she's blushing hard underneath. In her head, this is obviously a double date. She starts thinking about that outing and gets sweaty and nervous, wondering why he would invite her to something like this. Good thing her cup is big enough to hide how embarrassed she is. She remembers that it never bothered her much when they were only pretending to date, and wonders why this feels so different now, almost to the point of making her panic. Still, she asks why he chose her, since he definitely has friends in the higher classes. She points out that she's already in the graduate class, and says everyone there is busy training, not wasting time on fun trips. So he turns to Amy and plainly says she's the only one he could ask. That nearly makes her lose it. She spits her tea all over him, completely flustered. Saron just freezes, too stunned to react after getting blasted in the face with tea. Red from ear to ear, Amy asks what on earth he means. Then she tells him to hurry up and clean himself because it's gross, even though she's the one who spat on him. While he wipes himself off, Amy gets awkward and admits this whole thing is really bothering her. Her mind goes back to the day he caught her when she fell. She starts wondering why he had that look on his face when he rushed straight toward her, back when he saved her. Was it because he thought he couldn't keep his promise? Or was that idiot actually into her? The more she thinks about it, the more flustered she gets, and then she starts asking herself when it even began. Saron asks if she remembers what he told her that day, and she's not sure. He says it's about someone named Miro, and Amy asks if he means the president of the Supernatural Club, the one he said was trapped in another dimension. He tells her that's right. Then he says he also has a theory. He thinks the immortal function is tied to faster than light speed. That's why he wants to learn more about her. Amy is surprised, and Saron adds that the professor said he could investigate the Kurgo ruins. Since Raon invited her to the Galleon Islands, the protagonist wants to stop by there on the way. That makes Amy relax, though part of her seems a little let down. MC really doesn't get a maiden's heart. Once Amy finally understands what he was trying to say, she explains that the Kurgo ruins are outside the kingdom of Tormia and fall under the Galleon Islands government. If you want someone who can handle danger or any surprise trouble there, then yeah, she's the right person. He tries to say that's not exactly what he meant, even if deep down he knows she's right. Amy then starts thinking maybe the real reason he chose her is because, even if they didn't get along at first, everything they've been through helped them understand each other. She remembers when he first came to the school as a kid, and how, little by little, they grew closer. She says they've worked hard to protect each other, and all those moments from the past came together to build the trust they share now. Just thinking about that bond starts to move her. Then she says that if he needs this kind of backup, he can't be chasing something out of simple curiosity. Amy stands up and thinks it over. Maybe he's looking for answers. Remembering everything they've been through, she figures he's trying to solve the questions he's carried ever since crossing dimensions, and she remembers that empty look he had on his face right after waking up. She wonders what worries he's been hiding all this time, and at this point she can't pretend she doesn't know. Then she asks herself who else would worry about him this much. That thought gets her all worked up, especially when she remembers how he kept rejecting her help during the teleport exam. In the end, she agrees to go with him, and Saron lights up. Amy says she'll join him on the trip to the Galleon Islands. The very next day, at the O family mansion, Tess shows up and politely says it's nice to meet them. Ryan's father is surprised to see her there. He says he's heard a lot about the Elzine family, and asks if they're that famous family of diplomats. Then he asks if her father is doing well, while Ryan is internally celebrating because everything is going according to plan. Ryan explains that after hiding out at Saron's house for a while, he called Tess as soon as he finished the shield. He's sure this will get him permission to travel. He's convinced the plan will work. Tess adds that even with so much to do, her father never skips a day of sword training. But in his head, Ryan knows she has no clue where her father is or what he's really doing. As far as she knows, she just wants to travel, nothing more. Bishop says that's only natural. Her father built his family through the sword after all. He says their styles are different too. His is known for direct swordsmanship, while the Elzines are known for precision. He also points out that she's a student at the Sword Academy, then tells Ryan it's unusual to see him dating such a proper young lady. Ryan nervously blurts out that they're not dating at all, they're just friends. Tess clearly doesn't like that answer and shoots him a look, while Ryan quickly asks if he'll allow the trip. He says the academy has been really tough and they need time to recover in both body and mind. Bishop answers that Ryan really did work hard. After all, he even unlocked his shime. Looking at that test record, Bishop gets excited with a proud grin. He sees the certificate showing Ryan passed the muscle enchantment test. Ryan knows that once people find out it was all a mistake, the paper won't mean anything. Still, it's good enough to fool his father for now. But then he notices something and starts getting nervous. Bishop is staring at him, deeply moved, saying again that his son really worked hard. That makes Ryan feel guilty, because there's no way his father has ever looked this happy about him before. He even thinks this is the first time he's seen that expression since he was born. Then Bishop asks where his report card is. Ryan says his older sister has it and said she'd show it to their grandfather. Bishop asks if that's so, and then Ryan asks if he can go get it. His father doesn't quite get why, and Ryan reminds him it's about the thing he promised. If Ryan unlocked his shemaj, his grandfather's sword. With that sly look, he's clearly setting something up. Bishop agrees, a promise is a promise. As Ryan heads upstairs, Bishop says he should start training in the sword techniques of Zajand, but for now, just getting used to holding the sword is enough. Then Bishop asks something odd. Didn't he say this trip was for rest? So why does he want to bring a sword? By then, Ryan is already standing in front of the great sword. Looking at it, he thinks this is his grandfather's giant straight blade, the sword he's wanted to hold since he was a child. It's the symbol of Zajin swordsmanship, the soul of the family, and he's seriously thinking of using it. Then the sword comes loose and lurches toward him, and Ryan thinks that of course if someone without Shema touches that blade, it should become nothing more than a heavy useless sword, but instead he actually lifts it. Using only his own arm strength, he swings it up and points it forward. To him, it doesn't matter whether he should be able to use it or not. He throws it onto his back anyway. Then he remembers Saron saying a few days earlier that, after they took a short break, he planned to investigate the Kurgo ruins alone. Ryan had immediately asked what he was talking about, and why he'd go into a place like that by himself. He said something could happen, so Ryan didn't need to come. Ryan answered that that's exactly why he should go. He asked what kind of knight would fail to protect his master. There's no way he's letting the protagonist enter that place alone. He declares that he'll go too, and that this trip will be his first mission as the protagonist's knight. That's exactly why he took the massive sword. While he's fired up, the butler informs the patriarch that young Master Saron has arrived. That catches all three of them off guard. MC walks in with Amy, fully dressed up, and the protagonist asks if they're doing well. Bishop says he heard things are going well for them at the academy. The protagonist replies that he was promoted to Class 4, and says it's all thanks to him. Bishop asks what he means, and says that result came from his own hard work. Still, it hasn't been long since he enrolled, and he's already in Class 4. Bishop says he knew the boy was talented, but this is still amazing. Then he asks who the young lady beside him is, whether she's his partner, and she introduces herself. She says her name is Amy Karmas. At that, everyone there is shocked, even Tess. Bishop's eyes go wide. He thought she seemed familiar, but for her to be a Karmas is unbelievable. In both name and status, that's one of the highest families there is. For someone like her to be Sarona's partner changes everything. Bishop had honestly treated Ryan's knight's oath like the downfall of one of his sons, but now he has to worry about whether Ryan might end up holding the protagonist back. Then Bishop says that if Ryan finally unlocked his Shema and both boys can build ties with important families, he can't hide how happy he is as a father. Ryan quickly cuts in and says they're leaving, adding that they'll be gone a little over 10 days. He clearly wants to get out of there fast, but his father tosses a bag to him. Ryan startles, and Bishop tells him to use it for travel expenses. Bishop tosses him a bag of gold, and Ryan thinks he really needs to get out of there fast. If the truth comes out, the best case result is losing a leg. So he says they're leaving now and drags the mirror along, trying to get everyone moving. He calls out to Tamirin and asks for a carriage to the port. Tamirin agrees and wishes them a safe trip. The servant starts to leave, still uneasy, since he can only keep this hidden for 10 minutes at most. Even so, he tells them good luck. That's because Ryan had just delivered Ryan's real report card. Ryan says there's no time to deal with it now, they just need to run. Then one of the guards warns that the carriage may not be safe because the wheels are badly worn. Ryan still wants to leave right away, while Tess admits this is nothing like what she expected. Since MC is Ryan's master, she thought he'd be some wild brute. Instead, MC seems more like a noble young master, and the girl with him is from the Karmas family. To her, that's insane. Tess says she should introduce herself. She tells Amy that she's from the Ozine family, and Amy politely says it's nice to meet her. He introduces himself too, using his full name, Aaron. Tess pauses, she's never heard that name before. She asks about Aaron and wonders if it's a branch of some noble house. The protagonist tells her no, he's just a commoner. That leaves her completely confused. Amy also finds it strange. She quickly glances at Ryan. As the mood turns awkward, Saron tries to calm things down. He says this is making him uncomfortable, but Tess cuts him off and smacks herself on the head, calling herself an idiot. She says it was stupid to act so embarrassingly in front of him. Then she apologizes for being rude and says she doesn't care much about status anyway. Amy just stares at her with a blank look. Their trip finally starts, and Ryan says the carriage is ready. But then his father suddenly roars from inside and unleashes a terrifying force while yelling at Ryan. He demands an answer. How dare that boy come in dead last? Furious, he charges out, ready to smash Ryan and tear the whole place apart. While Bishop explodes in rage, Saron asks what he means by last place. Did Ryan really rank that badly? But when he turns around, Ryan is already long gone. Ryan sprints off in a panic, shouting for everyone to run. The others are left behind, totally confused. MC asks what's wrong and why they're running, and Ryan admits it's true, he ranked last in school. On top of that, he still hasn't even used flame yet. He is stunned, and Thad, who already knew, has nowhere to hide his embarrassment. Saron tells him to just be honest. Why go this far just to make the trip happen? He urges Ryan to explain, if he can. Ryan says his father is a Class 4 sword officer. That revelation terrifies everyone. There's no way his father will let this slide. Sure enough, Bishop comes after them in a storm of flame, wrecking everything in his path. As they run, Ryan says there's no chance he can stop and explain now. The estate keeps getting torn apart, nearly reduced to ruins. While running, Thad looks over and sees Amy keeping up with him with ease. She grabs his arm, pulls him to the side, then takes Amy's hand and uses teleportation. She carries her companion along with her, guiding their escape as the two of them jump through the trees with magic, dodging everything in their way. They're trying to open some distance from Bishop. The way they use teleportation to avoid all those trees and obstacles is unbelievable. Brian watches in awe, wondering if this is how the world looks when everything bends and twists at insane speed. Even while they flee that fast, Thad tells Amy to look back. Bishop is still right behind them, keeping up from way too close. Then Saron shouts to Amy, telling her to hold on tight to him. The teleporting stops and she asks what's going on. The protagonist says he's going to use spatial movement. If they want to escape, the only choice is to reach their destination in an instant. Thad is left speechless, shocked that MC can use something that advanced. Saron says he didn't expect to use it out in the field, but as everyone grabs onto him, he starts casting. And just as the firestorm is about to hit, he lights up like a lamp and takes all of them into a beam of light, vanishing before Bishop can reach them, and carrying them clear out of the forest. The flaming whirlwind breaks apart. Bishop finally stops chasing them, a little frustrated. He realizes he barely missed them, and that Saron can use spatial movement too. Compared to that, his own son ranking 30th out of 30 students feels even worse. Still, he tells himself not to think that way. Even if Rowan only got judged for using Shema with brute force, Bishop can at least respect his effort. He decides this may become a good memory one day, then heads home after carving through the property and destroying nearly everything in front of him. Meanwhile, Ryan is blown away. He says it felt like the ground and sky got crushed together, and he can't even describe it. All he can say is that it was incredible. He asks what kind of magic that was, and Saron explains it was spatial movement, his first time using it in the field, so he was nervous. Amy says using it in a situation like that is extremely hard and takes huge focus, making it clear what the protagonist did was absurd. Tess, meanwhile, asks if she's the only one who has no idea what's happening. She says MC not only dodged every obstacle with teleportation, but also used spatial movement, and he's still just a student. She adds that it would be easier to accept if it were Amy, but he is on another level. Then she remembers he said he was a commoner. Amy asks when he even learned spatial movement, and though he tries to answer, Tess goes straight to the point. She asks how he learned magic at all. She'd heard that if someone can't use the Spirit Zone, they can't even enroll in the Magic Academy. Saron says he owes all of this to Ryan, and Amy clearly doesn't like where this is going. The protagonist explains that thanks to the Ojent family, he was able to enter the Magic Academy. That finally starts to make sense to Tess. She says he must have been competing with nobles since he was little, while Amy keeps the same flat expression. Brenchu jumps in and says that's not it. MC only enrolled a year and a half ago. Tess is shocked all over again. She can't believe Saron only started learning magic a year and a half ago. Now she understands why Ryan chose to swear himself to him. Then she loudly calls him a genius, which Amy clearly does not enjoy hearing. Tess quickly apologizes, saying she said something unforgivable. She apologizes to Amy too, saying she'd be furious if someone looked down on her boyfriend like that. Amy says nothing, and insists he's not her boyfriend, at least in her head. Ryan also apologizes, saying Tess doesn't know anything about the protagonist. Tess starts feeling genuinely bad for how she treated him. He explains that she's honest, not malicious. If she gets annoying over the next few days, they should just tell her. They agree, though they're still a little shaken. Tess only gets more excited, asking how anyone could think otherwise. How could someone be blessed with both a handsome face and amazing magic? Saran and Amy nearly die of embarrassment, hearing her say all that so openly with zero shame. Then she talks about Amy too, saying she used Shamari to keep up, so Amy is great at magic and MC can use Shama too. At that point, the two of them feel like their life force is draining away. He says they spent the carriage ride sharing their stories and talking excitedly. Maybe because they were around the same age, it was easy for them to connect. Everyone listened in amazement as he talked. Saran realizes that, this way he was able to share his secrets with one more friend. Eventually, they arrive at the port of Krez and head straight for the ship. The protagonist is happy since it's his first time on one. While looking out at the horizon, he asks how long it'll take to reach the island. They tell him around 5 hours, and that surprises him. Amy says she researched everything ahead of time, and Tess notices how careful and organized she is. Amy explains that the floating islands cover at least 1,500 square kilometers. The island is shaped like a crescent moon, and the northern half borders steep cliff, with a port in the south. The southern side has the residential and recreation areas. The ruins are in the east, and according to the locals, they were once a temple of the Kurgo civilization that fell 2,000 years ago. Ryan says those must be the ruins Saran wants to investigate. The protagonist gets excited when he hears about the ruins of a fallen civilization. He asks why that civilization collapsed, and the group starts talking about it. Tess gets pulled in by the whole ruin expedition idea. To her, vacations are fun, but this kind of thing is fun too. She gets even more excited, saying it feels like a real adventure since they even have mages with them. She'd heard mages were picky and hard to deal with, but if they're this cute, she has no problem with them at all. Before long, she's already getting attached to her new friends. But 5 hours later, the mood is terrible. Saran and Amy are no longer acting friendly at all. Tess starts to realize mages can be scary, and she's shaking. At first, the two girls had looked at each other and simply thought the other was really pretty. Now, even though Tess insists nobody actually did anything wrong, the tension is still there as MC and Amy stare each other down in a way that feels downright terrifying. Then he grabs Amy's arm and Ryan asks why he's acting like this, since this doesn't seem like him at all. Tess suddenly says she gets it, leaving him confused about what she means. According to her, this is a lover's quarrel. Ryan just looks at her like she's being ridiculous. To understand how things got this tense, we need to go back 1 hour, when some guys approached them. Earlier on the passenger ship heading to Galianti Island, the group had been studying. Tess asked Amy if she was the one who drew that route so perfectly. She wonders why Amy prepared so much, and everyone notices how careful and detailed she is. Ryan even thinks she draws really well, but Amy brushes it off like it's nothing special. Shyly, with her face turning red, Amy says she only did a quick bit of research on why the Kurgo civilization was destroyed. Tess finds that embarrassed look adorable, and then Saran goes over what Amy found. According to her notes, the Kurgonians worship something called lope because they use that root in religious rituals, but lope is actually a kind of stimulant. Amy explains that when someone takes lope, they enter a trance. The natives believe that trance let them connect with the gods. She goes on to say the most accepted theory is that Kurgo fell because of religious conflict, but some recent scholars think heavy lope use may have caused internal fighting too. Saran thinks that's insane. A stimulant may have brought down an entire civilization. Amy adds that their descendants now live in the Kurgo Autonomous Zone in the middle of the island. Tess says that sounds like a great place to explore, and Amy agrees. Still, she warns them that foreigners are completely banned from entering. She even asked her second older brother just to be sure, but he flat out refused to tell her how to get in. The protagonist asks if Ares wasn't an explorer. Amy says he was, then tries to remember what exactly her brother told her. What he said was that the fall of a civilization isn't something scholars can decide on their own. If someone really wants to understand it, they need to offer something more valuable than an entrance fee. The mood turns serious, as she says it. Cedric keeps thinking about that something valuable and wonders what Ares meant. Amy says she has no idea. Her brother loves talking in riddles to sound impressive. She complains that he could have just said it clearly, calling him stubborn. While MC laughs, Ryan then walks over to Tess and asks what she's thinking, if she's trying to solve the mystery. She says yes, though the mystery on her mind isn't the ruins at all. To her, the real question is obviously Amy. There's no way all this came from just a quick search. This was a full investigation, and Amy clearly came here with Saran in mind. Tess points out that Amy even pushed back important plans from her final school year. On top of that, she went out of her way to ask her grumpy brother too. Her instincts tell her one thing for sure: Amy likes him. Then they hear that they've arrived at the island, catching all four of them off guard. They can't help talking about how beautiful the water is. He is thrilled. This is his first time coming to a resort island like this. Tess leans over to Ryan and asks what he thinks about helping Saran and Amy get together. He gives her a sly grin and says that sounds like a great idea. The two quickly agree. As Ryan starts scheming, Tess gets excited too, thinking that if they play Cupid, maybe she and Ryan might get closer as well. After all, people say romance can spread. As soon as they get off on the island, people start calling out to them, telling them to stay at the Dolphin Inn. They claim it's the cheapest place on the island and promise great food. Others brag that it has the best tropical seafood around, and then baggage carriers rush over too. They offer to carry the group's luggage. Sarone keeps turning them down while Tess thinks the place is total chaos. He says he'll think about it, and Amy warns everyone to stay sharp because not all the guides here are honest. She figures the protagonist has probably never dealt with anything like this before, so if trouble starts, she'll have to take charge. Watching from behind, Tess gets all excited by how protective Amy is being. Meanwhile, a few guys nearby start watching the group. They notice the expensive clothes and how young they are, and decide they look like easy targets. Still, one of them gets nervous because MC is carrying a sword. The others brush that off and ask if they're really going to let someone else get to them first. They turn to Giz and ask what the plan is. Giz just starts blushing. He's staring at Amy like he's already fallen for her. His friends groan, asking if he's doing this again. Giz says that when you grow up in the underworld of this stinking port, sooner or later you start dreaming. In his head, he's already imagining a romantic moment with Amy, taking her to the best spot to see the city at night. He pictures showing her his greatest treasure, the view, and hearing her say it's beautiful. In that completely made-up fantasy, Amy asks why a guy like him is still stuck in a place like this. Then she invites him to go with her to the continent, and Giz tells himself that someday his chance will come too. So he tells his friends to follow him. They're going after that group. The others think he's being reckless again. They ask what if the group turns out to be missionaries or something, but Giz tells them to relax. He bets they're just students and asks if they forgot who he is. Calling himself the Great Giz, the King of Giz, he hypes himself up. His own friends clearly don't buy it, but they still go with him. They head over to Sarone's group. Giz greets them with a big welcome to Galianti Island, introduces himself as a local guide, and asks if they're students. He says yes, and Giz keeps the conversation going. He asks if they came for vacation and what school they're from, but while talking, he keeps thinking Amy looks even prettier up close. Amy says they came from Alpheus Magic School. Giz is stunned. He never expected they were students from a place that prestigious. Then he looks at the other two and says Tess is pretty big for a mage. She immediately gets offended and snaps back that they're from Skyzen Swordsmanship School, asking how he can call a lady big like that. Giz quickly apologizes and says he meant it as a compliment, but Amy is already watching the boys carefully, trying to move things along. Giz says fine, then suggests they get started. Before the group can even react, he and the others grab the luggage, leaving everyone surprised. Sarone notices right away and asks how much this is going to cost. Giz says the total is 5 gold. The protagonist does not like that at all. His expression hardens as he asks if Giz is serious. Giz insists he is, saying the price covers guiding them, carrying their bags, calling a carriage, and setting up lodging and meals. He boasts that he's not some amateur, he's a local, and his service is special. Tess immediately says 5 gold is a complete ripoff, and MC agrees it sounds way too expensive. Giz starts yelling, saying they're wearing him out. He asks what they expect him to do, since while they were arguing, all the other customers left. Then he demands to know if they're going to take responsibility for that or not. Amy steps in and tells him plainly that they do not need a guide. The moment he looks at her, his sweet fantasy shatters. The girl he imagined inviting him to the continent is gone, replaced by Amy in full no-nonsense mode. She tells them to take the 5 gold and disappear. His friends instantly ask if they can really accept it and move toward the money, getting greedy fast. Giz can only stare in disbelief. Then he gets furious, throws an arm in front of his friends and asks Amy if he looks like a beggar to her. His friends are confused since they were already ready to take the money. Giz demands to know who she thinks she is to look down on him, asking if she thinks she's that amazing. Amy coldly says yes. It's just been a while since she last had to put someone like him in his place, so she almost forgot. She starts getting ready to punch him in the face, but everyone rushes to hold her back and beg her not to do it. They try to hold Amy back and Tess tells her not to start trouble. They all know where they came from. Amy says that's exactly why these guys are pushing it. If they let this slide, they'll keep getting squeezed by punks like Giz, and their bags might vanish too. She's sure there's a gang behind this. In her head, Amy figures it's probably one of those groups that use homeless or orphaned kids. Sarone looks shocked, but he isn't focused on the argument anymore. He's staring past Giz at someone walking behind him. That person gives him a smile, and Sarone understands what it means. So he grabs Amy's arm and she and the other two are left stunned. He firmly tells her that's enough and says they should leave. Amy asks why he's stopping her. She says he knows exactly what kind of people they really are. The protagonist says he does. Even so, he doesn't want her to have to do something like that. Her eyes go wide while Giz turns red watching the two of them. Then he tells them to hand it over. He snatches the coins and when his friends ask what he's doing, he shoots back. Would they want to live being treated like that? He calls Sarone's group a pack of stuck-up nobles and says now he's curious what it feels like to toss gold at someone. Must feel amazing. Then he flings the coins right into Amy's face. Amy doesn't even look at him. Her eyes stay on the protagonist. Giz says he gets it now, then turns like he's about to leave, but Amy is still staring at Sarone. She says they'll go get a wagon and walks off without even looking at Giz. MC stays behind, looking down, and Ryan asks why he's acting like this. He says this isn't like him. Tess, on the other hand, says Amy honestly didn't do anything wrong, so the fact that he didn't take her side bothers Tess. She wonders if this is empathy. Maybe he feels for those boys because their situation is similar to his. Then her mind jumps to romance and she grumbles that it's probably some lousy one-sided love. Apparently she thinks she's starting to like Rain a lot. Meanwhile, Giz's friends start yelling at him, calling him insane. They ask why he did that. 5 gold coins could have covered their fees for days. Giz fires back, asking if they have no pride at all. He says Amy offered that money like she was tossing scraps to a beggar. Did they really want to take it anyway? One of them shrugs. Money is money. Giz says that attitude is exactly why people see him as a beggar. The boy still doesn't get what the issue is. Then he blurts out the real reason. Giz fell for that red-headed girl. Giz turns bright red and denies it, saying only a lunatic would fall for someone like her. His friend says he went into his stupid pride mode again because the girl he likes was right there. Another says he should give it up. After the way she threw around gold, she has to be some high-ranking noble. Giz ignores them. None of that matters. He says, one day he'll be the one ruling this port, so nobles like her are nothing to him. But then a menacing voice starts laughing and asks what they're doing there. All 3 boys freeze in fear. The tough guy with gold-covered fingers steps in, chewing that herb I may have mentioned before. He cracks his hand and brings up the money, asking if this happened again. They realize it's Falcoa and nervously ask why he's here. Meanwhile, back in the capital, inside the Magic Association's interrogation room in the 3rd Division of the Investigation Department, someone is begging them to please stop hitting him. A brutal interrogation is underway, and the room is covered in blood. The man being beaten asks what he's even getting hit for, while the one holding a bloodied pipe admits he never actually explained. The guy looks more like a mobster than an investigator, but he really is from the 3rd Division. He keeps pounding the man on the floor, who's already wrecked and missing both legs. The victim says this was supposed to be an investigation. Instead, all this man does is beat people. The one getting worked over is a suspect in the magic school attack, a B-rank criminal and fugitive. It's Lucas, the mercenary who fought the group before. At this point, he's not running anywhere. Sakari keeps beating him and says that was just the warm-up. On the floor, Lucas is terrified of what comes next. Then Sakari grabs him by the hair, throws him aside and tells Lucas that he's the vice leader of the Papagai's gang. He grabs Lucas by the head and demands to know who the leader is. This investigation has zero gentleness and Sakari tells him to just spit it out. Lucas says he finally asked the right question. He says the leader is Falcoa. The same Falcoa now has the boys who already got beaten dragged in front of him. He asks Giz why he turned down the money. Giz is in terrible shape after the beating. Falcoa says that because of his dumb pride they lost 5 gold coins. Giz is crushed. He saw the whole thing happen. Falcoa says Giz has no idea how exhausting it is to keep an organization like this running, or how much work he puts into it every day. The other boys watch in terror while Giz gets hit again. Now drooling on the floor after all the crying and beating, Giz hears Falcoa say the situation gives him only one choice. He needs compensation. Then he brings up that red-haired girl Giz was talking to and orders him to bring her over. Falco says he'll make her pay. Giz starts crying inside, cursing him in his head. Now he's even trying to target nobles. At the same time, Amani still looks shaken and down. Thad calls her over and asks if this place isn't amazing, especially with that sunset view. Amani admits the island really is beautiful and asks how Thad found out about it. Thad says, when you've got connections, anything's possible. Meanwhile, Ryan keeps watching Cerrone. Something is bothering him. While the protagonist looks over the area, Ryan pulls out that 4-leaf charm he got from MC's mother and remembers her saying that Cerrone definitely has something on his mind. He can't tell them. Because of his age, she believed he'd need help from a close friend. Remembering that, Ryan decides to act. He asks everyone if they want to grab a snack. Then he says it's almost dinner anyway, and Thad asks why they don't just eat out, since there seem to be lots of restaurants nearby. Ryan says that's exactly the point. He already has an idea. Why not cook for themselves? The other 3 get curious, and Thad says she's fine with that since she can cook. Amy starts wondering if she should try cooking too, and Cerrone asks, surprised if she can cook at all. Amy says of course she can. If he thinks being a noble's daughter means she never learned, he's wrong. He says in that case, how about a contest? Ryan quickly grabs Thad and says the 2 of them will go against the protagonist and Amy. The girls will write down what they need and their partners will go get the ingredients. Thad thinks Ryan did great. This might help those 2 make up. Then she adds one more idea. The losing team should get a penalty. The losers will wash the dishes together. Cerrone says he has no problem with that. It sounds fun. Ami agrees too. So they start making the list and the 2 boys head out to buy what they need, leaving the girls behind. Ami instantly switches into battle mode and starts fixing her hair while the others get the ingredients ready. Thad laughs and thinks now it's time for girl talk. She's ready to make her move. At the same time, Ryan is thinking the exact same thing. Now it's time for the guys to talk. Meanwhile, Giz is completely wrecked as he heads off on what feels like a suicide mission, bringing Ami to Falcoa. At the same time, Thad thinks that even if she loses, she still wins in the end. Pretty genius. As Cerrone walks calmly with Ryan, Ryan asks if this is his first time dealing with something like this. He means the clash MC had with Ami, though MC doesn't quite get what he's asking. So Ryan asks if Amy's words hurt him, especially when she started assuming things about orphans. Ryan remembers when his father revealed that he was adopted, not his biological son. The protagonist is surprised by how gentle Ryan still manages to be, even talking about something this sensitive. MC admits he was thinking about it, but says her words didn't offend him at all. To be honest, he didn't even see it as a fight. He just didn't want her to do that, and he says it with a calm look on his face. Saron explains that even when two people disagree, they can still find a path forward. Ryan tells him that's basically what a fight is, then calls him an idiot. He is caught off guard that Ryan would call him an idiot over that. Ryan says he'll go buy the cards and they should stop the talk there for now. He's actually looking forward to this. With a friendly grin, he says he'll do his best to make sure the protagonist ends up washing dishes with Amy, so he better work on making up with her. Saron is left behind with an awkward smile, realizing Ryan has already planned everything out. Back in the kitchen, Thad stomps her foot and insists they are not fighting. This is definitely not some lover's quarrel, but after repeating almost the same thing MC said about disagreements, she ends up sounding just like him. Zenon points out that the two of them are basically the same, one talking nonsense on one side, the other sulking alone on the other, and asks why she keeps denying it. He says this is basically reverse confirmation, then asks if Amy doesn't see that too. That only makes her even more annoyed. Zenon tells her to be honest. Was she upset because he didn't take her side back then? Amy has no answer, because that's exactly it. Zenon adds that if it had happened to her, she would have gotten mad right away and argued with Ryan on the spot. After thinking it over, Amy says Saron can be vague sometimes and really hard to understand. Zenon asks what she means by vague, and she says it goes beyond that. To her, it feels like he could disappear at any moment. Then she starts trying to explain it better, and Zenon suddenly blurts out in shock, asking if she's serious. He can't believe someone broke into a magic institute and nearly killed the people inside, so Amy quickly covers his mouth. She tells him to keep it down, but admits the story is still way too shocking. On top of that, Saron is an unsealer who even sacrificed himself. He saved everyone, and Amy says that when an unsealer fully unlocks that immortal function, it's like making a pact with the world to go beyond it. That state is called nirvana. Even so, he came back from it, and she says it's almost like a dead man climbing out of his own grave. In fact, maybe it really is something like that. Amy says it truly was a miracle. Then she asks Tess if she has a lot of friends at the institute, and Tess says more or less, wondering why. Amy says that in any group there are people you're close to, people who talk behind your back, and students you study with but barely even know. Then she asks Tess something directly. Could she have done what Saron did? Save everyone there, not just her closest friends? Would she be able to throw herself into an endless loop for all of them? Amy's serious tone makes the question hit hard. Tess doesn't know how to answer. Meanwhile, the protagonist is buying supplies at the market. When he notices the next item on the list is something he'll have to hunt himself. As he walks, a strange smell hits him. He covers his nose and asks where it's coming from, and a person nearby tells him he should keep it covered. They say it's a loop, and Saron asks what that means. The man warns that once you get caught in it, there's no going back. MC then notices people in the square chewing illegal herbs. The man says this used to be a great island, but a few years ago all kinds of rotten people started showing up. Before that, he says, the air and water here were both crystal clear. He also says the great blue dragon used to visit these seas a few times every year. Saron quietly takes in the city around him, including a gambling house nearby. The man wonders how things ended up like this with children starving in an alley. He sees someone splitting a moldy piece of bread, and the hunger in those eyes is hard to look at. At the same time, Amy tells Thad she knows there are 3 ways to see the world. Thad hesitates, so Amy explains that the first is the view of a child. As children, people see the world in a selfish, one-sided way, and some never grow out of that. Still, most people do grow past their own viewpoint and start seeing through other people's eyes. Amy says that kind of growth is called character. Thad says that sounds like the perspective of an adult, and Amy agrees but says there's also a third way. When Thad asks what could be beyond that, Amy says it's the kind of view that sees past what you can touch. It looks at things like kindness and evil, justice and need, even ideas like God and the efforts passed down through generations. It's a way of seeing that values what can't be seen. That makes Saron think back to what he said to the mage who tried to kill him. Amy says that kind of perspective lets a person place even their own life on the scale of values. Thad remembers everything she's heard and stares off in thought. She says that with that perspective, Saron probably sees every living being in the world as having equal value. Amy adds that maybe even she is only one point among many, being seen from somewhere far higher. Thad can hardly believe what she's hearing. Meanwhile, someone cries out for help near the protagonist. He turns and sees a girl being dragged away by several men while she screams. One of them mocks her, saying they're already being generous since she claims she had no money. Then he sneers that they'll even let her pay the fee with her body, so she should be grateful. The people around them are clearly bothered, but no one steps in until Saron walks over and tells them to stop. The men turn to him with ugly looks. MC tells them to let her go. Everyone is watching. He says he'll call the guards, but they just laugh in his face. They mock him for bringing up the guards and tell him to go ahead and call them. Then they ask if he really thinks the guards would do anything to them. The girl breaks free and hides behind him. The men ask if he really thinks he can protect her, and he asks what they mean. Their leader says he's a merchant here, and that woman stole an item worth 50 silver coins. Worse, she broke it. He claims he told her he'd let it go if she paid, but she said she had no money. So instead of reporting her to the guards, he came up with another way for her to pay. He asks the protagonist if he understands now. Then, with the mood getting darker, he says the protagonist looks like some young tourist visiting the island. He suggests MC go back to whatever he was doing and pretend he never saw any of this. But MC asks the girl why she doesn't just turn him in, and she says she can't. He controls everything around here. Reporting him wouldn't change anything. He starts to understand the situation. Then he raises a hand, pulls out a coin, and says he'll pay for her if they'll let her go. The man starts laughing and says he gets it now. He says the protagonist probably wants the girl for himself. She gives the protagonist a strange look while the crowd laughs, and the man jokes that it's not every day someone tries to charm a pretty woman with 50 silver coins. But MC, already fed up, says that's not it. He just wants to stop this before the weight of her sins grows even worse. She committed a wrong worth 50 silver coins, and the man said he wanted money. So Saron is willing to pay it to stop this from becoming something even uglier. If the man wants nothing from her except the money, then he tells him to settle it right there. That only makes the thug furious. He snaps, asking what this brat thinks he's doing with his prey. The protagonist answers with a cold stare. Back at the house, Tess tells Amy that isn't true. She's wrong to think she's just some insignificant point. Tess says Amy is special, and that's exactly why Saron brought her along, even though he knew this was basically a couple's trip. Even so, Amy doesn't seem fully convinced. Back in the city, the man mocks MC for helping some petty thief and asks what's supposed to be so impressive about that. Does he think he's some kind of saint? The man says he has no intention of taking real responsibility for her. He accuses the protagonist of just wanting to act noble and look virtuous. The protagonist says that's strange. Even pretending to be noble and virtuous is still better than doing something evil. That makes the thug even angrier. He orders his men to stop waiting around and grab both of them now. The men draw their swords, and the crowd that had gathered to watch is suddenly terrified. Now they stand face to face with Saron. The girl MC stepped in to protect just leaves him there to face all four of them alone, and he realizes this is how it always ends. He remembers Hiroaki mocking him for talking about life and ideals without having any real power, saying he should stop acting wise. Then he recalls that mage saying this is exactly why things like judgment happen. Now he's staring right at the edge of a sword, and he understands that without strength he can't do anything. For a moment, he thinks this world is beyond saving. Then something bursts into flames in front of him, and a smoke bomb goes off right by Saron. Everyone freezes, confused by what just happened, him included. Out of the smoke, a cloaked person rushes up to him and calls his name. Before he can react, they grab his arm before he can even see who it is. She yanks him away and tells him to run. Meanwhile, the thug flails around in the smoke, unable to see a thing as he screams for his men to catch them. His goons tear through the city looking for Saron, shoving people aside as they search every corner. While they keep hunting outside, people inside a cafe watch the gang run around yelling about a blonde boy, and the girl in the cloak finally speaks. She explains those men belong to a well-known crime group, so this place should be safe. Then she tosses a silver coin to the bartender, who catches it like he's done this before. She tells him to let her know when things calm down, and he quietly agrees without even looking over. Then the cloaked girl tells Saron he doesn't seem stupid, so getting hurt while playing some justice hero would be a waste, especially with a face like his. She asks if he agrees, but the protagonist just sits there in silence, staring down at his coffee. She goes on to say the girl he tried to save works for that group too, and the whole thing was probably a trap. According to her, he should chalk it up to bad luck. Something like that would shake any sheltered kid. But MC finally speaks, saying he wasn't trying to be some hero, and she notices right away. He says he only wanted to fix something wrong, while remembering how he used to get beaten by the same kind of people standing with that man. He was helpless back then, and he also remembers what happened at Ryan's house when everyone turned against him. The girl says he talks like a mage, that his way of thinking sounds cold. Saron denies it and says he's only trying to be that way. She points out that he's working hard to become cold. At first she thought he was just an arrogant rich kid, but now she realizes she was wrong. He asks what she means, and she taps her glass, saying he hides his weakness by pretending to be perfect and forcing himself to become strong. She says they're a lot alike, and Saron quickly asks what that's supposed to mean. She answers that she's good at noticing things like that and says he was abandoned too, hitting the truth so hard it feels like she can see straight into his past. The protagonist asks who she is. She says her name is Marcia. Looking right at him, she says she's just like him. Then she asks if he knows that a newborn can die after only a few hours without an adult watching over it. Even so, someone still abandoned her. In her eyes, if that was going to happen, she never should have been born. She tells Saron it looks like he was lucky enough to find good adoptive parents, and he quietly agrees they're good people. When he asks about Marcia's parents, she says her adoptive father was a former mercenary. Whenever he drank, he beat her until she was nearly dead. She says it with a smile, adding that he always blamed her for ruining his life as a mercenary. In other words, he was total human trash. She couldn't even think about fighting back, because one day, after a beating so bad she thought she would die, she told him he could just kill her if he wanted. Sarone is left more and more shocked as she keeps talking. Then during that memory, she says the man suddenly made a disgusted face, like he'd bitten into filth. After that, she kept using those words. It fascinated her, almost like a spell that made him stop hitting her. MC asks what happened to that man, and she asks how old he is now. He says he's 17. She replies that it happened 2 years ago, when she was 15. Then she asks him to imagine this. What if her adoptive father wasn't just trash, but a monster? As Sarone watches the swirl in her cup, he realizes what she did. The moment pulls him in, and he sees it clearly. Marcia killing her father with a blood-covered dagger. Then she drops the weapon and runs after realizing what she's done. Sarone understands that some people carry stories far worse than his, and he can't help wondering if he'd been raised by someone like that, would he still be who he is now? Thinking about his own values, he says he can't judge how she lived. She replies that it's not an easy question to answer, because this world is just that kind of world. Wanting to fix what's wrong is in the end only their own point of view. From each person's own perspective, right and wrong can look like nothing more than illusions. After all, how can he say using magic in the street is wrong when he was ready to blow them all away at light speed? Sarone admits he was naive and asks what he should do. She asks if he wants her to teach him how to change the world. Meanwhile, Ryan gets home and is surprised he still isn't back. He starts shouting, saying he's wearing headphones, while Tess tells him to shut up, and Amy can barely believe what's happening. Ryan wonders why she hit him, while Amy just stares blankly out the window. Then the door opens, and Tess yells that Sarone is back. Amy snaps her head around and rushes toward the door to meet him. She throws it open, excited that he really came back, but runs straight into someone else. It's the same boy who tried to rob her earlier. He remembers what happened a little before this, when his boss asked if he was going to bring the red-headed girl in. Then he notices the man glaring at him, and the boy is completely shaken and terrified. The man tears off a piece of meat and tries to force it into the boy's mouth, grabbing his head. The boy refuses, crying that he doesn't want it. He begs for anything but the wolf meat, but the pirate calls him an idiot and says that stuff could make him a god. Then he tells the boy to choose. Either he brings in the red-headed girl, or if he won't, the man will go after his own sister instead, whispering it right in his face. That threat makes the boy break down crying as he thinks about his sister, the only family he has left, the one person he can't let get dragged into this. So he ends up in front of Amy's house and works up the nerve to press the doorbell. While all the arguing inside is still going on, Amy opens the door right away and nearly crashes into him. Seeing her up close, he thinks she's even more stunning than before. Everyone is startled. Ryan asks what the kid is doing there, and Tess recognizes him as the same boy from earlier, wondering how he found them. Ryan asks if he should beat the lesson into him, and the boy gets even more scared. He says that won't be necessary and explains he came to apologize for what happened earlier. He lowers his head to all of them and says that to make up for it, he'll show the red-headed girl a beautiful night view. Then he asks if she can come with him. They immediately move to shut the door, basically telling him to get lost. None of them are dumb enough to fall for that story, and he desperately begs them to wait. Then he grabs Amy by the arm, clearly crossing a line, and she hates the contact. Tess demands to know where he thinks he's putting his hands, while Ryan lunges at him. Amy is just about to complain, but then she looks at him and sees, under his shirt, a body covered in purple bruises. As he keeps begging her, shaking and nearly crying, she understands, just like she suspected. This proves there's really an organization controlling things behind the scenes. Now she starts to grasp what's really going on. Even so, she still wonders what Sarone saw in him earlier, while the boy stands there trembling like he's about to fall apart. Back at the cafe, the protagonist asks Marcia what she means by changing the world. She says one of the most important parts of changing this cold world is family. MC tries to respond, but she cuts in and says she already knows what he's thinking. He just needs to look at things a little differently. Family isn't only about blood, she explains. It's a much bigger idea than that. To her, it's a safe place you can return to after facing the world outside. A place where, no matter what happens, someone will still believe in them. Thinking of the home she ran to, Marcia says that's the kind of place they want to build. When she got there, she says that after leaving her own home, she met a lot of people going through the same thing she did. Maybe it was because her adoptive father almost assaulted her, but after that she developed an almost instinctive sense for finding people like her. People say a person's life begins safely in their parents' arms, so she thought that if someone stayed by their side, they could start their lives over. In the end, she says if they stay chained to the worst things that happen to them, the world only gets colder. Then she asks if Sarone agrees. If the world is cold, then all they can do is make a family, a warm place for everyone. At that point, he starts to understand her. He realizes he's been given far more love than he ever thought he deserved. And he says he wants to become someone like that too, the kind of person who can share affection. Remembering all his friends, he says he wants to give love to the people he cares about, just like Marcia. She asks if he really means it, and says hearing that makes her happy. Then she invites him to build a family with her. Sarone instantly turns red since his mind goes somewhere else entirely. Embarrassed, he freezes up, and Marcia asks what he thinks she means. She explains she means becoming family as siblings, and he quickly acts like he knew that already. Trying to play it off, he says a close friend of his has an older sister, and he's always been a little jealous of that. She starts to correct him, but then the bartender cuts in and says the alert has been cancelled. Apparently that man gave up looking and went after another woman instead. Hearing that, Saron says he should get going. The bartender adds that the protagonist's friends have been waiting for him for a while. Marcia teases him, asking if he's already leaving his brand new sister behind, saying that makes her sad. Still, MC tells her she taught him something really important and promises they'll meet again. Marcia says she'll stay there a little longer and tells him to come see her whenever he can. So he leaves her behind. The bartender then looks at her very suspiciously and asks if she's really the Marcia he knows. A few men walk in, saying they were getting tired of waiting. One of them tells her to forget that kid and asks if she'd rather spend the night with him. The bartender gets nervous and asks if she came back just to cause trouble again, warning that if she breaks the rules one more time, he'll have to throw her out. Marcia tells him not to worry about that because once she finds her family, she'll disappear again. After she finishes drinking, several armed men show up and stop the two guys who were hitting on her. She hears that he ran away from home and has been causing trouble again, and the bartender starts shaking. Then that same girl from before appears and asks for forgiveness. She says that if that brat hadn't gotten in the way, she would have finished her mission. Marcia has no answer, and then the man tells her she ruined everything again, all because of some kid. Marcia looks at him and asks what that face is supposed to mean, then wonders if he's jealous. She says she thought he was like her, but maybe she was wrong. After all, he got lucky and ended up adopted by a noble family. Well, not right away. First he was taken in by a humble man, and then he got lucky. Or maybe earned it. Either way, Marcia says he even got to study at the Magic Institute. So it makes sense that he still can't understand that a true family is born from people who share the same kind of pain. She says he's out there acting like justice means something, without even knowing where he really belongs. Then she says it looks like his big sister will have to teach him how life really works. Meanwhile, Saron runs back home. He still has none of the things he was supposed to buy, and it's already so late that he can't even go get them again. When he rings the bell, everyone opens the door and demands to know where he's been. Saron apologizes for being late and tries to explain, but Tess cuts him off, saying that doesn't matter right now. Amy went with that guy. She left with the same kid from earlier, riding alone in a carriage, all dressed up. During the ride, Amy keeps staring out the window. That shocks the protagonist, but he asks what happened before she left. Ryan says he and Tess tried to stop her from going alone with him because it was obviously a trap, but Amy told them not to worry. If anything happened, she'd wipe them all out and come right back. And with the way she said it, she seemed to think Saron would have done the same. Ryan says those were basically her exact words. MC is surprised himself and starts wondering if he really would have done the same thing. Tess says Amy seemed truly upset and she probably felt painfully alone while he was gone. But Saron tells Tess that's not it, leaving her confused. He thinks back to what Marcia said, that the girl he had been trying to save was also one of the organization's agents, and in the end, right and wrong can look completely different depending on who's looking. Then he remembers Ami saying he already knows what kind of people they really are. He realizes both Marcia and Ami knew about the darkness swallowing that island. He also remembers Ami saying he would have done the same thing. Even so, she still chose to go with that boy. So Saron heads out at once, saying he's going after her. Ryan asks why and what happened, then says he's grabbing his weapon and going too. Tess, not knowing what else to do, says she wants to come with them. Meanwhile, in the carriage, the boy says they're near the coastal park of the Galleon Islands, adding that the view is amazing during the day. He keeps talking excitedly, like he really thinks this is a date. To him, just being out with her like this, talking together, feels unreal. He remembers the harsh look she gave him before, the disgust in her eyes, and says that without that expression, she looks even prettier. Ami cuts in and asks if it'll take much longer to get there. Caught off guard, he says they're almost there. It's a little far, but it has the best view around. Ami calmly agrees, saying it must be a great spot, especially since that's where the boss who beat him up is waiting. The boy realizes she already knows. He asks how she figured it out, and Ami shoots back, asking if he thinks she's stupid. He showed up looking like someone scared to die. She says she only pretended to believe him, and that this kind of life doesn't suit him. If possible, she'd tell him to quit that job. Hearing that, his whole world starts falling apart, and he stares at her in disbelief. He asks if she only acted like she believed him out of pity, but Ami says it's not quite like that. She asks if he remembers tossing that gold coin earlier. Then she says he's the kind of person who has the guts to throw money at a noble. That's exactly why she's telling him to leave this life behind. Someone like him is wasted in work like this. He remembers his sister talking to him while carefully ironing his clothes, telling him to do his best at work. He says she always goes out of her way to press them and hand them to him herself, but she just smiles and says that's not all. She tells him she has to make him look his absolute best because he's going to become the most amazing person in the world. The boy apologizes to his sister, Iona, and says the truth is he's the most useless person in the world. He's always heard that people like him, who never get peace, are doomed to fail. So why is the girl in front of him saying those things? How can she understand him? And does she even realize where he's taking her? Falco isn't some ordinary thug. He's a former member of a special operations unit, a man who survived battle after battle, across all kinds of wars. On top of that, he took complete control of the island in just 3 years. The boy gets more desperate by the second, wondering if there's still time to help her run. But if he does, something terrible will happen to his sister, and he can't bear to think about it. Amy then says she thinks she understands why Saron did what he did. The boy thinks about the protagonist, shocked that she was thinking about him that much. He asks if she means that blonde guy, and whether she came because of him, guessing he must be the son of someone important. Amy says no. Just like him, MC is a commoner. That stuns him, and he says that makes no sense, since Saron is her boyfriend. Amy asks why that should matter. After all, he left her alone on that island, and went off to do who knows what. The boy is thrown off by that answer, and has no idea what he's supposed to do now. Back at the dazzling port, Jez's friends wonder if he's going to be okay because he still has to take the redhead to Falcoa, and the chubby one says he doesn't even think Jez can bring himself to try. One of the guys says there's not much Jez can do now. He threw the gold coin right in front of her, so if he comes back with just a beating, he should call himself lucky. Then Ryan walks up and asks who ordered them to bring Ken. He tells them to explain everything clearly, and both guys freeze when they see the three of them. They instantly get ready to run, especially after spotting that crazy guy with a greatsword on his back, but neither of them makes it out. Ryan catches them first, then he asks if they want to settle this right there or outside. A little later, after a very friendly talk, the three head back to the coachman. They jump into the carriage, and he asks if they're done and where they want to go next. All three tell him to take them to the royal palace. He says that's fine, tells them to hold on tight, and takes off at full speed. He adds that the night there is short, so they don't have time to waste. Tess thinks Saron was right. They really are at the port. She just hopes Amy can hold on a little longer because they're coming for her. At the royal palace, Falcoa's main base. Inside, he's surrounded by women chewing on that nasty root and bragging that they definitely hit the jackpot today. While staring at Amy, he guesses she's a high-ranking noble, at least second class. Amy asks if he really plans to just sit there and do nothing. Falcoa says of course, then asks if she really thought they'd do something bad to a lady like her. He apologizes for his subordinate's behavior earlier and tells her to enjoy herself before she leaves. Amy starts wondering what he's really planning. They went through so much trouble to bring her here, so can that really be all? To her, this already feels like a huge waste of time. She thinks she should have spent it training instead. She's not even sure this will really help her understand Saron. Then she picks up the drink without even checking what's in it. And from a distance, Jez thinks, don't drink that. He knows the drink was drugged. Falcoa just watches as Amy swallows it. Jez is completely stunned. He wants to stop her but can't. Falcoa only smiles. Outside, the guards suddenly panic and shout for them not to come in, but Ryan, Tess, and Saron charge straight through. A little earlier, Jez remembered Falcoa being shocked that he actually brought Amy in. Falcoa had laughed, saying a good beating makes the boy obey just fine, then told him he could go see his sister. Jez walks away with his head down, sick over what he just did. He keeps asking himself if this was really the right choice. As he leaves Amy behind with Falcoa, he notices the bartender making her drink, and realizes something about it looks wrong. The bartender mixes in a strange powder, and that sparks a memory. Jez remembers the rumors about how Falcoa controlled certain noble families, and now he understands that this was the method. The thought terrifies him. This was how Falcoa ruined them, turning people into addicts while he smiled. Addicts who couldn't live without Lope. At the same time, the three charge into the place, dropping guards as they go. The others stare in shock, asking what's going on. They realize intruders are inside and ask if anyone saw how they got in, but the three are already moving through the building. The place is huge. People singing, making out, drinking, and getting high. Tess can't believe Amy was brought somewhere like this, and Saron says they still don't know what Falcoa wants. Still, he knows they need to move fast. They warn each other to be careful, since they can't count on help if things go bad. Ryan says it's fine. They'll start searching the upper floors. Then the three split up and search different areas. On the third floor, the casino is running wild, and some guy keeps losing money while telling himself the next round will be the one. The fourth floor leads to the VIP area. A bunch of rooms are locked, so Ryan starts kicking doors open while looking for Amy. They search room after room, but the people inside are furious and start throwing things at him, yelling at them for ruining the mood. Saron realizes it'll take way too long if they keep checking every floor like this. He remembers he has a basic spell he can spread over a huge area, enough to cover the whole mansion, and maybe he can use it to find Amy directly. He thinks the only real option now might be to draw everyone out at once. Then two men show up, saying these are the brats causing trouble. One of them steps forward, acting tough, mocking them like they're still babies. He says the blonde girl looks decent, then starts making fun of what they're wearing, saying they didn't even try to dress up before coming here. He decides he'll start with Tess. She calmly grabs his hand, and even though her hand is much smaller, she twists hard enough to snap one of his fingers. Then she tells him that instead of judging other people's clothes, he should spend more time training his fingers. Crying out in pain, he swings with his other hand, but the punch doesn't even come close to hitting Tess. She slips past it and drives a clean hit into his mouth, knocking out teeth and drawing blood. He drops unconscious on the spot, and the guy with him can't believe it. He gets ready to run while Tess says he was just small fry after all. Saron is impressed and says her technique is amazing. She says she knew he'd mention it. That's better than certain people who say nothing. Ryan, though, warns that strength alone isn't enough. The other thug starts begging Ryan not to touch him, saying the place is already packed with their men. He claims it's only a matter of time before the others catch them, but Ryan lifts him by the collar and says he doesn't care. Where is Amy? The guy says he doesn't know anyone by that name. Ryan is ready to get rough, but the protagonist stops him, saying there's no point asking about something he doesn't know. Ryan asks what they should ask instead. Saron says to ask only what the man does know. The thug looks at MC, terrified by the look on his face. Staring straight into his eyes, he asks where Falcoa is. The thug can tell the protagonist is fully ready to kill him, so he quickly says Falcoa is probably on the first basement level, in the temple. On the way there, Falcoa's executives are shocked to see the three running through and demand to know what they think they're doing. They yell for someone to stop them from reaching the boss, but the three rush ahead anyway, beating down anyone in the way. Ryan and Tess especially tear through them with brute force. They keep pushing through that whole crowd until they finally smash open the door to Falcoa's room, startling everyone inside. Falcoa demands to know what's going on and who dared enter his sacred temple. Watching this, Jez realizes it's the same three who were left behind. He can't understand how they made it that far. The three of them, meanwhile, are furious at what they see. When Saron looks over, he finds Amy and notices her glass is almost empty, while she looks completely out of it. Tess demands to know what they did to her, and Falcoa realizes they came for the girl. He says it's a shame they arrived too late. In his eyes, their friend probably doesn't even know who they are anymore, and his men get ready to protect what they've taken. The protagonist can barely believe what he's seeing. Rage and bloodlust start pouring off him. Then he calls out to Amy, telling her to come back home. Falcoa asks if they really think he kidnapped her, saying she doesn't want to go back with them. Then he orders his men to get rid of those brats. One of them asks where to send them, and Falcoa says where else? Straight to hell. His men move toward the three, and the protagonist can feel right away that these guys are different. Tess warns him to be careful, because they're using pressure on all of them. Ryan is shocked to hear that, and Tess explains that all of them can use Shamaif. Apparently this group is Falcoa's elite. Both Tess and Ryan start feeling the effects, and Saron can't believe that bandits from such a small island can use Shamaif. That makes him wonder who they really are, while Falcoa keeps laughing at the protagonist. MC can't stop thinking about Amy, and Tess tells him to stay calm. If he lets his emotions take over, everything will be lost. Then his mind drops into another place, a forest thick with plants. There he starts drowning in some kind of liquid. As he sinks, he thinks about why he wanted to become stronger in the first place. It was so he could protect the people by his side. As he sinks deeper into that sea, Saron remembers why he wanted power in the first place, to protect people when they needed him. Looking at Amy with that empty stare, he hates feeling useless. That was the reason he chose this path. He wanted to find his origin, his roots, and while he keeps sinking, that goddess appears before him again. He also realizes he wanted to erase the thing that kept troubling him, the thing that always made him hesitate. Then he comes face to face with that dark version of himself again. That twisted, he moves closer with a grin, and whispers that he, better than anyone, should know he has no roots. Like a tree without roots, all he can do is rot. But hold on. The protagonist pushes back. Their friend has a family, and he tells that other self to listen for once. He thinks about what roots really mean. They are not only about the past. He understood that after his sister Marcia told him so. The people who help him and stand by him are family too. Then they all appear behind him. Their presence gives Sarone strength. They are people willing to become his roots. And because of that, he will not hesitate anymore. He stares his other self right in the face, while thinking about Amy. At that moment, the other Sarone is shaken, realizing MC believes in himself now and others believe in him too. Then all that water and torment vanish. He starts shining like a Christmas tree. The light is so strong that Ryan and Tess have to shield their eyes. Falcoa and his men get hit by it too, and he asks what the hell that is. In Saron's hand, a glowing four-pointed star appears, and he realizes it is light made solid. The two beside him are stunned by what happens next. Even Amy comes back to her senses, and she says she will not hesitate anymore either. Then she tells him to let it out. Saron takes that strange spinning sphere and slams it into the ground, cracking the whole area. 30 minutes earlier, Amy had already noticed that Falcoa had set a loop there. She couldn't believe he was trying something so shameless. It was so obvious that she almost wondered if he even tried to trick her. Still, she stayed careful. If she caused trouble too soon, Jess might end up in danger. So she decided to use her crimson eye to copy his consciousness, figuring that if he saw her drinking, he might reveal his real plan. But while she was drinking it, the door suddenly blew open. That threw her off, and she wondered what was going on. How did those three even get in there? And now what was she supposed to do? So she pretended she was already out of it, and missed her chance to reveal she was still conscious. Back in the present, Falcoa is nearly blasted away with the broken floor and falls flat on his butt, terrified by what Saron just did. Even Tess and Ryan did not expect that. Falcoa's whole crew can barely believe that skinny blonde kid pulled this off. Falcoa starts yelling at the protagonist, demanding to know who he is and what line he belongs to. Saron simply says he is a student at the Alpheus Magic Institute and gives his name. Even his friends are surprised. Jess asks what he thinks he's doing now, wondering why he just gave up his identity like that. Falcoa, though, starts laughing at the fact that he is only a student and mocks him for acting tough before he is even a full mage. He says MC could get expelled if this gets reported to the Institute, but MC tells him to do whatever he wants. Falcoa cannot believe the kid's resolve as he walks toward him and says Amy matters more to him than the Institute, more than anything else, and if Falcoa ever brings his friend to a place like this again, he will wipe everything here out. Just from his face, Falcoa can tell the boy is not bluffing. Ryan starts drawing his sword, saying that is exactly right, pointing the great sword at the fat man. He asks if Falcoa really thought they would abandon one of their own, just because they might get punished. Ryan says that is not how he lives. Tess jumps in too, saying the same goes for her and that Falcoa can write down her name if he wants. If he lays a hand on anyone in the protagonist group, he will regret it. The protagonist, caught off guard, asks what the protagonist group even means. What is that, some kind of family? Falcoa only gets more annoyed. Tess wonders if now is really the time for that, and Falcoa says he thinks there has been a misunderstanding. He points at Amy and insists she came there on her own. According to him, they have no right to drag a noble out of his place by force like this. Then he tells them to try making her leave. Tess starts to argue that Amy is in no state to understand anything, but MC cuts in. He simply calls to Amy and tells her they are leaving. She raises her hand toward him, grabs his hand, stands up, and agrees to go with him, fully awake. What a moment. Seriously, love is wild. That scene hits hard. If I ever said I did not like her, I must have lost my mind. Falcoa cannot understand how this is possible, because she was already under the loop. Then Amy notices something. She realizes he is connected to the Carms family. With her red eyes fixed on him, she sees that he knows exactly who her family is, and says that makes this talk easier. Amy says everyone there is addicted to loop, right? And most of his money comes from that. Falcoa instantly knows this is bad. She warns that if even one paper about this reaches the Institute, she will make sure he never sees another silver coin in his life. Falcoa drops back down, thinking this is terrible luck, and she is not bluffing. With the power of a first-class noble family, they could crush his business without any trouble. If that happens, he will not even be able to buy more lope, so they all leave. As they go, Tess realizes Cerrone had already figured out that Amy was not under Lope's effects. Thinking about it, Amy did not go to him the first time he called her, because she knew what would happen next. It had nothing to do with Lope. She had been fine the whole time, otherwise the moment would have felt cheap. Roan notices how excited she looks, and Amy thinks all she needed was to hear that once, since she is completely in love. Then she starts wondering where else you could even find a girl this cute, while Cerrone carries her out, red-faced and embarrassed. Tess says now she is jealous. Ryan asks if she is hungry, clearly not getting it at all. As they move away from the palace, everyone outside wonders what just happened, and whether that was an earthquake. Meanwhile, the group calmly walks out through the front door. Then Jess runs up to them, calling out to the group. Ryan recognizes him right away. Amy asks if everything is okay and tells him nothing bad will happen to him or his sister. He says he is leaving that life behind and that he will do what she said. He is getting out of this business, so he thanks her for helping him and she looks really happy. The protagonist has no idea what is going on, and Jess adds that as for the protagonist, if he ever makes Amy cry, he will never forgive him. Then he tells MC to watch himself. The Mex is left wondering why he would make Amy cry while she bursts out laughing and tells him he better be careful. Then she asks if his name was Jess and says he should become a pirate or even the king of the port. She says she knows he can do it. She wishes the boy good luck. Yeah, he is done for. He is going to stay in love forever. Jess starts shaking with excitement and says that one day she will come back and by then he will be someone way more amazing than that guy. Honestly, probably not. Let's be real. The title is Infinite Mage and he is the protagonist. So yeah, that is going to be tough. As they head out, Ryan breaks the mood by saying they should go eat because he is starving. Tess says they need to stop somewhere to buy something first. Ryan says cooking probably is not happening anymore, and Cerrone admits this is his fault. Then Ryan asks Tess how long she plans to keep carrying that thing, and she tosses the piece of wood away. Back inside Falcoa's mansion, the place is wrecked. Left behind in pain, he realizes this is what he has fallen to. The great Falcoa, once called a demon on the battlefield, brought low like this. He was beaten and humiliated by a bunch of kids. Then he notices something on one of his men, and asks if the idiot has no shame, throwing the blame at his own subordinate. He snaps that they cling to Lope all day, and that is why those kids beat him. The man argues that Cerrone used a kind of magic he had never seen before, and if it had hit them even once, it was over. He says there was nothing they could do, and Falcoa realizes he is surrounded by fools. Then the subordinate asks if he is really just going to let them leave. Falcoa asks what exactly he is supposed to do when first-class nobles are second only to the royal family. If they make one wrong move, they could lose everything they built. Then he reminds Falcoa that there are things even worse than losing a business. He brings up the Parrot Gang and asks if Falcoa forgot who they are. They're some of the Magic Association's most wanted criminals. So what happens if people find out they crossed the line? That finally makes Falcoa understand, and he calls them over. He orders them to bring him some loop, saying his head feels like it's about to burst. They rush off to do it. The next day, they head out again. This time, they're at the beach, and Ryan, Saron, Tess, and Amy splash around and enjoy themselves. Everyone's in a great mood and just having fun. While they play around, Ryan is especially happy because he finally gets to eat. The whole thing feels like a nice little double date. That night, they go back for another walk on the beach, and the group naturally splits up. The food lovers hang back while Saron walks with Amy. The mood between them turns surprisingly sweet, and he starts feeling like there might be something more there. At the same time, he realizes this is what a real vacation feels like. Later that night, fireworks go off, and Saron says he wants to bring his parents there someday. The next day, they're back in a carriage again. Ryan and the protagonist sit on one side, with the girls across from them, and Tess asks Ryan how long he plans to keep that look on his face. She says they weren't even that late, and after getting dressed up like that, they probably only took 4 or 5 hours. She keeps fussing over their outfits even after they leave. Ryan complains that by the time they reach the ruins, it'll already be lunchtime, and Tess says they only did all this for those two. Then she tells him to look at himself and asks if a huge sword really matches sightseeing clothes, calling him a brute. He grumbles back while Saron quietly thinks he wanted to explore the ruins alone with Amy. But since the group has gotten closer than he expected, they can't really do things separately anymore. Amy apologizes to Ryan and says Tess actually finished getting ready before she did, which makes Tess thank her in her head. Ryan then points out that Amy clearly put extra effort into her look, which totally leaves Tess in the dust. She immediately asks what he means. Was he saying she doesn't look pretty? Ryan realizes he messed up and quickly says that's not what he meant. She looks nice too. That makes her blush all the way to her shoulders. Now she keeps wondering if she really does look good, too shy to even meet his eyes. Amy starts to get it. Ryan likes Tess, but he's terrible at showing it, and the two of them are just awkward together. She thinks it must be hard to confess your feelings to a girl who's stronger than you. Then Amy glances at Saron and realizes their situation might not be that different. That thought hits her hard, while MC has no idea what's going on. She wonders if that's really the problem since things between them have gotten a lot better. Then Tess comments that Amy looks like she's off in her own world again. After a while, they finally reach the Kurgo Ruins archaeological zone, about 2 hours by carriage from the tourist area. Mount Toa sits at the center of the islands. It's been dormant for 500 years, and during its last eruption, a huge amount of ash buried the ruins. Because of that, only a small part seems to still be intact. At the Kurgo Ruins on Galeante Island, they stop to get entry tickets, and Amy explains that the island government once tried to restore the ruins, but the natives blocked the plan. Tess asks if restoration wouldn't help the locals too, and Amy agrees it probably would bring in even more money from tourism. As the group walks through, people keep turning to stare. Ryan asks if something's being hidden from them, while Saron says it still just looks like a normal tourist spot to him. Then Tess suddenly calls them over and points out a real Kurgo native nearby. They can tell right away. The man is huge, darker skinned than anyone else around, and covered in tattoos. Even Ryan looks small standing next to him. Saron can tell right away that this guy is seriously strong, and his ears look a lot like an elf's. At the Temple of Kurgo Ruins, he says he can barely believe this place was built thousands of years ago. Amy says she overheard some tourists earlier, and the original structure was apparently much bigger before most of it was buried in volcanic ash. As they walk, a boy calls over to his mother and sister about how deep the area is. They mention some parts go over 100 meters down, and the mother warns them to stay away because it's dangerous. Amy asks the protagonist what's wrong and wonders why he isn't heading to the main temple, but he suddenly stops, crouches down, and touches the ground. He tells Amy there's a spirit zone there, and she asks if he used synesthesia to detect it. Ryan asks what he found, and Saron brings up what they heard earlier, that part of the ruins was buried by volcanic ash. Just to be sure, he extended the spirit zone underground, and strangely enough, past 50 meters, he found absolutely nothing. Amy is shocked, and asks if he didn't even sense dirt. Tess asks what that means, and MC explains, it's not that there's nothing there, it's that whatever is there is unbelievably delicate. Ryan asks if that means they can dig. Amy offers to check too, saying her sniper mode can reach as far as 500 meters. That surprises everyone, and Saron asks her to do it. When she activates it, she finds something strange and says it can't be real, because what she just saw is completely absurd. Amy starts freaking out, staring at the ground and talking to herself. Saron asks if something happened, still half in disbelief, while Tess says this can't be right. It sounds like even 500 meters wasn't enough, until Amy says that's not the problem. She says that once she went past 500 meters, something touched her. That shocks Tess. Amy explains what happened while sending her consciousness deeper into the earth. She says she reached a point where she sensed something, and the moment contact was certain, her zone collapsed like a thread dissolving in water. Saron finds that strange. Amy isn't weak, so he's sure something is definitely down there. Amy thinks that if their teacher were here, she probably could have read all the way through, since she's a real expert with spirit zones. He asks if she means his teacher, and Amy says yes. Her brother always makes sure to include her somehow whenever he leads an expedition. Ryan walks over and says that if they've reached the point where they need someone else to keep going, maybe they should give up. He reminds them that even the director talked about this. If the investigation reaches a stage beyond what they can handle, that's the time to stop. The protagonist thinks about that. Sometimes when people chase results, they forget the most basic part of the problem. He remembers Alpheus saying he trusted MC's way of seeing things, which is why he gave him permission, but he also warned him never to let his guard down. MC realizes dangerous situations can force them to quit, and that's part of this too. That catches him off guard. Amy agrees that Ryan is right, but asks if it doesn't still feel frustrating. Standing right in front of your goal and having to take another path isn't something she likes. Then Ryan says there is a way. They'll dig the 500 meters. Sometime later, they move near the pyramid and note how quiet the area is. They ask the protagonist what exactly they came there to do, and Tess thinks that's a great question, since she was starting to feel dumb for not knowing either. Saron thinks to himself that he still doesn't get it. The director said they'd understand once they arrived, but he doesn't see anything special there. There are just some kids playing around the ruins, other people sitting and playing games, and everyone looks relaxed. MC wonders how ruins this old could possibly be connected to someone like Miro. Ryan jokes that maybe if they dig, they'll find that person. Amy says she can try using her spirit sense again to get more information, but he suggests they try talking to the natives instead. Amy says they won't get anything important from the natives living in the tourist zones, and if they want to speak with the real locals, they'll need an interpreter. Ryan then asks if they're seriously going to keep ignoring him. That's when Tess says she just came up with a brilliant idea. Then she starts taking off her clothes. Saron immediately asks what she's doing and tells her to explain. When the protagonist asks her to explain, Ryan reminds Tess that he already suggested digging. She says that while he was focused on the ruins, she was watching something else. Then she tells everyone to come with her. She tells them to look closely, because in the middle of all those tourists, some people clearly have no interest in the ruins at all. In fact, a bunch of them don't look like normal tourists. After watching them for a bit, they realize the group is made up of mercenaries. Sometime later, those mercenaries move off to another area, and the mixed group tails them to see what they're up to. Saron can't believe Tess was right. There really are mercenaries here. Amy praises Tess, saying the Uzzini family is known for spying and scouting. Tess happily says she's still just a beginner. Then they hear the mercenaries talking, joking that the world's gone crazy if even kids like them are walking around armed now. MC notices they're saying it right to their faces. Ryan asks if the guys at the next table are talking about them, but Tess tells him to ignore them. They're just drunk and running their mouths. The guy keeps going, mocking the sword and saying the kid probably can't even lift it. Ryan is clearly getting annoyed, while the other man says he still doesn't get it. According to him, the sword is just there to impress the girl beside him. The two men laugh, and the pair being mocked get more and more irritated. Then one of them adds that having someone that pretty next to you probably makes any guy want to show off. Ryan stares hard at the man talking trash, and the guy snaps back, asking if he's really going to keep glaring at him. Already in a bad mood, he asks if they want a little bloodshed and calls the Max group over for a friendly fight, which obviously doesn't sound friendly at all. One of the women with them comments that he's really good at picking fights with children. Then they start targeting Saron too, mocking the blonde kid for pretending not to hear while stuffing food in his mouth. They tell him to turn his head and answer. Ryan gets even angrier. He can take insults aimed at himself, but dragging his friends into it is too much. Still, while he's boiling inside, he looks at the mech, who stays completely calm. Saron also gives him a confused look, and Ryan finally understands what's going on. Right away, he settles down. He lets the insults slide, and when the man doesn't get the reaction he wanted, he complains that this is boring. He says he wanted to blow off some stress, but things didn't go his way. Then he asks if they're not ashamed of looking so pathetic in front of such a beauty. The bald one joins in, saying those boys are seriously lucky. After that, they leave and the four of them stay calm at their table. The tavern owner comes over and asks if they're okay. He says those bastards are even bullying kids now, and only waited until they were gone to speak up. Worried, he checks on the mixed group, and Saron asks if he knows those men. The owner says they've been showing up a lot over the last few days, and they're the kind of people with nothing to lose. He tells them they did the right thing by keeping their cool, while he notes that those guys seem to come here often. Tess tells Ryan he handled that well. Honestly, she thought he wouldn't be able to hold back. Ryan admits she's right, he almost lost it. Still, he says they're going to run into those guys again. He asks Saron if that's what he was thinking too, and the protagonist says exactly. They'll definitely meet again, because he already understands what's happening here. As they walk through the forest, Ryan explains that MC already finished sizing them up. Even in a tourist area, those men moved in battle formation and looked very experienced. Amy says it was probably a great decision not to follow them directly. Tess adds that experts like that usually sharpen one sense far beyond normal, so if they had tried to tail them too closely, they would have been caught right away. She also points out that the man mocking them earlier seemed to be the leader, and he carries a sword from a famous brand, but it's not some rare special model. Then Amy brings up the woman with them. She notices the woman isn't carrying any gear and shows no signs of physical training. The mag catches on too and realizes she's a mage. So he says that if they brought even an experienced mage here, then this place must be hiding something important. Meanwhile, they head to the entrance of the ruins and speak to one of the locals there, who glances around first, then lets the group pass. He opens the doors for them. Inside, they find a massive staircase, but then someone suddenly shouts for them to wait. Saron shows up acting completely casual, like nothing happened, and says they're going too. The others realize it's the same people from the tavern, and they're instantly annoyed. They ask when he started following them, but he keeps talking like they're old friends and politely asks if his group can go in with them. That only irritates one of them more, and he asks if the protagonist has a death wish before telling him to get lost. Then he pauses in surprise when he looks at Saron. Earlier, the boy never even raised his voice at them, but now he's standing there completely calm, almost like he's the one in control. Another man with slick back hair says they should just ignore the kids. If they start a fight there, they won't be allowed inside. They notice the natives nearby already don't like the scene they're causing, and the man realizes these brats set up a pretty clever plan. Saron is thinking fast now, he's seriously growing. Since there's not much they can do, the angry guy just puts his sword away and calls them lucky. He says they escaped death twice that day, while the bald one still acts tough beside him. As the mercenaries move on, the kids stay behind, and a tribesman tells them that if they want to be tested, they should enter. He adds that the eyes of the angels will be watching them. Tess asks what that guy is even talking about, and Rian shrugs it off, saying it's probably just some dramatic way of telling them to enjoy the view and relax. That answer doesn't sound very convincing, and Saron looks back once before starting down the huge pitch-black staircase. After walking for quite a while, they realize just how deep it goes. They keep descending and getting closer to the other group. Tess brings it up again, shocked that there are still so many more levels below. Amy wonders if this could be the path leading to the underground part of the ruins, and the mech thinks she might be right. Even the spiritual zone couldn't detect this place, so they're surprised that not even magic could reach it. They keep going down with Saron in front, knowing there's no way to tell what kind of danger might be waiting below. Then, while they descend, the hot-headed guy gets annoyed again and asks if they have any idea how much it costs to uncover this place. The slick-haired one calls them crazy for barging in like spoiled kids, and the Macfang asks why they came here in the first place. The man is shocked they came without even knowing where they were entering. Macfang just smiles and admits they really don't know, still wearing that clueless expression. So the men say that if the kids are here anyway, they should at least hear what they went through to find this place. They make it clear this isn't something people usually ask about lightly. They spent weeks searching everywhere to uncover that hidden passage. They had to go all over the place and even pay a bribe, because there was apparently some password involved, and that alone cost 20 gold. They were not happy about paying it. Then they say the total ended up being 50 gold. So not only did these kids get in for free, now they want the information handed to them too, and that makes the men even angrier. So they set a price, 5 gold per question. They claim this kind of information is normally worth 100 gold, but the mech says to forget it. They'll learn everything on the way down anyway. That answer annoys them even more, especially the slick-haired guy. Then the hot-headed one says if Saron wants to keep going down, he'll have to pay because surely he's not planning to hitch a free ride. He looks at Amy and she picks up on it. She says that's fine, they can just stay there, and he should go ahead and do whatever he was doing. That throws them off. They clearly weren't expecting the kids to be this smart. If the protagonist stops, they stop too. If he doesn't go down, they won't either. And if he does move, they'll follow, because no one will be left to stop them. The angry guy gets so mad he's practically turning red, almost losing control, as he says he's running out of patience. For a second, he wonders if this is still because of what happened back in the tavern, but Saron walks up and says that if it's 1 gold per question, then maybe he can agree. That leaves the guy not knowing how to respond. MC keeps calmly offering that 1 gold, and the man decides getting something is better than nothing. He says now they can finally talk, and tells him to pay the gold first. Ryan starts whispering to Amy. They already said they'd figure everything out by going down, so why ask now? Amy answers that the mercenaries might be hiding something, so it's better to learn it early. She figures there may be some kind of trap waiting below. Saron decides they need every bit of info they can get right now, so he asks why they came here. The answer is simple. They came to meet the natives. Then the guy asks if that satisfies him. The protagonist thinks that counts as an answer, but tells him to be more specific. If that's all he's getting, there's no point asking anything else. The mage cuts in and says they really don't know that much, and she means it. She repeats that they only came to meet the natives. That's it. Even so, MC can tell they're still dodging the real issue, so he asks why they want to meet the natives, handing over another gold coin. This time, they answer. They say it's to buy lupe, but that still doesn't explain enough. According to them, lupe is sold on the black market, but since this is where it comes from, they can get better quality for less money. Then they can use that profit to fund the rest of their trip. The guy asks if the protagonist is satisfied now, but Saron notices they're only talking about lupe smuggling. That makes him wonder if the ancient ruins secret is really nothing more than a trafficking route. Still, he quickly rejects that idea. It's too early to decide that, especially since the clues they have are still incomplete. He runs through everything they've learned so far, including lupe's origin. The Kurgonians treat that root as a sacred item used in rituals. Then he remembers hearing that restoring the ruins might actually help the natives. Amy recalls that the natives live in the autonomous district of Kurgo. She also says she asked her second older brother about how to get in, but he refused to tell her. So the protagonist concludes that this underground path must be a secret route into Kurgo's autonomous district. The slick-haired guy immediately asks how he knew that, basically exposing what they already knew. But the second he says it, he realizes he walked into a trap and shuts up. The protagonist just apologizes for asking first and gives him another gold coin. But the slick-haired guy says that answer doesn't count, acting like it was just a slip. Even so, the protagonist sticks to the deal. The archer doesn't like that at all, almost offended that anyone would think he'd give away information without being paid. The protagonist simply thanks him. Then the archer asks again how he figured it out, because the route to the autonomous district is supposed to be top secret. Cerrone remembers it was Amy who gave him the clue. He asks if she remembers mentioning that Lupe was used by the natives in rituals. He explains that even if this place is where Lupe comes from, the right to trade such a special item in large amounts would only belong to a very important native. Ryan figures that must mean the native's boss, and Tess adds that person is probably in the autonomous district. The archer is shocked by how fast they figured it out. It took him all night to piece that together, and these kids got there in seconds. He admits they're sharp and asks if they have any more questions. The protagonist says no, they'll just go down and see for themselves. The archer realizes that's probably because they've already guessed he doesn't know anything else. With that settled, they move on until they reach a lit area. Everyone grows tense, checking their surroundings. Then they run into two more natives standing in front of another gate. The natives push the stone gate open, making a path for all 8 of them. They move forward again and enter another brightly lit chamber. Cerrone is stunned as he looks up. Rielan says this really is the underground section of the ruins, and it's been hidden the whole time. A massive place built far better than they expected. They're all amazed by how beautiful the structure is. Looking ahead, they spot something important. That way out leads straight to the autonomous district. So it was true after all. The information wasn't fake. But then several black spheres appear around them. Cerrone tells the others to look, and the archer asks if he knows what they are. He remembers the black hole he saw before, the same kind he found in the goddess's dimension. He says he's sure it's connected to the labyrinth. That makes the others ask if he really knows what this is. They're surprised by his reaction and wonder why he recognized it so quickly. Just then, one of the natives shows up. He repeats the word labyrinth, asking if Cerrone really just called it that. Everyone tenses up as he presses him. Does that mean he knows the labyrinth? The protagonist says yes. He's seen it before. Hearing that, the elder is visibly shaken and says that shouldn't be possible. The protagonist asks what he means by that, and insists it's true. He really did encounter it. The elder says he won't judge him. That judgment will be made by the 8 angel eyes present there. He explains that anyone who wishes to enter Kurgo must first cross the space-time of the labyrinth. The protagonist stops at that word again, making sure he heard it right. He's still trying to understand, but the archer snaps and asks if he's supposed to be his translator forever. The other guy gets annoyed too, asking how far Cerrone plans to push this. They start saying there's too much to explain, so they'll split up here. But the elder cuts that off and says no, he will speak for all of them. From the moment they entered this chamber, he says, they became one group. Then the door behind them shuts, leaving everyone stunned. The archer protests at once, saying they aren't with the protagonist group. The mage asks why this is happening, but the elder only asks whether they will achieve the trial or be offered a sacrifice. He orders them to prove their worth before the eyes of the angels. If even one person succeeds, all of them will be allowed into Kurgo. But if no one passes, one person must be sacrificed, and only one will be permitted to enter. That shocks everyone. The archer blurts out that they're screwed, realizing they've been cornered. Even the protagonist starts breaking into a cold sweat over what they've gotten themselves into. The archer keeps panicking, totally unsure what to do. Then their leader speaks up, bitterly asking if this is really happening. They ended up in the same mess as those amateurs. Cerrone tries to say something, but the mage explains that tests like proving your worth or judging your character are pretty normal when meeting another civilization for the first time. Since Kurgo values combat ability, she says they'll be judged through that. Still, she wants to know why those amateur kids were dragged into this with them. She thought both groups would be separated from the start. Amy fires back, if they keep calling them amateurs, how do they know they're actually weak or useless? The mage answers that, as far as combat goes, all they've done so far is swing swords around or cast spells inside a school. Real fights, she says, are nothing like that. Honestly, that's rich coming from someone talking to kids who killed a ridiculously strong mage. Amy says that if that's how it is, then they have nothing to worry about. The mood turns awful, and the mage makes it clear they have no intention of teaming up. The two sides keep glaring at each other until the elder speaks again, saying there are 2 ways to pass through the gate. One is to prove your own ability. The other is to sacrifice someone so one person can pass. Hearing that, they ask what prove your ability actually means. The archer tells MC not to butt in, saying he has no intention of translating every little thing. But MC cuts straight to it. They're stuck doing this together now, so he tells him to stop whining and just ask. The archer sees he doesn't really have a choice, so he speaks in the Kurgo language and asks the elder for the details. The elder explains that each of them must step onto the altar of judgment and prove their worth through one of the 8 spheres there. Then the divine will answer their prayer. If a red light appears at the end, that means they failed. If a white light appears instead, that means they passed. Saron asks if there's a limit on attempts or any penalty for failure. The elder says no, there's no limit and no punishment. They can keep trying as long as their bodies can endure it. He adds that if no one succeeds, they must return the way they came. The bald man quickly points out that this means it isn't really a group mission, and the mage feels a little relieved by that, but he remembers the part about success or sacrifice. If proving themselves is one option, then what exactly is the sacrifice? He asks if it means one person has to die so another can enter. The elder says yes, that is the will of the labyrinth. The protagonist asks whether there are any restrictions on the sacrifice. By now the archer is sick of translating everything he says, but the protagonist keeps going and asks if they could bring in someone from outside, like a dead body. The elder says there are no restrictions, but Saron needs to remember one rule. Even if he brings a corpse, if he leaves, then everyone must leave together. That is one of the laws of the labyrinth. MC finds that deeply strange. Why would something that forces you to kill a companion also have such a bizarre rule attached to it? The bald man says that in the end, it sounds pretty simple. The mage wonders who or what this labyrinth really is, and whether it's connected to Lupe. He starts questioning if this place is truly just about Lupe trade at all. On top of that, the rule about everyone leaving together is way more complicated than it first sounds. Getting everyone to agree and move as one is the only way they can leave together. And that's way harder than just having one person boss the others around. Saron points out that this rule may be far more dangerous than they first thought. The hot-headed mercenary leader asks what he means and why he's overthinking something so simple. To him, the answer is obvious. They just kill the 4 amateurs, and then the 4 of them can go in. He asks his team what they think. That completely kills the protagonist's mood. To him, the real problem is obvious. That leader is way too emotional. Still, unlike their boss, the others seem more focused on the mission. The mage tells MC they should get started since they can't stay here forever. The leader stomps off, muttering that he really can't stand that kid. Then the mage comes over to Saron and says they should decide who goes first. He suggests sending the fighters and sword users first, then the mage is after them. She likes the idea and asks if he thinks the test is judged by striking the spheres. He says yes. Since this civilization was built around warriors, that seems likely, and if those spheres are what he thinks they are, then they can absorb nearly endless energy. Even the shape of the structure looks made to force the challenger into attacking them. The girl agrees completely. If that's the case, then her team should send in the warriors first. But when she turns around, her leader is already sulking, saying the boy talks like he knows everything when all he hears is nonsense. Annoyed with her own boss, she asks if they should just start with his group. Saron looks back, thinking about who to send. Then Rian proudly pushes Thad aside. He says he'll go, and he steps onto the platform. Rian walks forward while Thad tells him to be careful. Their leader mocks them, asking if they're scared already. The other 3 are clearly sick of his attitude. They keep talking to Ryan, but once he stands in front of the sphere, he gets serious. He says that in war, he'd be the one on the front line. So his job here is to gather as much information as he can for everyone else. Saron silently counts on him to do exactly that. Ryan notices there's no limit on attempts, so he reaches out and touches the sphere. A number 1 appears, and he has no idea why. The protagonist quickly realizes what it means. The divine answer comes as numbers. He tells Ryan to come back right away, and as Ryan steps back, the sphere turns red. He failed. But then Ryan ignores Saron completely. He draws his sword and figures out the sphere shows a number after a strike, and if that number triggers a white light, that means a pass. So he gets ready to attack. Watching from a distance, the loud mercenary leader is shocked that the kid can swing such a huge greatsword so easily. The bald guy says that's impossible, and guesses it must be made from some light material. He thinks that if it isn't, and it's really iron, then even with strength flames it should be nearly impossible. Amy shouts to Ryan, and MC tells him to smash the sphere. Given time, he probably would crush it. Ryan charges in, thinking about the sword his grandfather left behind, or more like the one he kind of stole. Either way, he uses it now, planting his foot so hard the ground cracks. Then he unleashes a beautiful strike at the sphere. He thinks he got off to a good start, and the moment his blade connects, a huge shockwave tears through the whole place. Ryan feels something strange. He knows he hit it, but he can't feel the impact coming back. Instead, the sphere is absorbing the power of his blow. When he turns, he sees that the number still isn't enough to make the sphere shine white. Once again, he fails. Ryan asks Saron if that means the score was 241 times a normal strike, then asks if he can try again. Tess cuts him off, saying that's enough, he can barely stay on his feet. That shockwave clearly did a number on his body. He's wobbling while trying to hold that massive sword, and he asks how he feels and if he's okay. Ryan says it balances out somehow. The sphere seems to absorb all the energy from whoever hits it. He says it's probably better if he rests. The protagonist is relieved nothing worse happened, and Amy figures out that the strike's power is being shown as a number. Ryan thinks he could pass if he were able to use his Shema, but the bald guy just laughs because he still can't even use the strength shima. The man says he knew that sword had to be made of light material. He tells Ryan to watch and learn, saying he'll break the thing himself. Ryan stays frustrated, wishing he could go again. The bald man brags that if an amateur like Ryan got 241, then he should hit 2,000 easily. Then he grabs his spiked mace. Amy talks to Thad about him and she says yes, he looks like a strength shima user focused on impact. On top of that, he seems to be trying to widen the strike zone and boost the blow's force by using a weapon without an edge. Then he charges in. He rushes the sphere at full speed, spinning and slams the ball with a heavy hit. He feels the strike landed just the way he wanted and assumes he passed. But when he checks the sphere, he's stunned. His score is only 248, just 7 points higher. He blurts out asking what the hell that is. Everyone is left wondering how that even happened. The bald man starts claiming the thing must be broken. There's no way he only scored 7 more than that amateur. He rants like the test is some toy made to fool idiots, then says if it's done with him it can get lost. The mage suggests it may not measure raw strength directly, but some other kind of conversion. He tries to accept that just to feel less embarrassed, but instead it makes him even madder, and he turns to Ryan asking if he lied about not being able to use the strength shima. Ryan gets even more annoyed by the old man running his mouth and tells him that since he failed, he should shut up and watch. Then Tess steps up with her rapier. She says she's always wondered how good and useful her skills really are. Now she thinks it's finally time to test them, and she's having fun already. From afar, Ryan can only hope she keeps herself under control. All excited, Tess heads toward the sphere. She activates her shema at full power. Even her eye starts to glow. The girl begins to breathe in rhythm as her muscles tense for the launch. Then she vanishes with insane speed. Amy, Cerrone, and Ryan are all stunned. So are the other 4. Tess slams the sphere with everything she has. Her attack is so sharp it barely even kicks up dust, yet the force punches through like it pierced straight past it. The sphere even warps from the hit. Cerrone is amazed because she moves so fast that by focusing most of that acceleration at the tip of her blade, she created an optical effect like lightning striking. That earns her 442. But even that isn't enough. The sphere rejects her too, and she fails. The bald guy loses it, saying none of this makes any sense. She used a saber-type sword, so how did she still score higher than him? Tess shrugs and says she already lost, so why does it matter? Strength and technique are completely different things. He still can't accept it and keeps throwing a fit, asking what she means and how she can look down on brute force like that. But Tess is only thinking about how fun that was and how she wants another try. Amy tells her she was amazing, and the archer says all the warrior-class fighters have gone now, so it should be his turn. The protagonist watches as the archer starts changing the tip of his spear. He swaps it for something from his bag that looks like a bomb. Amy is surprised, realizing he's using a magic projectile, and Zidame is shocked to learn that's what it is. He explains that this kind of item is a projectile infused with magical offensive power. They're made mostly from magic stones, a substance so rare it only forms naturally in a few places. Each stone absorbs the magical traits of the place it came from, and they aren't just rare, they're also extremely hard to process. You need highly advanced technology like material engineering and mechanical engineering just to work with one. Without that, making them would be impossible. Amy says the one he's holding probably costs around 1 gold coin, and even then it likely contains less than 10 grams of magic stone. The protagonist is shocked and wonders how anyone could use something that expensive so casually. He also asks how she knows so much, and she says her brother is the captain of the Royal Archives. That's probably why he uses one too. The archer then says he's going to fire a lightning arrow and tells everyone to back away. He takes aim and lands a direct hit. Right on the circle, a massive burst of electricity explodes around it, and the whole chamber is flooded with lightning. Everyone is impressed, but then the sphere pulls all that loose energy back in. It gathers the power around itself, seals the lightning inside, and starts counting the score. The archer figures that had to be the biggest hit so far, and he feels pretty good about it. But when the number 1020 appears, he still fails, and he is not happy about that. Amy explains that unlike physical fighters, magic users don't have to feed raw power into the sphere itself. The others realize she has a point, and she asks if he plans to try again. He says that would just waste money. Even with a different projectile, he doubts the score would jump that much. The bald guy starts thinking the passing mark must be really high, and everyone wonders what score they actually need. Amy says it's the magic class's turn now and asks who wants to go first, her or the other girl. The mage from the other team says Amy should go first. That way when she goes after, they can compare the two of them. Amy likes the idea right away. Now there's a clear way to compete, and she gets all fired up to embarrass the other girl. She walks forward without a care, and Cerrone shouts for her to show that woman how amazing she is. Thad thinks he's finally about to see Amy use magic, while MC remembers that her specialty is fire. That makes her a highly accurate mage, focused on wide attacks that still hit hard. Then she steps up in front of the sphere. He thinks about how ice magic has a natural limit at absolute 0, but fire magic has no true upper limit in temperature. That's one big reason so many mages pick fire over ice. Even so, among high-level mages, it's still rare to find someone who can break past 1000 degrees Celsius, and yet fire is still seen as incredibly strong. That's because almost nothing in the world can handle even 1000-degree heat. Still, fire has weaknesses too. It isn't dense, so it doesn't travel well at very high speed or over long distance. Saron figures that's why fire homing magic was created. Amy's real strength is hitting targets from far away with speed and accuracy, so using her spell this close actually lowers its power. Because of that, she decides there's only one way to do this. Amy starts forming her zone and says she'll settle this with a fireball. A huge one, bigger than her head. The bald guy notices how massive it is. The other three are terrified, and even her own friends are shocked. All of them think it's incredible. She keeps pouring in more power and gets ready to fire. Then she launches the fireball. It flies straight at the sphere. The sphere is swallowed completely by flames. Fire swirls around it, making it glow like a phoenix. Nobody can believe what they're seeing. Then the sphere starts absorbing the energy around it again. The result is 3,270, more than 3 times the power of that one gold lightning arrow. But the sphere still turns red, so she fails. Amy gets seriously upset. After a score like that, she still didn't pass. Now everyone is asking what this test even wants, and just how high the passing score has to be. The other mage says that's what you'd expect from an amateur, and tells Amy to sit down and watch how it's really done. Amy stomps her foot and says she wants another turn, this time in sniper mode, but Saron stops her and tells her to calm down. Getting mad won't raise her score. The mage from the other team says it's a funny coincidence, because she uses fire magic too, so she'll also use a fireball. Amy snaps back that nobody asked and says she's only doing that because she liked her strategy. This time, the other girl doesn't copy Amy exactly. Instead of making one huge fireball, she creates 3 separate ones. Then she gets ready to combine them. The 3 merge into an even bigger fireball. Tess is shocked by its size, and Amy gets annoyed because she already knows what the girl is doing. Amy says she's following the fire strengthening method from the technical books, exactly, but also calls it a pretty desperate move to win. Then the girl launches the fire spell. It slams into the sphere and triggers a huge explosion. Everyone there jumps at the blast, but when they see the result, even she looks stunned. She only scored 1330. Amy is fully satisfied now, laughing right at her. A little earlier, some people had been watching that mage, asking if she was the famous young talent everyone was talking about, and wondering if they should recruit her. But some of them gave up on that idea, saying to forget it. Rumor had it she was extremely picky about what group she joined, and even though she was still young, she already had a lot of experience as a professional mage. She took pride in having skill close to certified mages, and eventually ended up in the team she's with now, so she can't hide how frustrated she is by those numbers. Then she says she gets it now. Her fire spread out too much before it hit. Under normal conditions, she says it would have gone over 2,000, but the archer is already thinking it's over. After all, the redhead got 3,270 points. The gap in power is way too big. This isn't a technical issue, it's talent. Amy is probably the most gifted one in their group, which means nobody there is stronger than her, and if even she failed, then they're done. They have no chance of getting in, and their whole group starts feeling discouraged. Then Amy turns to Saron. She says that if he pushes just a little harder than she did, he might pass. He doesn't need to hold back, he should go all out. That surprises everyone. The warrior says they're leaving since there's no point staying. But then he looks ahead and notices something odd. One person still hasn't gone yet. Saron calmly says he'll do his best. The warrior asks what the point is if they're doomed anyway. But the protagonist wonders why anyone would quit without even trying. Then another thought hits him, and he asks for a moment. The rules about conquest and sacrifice in this place are kind of unclear, so he starts wondering if they've been reading them wrong. Maybe Miro built this place for a different reason than they assumed. He calls out to MC, and Saron finally catches on. For now, though, he puts that thought aside and focuses on the test, stepping up before the sphere. He raises his hand and summons a light spell in front of everyone. The other mage sneers at what she thinks are just photons, asking how he expects that to deal damage. But then she notices something's off. Those aren't harmless lights. They're shining in his palm while he holds them with total ease. Ryan is finally seeing Saron's magic for himself, and the others remember the rescue. Back then, he didn't just blind the enemies. A second later, something slammed into the ground with insane force. It all happened so fast they forgot to ask what spell he used. Now they figure this must be the same magic his specialty. Saron takes a solid stance with his photon cannon resting in his palm. Then he compresses it and fires a laser-like beam. Everyone is shocked by the blast and the power behind it. The attack scores 4,783 points. The mage can't understand how a simple release of photons could cause physical damage like that. But the archer realizes the issue isn't just the damage, it's the speed too. If that attack had been aimed at him, he's not even sure he could dodge it. More than that, the sphere says this hit is 20 times stronger than a warrior's normal physical strike. They start wondering what would happen if it hit an arm or a leg, and the answer isn't pretty. Saron stays calm and figures the passing score is probably over 5,000. He admits he doesn't think the photon cannon can hit harder than that. Still, he wants to try one more time. Then he starts laughing, saying he finally understands the feeling. He suggests using the laser instead, and Amy agrees right away. The longer the laser stays active, the more damage it builds, so she tells him to rotate it again, and they prepare for another try. Then she turns to that warrior and asks if the hothead isn't going. He says, what's the point when they won't pass anyway? He's bored of this and wants to leave. But the archer reminds him of what the elder said, nobody can go back until everyone has taken a turn. So the angry coward finally steps up, standing in front of the sphere and getting ready. Amy tells the protagonist that once he's done, they're heading out. That makes the protagonist realize they seem to have figured it out too. He says, that's right, this place was made to test trust between the members of a group. If you think about it, the way they score people here is pretty strange. And while their leader walks toward the sphere, Sarone thinks that if this test only measured direct damage, then of course mages would score higher. But that doesn't automatically mean they're stronger. That's because the damage works differently. Warriors can hit areas mages can't, so their rolls aren't the same at all. On top of that, the scoring here also favors certain kinds of magic. If the target area were bigger, Amy's sniper mode would have done way more damage. The real problem is that even though this test is unfair, turning the results into numbers makes it look fair. Because of that, they scored lower than their teammate, and that leaves a bad feeling behind. Then people watching from the outside start looking down on whoever got the lower score. And with rules like these, it all leads to one thing. Someone gets treated as the weak link and pushed into being the sacrifice. Now that so-called leader is the one who gets to go in. He's so shaky that he even trips on the way up. His attack does pathetic damage, and when he turns around, it's only 32 points. The other three who are supposed to follow his lead clearly hate seeing that. He snaps that this is enough already. How are they supposed to pass? They should just leave. The protagonist can already tell this party is going to split up the second they get out. Still, Sarone says there's nothing more they can do with a group like this. It's unfortunate, but they'll have to end it here, so they start getting ready to leave. Before that, MC asks the archer to translate for him one more time. The archer agrees, and MC tells him to ask how many people have passed this place before. The old man answers honestly that he isn't sure. Sometimes many get through, and sometimes only one does. But from what he's seen, about 1 out of every 10 succeeds. That number shocks Sarone. The old man adds that a lot of the ones who passed came alone. The protagonist had started thinking this test might be impossible, but if others made it through, then he was wrong. And a 10% success rate means more people passed than he expected. That makes him think the director really is shameless. Yami asks what he means. He remembers the director saying he'd come to understand more about the world Miro lives in. Now he finally gets it. If someone can't even clear a trial like this, then they don't even have the right to know Miro. Thinking that, he quietly apologizes to the director. But he also says he has no plan to give up now. Yami looks at him and realizes what he's trying to do. At the same time, that warrior tells them to just open the door already. But then the old man asks everyone if they truly want to leave. The archer turns to the others and urges them to hurry up and go. Yami cuts in and says that won't be happening. No matter what, they have to enter Kuego today. The way Yami says it, with that scary look in her eyes, even Tess starts trembling. Seeing that Sarone's group wants to stay, the other party gets nervous. The mage asks what Yami means by saying they have to get in today. She says she just wants to leave because there's no way inside anymore. Yami pushes back, there is still one way. The mage does not like the sound of that. Then the old man explains that this is the room of conquest and sacrifice. They can prove their strength and pass the maze or choose sacrifice, leaving 4 people behind so the other 4 can move on. Ryan asks what he just said. The translator clearly doesn't want to repeat it and risk getting killed, so he lies and says the old man told them to leave if they thought they might die. But Yami immediately feels something is off, because what she heard was completely different. They can choose sacrifice and abandon 4 people, so the other 4 can enter. The archer and the mage freeze in fear. She speaks their language. Yami asks what he thinks he's doing, because that's exactly what the old man said when they first arrived. Doesn't he remember? The translator finally realizes he's in trouble. He tries to stall, saying it's strange that she remembers so clearly something she only heard once. Then Tess grabs the protagonist's arm and whispers that Yami is in scary mode again, asking if they really have to fight these people. The protagonist tells her to relax and says to leave this to Yami. Yami steps forward and asks them what exactly they think they're doing. Looks like they're not going to choose who gets sacrificed so easily, so she tells them to come on. If that's how it is, then they'll just have to give it everything they've got. The others realize she's openly challenging them to a fight. The mage gets scared and asks if she really wants to battle. As far as raw strength goes, their top fighter might match one of them. But that blonde warrior is way stronger than their leader. And when it comes to magic, Sarone's group is on a whole other level. He still remembers that massive spell the girl summoned right in front of them, so he knows his arrows would never land. MC could wipe him out with that beam of light because his arrows are obviously slower than light itself. They realize this is a fight they cannot win. They just get crushed. So he apologizes, admitting he was arrogant and looked down on them. Then he tells the other 3 to apologize too. Their pride hits the floor right away. The mage says she learned her lesson, and the bald guy also admits he was acting arrogant. Yami asks if that's all they're apologizing for. They quickly understand what she means. All eyes turn to their so-called leader, who starts grinding his teeth in anger before finally apologizing for what happened at the tavern. But Yami, still terrifying, asks what exactly he's talking about. So he explains that he went too far when he was talking about them in the tavern, and begs forgiveness with his pride completely gone. Tess finally realizes why Yami was so mad. Back at the tavern, what they said really was annoying for her and for Rian too. And who would have guessed? Yami was this upset over it. Tess gets weirdly touched, saying Yami really is honest and sensitive. Then Yami brings up the tavern again, because she didn't even know they had been eating in the same place at lunch, and now she's even more annoyed. She says she doesn't remember that part, but now she gets what he meant. The leader gets fed up, asking what kind of nonsense this is. She told everyone to apologize, and now she's doing this. Then it hits him. That girl never looked back at the tavern on purpose, just so she could pull this now. He can only think how cruel that is. She really does not forgive easily. Then Yami says she has a proposal. If they accept it, everyone can leave together. The leader asks what she wants. Yami says getting in here seems to require something. A password. That catches the translator off guard, and the leader realizes she knows far too much. She's planning to come back and continue the test later. Tess admits she just wanted to figure out the password because she was really scared, and Amy starts laughing. Amy thinks that mages naturally go for the most efficient answer. The translator thanks her, while Amy reflects that some people call mages eccentric for that. But making the most of every situation is exactly what makes a mage. A mage. The four of them wonder if she even understands how valuable that password is. Then they give her the whole thing. The door opens and they finally leave. Tess lets out a huge sigh and says she finally feels alive again. Then the translator watches as the four head off in a completely different direction. They ask if maybe they should call it a day there. In the end, they already learned more than they expected. Amy says all they need now is a new plan for next time. Rayan suggests getting another plate of pasta, but Tess complains that there are so many good foods out there and he still wants the same thing again. But then they turn back to talk to the boys. The translator looks over his shoulder. The mage nervously asks if they'd like to join their mercenary party. That catches the translator by surprise. She quickly adds that being a mercenary is actually a pretty good life. With their skills, they'd become famous fast. Money and reputation would follow them everywhere. And as he already saw, their current party leader isn't very strong. She even says he could take over as leader and command all three of them. They'd follow his orders without question. And from now on, they promise to treat his friends well too. The translator just watches them for a moment, then he smiles and refuses. After that, he leaves with his friends, deciding they're going to eat again. The three are left standing there with dumbfounded looks. All they can think is that their luck really is terrible. Later that night, back at the inn in the tourist district, Tess tells Amy that Cerrone really is insanely strong. Amy agrees. She was shocked too the first time she saw how strong he was, and it really wasn't that long ago that he kept nearly killing himself, trying to learn teleportation magic. Meanwhile, Ryan is still amazed by his idea of giving mass to light. He admits he barely understands any of it, but still thinks it's incredible. He says he doesn't fully get it himself. Amy adds that by the time she entered her final year at the institute, he was already this strong. Then Tess tells him he needs to improve a little faster, because even at best, she wouldn't reach her final year until next year. Tess asks what happens when Amy graduates next year. Amy tries to brush it off, but Tess says that matters. After all, Amy already said she plans to join the army as soon as she finishes school. That means she'll enlist in the capital, leaving Cerrone behind for a whole year, and only then does Amy really realize it. Tess points out that the protagonist is talented enough to graduate with honors, but even so, they'd still be apart for an entire year. That idea clearly starts bothering Amy. She remembers teasing him before, saying he'd better hurry up and catch up to her, or he'd be calling her his senior forever. Amy admits she wanted him to come after her as fast as possible, but she never really thought that far ahead. Joining up felt like the natural choice since she's good at aiming and fighting. Yet moving forward just to avoid standing still isn't the same as truly planning her future. Then Tess jokes that she could become a spy. If that happened, she could even sneak off to visit her little boyfriend. And with her looks, she'd be perfect for the job. Amy immediately says that's ridiculous. She argues she's not suited for spying anyway, since her senses aren't as sharp as Tess's. Tess laughs it off and tells her to relax. He can teach her. He tells Amy to pay close attention and do exactly as he says. First, Tess says she has to open up her senses. Then he grabs Amy by the waist, making her tense up. Tess tells her to stay still. There's someone outside the inn, and from the breathing, it sounds like a man. As they move closer, they spot a boy ahead. He's badly beaten up, and they realize it's Jazz. Seeing him collapse like that, they rush over and beg him to wake up. They start panicking when his breathing seems weak. Then Jazz suddenly grabs Cerrone's hand with surprising strength, startling him. Jazz says MC should be thanking him because he protected her instead of saving himself. And then, Jazz starts crying. Rain begins to fall. They carry him inside, lay him on a bed, and watch over him until he wakes up. While they wait, Ryan asks if what Jazz said is really true. If it is, then Falco is after them again. Cerrone thinks it over, and the story shifts to a few hours earlier at Falco's hideout. Falco was thinking about the kids who caused all that trouble and escaped. He admits he can't just ignore what they did. If they go back to the continent and talk about him, it'll be a huge problem. He has no intention of becoming a fugitive again. He also doesn't want everything he built to fall apart, especially with so many people depending on him. That's why he prepared a concentrated loop. Thinking about the Carnes family and the Crimson Eye, he decides none of that matters compared to what he has now. So he tells Jess he'll have to work for him again. Showing him the vial, Falcoa orders him to give it to the redhead and make sure she drinks it. Jess asks what will happen if she does. Falcoa looks at him like it should be obvious if she drinks it, she dies. No question about it. Falcoa says Jess only has to deliver it, and he'll handle the rest. Holding the vial, Jess starts thinking this is insane. At that moment, he realizes Falcoa has completely lost it, but Falcoa notices what the boy does next. He demands to know what Jess thinks he's doing because Jess just smashed the vial on the floor. Falcoa asks if he's really trying to defy him, and Jess starts trembling. Falcoa leans in, asking what he said, but Jess only keeps mumbling. Annoyed, Falcoa says he can't hear him. Then Jess finally shouts that he wants out of that bandit group, only to get punched hard in the face. Falcoa keeps beating him down, while the people around them look sick of the whole thing. Falcoa snaps and asks what they're waiting for, then orders them to bring the boy's sister. Jess is left wrecked on the floor. Back in the present, Amy calls him an idiot. She reminds him she promised that nothing bad would happen to him or his sister if he told them he wanted out. Amy says she's glad he kept that promise, but because of it, he ended up like this. So protecting his sister didn't help at all. Ryan points out that Falcoa is a killer, and if all this is true, maybe they should report him to the continent's authorities. Tess shuts that down, reminding him Jessica already said the gang includes former special military members, so the first thing they likely did was lock down the port. He adds they probably have a stronghold somewhere on the island for situations like this. Ryan asks if that means they're trapped, and Amy says even if they did contact the authorities, no army would cross the ocean just to save one commoner child. That only makes Cerrone more upset. He turns to Amy and asks how strong she thinks those men are. Tess is surprised they're even thinking about fighting, but Amy explains that most of them are just big dumb thugs. Still, at least the 10-gem eyes are truly dangerous. And on top of that, she thinks Falcoa himself may be part of the Parrot Gang. That shocks Cerrone. Tess asks if he knows something, and he says yes. When the school was attacked, one of the gem users involved was also from the Parrot Gang. Amy remembers that bastard too. She heard the Magic Association captured him, and they all know what happened to him during questioning. She says Lucas was a B-rank criminal, and she suspects Falcoa is even stronger. That leaves Cerrone stunned. Then Tess brings up Falcoa again, along with the Parrot Gang, saying something about this feels off. The protagonist notices and asks if she figured something out. Tess says the Parrot Gang wasn't just some random name. There's more to it, especially that man called Falcoa. And he used to be part of a special force too. Just then Jess wakes up and tells them to run, that they need to get out right away. He keeps yelling for them to escape, but Cerrone tells everyone to stay calm since they're at the inn. Tess warns that Jess's ribs are all broken. Ryan asks if Jess knows where they took his sister, and Jess stares at them, asking if they're actually planning to rescue her. Amy says they already understand how strong the enemy is, and most of the gang are just low-level junkies anyway. Tess adds that they're only after Amy, but Jess suddenly screams no. He insists they are not after Amy. Then he points at Cerrone and says they want him. MC is shocked that Falcoa wants him, but Jess explains Falcoa isn't the one who does. The real target is whoever sent him after MC. That makes him remember a moment when a man aimed a weapon right at Falcoa's forehead, leaving him shaken. Then several people showed up and saved Jess's life, scaring off Falcoa's whole group. Another person arrives too, surprised to see Falcoa has really become a boss now. When Falcoa turns around, he freezes in fear after seeing his old chief, the same girl who spoke with Cerrone before. She says she finally found him, and sure enough, she has a huge parrot on her back. She explains she was following a man who caught her attention, then suddenly heard a loud explosion from that building. When she checked it out, there was Falcoa. In the next instant, she's already behind him, and he's shaking. She says she never thought he'd hide this well, and that honestly makes her sad. Then she asks how he's been calling him her son. That makes her think back to when she was much younger. She had returned home to the place where all the children she cared for lived. Among all those kids she remembers, one of them was Falcoa, and now he's terrified of seeing Marcia. Jess says Marcia was the one searching for Cerrone. He is confused and asks what's going on, and why Marcia would be after him. Before anyone can answer, the wall beside them suddenly explodes, sending stone flying everywhere. Amy instantly activates her eye technique. Ryan moves to protect Tess, and in the middle of the chaos, Jez is nearly hit. Something emerges from that wreckage, and it's obvious this won't be good. Hearing Marcia's name makes Cerrone think about his neighbor's death, but the blast gives him no time to process it. Everything starts flying apart as flames spread through the room. The protagonist watches shards rush toward him, trying to understand the destruction. First the Parrot Gang, and now Marcia too. As the inn gets wrecked, MC thinks this makes no sense. Why was her name brought up now? Meanwhile, back in the capital, at the Magic Institute headquarters, someone else is having a rough interrogation. Beaten and broken, Lucas reveals that the Parrot Gang's boss is Falcoa. He gives up the information willingly, saying that with Falcoa controlling the entire loop distribution network, no one could ever catch him without Lucas's help. The one leading the questioning is Sakari, an investigator from the 3rd Division of the Investigation Department, and he asks if Falcoa really is the leader. Lucas says yes and offers to tell them everything if they cut his sentence. Sakari clearly has no interest in that deal. Instead, he grabs a dagger and drives it into Lucas. He stabs him in the back again and again like a complete maniac. Lucas drops to the floor screaming and shaking, glaring at him in rage. But Sakari says he does not care about that fake boss story he just made up. What he wants is the real leader of the parrot gang. Then the mark on his back reveals the truth, a huge Fioma tattoo tied to the real parrot gang. Sakari starts talking about a mercenary group, the same one that nearly destroyed an entire kingdom 7 years ago. They threw that country into chaos. People say they were almost legendary, but their attack was so brutal that it failed in the end. After that, the members scattered across the continent and are still wanted. From the image above, one of them is Lucas. Another is the man who travels with Marcia, and the leader seems to be Marcia herself. According to the rumors, that leader is now trying to bring the group back together, and it is that same woman they know. She is called the Corrupted Virgin. At that, Lucas starts shaking when he realizes Sakari already knows too much. Sakari goes on to say she is an A-rank criminal, Clay Marcia. There is a reward of 100 gold coins for her head, and even her sketch looks terrifying. He adds that she is also known as the one who is everywhere, yet somehow no one can pin down a single real trace of her. Lucas only gets more scared. That is why chasing her is nearly impossible. Witnesses say each time she appears, she uses a different kind of magic, and no one is even sure she is truly a mage. So the question is, what are her powers? Meanwhile, in another place, she reveals that same tattoo on her back. Honestly, from the moment she showed up, it was obvious something was off about her, and not in a small way. Now she stands face to face with Falcoa. She calls out to him and tells him to snap out of the Lopez effects. He wakes up at once and drops his head to the floor, shocking the boy he had beaten earlier. The boy wonders why she came all the way there and then stares in disbelief, asking if this is really the Falcoa he knows. He says Falcoa threw them into that hellish kingdom without a second thought, and now, after everything, she shows up again talking about family. His whole attitude is different now, much colder and more serious. He tells her she killed them all. Because of her, his brothers and sisters, his family died. And he says it all happened because she acted like an idiot. This time, the girl actually takes his words to heart. She remembers the past, back when she was still just a child, arriving at that orphanage and meeting everyone who lived there while bringing them food. They ate together, laughed together, and enjoyed those small moments. But later, those same people were about to die, and one of them begged the captain to run. An armed force charged in and slaughtered the children, while the girl begging the captain to flee had arrows buried in her back. She kept telling the captain to get out, and Marcia stays lost in that memory while Falcoa says he did what she could not. Now the people with him get the best food and drink, and do not have to worry about whether they will wake up alive tomorrow. He made that happen, and all his followers call him Falcor. Then he asks why she came, but Marcia walks over, touches his shoulder, and asks if he really fooled himself all this time. She asks if that is why he ran from the battlefield, and Falcor is stunned by the question. She hit the sore spot. Marcia says she always felt guilty that she could not give them a better place to grow up, but in the end, they were still a band of mercenaries. Then she says that because he ran from that battlefield, many more of their family died. She asks if Falcor can understand that, because the one who truly dragged their family into hell was Falcor himself. That shuts him up fast. Marcia tells him that whether on the battlefield or in life, he is still doing the same thing, running from reality. The boy is shocked to hear all this. Then Marcia notices him nearby and asks who he is. Falcor says he brought the boy there because he needs him to teach a lesson to someone who tried to mess with him, and that it has nothing to do with Marcia. She asks if he is really sure about that. Then she asks if he means him, and the boy is even more shocked that she knows he exists. Falcor asks how she knows, and she replies by asking if he really thinks she would not know the name of someone like him. Looks like she was right. They really were searching for the protagonist, and it seems their little brother is too pure for this world. He could not even ignore a boy like that when he needed help. So Marcia tells Falcor that this will be his last mission. She wants him to bring Sarone to her. As for everyone else, she does not care what he does to them. Then they hear a noise behind them. They turn, and the man in the little hat heads to the window. Looking down, they realize the boy jumped out and swam away. She thinks he is brave, and Marcia orders them to go after him. Back in the present, they finally find where the boy had gone, and they start blowing up Sarone's house with the boy still there. They do not even stop to check if the mission is finished. That skinny guy who looks like Michael Jackson after missing a few meals just leaves. As for the house, it is now on fire. But Sarone and his friends manage to get out with the boy. They stand there in the rain, watching the house burn. MC is furious and scared, asking why they are doing this to him. He starts wondering if Marcia came there just because of him, and he feels guilty seeing all that destruction. From a distance, Marcia's group simply vanishes. Later, at the house where the beaten boy is staying, he starts feeling sick and cries even in his sleep, thinking about Yona. In the middle of that dream, he sees himself climbing out of the water after jumping in, and even badly hurt, he starts running the second he reaches land. He realizes they were never playing around. Remembering Marcia, Falcor, and the look on that girl's face, he understands they are all too real. In the dream, when he finally reaches home and calls for Yona, he finds the place wrecked. with footprints all over the floor, but the girl is gone. That sight breaks him. He starts losing it, seeing the damage he thinks he caused until he notices Yona, the destruction around the place, and that paper. Then he takes off running, shouting Yona's name and trying any way he can to find her. He keeps calling for Yona across the whole city in the pouring rain. And now, even safe in a warm bed the next morning, he is still calling for Yona. Elsewhere on the island, the locals see the house completely destroyed and wonder what could have happened in just one night. Tess keeps thinking about Clay Marcia. She says that 7 years ago, a mercenary group invaded the kingdom of Eren, all by themselves. Not only that, they almost brought the whole kingdom down. The worst part is that Marcia was the one leading that legendary group, and now she is getting ready for another fight. Ryan stays pretty calm about it though. In the end, they still failed, so he says there is no reason to fear them. But Tess explains that the Imperial Army arrived at exactly the right moment to stop the worst from happening. It was way too perfect to be a coincidence. Amy is getting ready too, and asks Tess what she means by that timing. Tess says that from what she has heard, the group was probably used as a tool to spread civil war. Geronio looks a little down after hearing that, even while preparing himself. Then Tess says that right after they attacked the People's Council, a legislator named Han Sang-won arrived with the royal army, almost like he had been waiting for it. Based on what her father told her, she thinks that legislator probably hired them, and Amy realizes that means they were used like disposable pawns. Ryan asks if everything that happened was because of that legislator, and Tess says he was likely trying to lock down his own power in the Senate. Ryan admits politics makes no sense to him, and Tess says she cannot be fully sure it is true. After all, it is still just rumor, but Geronio cuts off the talk because he wants to get ready to face them. Then he asks if all three of them are prepared. They answer yes. Then they get on their horses and ride toward Marcia's hideout. He says they can wait, because he is coming in person to meet her. Watching how these kids are acting, Marcia thinks they are unbelievably bold. They are really planning to charge in head-on, and inside are Falco's little sister and the rest of the parrot gang. Marcia says they are about to see what Falco's goons can do, while he himself is scared out of his mind and sweating hard. Meanwhile, the group heads that way, and Tess asks Rian if he has ever cut someone to pieces. He gets rattled and asks what she is talking about, but she asks again and he says no. Before finishing, he asks if she has, and Tess says she once helped her father wipe out a bandit group in the mountains. That is when she realizes he really has never done anything like that, and Rian actually starts thinking about her words. He just answers that a sword doesn't think for itself. That catches her attention, and she says she thinks that's enough. Then she hears something. Right away, she realizes they're being hunted. A bunch of men jump them, and the group gets caught in an ambush. The attackers mock them, saying 4 rookies really came to challenge their crew. But then they panic because Amy's flames rush straight at them. They get hit midair and fear takes over as their friends are burned to a crisp. Even so, the rest still charge in, but Amy isn't in the mood to hold back. Someone yells that there's a mage and tells everyone to take cover, since she's a long-range fighter, but hiding isn't enough, because Saron's light drops right on top of them. He teleports behind the enemy mage, then fires his photon cannon and takes down another one. One of the men screams for his commander, but before he can do anything, Tess appears behind him and kills him too. Then she glances over and sees Ryan in trouble, with another man rushing him, and she thinks he's in real danger. Without using flame, Ryan can't win a speed fight, and that enemy keeps circling through the trees. Sure, Ryan's an idiot. After all, who brings a two-handed sword into a forest fight? The man swings from behind, but Ryan barely dodges, and the blade slices past his ear. Ryan tries to counter from behind, but his great sword jams into a tree. One mercenary laughs and asks if he brought that sword to chop down trees. Seeing his weapon stuck, Tess panics and wants to rush in and save him. But Ryan snaps back, telling the mercenary not to disrespect the art of cutting trees. Then he uses the same move Tyrone used when they cut trees together, and he cleaves straight through it, tree and mercenary together. The giant blade cuts the man right through the middle, and with his last thought, he can't even believe that's his own flesh. Tess is horrified when she sees Ryan split the man in half. Ryan says he's never cut a person in two before, but he's killed the weak, frustrated version of himself thousands of times. He remembers saying goodbye to Tyrone. Tyrone made him promise to become a mage, and swore that if he did, he'd become the strongest knight of all, and be the sword that protects him. Back in the present, Ryan says he's never once swung his sword for fun or thrill. And Tess is completely won over by that brave side of him. Finally calming down. From a distance, one of the parrot gangmen can't make sense of it. They were supposed to be the ones getting crushed. So how are these kids wiping out the scouting team? Another man realizes they also have 2 mages. They're way stronger than expected, and now he says they can't keep looking down on them just because they're young. Since the kids clearly know what they're doing, he says it's time to show them something more interesting, as he gets ready to launch his next move, and the explosions in the forest keep going without a break. Tess charges another mercenary, keeping him under heavy pressure. Even though the guy is supposed to be a pro, he's getting beaten badly. Tess presses in hard and drives her attack through his left shoulder, but then she hears something. It grabs her attention, and she shouts for Ryan to duck. A volley of arrows comes flying in, aimed at him. He almost gets hit, but her warning lets him move just in time. Ryan realizes that was way too close. While they're dodging the arrows, more enemies close in and surround them. Those men are ready to strike, but the mercenaries suddenly look up in shock, and one of them yells to split up. Saron's lightning comes crashing down on them. After landing the hit, he suddenly appears overhead. He immediately starts charging another round from his photon cannon, firing shot after shot at the mercenaries who manage to dodge. Some of them have to hide in shame just to stay alive. One of the men lines up Saroni through his sights, waiting for the boy to move just a little more so he can land the arrow he prepared. What he doesn't expect is a fireball appearing at the tip of his arrow and flying straight at him. That fireball nearly kills him in a single hit. It also destroys the weapon he was counting on, and he runs off terrified. Another mercenary realizes they have a sniper. It's Amy, firing from very, very far away. She keeps using her scarlet eyes and says they're really getting on her nerves. Now all of them are terrified, wondering who these kids even are. What are they doing here? All four are absurdly strong for their age, and Saron is clearly not playing around as they stand together in front of that whole group of mercenaries. Then one of the men yells for everyone to fall back. They turn tail and run, but the four chase after them, with the two swordsmen in front and Amy covering from behind, saying there's no way she'll let them escape. She fires a flaming arrow at the ones in the rear, and the man who ordered the retreat starts to smile, like he's got something planned. Then just as the fireball gets close enough, he vanishes before the spell can hit him. The others disappear too. The four are left asking what happened before they finally realize it was spatial movement magic. But Tess says there wasn't any mage with them, and Amy starts checking the memory with her scarlet eye. Then she looks surprised. What they used was a bracelet. It lit up the moment Tess's attack was about to connect, and when he smiled, that magic item activated and sent them away. Somewhere else, the mercenaries grin, saying those kids really are skilled enough to explain why Marcia took interest in them. Then they add that the side with more talent doesn't always win. The kids stop again, and more mercenaries rush in to surround them one more time. The man behind the plan says that when it comes to real experience, there are all kinds of tactics the kids can't even imagine, and once again Saron's group comes under attack. But he stays fully focused and fires his photon cannon again to wipe out the mercenaries without mercy. The whole forest turns into chaos as he blows everything apart with blast after blast. Still, the mercenaries use that magic item again to escape, saying the kids can attack all they want, then vanish before the group can finish them off. All that's left is the trace behind, and the four realize the enemies use spatial movement again. Unlike normal magic tools that set a fixed destination for transported objects, this kind needs someone using the spirit zone to control the coordinates. Amy figures that means something is handling the destination, and Saron asks what that could be. She says she has an idea, and if she's right, it should be nearby. But then Tess picks up a strange smell. She says something smells off, and Ryan asks if she's a dog or something. Tess fires back that she just used flame to sharpen her senses, calling him an idiot. Amy says that confirms her guess. Now she understands they sync that bracelet-like magic item with multiple magic circles. Ryan says it's way too big, and then realizes that circle covers the whole mountain. Amy says he may be right. They probably spread circles like that all across the northern forest, and Tess says setting up something like this must have cost a fortune. She jokes about how much loot they must have sold to pay for it. But Saron says the real problem is that the enemy is fighting with a guaranteed escape route already in place. That means they can't cut down their numbers while their own energy keeps dropping, so they need to force a direct fight. Ryan says they should just keep moving forward and destroy all that stuff. He says all they have to do is dig up the ground with a sword. But Amy admits the idea is good and says it won't be that easy to break the link. Magic circles are like thoughts carved into real objects, so they're much harder to break than something made only in the mind. And this wasn't built by amateurs, which means even if they damage some parts, the whole thing will probably keep working. Ryan gets disappointed, but Saron says in that case they'll dig up and destroy the giant magic circle anyway. Ryan is shocked the protagonist agrees with him, and Amy is too. She explains that the magic isn't written in the symbol itself, but in the space the diagram covers. To destroy each circle, they'd have to tear up everything at least a meter deep. That means huge physical strain and terrible time use. But Tess asks if fighting like this is really any better than putting that effort into destroying the circles. Amy says no, but MC cuts in and asks how many minutes she would count as efficient use of time, and she realizes he's completely serious. She says around 10 minutes would be worth it. If it takes longer than that, it's not worth doing. Saron then tells everyone to back up a little, because he thinks he can wipe out that whole magic circle in under 2 minutes. Amy can barely believe what she just heard, but he warns them this might get out of hand and tells everyone to move away. Then he focuses hard, staring at the circle and trying to figure it out. Tess asks Amy what he's doing, saying they probably don't have time for this, but then Amy uses her zone, sees what Saron is about to do, and immediately goes pale. She tells them they need to get back. Tess asks why, and Amy only says it's because it already started. The protagonist's spiritual zone begins to pulse, and Amy says the scary part is how insanely fast it's happening. She had heard his mind was as tough as an unbreakable diamond, but even then, how could anyone make their spiritual zone pulse more than 20 times a second? Saron keeps sending waves of spiritual zone in every direction, thinking he just needs a little more. just a little more. His zone grows so thick and stretched out that even Tess can feel it. She says now she can see the light around him and it's beautiful. The force of Saron's power starts sweeping through everything around them. That's when they realize they really should have gotten farther away. MC then drills into the earth, tearing open a huge hole with nothing but his power. Chunks of stone vanish all around the blast. Then everything goes quiet. When they look ahead, Saron asks if that was enough. He's carved out a massive crater in the ground. Amy says with power used that brutally, she doesn't even need her spiritual zone to know it was more than enough. Tess runs over to him and asks if he's okay or hurt anywhere, but he says he's fine since that was defensive magic, so it can't injure the user. Ryan immediately questions how that counts as defensive magic. Saron explains that since he didn't have any defensive spell before, he came up with the theory for this one a while ago. He's glad it worked the way he imagined. Tess is left speechless while Ryan jokes that if a spell wipes out every enemy, then sure, it counts as defense. The best defense is attack. Amy explains that the form, or really the theoretical body of a spell, depends on how much control the user has. After passing through their imagination, it takes shape in the real world, so creating something that overwhelming is insane. As she watches the protagonist, she remembers a talk they had a few hours earlier before they left. She had asked him about something he mentioned a few days ago, that he had met a woman named Marcia. Then she asked how that meeting went and whether he noticed anything strange about her. MC thought about it, and Amy asked again if he noticed anything. He said yes, but told her not to worry. No matter what, he said he would handle it. Amy remembers that answer and wonders what has Sut Nice so shaken, thinking back to the way he stared at the burning house after Marcia's attack. Still, she tells herself this isn't the time to get lost in guesses. Right now, all she can do is trust him, so she calls everyone together to change the plan. From here on out, they'll avoid every fight they can. Their main goal now is destroying the magic circle sections, so Saron keeps using his drilling spell all through the forest, over and over, tearing everything up. The mercenaries finally notice. Since their whole strategy was to rest while the group wore itself out, Amy realizes that if the magic circuits are destroyed, that plan is finished. Better yet, the mercenaries might lose patience and come at them directly. And that's exactly what happens. The mercenaries get furious, asking how these kids are turning the expensive magic circuits they paid a fortune for into dust. One of them asks the boss if they should just go all out and finish them, but the boss tells them to calm down. The enemy has 2 mages, so direct combat is still better to avoid. The subordinate asks what they're supposed to do, then at this rate, even their stalling plan is going to fail. The boss says if those kids are that eager to push forward, then maybe they should give them a little help. He says they'll open the way for them and orders his men to use that. Meanwhile, in the forest, Saron and the others keep teleporting forward together until Tess senses something. She asks if Amy thinks the enemy is acting differently now, and Amy agrees they're circling around them, but they aren't blocking the way. The group keeps teleporting while the mercenaries move into place. Then Amy suddenly changes the teleport direction and drops Tess to the ground. Tess realizes the truth, they're being guided forward on purpose. Rian instantly thinks this is obviously a trap and asks Saron what they should do, but he stays completely focused on moving ahead. He says it doesn't matter because whether now or later, this is a path they would have had to cross anyway. That chief gets excited and orders his men to call back the members still out in the field because the kids are almost there. One of them fires a flare arrow into the sky to signal everyone back to camp. Inside that wall, they've got catapults ready to rain down on the group. They even say they hope the kids won't take it personally. But since the group chose to go all in, they're forced to use everything too. If not for that, they wouldn't have had to bring out methods like this. They seriously have a whole line of catapults set up like it's a real war. They say that even partially activated, this stone barrage can crush even the strongest army into dust. The chief says it was built as an emergency plan in case they ever had to defend the island. But if those kids are so determined to come here, then let this teach them a lesson.